That sounds like you're saying Jews.
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
You're a dishonest cunt!
God-awful bunch of malcontents. I hope you all kill each other.
I'm very obviously gay. I look at him, I'm like, well, you're gay.
Oh, no! Oh, jeez!
Well, I can't understand none of it. This one begat that one, and that one begat this one, and begat, and lo and behold, someone says some shit to someone or another. Just how retarded are you?
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive. It's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme. We're too wild. We're too out of control. We're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the show. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. I'm excited about today. We've got a fun show planned. Thank God people know my email. You know, it's nice that people know my email and friends can drop by and send me stuff every once in a while. Oh my God. I don't want to make anybody live in suspense. I don't want it, mostly because it's uncomfortable. I don't want to make anybody, wonder too long or anything like that. Let's just get this out of the way quickly because I don't want to build up to it. And it's not worth like a long period of time. In fact, I would have never known who this person is had they not actively tried like shitloads of gay ops against me when I was going through my legal stuff. And then if they wouldn't have tried to discover and dox our donors. This is, I'm talking about Kimberly Nicholson. She is a big Steel Toe fan, but not in the way that, you might be a big Steel Toe fan. It's more like a weird elementary school crush / Steve Buscemi and Billy Madison style obsession. Well, somebody, and people on the internet scare the shit out of me for this reason. Somebody, and I don't think it's the person that sent me the email. Let's just call him Mr. Plastic. I don't think he did this. I think he sent me this from somewhere else because it looks like a lot of copy and pasting from something else. But he sent me an email about Kim Nicholson. Now, I think one good turn deserves another. I think if you want to be in the public eye and you want to be confrontational and you want to be, you want to discover things about other people, I think it's only fair that you put who you are out there. I think that's only fair. To do it any other way, total chicken shit. Like, I think that Moody guy, he's put it out there that he's a Nepo baby of his dad and his uncle. His dad and his uncle run a company, and they let him run like some little side project sort of deal, one of their loss leader tax write-off things. He's told people that, right? He's been very clear that he's accomplished nothing on his own, and he's a total Nepo baby. What's a company called? Omeo or something like that? Yeah, they just basically gave their retarded, couldn't make it on their own zoo animal kid a little side project that if he fucks up, it's okay because it works out for taxes. Oh, he didn't tell you that? He wasn't honest about that. Can't believe that. I mean, the guy preaches honesty so much. It's remarkable that he didn't tell you that. Well, anyway, nepotism seems to be big in that part of the world. This Kim Nicholson, I thought I'd check in on her. And this email I got, not only is she a terrible judge of character, but it also kind of shows what the toe does to you. I kind of rot people from the inside out. I kind of corrupt them and poison them. So Kim hates me so much that the people she simps for are like people who want to have sex with kids and people who, let their kids do drugs. Now, the drugs thing is interesting because that's explained away in this email I got. So apparently Kim Nicholson is a multi-time felon who's a literal meth whore. Kim is a literal meth prostitute. Remember when we were making jokes about her not too long ago? Oh, she abandons her kids too. She abandons her kids, runs off, does meth, and engages in prostitution. She's got a rap sheet as long as your arm. It's amazing. All these people who hate me, who have never met me, who don't know me, they always want to point to he committed a misdemeanor. He committed a misdemeanor, this guy, and he spent less than a week in jail. What a terrible guy. What a monster. Well, you know what? I take care of my kids. I'm a good father, as many as my other flaws may be. I don't run off to one state and then almost pretty much get as close to leaving the country as you can possibly get. I won't say where. You're welcome. Although I know. And then do meth and prostitute myself and go to jail for it. A multiple-time convicted felon. Let's take a look here. We have a couple of... There we go. Take a look at that rap sheet. Oh, my God. Soliciting prostitution, loitering for prostitution, soliciting prostitution, burglary with intent to commit felony forgery. So she's a liar. She's dishonest. This is a character issue. Burglary with intent to commit felony forgery, loitering for prostitution, solicit lewd lascivious acts, petty larceny, unlawful possession of drug paraphernalia. Loitering for prostitution, possession of methamphetamine. Oh, no. So a few felonies in there as well. Possession of methamphetamine, unlawful possession of drug paraphernalia, and then an active felony. Now, this is interesting. Felony denied. What's felony active mean? That's interesting. You might need to make some phone calls on that. Possession of methamphetamine. Wow, and apparently there's another page. I mean, there's a whole, I don't think we need to go to the next page to find out what she's done. Oh, wait, we can though. Hold on a minute. More soliciting prostitution, loitering, soliciting, and these are all over the course of like 10 years. Over the course of 10 years. So while I made a mistake and I did some terrible things in my day, this Kim Nicholson has a 10-year history of drugging herself and whoring herself. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm just not going to go ahead and take any moral, outrage, especially when it's phony. I'm not going to take any moral judgment from a literal meth whore. Essentially, when you think of Kim Nicholson, think of Wendy from Breaking Bad. Wendy from Breaking Bad is better looking. Think of Pat Dixon's teeth with Wendy from Breaking Bad. I think that would be about the perfect explanation. By the way, using your boss's office to stream from, nisht, Kimmy. Nisht. Now, what I love about this is we've spent about 5 minutes on this, and now we'll wrap and we'll talk about everything today. But now you guys have something to have some fun with Kimmy the meth whore, our meth whore mascot. And now Kimmy will probably cope about it all day. All week, maybe. I don't know. I just want to let you know, Kimmy, you are in good hands over there because literally everyone we find out about in that audience has like a felony record, and not just a felony record, like disgusting shit. Being a dog shit fucking parent, being a meth slob hooker, literally. I wish that's not even me insulting anyone. That's just a literal meth slob hooker and terrible parent. And it all kind of comes full circle, whether it's like Scott Richard Staska, Kim, whatever. It does seem to be like they've never met me before, but the feelings they have for me are so personal. And I think what it is, it's their own demons, and they project them onto me. I was supposed to do far worse. I wasn't supposed to learn my lesson, move on, become a better person. That doesn't fit their narrative. And now I understand where all the personal investment comes from. They're all like long list of fuck up. Like they're bottom of the barrel, like fly in a shit heap pieces of garbage. And I was going to be the only thing that made them feel better about it. Well, sorry, Kim, but I don't have to be balls deep in someone's lap for a meth rock or crystal or whatever the fuck you did it for in order to realize, boy, I better pull the nose of the plane up here. You know, I didn't have to start doing meth and blowing guys in a parking lot before I realized, what would my children think of me? And I'm sure at this point they don't. I don't want you to worry that they're disappointed that their mom's a meth whore. They probably don't think about you. Just like you probably don't think about them, more than likely. This person writing in, Aaron, we get it. She's a prostitute. Get to what's important. Does she have that? And then it's the blue, it's the mega mind. Oh, a big forehead. I get it. I don't know. The only thing worse than a meth whore is a 60-year-old meth whore. So thank you to whoever sent me that. And guys, if she ever tries to dox you or again, the only reason I took this email and the only reason I made it public is because I had multiple listeners coming to me and saying she's trying to figure out my identity. She's trying to get me. She's so worried about your show not going away that anyone who donates money, she wants to find out who they are. Oh, you know what it is? I get it. I get it. She's looking for you guys because you have money and she might be out of meth. And at, 60-some years old? She's probably got no teeth. What that mouth do? She might be looking for clients. That might be what she's doing. I might be hurting business. Oh, shit. Well, I didn't want to take food or meth out of her mouth. Jesus, I'm sorry, Kim. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1 says, this person's a literal meth whore, so you're telling us you like her now. Well, he who is without sin. Numero uno says, hey, Kiwi Farms, can you dox how big her forehead is? Aaron's almost there. People in the chat just putting laughing face emojis. Holy shit, crackhead, she can be fixed. Damn, bish. Los Federales says, where does she live? Just asking for a friend. See, I'm not even going to give out that part. Now, the meth whore part is the juiciest part, but there's a lot of other shit in there that I'm gonna hold on to for now. Main Vein with $1 says, good morning, Aaron. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rank Bad Bunny's core last night? We're going to talk about both shows. They were both really entertaining, and neither of them for being good. Neither of them for being good. They're saying, Kim, not a good look. Someone's been busy. Aw. Coltrane says, is this the cunt trying to dox listeners? Yes. Yes. Mikey's like, oh, are you doxing a hater? No. This is a person that my audience came to and said she's trying to find out who I am and all this other shit and put it online. And I'm like, don't worry, buddy. I got you. And then I got that email and I was like, well, this will do perfectly. This will do wondrously. Cockdiff says, I could fix her. Scarlett, too. No, just, you know what? One mistake at a time. All right. One mistake at a time. Oh no, someone calling Lil Meth Head Kim. That kind of works. Los Federales with $1. Says, have an idea to increase viewership. I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, what if you were to do a stream for us while in the middle of your skincare routine, like say with a charcoal face mask? Oh my God, that's a great idea. Charcoal face mask. That won't offend anybody. That's just, like you said, good skincare routines. Damn, you're smart. Miss Tay gifting a membership to Mikey Two Milks, gifting another one to Coltrane. Why don't you boys pass those along? And what a nice little start to today's show. Thank you very much. Ham for Mod says, are you bulking up? Fuck you. By the way, speaking of being a heavy boy, did any of you see that picture? Oh, man, that guy's going to be dead in a decade. I'm sorry. If I were him, I would not go to the doctor. Because, you know, like when people have cancer, but they seem fine, then they go to the doctor for a checkup, and the doctor's like, yeah, you got stage 4 cancer. You're going to be dead in 6 months. You're like, oh, my God, and then you start getting sick. That if I were Patrick, I wouldn't go to the doctor because he's going to find out that it's irreversible heart blockage at this point. And it's either like emergency quadruple bypass surgery or we'll just make you comfortable for as long as you've got left. Because all seriousness, that ain't going to last too long in the grand. Thank God he never had children or doesn't really leave a legacy of any kind and his bloodline dies with him because, oof, that's just tragic. And now you see where the making fun of people's looks comes from and having an audience full of meth whores and bottom feeders. It's because they all go there to cope. Not about the internet, not about any of that, but about life. Life has left them high and dry, including the host. And the only way they can cope about it is to look at people and go, dude, no, there's something wrong with them. Hey, whatever you got to do to keep that mirror away from yourself. I understand. Joey Caravello with $2 says Johnny is too busy tweaking his nipples while staring at a picture of Tommy Wiseau. Well, you know, everybody has their thing. We're going to talk about Johnny in just a little bit. We got some information for you. Coltrane gifting a membership to Ham for Mod. Sounds like a fair trade, actually. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, so now we're off to, there we go. Thanks, guys. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says there's a fake lawyer somewhere cleaning a mess off his screen after reading that rap sheet, right? Prostitution and methamphetamine. So that's like him getting a girl. Him getting like a Kim Nicholson is like him getting a toy with batteries included. I mean, you don't even have to give them the drugs. The drugs are right there. She already comes with her own pack, and if she runs out of them, she's willing to act. You know, maybe we shouldn't criticize Kim. She's really just a go-getter. That's all. I mean, she has a problem. She doesn't go and, you know, wait for something to come along. She's proactive. She sucked that dick to get that more meth. I mean, why quit when your mouth works? Am I right, sweetheart? Ham for Mod says Mod Ham. Is that your gimmick? You come in and you want. I respect it. I respect it. Veldrain with $1 says old meth addicts are the unicorns of white trash. Right? She should be proud of herself that she hasn't croaked out from all the meth and blowing. I mean, AIDS, hepatitis. I'm not saying she doesn't have them. I'm saying they haven't got her yet. Good for her. Again, this isn't going to be like a half-hour attack on someone, even though I'd love for it to be. I just wanted to make fun of her a little bit. That way, the more she loses her mind about it today, the more it's like, hey, calm down. Aaron was having some fun. He was being nice. I mean, I'd say I'm a lot nicer to you than you've ever been to me. And by the way, now we know where your pain and anger for me comes from. Look, it ain't going to give you back those golden years with your children that you missed, all right? I learned very early on in about 3 or 4 months that having kids and then, you know, the drug scene, it doesn't mix. You took about a decade and a half. You took your own sweet time. And in that sweet time, you know, the one thing you did right was you abandoned your children to go be a meth whore. I think that's the only solid thing you did. You didn't include them in it, which is good. $1 from Los Federales says, so is the old kidnapped geezer dead? The family paid the ransom yesterday. We're going to get to that, too. I don't know what's going on with this Savannah Guthrie and her mom thing. They're not telling us something. Obviously, I mean, they can't tell us everything. But it's just, I mean, usually don't we have an explanation why? I mean, you kidnapped some Today Show lady's mom? I don't know. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, speaking of pathetic, Gino Bisconti debasing himself and co-hosting with Stuttering John. What a failed career. What's wrong with doing a show with Stuttering John? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm outside that world so I can see it. Maybe some of you can't see it. They're all just as disgusting and failed as each other. John just had a career at one point. Like, John was on the greatest late night talk show of all time and the greatest radio show of all time. Now he's just as pathetic as all those guys who watch each other. If you're watching a grown man to make your money, you're a bitch. That's all there is to it. Me So Horny says, I'm betting Guthrie was killed by somebody on the Epstein list. Coltrane says $6 million in Bitcoin. They aren't getting the money back or their mom. Although $6 million in Bitcoin is a really good idea from the kidnapper guys, because Bitcoin has really been going to shit lately, so they're buying low. It's investment strategy and whatnot. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Johnny blocked me for making jokes about the old broad, saying she was at the bottom of the ocean with a pounded hiney. The fuck are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about? Johnny will not be here today. For those of you who, I hate how much those kind of segments get me like excited and ready to go for the rest of the show. Like, I'm pumped and I'm excited. It's just after you bury these people to then be able to kind of stomp them in and pack the dirt a little bit. And then to watch people like Mikey, who clearly has sympathy for these people, just to watch him kind of squirm too. I kind of like it. Approachable says, exactly, and just as pathetic as someone who claims to be above it all, but continually tries to be involved with it. I'm moving on. I just wanted to go ahead and roast some people real quick, like I've done for the last 10 years. Los Federales with $1 says, Kim is not a bad mother, Aaron. She sucks cock for milk to feed her babies. Oh, well, she's got to stop swallowing the milk. But then again, if you don't swallow the milk, you don't get the meth. God, it's one of nature's cruel catch-22s. I got some news about Johnny today. Johnny will not be here today. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, is Johnny too tired from gooning with autistics he'll never meet? No, Johnny had a sudden loss in his family. I'm not going to say any more than that. The rest of it's up for him to say. He called me very distraught yesterday. He was upset. Naturally, I think any of us would be. And he had a death in his family. And he was saying that, Mikey, I get it. You cope your own way, buddy. I'm doing what I've always done. Remember Natalie? Mikey didn't have a problem with Natalie. Okay, bud. Mikey, it's okay. Like, my tastes change too. Like, you're not going to hurt my feelings if you go, oh, my taste changed and you're just not in anymore. That's fine. But I'm still, still doing the fucking Steel Toe show over here, Mike. So, look. Johnny had a little issue. He's got a family emergency, and he was saying, oh, I can be good by Wednesday. I said, don't worry about it at all. Don't worry about being back by Wednesday. If I need somebody, Oz can drive out here. So basically, I told Johnny, take as much time as you need. Don't worry. We'll pay you, all of that stuff. Just you and your family get through your thing, and you come back whenever you're ready. I said, whether it's days, whether it's weeks, whether it's months, don't worry about it. So prayers for Johnny and his family, if you will. He's going through it, and I don't wish it on anybody, the poor guy. All right. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, well, shit, lead with that. Now I look like an asshole because dude can't meet a real woman. You're the one who decided to be a dick first. Maybe this is a good lesson for you in life where you could go, oh, why don't I approach each thing with like curiosity or kindness or empathy or whatever. I don't know. Why don't you try it's not my fault that you went, let's analyze this for a minute. Your position was that he masturbated far too vigorously over Digger. It put him in such a jack-off coma that he's not going to be able to wake up for the show today. And not only that, he knew it in advance and called me and told me that he's going to be blasting his dick so hard that he's not going to be able to make it on the show. That's what you went with first. That's not my fault. He had a family member die, and now you're saying it's my fault that I didn't lead with that. I'm not the one who made you say he cranked his cock so much that he can't get out of bed. That is not on me. Your response, wait. Somebody wrote it in the chat. I had to say it. Coltrane with $1 says, my dad died a month ago, and all you animals did was laugh and make fun. It did make me laugh a bit, though. You know who didn't laugh? Your dead dad. He did not laugh. He did not think any of that was funny. I got a Ouija board after the show just out of morbid curiosity, and I contacted your dad, and he said, tell that little fucker that if he chuckled a little, I'm going to haunt his ass. Quote. That's a quote. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, who does need a membership, by the way, says, you know what? You know, that's a good idea. I will try that. Thanks, Aaron. I never thought I'd learn such good life lessons from such a fatso. Criminal fatso. Eric Cartman says last person to see Johnny's family member was Kim Nicholson, allegedly. Oh, my God. Kim is back to her old ways. Oh, no. Aussie Mark says, wait, Savannah's mom is also Johnny's mom? No, they're not connected at all. They're not connected. Okay, let's continue on. We have a great show for you today. Do we start with, we'll get to the Super Bowl and your halftime show. By the way, no matter what halftime show you watched, it was absolute shit. SP and I had to watch the Turning Point one out of curiosity. We both like Kid Rock, but I hate Turning Point USA. So it was really, I didn't want to support him. I didn't want to support Erica Kirk. I didn't want to support the Zionist who murdered Charlie Kirk because he wanted to have a different opinion. And then here's what pisses me off about Turning Point. Haven't they, check me if I'm wrong, Sandy, but have they not made hundreds, 9 figures, hundreds of millions of dollars off of Charlie's death, like in donations and everything else? I mean, geez, hundreds of millions of dollars. As a guy who takes donations, guys, get as close as you can to 100 million today. My God, I'd put on a better concert. If they had hundreds of millions of dollars, can't they? And it's going to be like Charlie's America, and he's gonna, have this halftime show that would make Charlie proud. Throw some fucking money into it. Lee Bryce is not an expensive get in 2026. Neither is Brantley Gilbert or Gabby Petito or whatever. I've heard a couple of her songs. I've never heard of her. And then Kid Rock's still an expensive get, but that's the only one. Can't you spend a couple of $1 million on like an outdoor setup? They pre-recorded the thing anyway. For those of you who think that was live, you're insane. That was not live. That was recorded. Notice they faded to black. Poor production quality too. They'd fade to black and the next person's out there. It was a pre-recorded halftime show. They were all lip syncing. I heard people trying to defend that. They're like, they were not lip syncing. How many times did the mic move away from their mouth, but the volume on the speakers didn't change? They'd move the mic away from their mouth and the note would still be finishing. The girl had bare feet and then the screen went to black. And then when it came back, she had shoes on. People were saying like, oh, it was so obvious Kid Rock was lip syncing. Yes, but not for the reason you think. He always goes back and forth on ball with the ball with his DJ. I've seen Kid Rock live. He goes, the lip syncing came from the fact that the sound and the notes were perfect and the people were moving around and walking. Like if you're singing and just kind of walking around the stage like Lee Bryce was, especially if you're a chunker like him, you're going to be out of breath just from the singing and walking at the same time. But his breath didn't change. He wasn't labored at all. Sounded exactly like the song or a version he cut in a studio. They were all lip syncing, which, by the way, is fine. But don't defend them and say they're not. And then again, just the lack of production, the lack of quality. They were in like a fucking airport hangar that probably some Israeli donor they have owned and let them use it. And like none of those people really had to pull in. None of them command a big payday other than Kid Rock. So you didn't have to pay the acts very much. It's a 30-minute concert. Then your halftime show goes overtime and the game is on when everybody clicks off of it. It was tragic, man. It was really bad. And you know what the worst part is? It's all because we're divided politically. And not watch the beginning of the Super Bowl where they show you all the celebrities that are sitting around, you know, Robert Kraft and then the actors and the musicians. They're all satanic pedophiles. So you're watching this game, which is being worshipped by satanic pedophiles. And then you got to go, oh, well, the right has to have a counter to this because this is left-wing satanic pedophilia. Okay, so who are you going to counter with? Oh, it's going to be thrown by an organization that protects their side's satanic pedophiles and genocide enactors and everything like that. So I got Turning Point USA and I got the NFL. I'm going to go with the NFL because the NFL has killed fewer Charlie Kirks than Turning Point USA. Now, was Bad Bunny a terrible choice? Yes, and it was retarded to have a Spanish-speaking singer on the Super Bowl halftime show. Like, that's kind of a fuck you to your entire audience. Get Nickelback next year, or just don't do it. In fact, we owe Nickelback for the years of hate they got for doing nothing but making really good music and being immensely successful. They are owed a Super Bowl halftime show. Give it to Nickelback, and then let, I don't know, who else you want? Who else do you need if you've got Nickelback? You can throw Dave Draymond on there, maybe some Disturbed, but, you know, Dave is Zionist. Maybe that's how we'll get Nickelback in there. We'll throw him a Zionist bone, and then that way we can get Disturbed and Nickelback for a halftime show. But look, I'm getting far afield here. Don't be the quartering. The quartering, and you know what's amazing about the quartering? This isn't the last time we're going to talk about him today. Jeremy from the quartering is one thing you cannot accuse him of is being a paid shill. I don't want anybody to do that to Jeremy from the quartering. Jeremy Quartering doesn't accept money. That's his big brag when he like simps for all these right-wing organizations. They're all Zionist organizations, by the way. Whenever he simps for them, he goes, and they're not paying me a dime. And the way he sucks them off, like Kim Nicholson without crystal meth, you would think he's being paid. So when he comes out and he says, I haven't taken a dime from these people, I'm like, Jeremy, that would be my best kept secret. Let people think you're getting paid. It's more honorable and dignified than what you're doing. He was simping for that halftime show, and I'm just like, you have to be so far down the conservative ink rabbit hole where literally everything in your life is, if I like this, I'm a lib, or if I like this, I'm a conservative. And that's got to just be a disgusting, gross place to live. But like, I don't know. I make jokes about either halftime show. You get placed immediately in a spot, which is fine with me. So whether it was the Zionist lip-syncing halftime show with poor production value, or it was, I mean, at least Lady Gaga was in the Super Bowl one. I'm a Lady Gaga fan. You can, look, I can hear you screaming gay and your eyes turning red through the screen. All right, it's fine. But I'm a Lady Gaga fan. I love her music. I think she's immensely talented. She is probably a satanic pedophile. But that's, you know, that who isn't? Who isn't? That's what I'm asking. I mean, Lee Bryce, Kid Rock, all those, they all have blood on their hands now. Brantley Gilbert working with a group like Turning Point. So I didn't like either halftime show. And to be fair, I think if you're arguing over like the soul of America regarding a football game's halftime show, you're gay and we should deport you anyway. Like I saw Matt Walsh trying to, you can tell a lot of these people defending the Turning Point halftime show were trying to convince themselves they were into it so passionately. Like if you were to tell me like, oh, I thought the Turning Point halftime show was great, I wouldn't like correct you. I'd be like, if it was a private conversation, I'd just go, yeah, fine. Sounds great. Now, if you ask me like, oh, what'd you think about it? I'd be like, oh, I think it was like poorly produced lip sync hot trash. And like they sang a bunch of depressing downer songs for a fucking Super Bowl halftime show. I mean, Jesus, the 3 field goals in the first half was a depressing enough thing to have happen. Now you're like, and my car broke down and my dog died, but Jesus is on my side. And it's like, all right, that's 3 of those songs so far. You know? Can we, was Brooks and Dunn busy? Could we have gotten I don't know, Play Something Country? Work with me a little bit here. So both halftime shows were shit. If you liked one of them, good for you. But I just, now with the Epstein files and everything else, I just see satanic pedophiles everywhere. And I guess that's on me. I guess I'm just paranoid now. But then people were like, oh, they had 5 million people watching their halftime show. And then other people like, oh, yeah, well, the Super Bowl had 127 million people watching it. So they win. And it's just like, you're both gay. Stop fighting. You both lost. It's over. Oh, man, did you like the Bad Bunny one or the Erica Kirk Wacer Husband's Blood Money halftime show? Neither. I shit during the Super Bowl halftime show. I'm not a gay guy. I'm there to watch a football game. Get back to me when the football game's on. So the Turning Point thing was absolute shit. I think the only people who are defending it are people who feel like, again, their politics or the soul of America. First of all, both of these people you're fighting about, the people who booked Bad Bunny to do the Super Bowl and the people who booked Kid Rock to do the Super Bowl, they're the same coin. They both sell you to Israel in a second. So don't think that you're fighting against them or anything. And it's a halftime show for a football game. Prince has gotten it right. A couple of people have gotten it right. A couple of years ago, they got it right with the big rap one they did. But it's fighting each other. The things we fight each other now over politically, it's getting sadder and sadder by the day. Which Super Bowl halftime show did you like better? You know what? Neither. Well, you have to pick one. No, I don't. I'm refusing to. The only way I win this game is to not play. Is to say they were both shit. The Turning Point one was all lip sync trash, poorly produced, edited together sloppily. They weren't even trying to hide the fact that it was pre-recorded. And then Kid Rock sang a fucking bummer song. All right, guys, now go watch your football game. Woo! Yay. Coltrane says 5 million streams. A lot more viewers than that, though. Bad Bunny is for women and fags. I've got bad news. So is Turning Point. Nobody should support or like Turning Point. It's not conservative. It's not right wing. It's not libertarian. It's not freedom. It is literally a money laundering outfit for Zionist Jews. That's it. Don't support them. Miss Tay says, I learned that the kicker is the guy that kicks the ball. See, people were there to learn about football. $1 from Professor Tie-Dye. He says, Aaron and Erica take donations like loads on the butt. I wish I had the loads on my butt that she did. No, wait, no, because in the sense that the donations are a metaphor for the butt with the Erica acts like she's entitled to her guts and bank account flooded. Aaron is equally excited about getting loads in the butt or getting donations. For the record, I would much rather have the donations, and I don't like the getting loads in the butt. Thank you. Not a single living person watched that stream, said Bapa Shab. It was botted. Yeah, it was really heavily botted. Now, I was watching the chat, and the chat was incredibly slow. 5 million people, it should be going, you shouldn't even be able to read any of them. But 2 things were probably happening. One, people were switching on their TVs, and you're not in the chat when you're watching on a TV. And then the other thing is, I bet you Turning Point USA had slow mode, and they were approving the chats. So that's probably the main reasons why it moves so slow. Bird Collector says, best part, I still haven't heard yet who won the game, so glad I didn't watch. Oh, the Seahawks won. Congratulations to Sam Darnold. Yes. Coltrane says the game was boring as fuck. Yeah, it was one of the most boring Super Bowls I've ever watched. And you know what? Somebody said it perfect on Twitter yesterday. They said, hey, J.J. McCarthy could have sucked just as bad as Drake May did in the Super Bowl. And that's 1,000% accurate. J.J. McCarthy could have had the same game Drake May did. So I don't want to hear. We're in a good place going into next year with J.J. McCarthy, and he's going to keep getting better. You watch. You watch. Eric Cartman says, who's had more donations in the butt, Aaron or Kim Nicholson? Hey, we can all make our jokes. We can all make our guesses, but deep down, the one person who knows that it's them who's taking the most loads in the butt is Kim. So tread lightly, you guys. Tread lightly. Eagle of America says Rumble chat was going fast. Yeah, they probably had less restrictions. And Rumble, I think, when I was watching, only had like 275,000 people on it. YouTube had like 4.7 million. And Rumble, when I checked it, had 275,000. 09 Canyon says, didn't the Seahawks win like 10 years ago? Oh, yeah. No. I'm a Vikings fan, so, win one 10 years ago, win one never. We'll take it any way we can get it, really. Chips and Diff says, people just turned on TPUSA to offset Bad Bunny. They didn't actually watch it, though. Yeah, I don't think it had an impact. And then conservatives like Jeremy, the quarter, they're tweeting like, yeah, this had an impact. No, it didn't. I mean, everybody paid the same amount for commercials this year. They'll pay the same amount for commercials next year. It didn't make a dent. It didn't make a dent. Numero Uno says people were spamming emojis in the Rumble chat. The speed of the chat is meaningless. Maybe. So, yeah, if you tuned in to get a hot take on who had the better halftime show, I don't fucking care. I don't care. And I'm sorry, because I hate it when people cop out. I don't care. I'm not doing that to be like the cool guy in the room, like, oh, I'm Mr. Don't Give a Shit. If one of those halftime shows would have impressed me, I would have come on here and told you today. I would have told you it was really good. Even the Bad Bunny one, I would have been like, you know what? It was better than I thought it would be. I really thought it was going to be shit. There was a really funny video I watched of all the players. I think I have that one here. They were asking a bunch of the guys in the Super Bowl what their favorite Bad Bunny song was. It didn't go well. Yeah, here it is. This is the, and remember, the Super Bowl halftime show is supposed to be a mix of music for football fans and chicks. It's supposed to kind of hold everybody's attention. But this was a guy going around the Super Bowl to different Patriots and Seahawks players, asking them what their favorite Bad Bunny song was. And look, these are Bad Bunny fans. These are guys in their 20s, right?
Bad Bunny song?
Nobody got one.
Favorite Bad Bunny song?
I don't know no Bad Bunny songs.
Favorite Bad Bunny song?
I have no idea.
Favorite Bad Bunny song?
Don't know. I don't have one either.
Favorite Bad Bunny song?
Oh, these are, okay, I'm sorry. These aren't Patriot and Seahawks players. These are like Rams and Lions and a bunch of other like guys who were there for the game. All right. Doing the interviews and stuff.
I don't listen to Bad Bunny like that, but she got some good stuff.
What is your favorite Bad Bunny song?
I don't listen to Bad Bunny, so I really don't even have one, man.
She's all right. I don't know many of the songs, but she's all right. Yeah, she is. That Bad Bunny, she's a good female singer. She's an up-and-comer, that Bad Bunny. So nobody knows. Like, it was weird, like, and especially when you pair it with the Epstein files and stuff, my conspiracy brain gets going, and I'm like, all right, who picked this and for what purpose? What was the reason? Because it wasn't like, this will be great for our mostly American English-speaking audience. I think it was a statement on ICE. I think it was a little, like, throwing a little multicultural deal in there. I just, at best case scenario, it was just like mealy-mouthed, multicultural propaganda. At worst, it had something to do with Satan and pedophilia. Ryan the Garbage Man says, I didn't watch either of the halftime shows. I watched The Big Bang Theory instead. Oh, my God, I fucking hate you. And you knew I would hate you for saying that. You knew I would hate you. So, yeah, the game itself, Boring. I'm so happy Sam Darnold won, though. I was rooting for the Seahawks. I thought it would be a closer game. I knew it would be a defensive struggle. The Patriots, dude, they could not get out of their own way. I just felt like they were, dude, if your quarterback's good enough to get you to the Super Bowl, you got to turn him loose during the game. If he throws 5 picks, he throws 5 picks. He's a second-year quarterback. You got to move that ball up and down the field, especially with the kind of defense Seattle has. You have to stretch them out. You have to make them go up and down the field. You have to make them go north to south because they just consolidated in the center. The Seahawks dropped all kinds of pressure in Garrett Bradbury's lap, former Vikings center, by the way, and he turned into the Garrett Bradbury of old. He's an open gate, just swinging door, just saloon doors, wham. They go right through. They get to Drake May. What was it, 6 or 7 sacks during the game? Brutal, man. Brutal. He threw 2 or 3 picks. They didn't let him operate. I guess it didn't help that when they did let him operate, getting hammered. So the Seahawks just forcefully took that one, but it was not the most exciting, not the most fun Super Bowl to watch. I'm glad Sammy D won a Super Bowl. What a great story. Even if he'd never played for the Vikings, the fact that the guy was a 3rd overall pick and his first team gave up on him and his second team gave up on him. Then he spent a year in San Francisco, a year in Minnesota, got himself a $30-some million a year contract. And in his first year of that deal, he wins the Super Bowl. I think it's awesome. And as a Viking fan who enjoyed watching him last year, but didn't want to keep him, wanted to let the J.J. McCarthy era start, I'm happy that he won a Super Bowl in Seattle. He wasn't going to do it here. I mean, people are like, oh, well, you should have kept Sam Darnold. You would have won the Super Bowl. That's not how it works. We didn't have the team or the staff or any of the things necessary to have the kind of success the Seattle Seahawks did. We had too many holes on defense. We had too many injuries on the offensive line. Who's to say Sam Darnold wouldn't have ended up like Carson Wentz and his arm would have fallen off? He would have gotten hurt. So I don't think keeping Sam Darnold would have given us a Super Bowl. We would have done much better than we did this year. Might have gotten another 13 wins, 14 wins, but I don't think we were going to be in the Super Bowl this year. But congratulations to Sam Darnold. I'm happy for him. It's technically, I mean, you could argue it's the closest the Vikings have ever gotten to the Super Bowl or to winning a Super Bowl. As close as we've ever gotten to winning a Super Bowl is our quarterback from the year before winning one. Miso Horny says, Aaron, football, like all sports, are scripted. That Super Bowl was not scripted. If it was scripted by the guys who wrote the last episode of Game of Thrones. If that was scripted and that was written, it was total horse shit. Boring, snooze, no thank you. Conditioner on my D says the Seahawks won last night in spite of Darnold. He was terrible, missed multiple open passes. Got the win, though, right? Trent Dilfer's a Super Bowl quarterback. Labglass says, I love a defensive Super Bowl. The edge rushers did more damage than the middle. I don't know, man. That pressure seemed like it was up in his lap all night. It was coming from around the ends. It was everywhere. Everywhere. They were coming in. There was one rush where they literally just pushed Garrett Bradbury into Drake May's lap, and the guy just one arm just took him down. It was just a good bull rush sack. The cleaner says, Aaron, tell us how far you shoved an NFL regulation football up your ass again. I'll hang up and wait. That's not how you say that, though. No, have you ever seen go to a sporting goods store and go get an NFL regulation size football? If you can fit one of those in your ass, Kim will let you have her meth. Papa Shop says, are you retarded? They literally let the Patriots score again to save face. It's never close, though. It was never close. They lost, 29-12? It was a double-digit game most of the second half. No. I'm sorry, but that was not scripted to keep it close. And they weren't calling penalties to keep, like they could have called a penalty when Stephon Diggs was hit on the sideline. They didn't. They could have called penalties to make it closer and everything else. No, it's not. I'm going to go with not scripted. I'm going to go. You can tell me I'm an asshole. You can tell me I'm retarded. You can tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. All of that is fine. But I don't think that was scripted. Badger B on YouTube says, can Chris Collinsworth retire, please? People don't like Chris Collinsworth. I don't hate him, but I get why people do. You know? I don't like Chris Collinsworth, but I understand where he's unlikable. The doc says you have to ask yourself, why can't people who live in Puerto Rico vote in our elections? Because they aren't citizens, LOL, but they think they are. All right. You know me. I know my government. I know my history, everything else. People in Puerto Rico aren't citizens of the United States? That's wrong, right? That's incorrect. I've lived my whole life assuming Puerto Ricans were citizens. Are Puerto Ricans? Yes, they are. I don't even know why I'm Googling this. Yes, they're American citizens. Yes, people born in Puerto Rico are U.S. citizens by birth. Since the Jones-Shafroth Act of 1917. I mean, who doesn't know the Jones-Shafroth Act, even though I pronounced it differently twice, and I'm pretty sure both times I was wrong. Guys, for 109 years, 109 years they've been citizens. How dare you? Joey Caravello with $2 says, who's your picks for the Super League and NRL? For Super League, I think Wigan. For NRL, I'm saying New Zealand Warriors. It's rugby, right? Is it rugby? I'm going to say whoever does a haka before the game. That's who's going to win. Q Anonymous says, my wife and I were on our phones literally the whole game. I got some royal match in. No, do I have a royal match or royal? Which one is mine? Yeah, I got some royal match in during the game. It was solid. Doorman with $5 over on PayPal says they chose the Super Bowl artist way before any of the ice shit started. Chose him because he's an international star and the NFL is pushing for new yeah, because they want a team in Mexico City and they want a team in London. So they want to appear international. Right. So you went with Bad Bunny? Shakira busy? He had Ricky Martin out there. Nice to see his gay ass out there doing whatever the fuck Ricky Martin's doing now. Mild says, I don't know why people would watch a Super Bowl halftime show in Spanish when they could watch ba with the ba, da bang, da dang, diggy, diggy. That's a good point. We speak English in this country. We need an English-speaking halftime show. Ball with the ball, da bang, da dang, diggy, diggy. What? Hold on. Does this open some kind of trap door behind you? That is a great point. That's not exactly English. I mean, and also you got country music. Like, country music isn't exactly a celebration of the complexity of the English language. Joey Caravello says they let Puerto Ricans be citizens so it would be easier to stick it up their women's ass. Okay. All right. I think we're good. Peter Sky Parker. I let you guys know that Puerto Ricans are citizens. Peter Sky Parker says, even the dark-skinned ones? I'm imagining the tone in which someone asks that question with like mild disbelief. And it makes me laugh. He says, please excuse my racism. I'm trying to fit in. Hey, look, you're doing great. You don't have to be a dick or a cunt all the time. You can just have fun, mildly hateful good times with us. Los Federales says, love him or hate him, Bad Bunny is an insanely popular artist. Just because you don't listen to him doesn't mean anything. Sells out every stadium he performs in. There you go. Guys, suck it. Bad Bunny apparently, according to my sources, fucking rules. I had no idea. All right, let's get into some other shit. Thank you. If you got more takes on the Super Bowl, I'd love to hear them. Again, my final take on the Super Bowl halftime show, everyone's gay. Just watch the goddamn football game. What are you, 7? What are you, 7 years old? You got to watch I've got to watch the music thing first. No, that's gay. Like, just watch football and gamble and take a shit. Oh, I have to make sure. Do I watch Bad Bunny, a Kid Rock? What are you, 6? No. No, they were both awful. And if you watch them for political reasons, you need to take a break. The world is run by satanic pedophiles. And we're going to learn today about beef jerky. So pizza wasn't enough. Ice cream wasn't enough. Now beef jerky is a secret pedophile language too. God damn. If these people spend as much time fixing poverty as they did thinking of code words for having sex with underage people, this country, this world would be at peace. We would have nirvana, essentially. Veldrain with $1 says, "Bah with the bah, da dang, diggy, diggy, goys give us your money." Yeah, I mean, pretty much goys give us your, Turning Point USA has really found a fascinating way to take the murder of the guy who ran their company and turn it into the single greatest grift in human history. Power Windows says, "Did you see the anti-Semitism commercial, Aaron?" Yes, I did. And I don't think the message got home with me. I don't think the message of the anti-Semitism Stop Jewish Hate commercial taught me the lesson it was supposed to teach me, because it was supposed to hit my heart and I was supposed to go, oh my God, that's wrong and terrible. We should. But all I did was I saw that the kids put dirty Jew on the kid's backpack and I laughed my fucking ass. I was like, that's mean. That's really mean to just put dirty Jew on someone's backpack. And then he walks down the hall with it the whole time. And then the pieces of shit in his school, they're all laughing at him. They all think dirty Jew is hilarious. Notice in the commercial, nobody was like, that's inappropriate. That's horribly wrong. Nope. Dirty Jew. What I learned from that commercial is everyone thinks that dirty Jew is a funny insult. That was that. I guess, again, the lesson I was supposed to learn is that anti-Semitism is wrong and it's awful and I should donate money to Israel and the IDF. But all I did was I went, oh my God, they actually put dirty Jew in a Super Bowl commercial. Fucking based. And by the way, as Baba Shab says in the chat, nobody's doing that. First of all, Jewish kids don't go to school with the rest of us. Their parents put them in private Jew schools. Did you know that, do you remember the Cars for Kids ads? Did I tell you guys? I don't think I've told you guys this. I found this out a while ago. Cars for Kids was that, it was that commercial at 1877 Cars for Kids. You remember this, right?
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate online at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Okay, so you thought this was like some kind of charity where they would take the car, either sell it for parts, or they get the car donated and they'd sell it to someone for like pizza delivery or something else. Do you know, does anyone know the actual story? Okay, Baba Shab knows it. Of course he does. So what Cars for Kids was you donated your car and they would sell your car and they would keep the money from your car and they would use the money from the sale of the car that you donated to fund Jewish kids' trips to an Israeli summer camp. I'm not kidding. I wish I were making that up for you. It's 1,000% true. Cars for Kids, and it was really pushed by iHeartRadio or Clear Channel Media. They're the ones who really pushed Cars for Kids. It was on all of their radio stations. And it turned out, it was just, goys, give us your cars. We'll get them for free. Everything's profit. We'll sell it, and we'll use it to send privileged Jewish kids to an Israeli summer camp. I mean, come on. You got to give it to them. It's fucking shameless. It really is shameless. They took goy cars, sold them to blacks, and then sent their Jewish kids to an Israeli summer camp. I mean, it's enough to make you slap dirty Jew on someone's backpack. You know, it really... Youngling Slayer says, I knew I had a bad feeling about that commercial. Right? I mean, but the funny thing is you don't have to, because it does sound like a good idea. Like, oh, that's sweet. They're giving those, they're selling those cars and they're using it for like kids' health care or like impoverished kids or like food for kids who may not know where their next meal is coming from. Nope. It's so rich Jew kids could go to summer camp in Israel for free. Silverwolf says, my legit reaction to those commercials was, why the fuck would I give my car to them? Fuck them kids, in the screw you way, not the Melton way, he says. McBuster says, keep talking this way and Melton may move to Israel for the perks. Would he bring Kim Nicholson with him? He's going to need a revenue source. Approachable says, well, that explains how they can get you the highest tax deduction rate over anyone else, right? They got great accountants. Aussie Mark says Shapiro was actually involved in that, wasn't he? I don't think so. Ben Shapiro, Cars for Kids. Ben Shapiro frequently advertises for the charity. Yeah, but a lot of people did. I don't think that was a Ben Shapiro production. Joey Caravello with $2 says, now do you understand why I laugh at Mindy Finkelstein? I don't know who Mindy Finkelstein is. Papa Shop probably does. Hulkamasha Baby says, better than Cash for Clunkers, which federally subsidized program that crashed the used car market for the last 10 years. He ain't wrong. Chevrolet JB says, my favorite was the Cars for Blind People. That sounded like a good idea. I mean, look, everybody deserves a chance. Papa Shop says, yes, Ben Shapiro was pushing it. Okay. But I took that as, was he an owner? I don't know if he was an owner or if he was just advertising it. Papa says Ben knew where it was going, though. Oh, yeah, 100% Ben knew where it was going. Yes. Ben knew that it was all, going to the, imagine, dude, a vacation. It went to a vacation for Jewish kids. $1 from Doorman. He says, watching grown men cry last night, that it should have been our year with Darnold is the cherry on top of a season. Next year is our year. Yeah. Skol 2026. It's our season. It's our season. We're going to be fine. It's never fine. It's never fine. All right, guys, I was, I don't know if you know, but on Saturday, I was at the Whipple Federal Building again. 60,000 views on that particular live stream. Thank you very much. Between the thousands and thousands of views we had on our Elijah Schaffer coverage and our 60,000 views on this coverage, unbelievable. I think if we do, between Rumble and YouTube, if we do 50,000 views this week, which is probably going to happen between the two platforms, we will have hit 1 million views in the last 30 days, which very few people can say. So thank you very much for the support. I appreciate it. McBuster with a gifted membership. Thank you, buddy. I hope you saw the beginning of the show. We got justice for you, and it's causing pool scam to cope in the YouTube chat. I love when they have nothing, when you've completely got them, and they're just like, oh, no, it's on your mind. No, I'm mocking someone who takes the internet too seriously, and you're helpless. That's what your cope says. You're completely helpless. Thank you guys very much for the support, though, on the Whipple stuff. I appreciate it. It was pretty wild out there on Saturday. It was the most heavily attended Whipple protest I've been to. I think there were probably more people in downtown Minneapolis for the first Jake Lang thing, but that was more wide open. This is a very confined space. They've got the barriers and the fences up now. Jake Lang was supposed to be there to give a press conference. And the press conference was supposed to be about, the ICE is cool and the government's the best. And that's kind of the shitty thing about these protests is the counter protest it breeds. It tricks people who otherwise would hate the government, which is a good thing. You should hate the government, it's run by satanic pedophiles. It causes them to lick boots and love the government. So this Jake Lang guy, he loves the government now. And ICE is good, and federal paramilitary forces are good, and he loves all that stuff. So instead of being skeptical of that and being like, well, I'm pro enforcing laws against illegal immigration, but I'm not just going to fully put my trust in federal agents. That's stupid. Instead, they dislike the protesters so much. And by the way, this is what the satanic pedophiles want. They hate the protesters so much that they just cozy up to the ICE guys and lick their boots for them. So Jake Lang goes out in a U-Haul with a big wooden cross as if this has anything to do with Jesus. It's a little insult. It's a little blasphemous. I find Jake Lang to be very blasphemous. But he goes out and then he's dumping ice out on the road, like ice cubes. He's got bags of ice and he's dumping them out on the road. The thing was, Jake Lang was too scared to get out of his U-Haul and have his press conference. Too many protesters showed up. Jake got scared. He and Jaden Scott left the area. I mean, these guys are fake MAGA. These guys are fake right-wing. These guys are complete horseshit grifting phonies. The counter-protesters, I have to say, it was the counter Jake Lang protesters. It was the funniest I've ever seen them. Like, usually they're just loud and angry and fuck you guys and this, that. So this time, and like so many people have this idea that these protests are paid, and I think they are too, but not in the way that most people do. Like most people see the out-of-state license plates or they see the groups of people getting together over and over and they go, oh, they must be getting paid. They must be doing this for money. Those aren't the things that make me think that this is funded. The thing that makes me think that these are funded is that there was a wagon. I'm not kidding, and it's somewhere in my live stream. There was a wagon of dildos at this event. And then there were in the holes of the chain link fence, they were jamming dildos in the fence. I mean, just rubber dicks as far as the eye can see at this protest at Whipple I was covering Saturday. And they're just flying, man. They're chucking dicks at sheriff's department vehicles. They were chucking dicks at unmarked cars that were going into Whipple. They're throwing dicks out into the road. And then they're behind this concrete median, this barrier with chain link fence on it. They'd have people go through, open the barricades and go run out and get the dicks and bring the dicks back so they could throw the dicks again. And a few times I was dodging dicks. Like I was moving out of the way. I was rolling. I had one hit my foot. I was struck. Is this your dick? It struck my foot. It was a pretty wild party. And then when I went back to see the wagon again, the wagon was gone. So they ran out of dildos. But the fact that there was a wagon full of dildos, and I'm talking about one of those big wagons, not like a Red Ryder. I'm talking about the ones with the walls and you can fit a lot of shit in there, like groceries and stuff. Filled to the brim with dildos. And then I went back to the wagon and it was empty. That's the thing that makes me think that these things are funded, not like the protesters showing up. It's like, who's bringing all of those dicks on a lark? Like this was organized. This had to be funded by somebody, and somebody joked, they're like, what are these Soros dicks? I'm like, maybe not, but like, don't just say that. Like otherwise, like this better have been funded by someone who was buying the dildos. Otherwise, that means that some guy or some gal just completely on a lark decided that, you know what I'm going to do today at the protest? I'm going to bring a big wagon full of my own collection of rubber cocks. And people are going to love it. They're going to be so happy that I brought all these dildos. Like, that's a big risk to take. Because people are either going to be like, oh, I get it. Yeah, let's throw these. Fuck them. I get it. Or they're going to be like, bro, who brings a wagon full of cocks to a pro? Like, what the fuck is your problem? It was organized. They got permission. They funded. Like, how much does a dildo cost? If you know you're gay. I'm just letting you know up front so I don't trick you ahead of time. How much does a dildo cost? And they had at least 100 dildos out there. Somebody's footing the bill. Unless they were all grabbing and throwing used dildos that haven't been washed. Oh, well, anyway, they were throwing the dicks. Jake Lang left. Jake Lang is a giant fucking pussy. By the way, Jake had this protest at Whipple because he's not legally allowed within 3 blocks of the Capitol because he vandalized a veteran sign. He's gay. That Zach X that he runs with, that St. Cloud guy, Zach X might be criminally retarded. I mean, he is like the dumbest guy. You ever see a guy and you're like, there's no sense in talking to that guy. He's too retarded to hear words and concepts. I don't think that Zach X has a position on anything. I don't think he has a political point of view. I think he's a lonely guy. I think he might have a traumatic brain injury or something. That's not a joke. I think that Zach X might just need to belong to something. Like, he just needs friends. There's a lot of people like that. They're mostly on Reddit and Discord, and, you know, they live on the internet all day. And you got to try to feel bad for them once in a while because you're like, oh, they're not mad at you. They're not mad at anybody else. They're not political. They just need to be heard, and they need to have people associate with them. And that's what this Zach X did. Well, apparently, this Zach X was driving around in a Toyota Camry with a bullhorn just yelling gay. Really deep, heavy intellectual shit. And then I guess Jake Lang didn't like that, so Jake Lang kicked Zach X out of his Crusaders group. Now, if this doesn't sound like the gayest teenage treehouse bullshit you've ever heard, I can't, there's nothing I'm going to be able to do to convince you that it is. The guy who was dumping ice out of the back of a U-Haul with a big wooden cross decided to kick the guy driving the Camry with a bullhorn out of his Crusader club. Deus Vult, God wills it, I suppose. But these guys are all just terminal jackasses. And then they're riling up a bunch of other terminal jackasses. So one group of terminal jackasses brings a bunch of rubber dicks and starts throwing them. We do have a clip here. Literally, I mean, they were, that's what it was. So usually I go cover these Whipple protests and it's fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. And then a bunch of music and then someone yelling through the bullhorn. And then a car comes by and they yell and scream at the car. This one was a little different in that it was sit around, wait, sit around, wait, sit around, wait. Oh, a car's coming out of Whipple. And then just a deluge of cocks flying out over the barricade. Standing outside with my mouth open wide. And by the way, you wouldn't think so to look at these people. They like a good gay joke about the rubber dicks. You would think they'd find that offensive. Because the cops were out there to pick up the dildos, and I said something to the effect of, I was like, well, I mean, if they can't fit them all in their hand, they could just squat on one. And then they all thought that was funny. Like, I thought that for sure I'd be in trouble for that one because I'm calling I'm shaming them for being gay. They thought it was good. They're okay with gay shaming the police. But yeah, everybody was running. And then I have people offer me one, and I'm like, I'm not. First of all, I'm filming. There's no way I'm accepting an offered dildo on camera. I'd never live it down. Second of all, I don't want to be holding a dildo. Like, I was talking to guys. There would be some guys I'd be talking to there, and they're holding dildos. One guy's holding 2 of them, and I'm like, bro, the optics on that. It's like, I'm glad you're comfortable and everything, but like, you're just 2-fisting dicks right now. Let's find another way to protest, my man. But yeah, they were, and look at that. They got out there real quick to pick up the dicks. 5, 6 pickup dicks, and then they'd get them real quick, and they'd run back, and they'd wait for another SUV going into Whipple, and they'd start firing dicks at them. Then the cops kind of got tired of being pelted with genitals, so they went out and they started picking them up and throwing them on the other side of the fence into the Whipple area. So if you guys, the long and short of it is, if you guys are looking for dildos, please call the Bishop Henry Whipple Federal Building in Minneapolis. They might mail them to you because they have a ton of them. They collected dozens of dildos at this protest, and I'm assuming they're just going to throw them away. So, I mean, if you're okay secondhand, it's available. So no, it's no Jake Lang at the protest. He drove by a couple of times. Jake Lang is such a phony piece of shit, by the way. If you look at him, you go, yeah, he's a conservative who's supporting our cause and everything. Jake Lang fucking stinks. he's either paid opposition or was dropped on his head at birth. It could be both, but it can't be neither. He's awful. If you look at him and you go, yeah, that's going to get us somewhere, I can't help you. Jake Lang's retarded. And so is Zach X. TDR shit show with $2 says, all makes sense why you spend so much time there, Aaron. Wants and loves all the dick. He even just said it, got thrown at him in massive amounts. No, not thrown. When they threw him back, every once in a while, one would land near my feet, but I dodged him. I was moving. I was nimble on my feet. Youngling Slayer with $2 says, Jake Lang is a Fed and a Jew. Can't believe people take him seriously. Yeah, he was arrested on January 6th, so I wouldn't doubt if he's a federal asset for sure. Joey Caravello says, you were grabbing them and jamming up your ass. No, I wasn't, I swear. Loaded Wrench with $2 says, seen Aaron on the sidewalk. He was face down, ass up. I wasn't. See, none of you were there. That's not true. You're just saying that so people laugh at me. 383 Novocaine with $2 says, protesters were getting mad at Aaron. They kept giving him dildos to throw, and he was keeping the big black cock and putting them in his backpack. First of all, I didn't have a backpack. Second of all, I didn't grab any of the dildos. And there were no black ones, by the way. I don't know what that says about the protesters, but I didn't see a single black one. And I had to make sure that I didn't say that in a downward inflection so people didn't think I was upset that there were no black dildos. Thank you guys very much for the contributions. Keep those coming. Appreciate those very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I saw we were over 600 before the first hour was even over, so we could have ourselves a nice little day today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and I haven't asked yet today, but if you feel like throwing a couple bucks our way, feel free on whatever platform you're on. TDR shit show with $2. Oh, we did that one. Okay, I'm caught up. Cocktiff says, I'm watching a dildo right now. Oh, so I should cancel that order. I should cancel the merch order. By the way, I've only got one more merch order to fill. Finally, who was it? Main Vein, I think, finally got to me and sent me his information, so I get to send that out to him. I'm very excited. Hostile Soldier, Mild, Shannon, and Von Kaiser all need memberships over on Rumble. Let's hook them up. How many for you guys to get overtime today? 56. 56. Veldrain says, Kim was out there with one in each hand, in the mouth, and up the butt. Oh, my God. How'd she breathe? How'd she breathe? Jelly for the Smelly says, that's just how Aaron plays dodgeball. It's not. It's not at all how I play dodgeball. I don't play dodgeball with dildos. 1877 dodgeball with dildos. 1877 dodgeball for dildos. So I can send Israeli kids to summer camp. Labglass says, Aaron never took one hand to hand, but he squatted down and brought one home anyway. I didn't. You guys have this idea that my asshole is like a claw machine and I can just go down and grab dildo. You know what? I wouldn't even know if my ass is like that because I've never tried. Never tried. Oh, guys, even if I had picked up one of the dildos. Badger B says, oh, that one got him. Backpack full of dicks. Attaboy. Michael Ross says, oh, literal Aaron.
Home run, Jefferson. Go to break.
Balls Deep, thank you for becoming a steel toe bro over on YouTube. Someone's saying I have the date wrong on today's stream. Oh, my God, I do. What a complete dipshit. Let's change that to 9. Thank you to the person in the YouTube chat who who helped me fix that. Can I get out of this room without ending the stream? Guys, cross your fingers. Yep, we're still live. Good. All right, let me go in here to 9:26. Yay! The title's been changed and we're all good. Thank you. Dylan Schmidt says maybe those dildos were the returns from the army camp. Oh, they don't. The army camp doesn't return those dildos, boy. It's the Roach Motel. They check in and they don't check out. Let's go to Welsh Republic. Oh. Wow. Do you guys want me to read this big, long DM that I just got that started with, "You were right about Chrissy Mayer. The woman is a complete demon, fraud, and grifter"? It's 2 paragraphs long. Would you guys like me to read the DM that I got? That starts with, "Chrissy you were right about Chrissy." I'm going to let one's in the chat if you'd like me to read the DM. You let me know. I'm going to let the YouTube and the Rumble chats vote on this. I just went in there because sometimes Los Federales sends us some good Photoshops for the show. And I noticed I had quite a few DMs. Do I read that one to you or not? Your guys' call. One's in the chat if you want it. Brittany Boo says no. Might go with a 1. Chips and Diff says, do we have a choice? Yes. If there are more 2s than 1s in the chat, I won't read it. 1, 1, 1, 1. A lot of 1s. A lot of 1s. They want to hear the DM. All right. She's a lesbian. That wasn't one of the choices, but okay. 169. A black 1. Nay, says Honky. I mean 1. Another person just put a horse face emoji in there. All right. They want to hear it. All right. This is a Welsh Republic podcast. He's a guy who does a show and whatever. I've been on it before. He says, "Yo, Aaron, how are you? Do you remember me?" And I, as you see now, I do. I do remember him. By the way, man, you were right about Chrissy. That woman is a complete demon. Did I ever say she was I don't think I ever said she was a demon. I just said she's two-faced and spineless and will back anyone if she thinks it'll get her extra views. That woman is a complete demon. She's a fraud and a grifter. She also backstabbed me too. And her mod, Goodnight Mister, is an absolute piece of crap, bro. See, this is way too in the weeds for me. I would have never known any of this. Not to mention she copyright strikes people. You were not wrong there, buddy. Yeah, her and Frank tried to get me to copyright strike Chad, Melton, and there was one other person they tried to get. I can't remember who else they wanted me to copyright strike. But like Frank, I've spoken to Frank one time on the phone. He called me to try to walk me through step by step how to strike a channel. And the first one, I didn't talk to him on the phone, was Chad. That was a DM thing. But he called me. He's like, you got to strike this guy, Patrick Melton. And, you know, Patrick was doing then what he does now, just kind of living off my name and needing me in order to save his dead channel that was getting like 30 viewers at the time. And I told Frank what I've always said. You know, my position on that has always been clear. I've been doing this for 20 years. I know when somebody needs you. I know when somebody's hooked on you and you're their content. I know when I'm the draw. So I was like, Frank, I got to be honest with you, man. Like, I don't really want to strike. I don't strike people. That's just not, I'd feel gross if I did that. Like, especially when, you know, clearly we see the I mean, you see how big and fat he is. You see what the projection is. It's all coming from a place of pain. You don't hurt people. You don't hurt them further. So Frank's like, no, here's how you do it. And he's like walking me. I wouldn't know how to strike a channel if it wasn't for Frank Pellegrino. He like walked me through. It was like, find the 3 dots go to their channel and then go to these 3 dots and hit that. I'm like, I'm not striking his channel, dude. I'm sorry, I'm not. But well, in case you ever do, here's the whole process. And it's like, they do that. And they told Keanu to do this to Clippers. Like, I don't give a shit. The stuff the Clippers clip about me, I would never put up as a clip anyway. So they're not taking any money out of my pocket. And if they do, let's say a steel toe clip gets 2,000 views. What did they make? $20? They put their work in. Let them have their $20 for clipping something that I'm never going to clip out anyway. And plus, like, people are going to these Clippers now for their content. They're not coming to me for that content. So if I put it up there, I don't think it would get as many views as it would from those Clippers because my audience doesn't care. Meanwhile, theirs does. So like Frank's trying to get Clippers struck. He's trying to get Chad struck, Patrick Melton struck, all these people. And it's just like, bro, like people talk shit about you. Let them. It gets your name out there. They'll check you. Do you know how many new fans we have because all these shows, oh, I hate Aaron. He's the biggest piece of shit. And then they come watch us and they're like, oh, Well, you guys are just kind of laid back and having a good time and talking about shit. These guys are just mad at you all the time. It happens. I mean, that's part of what you get from being discussable, from being controversial. So this guy, Welsh Republic Podcast, says, basically, I got banned from her Discord server and blacklisted from some of her friends, all because I dared to question her retarded mod on something. That's not all. I know a lot about what she's done, and yeah, how they're all grifters and all of that, and how they made up disgusting rumors about me. They truly are a bunch of dumb cunts, and you're right about them copyright striking channels. Well, I mean, I know I'm right about that. They tried to get me to do it. So it's understandable. It's understandable. Yeah, Ablo Pacheco says it's free advertising. I found your channel through Elissa clips. Exactly. It helps. Dude, all of those shows have helped way more than they've hurt. Are you kidding me? I mean, what? We were in like the 5s and 6s on Twitch. We were in the 3s and 4s on YouTube. And then, I don't know, like that was before the Rumble days even. Now, Rumble and YouTube, we do 700-800 people at a time combined. Like, doing way better now. And it's because our show's really good. Look, their shows they don't have a show if they can't talk about someone more interesting. I mean, that's just a fact of broadcasting. I mean, that if you're a rookie, you know that shit. Are you kidding, man? So, yeah, no, I knew about Chrissy and all that stuff a long time ago. 644 of you checking out the toe right now. YouTube looking solid. Rumble, pick it up a little bit. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow, and let's have ourselves a big show this morning. We're on our way. We're on our way. Mr. Bubonic Chronic says, you're just a goofball. Yeah, Badger says, I found your show through a clip show. Exactly. Like I said, I kind of know this game better than any of them do. For sure. I've been doing it, let's be honest, way too long. Did you guys, I don't want to do a lot of like Epstein type shit right off the bat today. So we're going to save that for the next hour. We got some wacky stuff. I apparently, I really stirred up all those comic book nerds. I've got a couple clips about that. If it were just for me, I would go through that comic book stuff like an hour today. I would spend an hour on it, but I know some of you are going to get really like, oh God, this is fucking embarrassing. So I'll probably do like 10, 15 minutes on it, you know? But we do have some Epstein stuff today. We got some news stuff. I don't know. It just didn't feel like I didn't want to hit you on Monday with like, let's talk more about the pedophiles and shit. So throw in a membership, throw in a couple of bucks. Good hour and a half warm up here on the show today. Numbers going up, heading towards 700 this morning. And if we keep going the way we've been going, we'll be there very, very soon. Just make sure you give us a thumbs up. Is all. Just throw us a little thumbs up. All right, Jack Doherty has apparently been banned from PGA Tour events. I hate this little shitbag. And like I was prepping the show yesterday. I'll sneak down for like 15 minutes at a time while the kids have friends over on Sundays, and I'll get the show kind of plotted out, and I'll be retweeting shit throughout the weekend, just, you know, trying to cut down on my prep time as much as I can. Well, my kids came down here, and they were looking over my shoulder, and they saw that I was getting this Jack Doherty clip ready. And they go, oh, is that Jack Doherty? And I'm like, oh, no, my oldest knows who Jack Doherty is. But then she said something. She goes, oh, I hate that guy. He's so dumb. And I'm like, yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So Jack Doherty is this kid who, well, I mean, is he really even a kid anymore? Isn't he in his 20s now? So he started doing YouTube when he was like 13. And he was being an annoying little rat-faced twat. But like when you're 13, you are an annoying little rat-faced twat. But then as he grew up, he became a bigger, more rat-faced twat and a chicken shit. So he would go and he would fuck with people. And then when those people would be like, oh, well, clearly this kid needs his ass kicked, I'm going to do him a favor. He would run and hide behind his big 350-pound black security guard. And then that guy would be like, you got to go, man. You got to get it. I don't think that should be legal, by the way. I don't think you should be able to go fuck with somebody And then the security guard should be charged with something. Interference, misdemeanor interference with a righteous ass whooping. I feel like that should be a statute. We got to get that law passed. That you can go fuck with somebody, run behind some big guy, and then you're exempt from any consequences of your actions. I feel like the security guard should have to step aside. By the way, if somebody could crowdfund, like it could do a GoFundMe where we get it up to like the whole internet raises like $2 million and we give it to Jack Doherty's security guard. If we can get him to put Jack in a situation where he teases or taunts 2 or 3 people and they come running after him, he goes and hides behind the security guard. And then one time the security guard just steps aside and lets the guys beat the living shit out of Jack Doherty. If we could find a way to go fund him retirement money to do that, it would so be worth it. I'd kick in $100 to that sort of thing. But then again, I fucking hate this kid. So he did this deal where he went to a PGA Tour event and he paid somebody money to heckle one of the golfers. Now, this isn't Happy Gilmore. You can't go and heckle golfers at the PGA Tour and not get punished for it. So Jack Doherty does this. He gets kicked out of the PGA Tour, and then he pulls this, whoa, what did I do? And then when confronted by it, and when a man like dresses him down for it, he does that really shitty, like cocky, trying to save face thing. But he won't push it far enough for him to get like tased or, his ass kicked with a baton or anything. He just tries to be a shitty little valley kid who's like, oh, I'm not impressed by your authority, but I'm not going to push it. I hate this little fucker. Let's watch what he did first, then his interaction with the police. Then yesterday he released some gay like statement about how it's not his fault someone did this to him.
Will any of you guys yell jackass on his backswing for $100?
What do I gotta yell?
Just jackass or some shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some Happy Gilmore shit. I'm so excited.
Jackass! That's $100.
I got you. It wasn't me. Tell him. They think it was me.
Right in his backswing. Like, just DDT this little prick on the pavement. And he's starting to look like Neanderthalic. So he is starting to match his intellect. Oh, hey, Mark Henry. And now he got this guy kicked out, but like, fuck this guy too, because just because he offers you $100, you don't need to do it. Besides, it's like 1/5 of probably what it costs to get in there. And then, and he's drinking a Topo Chico, so he deserves to be kicked out.
You gotta go. Okay. I didn't know it was against the law.
I didn't do anything.
You're gonna get trespassed. These guys both do this all the time. You're gonna get trespassed from the course. I'm gonna escort you out of here with no issues, all
right, cool, yeah, but I didn't say anything. We just filmed him do it. Guys, we just got kicked out of Waste Management in Arizona. Look at all these cops right here.
See, like, this is a wacky, silly stunt when you're a 16-year-old kid and you're just a little retard and like, whoa, look at the mischief that we caused. Bro, you're an adult now. And it's not like Tom Green's silly or anything like that. You're just being a cunt. And now you're like live streaming your cuntiness. Like, guys, we're surrounded by cops. And it's like, what is he going to be like 45 and his hair's going to be falling out? He's going to have those little strands of comb over hair like me left. And he's going to have like a gut hanging over his belt. And he's going to be like, oh, we're going to go pay the... Like, is he going to be walking up to 19-year-old kids then and giving them $100 to yell shit at people? I hope he's saving for retirement. That's all. So now this detective or this cop or whatever, he's like old school pro and he's not taking any of this retard's shit. And Jack is going to try really hard to not be impressed by this guy, but you can tell he doesn't want to push it too far, the coward.
Jack, Doherty, is that you?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing here?
Not sure. Just, enjoying the Waste Management.
Don't do this, all right?
Sure.
We know exactly what you're doing here. Don't play this game with me, okay? We know exactly what you're doing. So the result of that...
As a fucking dude move and look at shut him up. He just took one step in his direction. He goes, cut the shit. We know what you're doing here. Knock it off. Don't give me... Like, I love that the cop asked him what he was doing here. And then the minute this mop-headed retard had a syllable come out of his mouth, the cop was like, you know what? I changed my mind. You bother me so much. Don't even speak. I'll just answer the question for you.
We're trespassing you. If you come back here again before this tournament's over, you'll be arrested. And and then you'll go through that whole process.
Sir.
In addition to that,
yes, sir,
I'm trespassing you from all future PGA Tour tournaments. If you show up at a PGA Tour tournament again, you'll be arrested. You understand that?
Yes.
Forever? For life?
For the foreseeable future, until you and I can work this out.
How do we work this out then? Because I love golf, I don't want to be banned forever. So how about we find a positive way out of this too, so it's not just a negative result?
We're done with this discussion.
All right, cool, then we're done. I'll leave. I don't care. Thank you so much. I'll take my ID back. Thank you, sir.
I'll to you when I'm done.
He's trying to maintain any kind of dignity because this man is just, what do the kids say? He's mogging. I believe he's mogging him right now. He's just completely owning him. And Jack's like, oh, well, now I have to look like a tough guy. I can't look like it because his whole chat's probably calling him a bitch. And guys like this, if their chat don't like him, oh my God, that's the end of the world. So Jack's trying to do the tough guy thing. He was like, all right, then I'll take my ID back now. He's like, bitch, shut the fuck up. I'll give you the ID when I'm ready to give you the ID.
I'm done. Thank you.
When we're done.
All right, cool.
You can have it back. Do you have any questions?
I don't. Thank you, sir. I'll take my ID.
Okay.
Thank you. It's cool. Yeah, thanks.
He's shaking a little. The kid's trembling a little. He got, by the way, this is how you know that Jack Doherty never received any kind of discipline from his dad. And I'm not talking about ass whippings. I don't think he should be hitting kids or anything like that. But you can tell his dad just let him do whatever he wanted. Because when he's like 20 some years old now. And when he's confronted by actual like masculine directness, not even aggression, just masculine directness, he's panicked.
All right, goodbye. All right, guys, I just got banned from all PGA Tour events because of that guy and all these cops right here.
Oh, because of...
All right, I don't give a fuck that I can't go to a boring golfing event for the rest of my life.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is the dictionary definition of what we call seething. It's literally a you can't fire me, I quit. I don't want to be your stupid golf thing anyway. You throw my own golf tournament, you suck. Oh, how is this kid still getting any? Are they just watching him to watch him get the shit beat out of him like this? Are they just watching him so he humiliates himself? Is that all it is? Because nobody can be watching Jack Doherty thinking, yeah, Jack, that was really shitty that you got kicked out of the golf tournament. You didn't even do anything. You paid a guy $100 to try to get a guy to shank a shot that could have cost him tens of thousands of dollars in placing. Because one stroke can fuck you up in a PGA Tour. It can be the difference between like a $200,000 payday and a $60,000 payday. Then, I don't even know what we did. This guy and this, I got kicked out because of this guy and this guy. No, you got kicked out because of this guy. You're the reason that you got kicked out of the event. So then shitbag gets banned from the PGA Tour for doing shit that gets you kicked out of the PGA Tour. And then he releases this statement. He decides that he's going to find a way to explain this away that doesn't make him look like a total douchebag. Either that, or I haven't watched this yet, or he's going to try and get down on his knees and beg and say he's sorry and he realizes he did wrong because he really does care about going to a stupid golf tournament.
For getting banned from all PGA Tours and the waste management event and stuff, I honestly think that was the most harmless prank I could have done. And I think if anyone else did it, you guys would have thought it was funny, but I get it. It was me, whatever. You guys do your thing. But second of all,
they didn't know who you were. Like, you even heard the cop ask him, like, who are you? Your name's Jack, whatever, Doherty. What are you doing here? Like, so he didn't, it's not like middle-aged men aren't supposed to know. I wouldn't know who Jack Doherty was if I didn't do this. If I didn't talk about, news and pop culture and stuff like that. I wouldn't know who Jack Doherty was. So no, they're not trying to ban you to make a oh yeah, we want to make a statement. We don't want Nick Shirley coming here and investigating us, so it starts with Jack Doherty.
Well, I don't think you guys could possibly be softer these days. Like, what does this world come to? Everybody is so soft, and yeah, saying jackass on a golfer's backswing is like all of a sudden the worst thing you could possibly.
No. It's not. No, it's not all of a sudden the worst thing you can do. Your first day on a golf course, you are taught you do not talk in someone's backswing. You don't talk in someone's backswing when you're playing for free. You certainly don't talk in someone's backswing when millions of dollars are on the line. So this isn't a new thing. It isn't like Jack Doherty, like, well, can you believe they changed the rules of golf yesterday? Can you believe that they changed them to say that you all of a sudden can't talk in a guy's backswing? You've never been able to do that. Since Sam Snead and Ben Hogan, you haven't been allowed to do that.
We do. You guys act like I murdered someone. Like, grow up. You guys are these...
So if you murdered someone, they would have arrested you and you'd be in prison right now. They didn't act like you murdered someone. They trespassed you from the event, which is what they do to people who act like jackasses. They ask you to leave. You act like a jackass. They asked you to leave. And then they said, we don't really need you at any of these anymore, so we're trespassing you for the foreseeable future. You acted like I murdered somebody. I can't wait until this kid's downfall continues and like the drug arrest and the, domestic assault and all of that, and just hear how none of it's his fault. And he's following a very specific playbook.
Like, all of a sudden, the worst thing you could possibly do. You guys act like I murdered someone. Like, grow up. You guys are the softest generation ever.
Grow up. That's rich. Coming from the guy who yells jackass and hides behind old college offensive linemen. Grow up. You guys are the softest generation ever. Says the bitch crying in his live stream or in his video about being kicked out of a golf. You guys are soft. Why won't you let me back in the golf game? I just wanted to yell something at the guy in the golf game and you won't let me back in. You guys are soft. Now, you saw the dictionary definition of seething. This is the dictionary definition of coping. So Jack Doherty is now coping and seething.
Like, that was the most harmless shit ever, and I didn't even do it. I paid someone $100 to do it. Go get the guy who fucking did it. I wouldn't do it. He did. I just gave him $100. Like,
yeah, I mean, I didn't kill her. I just paid the guy and facilitated the killing of her. I just gave him a bunch of money and then told him to kill the person. I didn't kill anybody. I mean, and by the way, they did kick that guy out too. Douchebag.
Cry about it. Like, you guys are actually soft as fuck. Anyone that gets mad about that, softest motherfucker ever.
He's spitting. He's uncomfortable. Oh, Jack. Did you get... Now, like, part of the thing about being a disruptor, part of the thing about being a prank guy is you can't then literally cry. He's crying. You can't cry about the consequence of the prank. Like, the consequence of the prank is part of the prank. So you can't go like, I'm going to be a YouTube prankster. And then they're going to go, hey, you little shitbag who pranked us, get out of here, you scamp. And then cry, I did a prank and then they kicked me out. And you got the content you were looking for. Like, what are you complaining about, kid? Jesus. Yeah, Rusty Grammer says, suffer bish. I'm not supposed to be here. Says he's so mad. He is. He's really mad. And he's trying to make it about them being soft. Labglass says he should be a lawyer. Oh, yeah, he'd do great. He'd do great. Nothing is ever his fault. Brian says, isn't this the dude who cucks for Wes Watson? Wes Watson, if you've ever watched him, he's worth a look on some of these like YouTube drama channels. Wes Watson is one of these guys who's like all roided up to shit, but you can tell he's a guy that you could walk up to, hold his nose and fart in his mouth and he wouldn't do a thing. You could walk up to Wes Watson and go, you're a fucking bitch. Wham. You don't know what alphas are. I say, all right. He got in an argument with Andrew Wilson once. And Andrew Wilson, who I don't like, everyone has a really aggressive opinion about Andrew Wilson one way or the other. I don't. He seems harmless. He does his thing. He argues with people, whatever. He was debating that Wes Watson. I've seen this before. And Wes just got like insanely personal. Like, instead of like debating him on the phone, he's like, you're a piece of shit and you're an asshole and you fucking suck. And it's like, oh, this guy's real intelligent. In fact, this kind of dovetails into me lighting up these. I didn't even think I was lighting up these comic book guys from this thing called Comicsgate. I just dipped my toe in because I saw a couple of Elissa clips. And apparently there's this guy, Sean or Shane, And he does a real low rent stream. Like, it's basically the Ethan Van Skiffer ball washing hour. And this guy was really mad at me. Like, he said, and by the way, I think probably the worst metaphor and insult guy I've ever watched. We got a couple of clips here. I think he's got a right. You know, I say this to people all the time who aren't broadcasters, and this guy's not a broadcaster. He's not a think on your feet type of guy. I think he's just a kid. He's older. He's probably older than me. He's some guy who just really likes comic books, and he gets really mad when you talk about how you're not 9 years old, so you don't like comic book. He gets really defensive about that. And then I guess his E-daddy is Ethan Van Skiffer, the throat goat, copyright Pot Awful. And he doesn't like it when anyone makes fun of him. And all I did was I said, look, I watched this video, and the guy said that this Ethan Van Sciver guy, he doesn't make the books that people donate money for him to make. And now people have been asking him for a refund on this one thing, and he says he can't afford it, which doesn't make any sense because he hasn't released the book. So I just kind of stated how funny I thought that was. A lot of other people thought it was really funny and entertaining. And this Sean guy, like, lost his fucking mind. And now he has a conspiracy theory that me, the Quartering, and this black guy named Eric July who makes comics. I don't know why these comic book guys don't like him, because he's a guy who makes comics. These other guys that they ball wash for it, they don't make any comics, and everyone wants refunds from them. But the black guy, I don't know if it's a racism thing or what, but they don't like the black guy. But the black guy makes comic books. So I just triggered the shit out of this Sean guy. And I just wanted to play a little bit of this for you because, like, the latter half of his rant goes into, like, black guys and fucking, like, he's got a weird obsession with black guys and their penises. And maybe it explains the Eric July thing. So he believes that me and the Quartering have been paid by Eric July to trash comic books. I don't know how that makes sense because, A, if you've heard me say anything, a cursory glance at my channel will show you I'm not a big Quartering guy. And second of all, I don't think this Eric July, a guy who's releasing comic books, really gives a shit what I have to say, nor would he put any money in my pocket. Now, if anyone were to donate as Eric July right now, I think that would be fucking hilarious. But apparently I've riled up these Comicsgate guys, and I've got a couple of clips from this Shane or Sean, and I'm going to play them at 1.2 or 1.5 speed because he's remarkably boring. Like, he's really slow, takes forever to get to a point. So I guess I should like him. But we'll get to that in just a second. First, somebody with a buck says, now, what if a guy came and smashed Jack's camera after video bit he did? Think he would be mad, or would he just laugh? I would go cry. $1 from Silverwolf says, I'm sorry, but who are any of these people? Am I supposed to know them? No. We're just going to have some fun with them. That's all. So this Sean guy, I've got a little clip here. He doesn't like that I ripped on this Ethan guy. Now, I don't care if Ethan releases a comic book or never releases a comic book. I think if he didn't release the comic book, he would be a cooler guy than if he did. Because if he doesn't release the comic book, that means he just stole a bunch of money from comic book fan suckers, and that's hilarious and based as fuck to me. That's really funny, and he's kind of a cool guy if he does that. Now, if he makes the comic, then he took a bunch of money from a bunch of dorks, and then he made a shitty comic that adults are going to read, which is like one of the saddest things ever. So I personally, I don't know why this Shane I don't know why this Shane Davis guy is mad at me. I'm kind of rooting for his boy to continue to defraud these people and refuse to give them, like, he's Bernie Madoff. He's a crook. He's a thief. In that sense, like, that's kind of cool if he just steals the money and doesn't release anything. If you make comic books and you enjoy comic books and you're old enough to drive a car, it's problematic. It shows that something really traumatic happened in your childhood and has led to arrested development. So let's take a look. Let's hear what this Shane has to say. I'm sorry for getting his name wrong. But So far, it's I'm a cuck, which, you know, I mean, I would say was, not is, but I'm not, this guy doesn't seem like a big pussy guy, so I don't think he's going to understand definitions. And I look like a 90s movie villain. Hey, you guys see if you can make sense of it. And this guy's really into like black things.
He is the guy in a 90s movie that is an asshole, and the crowd, but he's only an asshole, so he gets knocked out with one punch and said a one-liner by the hero, and he gets up and he's like,
so even in this guy's fantasies about me, he's writing a shitty comic book. Why? Like, we need to drill down to the basis of Shane's obsession. There is a traumatic incident in this boy's childhood that hasn't been worked out yet, because every solution to his problem, which in this case is me, which is sad to begin with, is I have to have some kind of John Hughes movie, like punched in the face, and then the hero says a one-liner, and then that's going to make Shane feel better. Shane is like me when I was 10 years old, and when there was a problem in the movie, I thought maybe Hulk Hogan would come out and help everybody because I was a Hulkamania. Shane is like me when I was 9. So basically we're saying Aaron's the bad guy in a 90s movie who talks a bunch of shit and then gets punched in the face. First of all, let's be very honest, Shane. I could stand right in front of you, make full eye contact, and you wouldn't do a fucking thing. So Shane, you're into drawings. Don't talk tough. It's humiliating. But second of all, he's taking a long time to essentially say, I'm Elias Koteas. That's who I am. I'm the shitty bad guy in a movie who bullies the guy. Boy, Shane has an inferiority complex even in his own fantasies. So I'm the guy who's bullying and being snide and shitty the whole movie, but he's the dork who's going to finally rise up, and he's going to George McFly. I'm his Biff Tannen, and he's going to, hey, you, get your damn hands off her. You think Shane has like written comic books? You think he has? I bet you Shane has like a drawer somewhere that's full of comic books with him as a superhero in different parts of his life where he's beating up the bad guys, whether it's a girl who rejected him, a boss who didn't give him a raise, his parents who didn't let him go to the water park or get the same 10-speed bike the other kids got. There's a drawer somewhere full of that shit. And I'd pay to see it. All right. So I'm Elias Koteas. Continue, Shane.
You broke my nose. In the crowd, and you applaud. Like he is that guy. And John thought I was an asshole when I said that. And I'm like, no.
I want to make it very clear. I don't think this guy's an asshole. I don't. I think he's boring. He's remarkably untalented. And he needs me to pump up his shit. But I don't think he's an asshole. I think you have to have, there needs to be a modicum of effectuality for you to be an asshole. This guy is a meandering boob.
No, John, you don't understand. God did that to him. Like, I can't help that.
God cast me as Elias Koteas in a 90s movie. All right. I will call Joel Schumacher and we'll get... By the way, he has a comic book where this is the plot.
Can't help
I'm
that.
now in one of his comic books. Does he write comics or does he just like go on the internet and whack off other grown men who write drawings?
Like he is that guy. His voice, his haircut. I mean,
I bothered the shit out of this guy. I really fucking bothered this guy. Holy shit. He's getting down to the hair and the voice and what he'd do to me if I was in a 90s movie. And all right.
Just, like he looks like he would put gel and spike his hair. I don't even think guys do that anymore. But
Guy Fieri, you piece of shit. How fucking dare you, Shane? Shane got bullied by a guy who gels his hair and spikes it, doesn't he? Maybe. You know what? We're starting to get to what Shane Davis's trauma is from childhood. Some guy in the late 90s, spiked hair, That's the guy he's punching in the face right now in his fantasy. Oh my God. Poor Shane got bullied by a guy in school. He had Guy Fieri, like the spiked hair, probably wore a shirt with flames on it. God, these comic book guys it's always the guys who were bullied by some jock guy. And then they see that guy in some clip or some video and just all of that energy just starts rushing back into it. Shane, if you want to talk about this, buddy, like whoever that guy was, I promise you he's moved on. He can't hurt you anymore. And I'm not him. All right. I'm here to help. Whatever this trauma is.
I do. If somebody said, without looking at him, what is his haircut? I'd be like, he spikes his hair with gel. That's what I think he does.
A crippling dissection from Shane Davis. Shane, this guy really came after your comic books and your hobbies, and he laid down a lot of truth bombs on you. Hit him back. It's time to really dissect this guy. I bet she does his hair in a way that I don't sexually approve of. What? Yeah, and I bet you he's like an Elias Koteas 90s John Hughes movie. He's Marv from Home Alone. Shane, you're not doing well here, buddy. Do you have anything else? Yeah, cuck. He threw up the Nick Rekieta bat signal in the sky thinking he's coming to help Shane Davis. Shane, you're not a barely legal blonde drug addict. He ain't coming to help.
He just seems like he's that guy. And I'm not saying that.
It's a comb over, dick. Not spiking my hair. I'm losing it.
It's necessarily a bad thing. It's a combination of things. But in a movie, he's the guy that gets a broken nose. And just bitches. And has a Weasley voice. He seems like you.
I feel like I have a very masculine timbre to my voice, Shane. Out of all your complete dissections of my character, that cuts the deepest. I've always thought I was a deep voice guy. Weasley voiced. How dare I'm going to spike my hair and take your lunch money if you're not careful there, bub.
Have a briefcase full of money.
Oh no, I got to rewind. I'm sorry. I'm making fun of him too much. This part was funny to me.
And just bitches. And has a Weasley voice. He seems like he would have a briefcase full of money that's not his.
Fucking based and awesome. You know, this guy's a piece of shit. He looks like a guy who steals hundreds of thousands of dollars and then absconds with it. Fucking. So, am I Elias Koteas or am I DB Cooper? I need to know which one I am. And did I get the briefcase full of money before or after your superhero character in your comic book punches me in the face and breaks my nose? I'm looking at this Shane guy. He's kind of got that comic book, middle-aged, slumpy shoulder, the shoulders slant down, like the no shoulder look. Shane, just looking at you, I don't know if you could reach my face to punch me in my face. I feel like this is me putting one hand on your forehead and you swinging aimlessly at my midsection sort of a thing. But I'm sorry, last one.
Like, I don't know. Everything about this guy had, and I'm like, I felt bad when I noticed it. I'm like, this poor guy, he's the bad guy in a fucking 90s movie, but Nick's fucking the shit out of his wife.
Hey, come on now. We're divorced. And she left him too. It ended up poorly for the both of us, Shane. How dare you? Wait, so in this comic book, I'm losing my wife, but I have a briefcase full of money, and I got punched in the nose in the schoolyard, and everyone was cheering, and my nose got broken. Shane, I'm not trying to edit your work. I'm sure you're brilliant. That seems like you have too many storyline plots going on at once. I would drop one of them. And you forgot the part where the cokehead in the story lets his kid get into cocaine. You forgot that part of it. But hey, Shane, you might drop you a super chat. Might get yourself a little bit of that super chat money, my man. So that guy, that was his first one. I got a couple of clips of him today. His second one, and I'm going to speed this up because as you heard in that clip, this guy takes an hour and a half to make a point. So I'm going to put him on 1.5. He doesn't start with a very masculine voice to begin with, so we'll be fine. It's, by the way, another guy with a lot of that projection. He's got a weaselly voice, and he's a piece of shit. And it's like, Shane? Fuck. You've got a little bit of a Weasley voice, son. I'm sorry to tell you. So now Shane has a new conspiracy theory. All these people are making fun of his dad, Ethan Van Sciver. All of these people are saying he's a fraud who doesn't produce the books and everything else. Now, these guys have such a... Like, Eric July is to them what Aaron is to, like, Carl and Patrick and all these other people. He's the boogeyman. He's the boogeyman. And while he's just going along, doing his own thing, doing his show, has his community outside of those people, and just seems to be trudging along just like me, to this Shane and Ethan and these other guys, he is the devil. He is behind everything bad. I mean, it is beat for beat. Patrick and Carl with me is these guys with this Eric July. They can't stand that this guy is just seemingly doing fine, just kind of fucking off and doing his thing. They can't handle it. So anything bad that happens with them didn't actually happen. It was actually all this Eric July guy's fault. So the quartering of all people is dunking on this Shane and these comic book guys for being dorks. Now, when the guy who got kicked out of a Magic the Gathering league thinks you're a gay dork, it's time to self-evaluate, dude. But he doesn't see that. He sees Eric July is paying off the quartering. Now, the quartering is many things, but you accusing him of being an intelligent businessman is the most offensive thing you've said all day. Because as we know, the quartering gobbles that right-wing goy slop dick absolutely free of charge. And he's doing a mitzvah for his people. But this is Shane seeing Eric July behind me. So apparently Eric July is behind everything I'm doing. And the quartering. And again, the thing I'm most offended about is that he's associating the quartering and I.
Anyways, the quartering, and this is anti-CG over here that clips.
Anti-CG. CG is Comicsgate. That's their thing is Comicsgate. It's anti-CG. Ugh.
Geeky borders will probably hit me up on this. The only people to blame for the death of Comicsgate are the creators. Dark July. Stop that.
Oh, he won't play. He's not going to play the Ethan Van Sciver clip of him saying. So this guy tweeted 257-hour streams about Eric July. 3 years of time. Oh, wow. 257-hour streams over 3 years' time. Ethan Van Sciver might be sadder than Patrick Melton. And that's hard to do.
The only people to blame for the death of Comicsgate are the creators. Whoever Mushi Moan, whoever that was right years ago when he pointed out the moment you monetize a hashtag is the end of the movement. I don't know why Jeremy's wanting to death and movement. I mean, this is
because he's a dork and he's into dork shit. And even dork guys are telling you that you dorks have gone too far with the dorkiness and now you're dead dorks. Like, I'm not a guy who's into your gay shit. I just saw that you guys were all fighting each other about comic books on some Melissa Clips thing, and I just wanted to point out to the rest of the world that you guys are all lame as fuck. You got upset, you got mad, you started spurging out about it, so now we're making fun of you more. And the quartering is basically saying that's all you guys do now. Your movement is dead because all you guys do is you're people who don't make comic books bitching about people who make comic books, while swearing you're going to get around to the making the comic books thing. I mean, I hate to say it, but rare quartering W.
A very crafted, thing. But, like, why is Jeremy wanting to go out here and do this? Like, I mean, who paid him? By the way,
who paid him? He's going to be at Whipple throwing dildos at SUVs pretty soon. I mean, this Jeremy, he's being funded to say that an internet community that no one's ever heard of is dead. Who's paying him? Is he under the thumb of Big Comic? Is Marvel out to destroy it?
don't give a fuck about Jeremy. He's a kind of a weird guy, but he was on Jack's show once, and we were on there, and he kept trying to really push Ben Shapiro's shit. And John was like, yeah, this superhero movie by Ben Shapiro looks bad. And
he loves Jews. He loves Jews and he loves Israel. And he slobs that Zionist knob for free, dude. If you know anything about Jeremy, he doesn't make a dime. He just does it for love of the game.
He was going off about the Gina Carano movie and this, and it all like went back to the, the Daily Wire shit. And I eventually, and somebody could go find that Jack show. I go, how much are they paying you?
Are they paying you more than a villain in a 90s movie?
He just kind of looked weird and changed the subject. And I was like, huh. And I was like, this guy's for sale. I mean,
by the way, guys like Shane are these guys that retell stories in a way that they didn't happen, but like he wants to believe they happened that way.
This guy, you can buy. I don't know how much.
You can't
buy
this
guy's for sale.
No, you can't. I'm going to give Quartering that credit.
Of the juice.
By the way, I'm not pausing. That, and I'm on 1.5 speed. This guy pauses that much.
My anger for the juice. He's a guy that's like OCD clipping everything. Ryan, anti-CG. Again, probably on payroll. A lot of this is not organic.
Everybody's
like out of the blue. The Quartering's going to come up with this take that lines up with Eric July on this day dropping 3 books.
Bro, if 2 people who don't know each other and then a third person who doesn't know you guys and another person who doesn't know you guys think you're a little insane and psychotic about your obsession with the black man who makes the comic book drawings, you guys might just be delusional psychopaths who are a little overly obsessed with the black guy because he's doing better than you. For this Shane, he's got 2 roads he can choose. He can choose, and I'm going to propose a third one. He can either go down the, oh, wow, we fucking suck and all these people are right. It's like the Dabbleverse. Once you get outside their bubble, everyone thinks you're insane. Or they're all on Eric July's payroll and Eric July is throwing good money at YouTube creators to have them make vaguely worded tweets. Or option 3, you're a gay dork and just put down the comic books. I'd go with 3.
At the same time. You get what I'm saying? Like on this day, the Quartering has this historic take. And when people are like, oh, we need to act professional and get along, and Eric July is going to do that take, do know this guy is asking Yellow Flash, the Quartering, Melanie Mack, hiring, and you've seen as much as him hiring, like, what's her name? Like his hype woman. What the fuck was her name? What is that woman's name? The geeky looking girl that her boyfriend reads comics. What the fuck was her name? Anyways, Eric will go hire.
Good reference. I mean, don't even try to figure out who it was.
People to talk his shit up. Well, that's fine. But it's like, there's just no way that Quartering's like, today's the day that I try to remind people.
It's all a conspiracy.
That, it's a dead movement. Because Eric July is.
So there you go. I mean, the rest of it's him just repeating himself for the next 3.5 minutes. That was 3 minutes on 1.5 speed. Holy shit, is that guy a slog? So that's Shane. He's convinced that Eric July is paying all of us. And I look, I can't speak for Jeremy. But Shane, I will tell you, I'm just doing it because I find you insane and funny to laugh at. That was it. I look forward to your response because I'm sure there will be one. Stutter Juice with $2 says, you're my favorite superhero, Captain Delusion. Oh, I got to him. You can always tell when you got to the dabble people. They project. $5 from Garfield Bizarre Adventure says, Shane Davis does amateur fighting. Ooh, a tune-up before Skankfest. Maybe you can get Keemstar to fund a fight between you two. He also got into a fight with a FedEx driver and lost. I need to hear about this. Please let me hear about the FedEx driver that he lost a fight to. So now I understand where the 90s movie reference is coming from. You were the villain in the 90s movie, and you brought my 3rd edition Batman comic to me 14 minutes late it said on the tracking number that you would be here at 3:02, and it's 3:16, and I wanted my Batman comic, and you didn't bring it on time. And then finally the FedEx driver had enough and just beat the fuck out of this guy, and he cried in his driveway and then said, I'm going to be writing a comic book about this, only I'm going to be the FedEx driver. And now he's punching me in the face. But did he get the briefcase full of money? That's my question. So, look, I know I'm kind of picking on a dead dog here, but that guy was genuinely entertaining to me. Main Vein with $1 says it's hilarious how wound up you made that community. They have all completely lost their mind over you. I'm looking forward to the aftermath of this show. I'm going to tell you guys because I like you. You pay my bills. I respect you. So I'm going to tell you the truth of it. I'm literally doing this just to see what they do. None of that. I'm not going to think about this today on the basketball court. I'm not going to think about it while I'm running errands today. I'm literally doing it because, like, when I approach it, there's jokes and good humor, and I'm goofing on them. When they do it, it's like Patrick and Carl. When they do it, they're just mad. Like, they're angry. Like, this is an offense that's been committed that matters. And they all just kind of circle in and, like, close ranks around each other. And it's like, guys, fucking around. All right? Go write a comic book about what a big bad bully I am. I'll be the FedEx driver and you can knock me out this time. It'll be fun. People coming up with steel toe superhero names. The Dewlapper. I don't know what that means. I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea. I don't know what that means. Veldrain with $1 says this guy is that lonely guy in an 80s movie sitting in a diner on a rainy night with Rod Stewart. Some guys have all the luck playing in the background. $1 from Mr. Sista. Oh, I don't want to be Kitty Girl. I don't want to be called Kid. Mr. Sistis with $1 says, Kitty Girl, to comics gays are like you and Quarter Pounder by wanting to diet off all the men's come at you. But you woo Moshi, I'd take that Medicare God dick any day. Thank you, I think. I think thank you, but I'm not sure. Balls Deep gifting a membership on YouTube. Thank you very, very much. All right, guys, thank you very much for contributing to this program. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Ooh, 680 at the moment. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, push forward a little bit. Let's get to 700 today and call it a win for the toe. Before we go on to our next item, let's talk about Rumble Wallet. They can cancel your accounts, freeze your cards, decide what you're allowed to buy, say, or support. Big banks and financial institutions have total control, and they use it. That's why financial independence matters more now than ever. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a wallet built for real freedom. With Rumble Wallet, you control your money, not a bank, not a government, not a tech company. Buy digital assets like Tether, Tether Gold, and Bitcoin, all in one secure place. No permission, no middlemen, no cancel button. And when you want to support the creators you actually believe in, you can use the Rumble Wallet app to directly tip content creators securely, instantly, and without interference. This isn't a credit line they can shut off. It's your wallet permanently. Yours to protect your future. Yours to protect your family. When the system fails, when institutions turn on their own people, financial sovereignty is the difference between security and vulnerability. Rumble Wallet isn't about politics. It's about freedom, ownership, and protecting what's yours. So take control today. Download Rumble Wallet now and step away from the big banks for good. True ownership, true protection, true financial freedom. Rumble Wallet. There you go. Again, like, subscribe, follow. About 20 away from getting into that 700 number, which I'm very, very excited about. Thank you. Paul Willing says, like Rush Limbaugh says, mega dildos. There were mega dildos at the Whipple building. on Saturday. I would say mega dildos is pretty accurate. All right, guys, let's bust it up. Let's give those memberships. Let's throw in a couple of bucks to the old toe. We do know PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships on YouTube and Rumble all work. Let's test all of it. Thank you so much. Mad Move says everything is tanking, shaking the cushions to scare people before the hyperinflation really hits. Fingers crossed, right? Hey, man, I know that a lot of guys, like, they spend too much time online. They turn into incels, and they start to think, oh, man, there's no good women out there, man. They're all whores. They're all on OnlyFans. They're selling cooter shots and shit. I'm here to tell you, there's still some real ones out there. There's still some good, like, down-ass bitches for you. And you don't need to give up, and you don't need to be angry, and you don't need to be upset. We got a story out of Chicago where a man was arrested. He got busted for a cocaine distribution operation, and they threw him in jail. And guess what happened? Did his woman pack a suitcase, load it with cash and cocaine, and head out the door and leave and start a new life somewhere else? Nope. She helped him while he was away, while he was in the can. She ran his drug empire for him. Now, if you ask me, it doesn't get any more loyal than that. You know, it reminds me of this person in this 90s movie I saw. After the head of a major cocaine distribution operation was shot in Chicago last fall. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I apologize. She got arrested. He got shot. The mother of his children allegedly stepped in to fill the void, delivering cocaine and running the operation as he directed it while recovering at home. He gets shot. He's laid up. He's at his most vulnerable. This is the best chance she'll ever have to leave the guy and get away from this life forever. And what does she do? She steps in and plays Heisenberg. She steps in and she's the boss. Joel Andrade, 34, and Maria Brenda Mora Hernandez, 32, are accused of leading a cocaine distribution network that operated across Chicagoland between October 2025 and January 2026, according to a federal criminal complaint unsealed this week in U.S. District Court. The couple faces charges alongside 7 others in a sweeping investigation that was built on wiretaps, undercover purchases, and covert surveillance operations. Damn, man. And he didn't marry her? Just the mother of his kid. It was baby mama. And she stuck around and she ran your coke operation, and he couldn't even marry her real quick. Or if they're out on bail, awaiting trial, marry her quick. Go to it doesn't have to be anything fancy. I'm sure they've seized a lot of your assets. Go to the justice of the peace. Go to the courthouse. This is wife material. It doesn't get better than this. Plus, when you're in prison with all the big boys, you can say you're taken. Maybe it'll help. Court records allege that Andrade, known by the nickname Weedu, served as the central figure in the trafficking ring, while Mora Hernandez stepped up her role after multiple gunmen shot Andrade as he sat in a vehicle in the 2400 block of West 21st Place on October 8th. I'm just, I can't believe that he found the time to do all this while jumping between WWE and AEW. The real ones know. Both Andrade and Mora Hernandez are charged with conspiracy to possess at least 5 kilos of cocaine with intent to distribute. God damn. Multiple counts of drug distribution and firearm offenses. Oh, so their charges match too. This is like the most romantic cokehead, coke dealer story I've ever heard. Oh, you almost don't want him to go to prison. But then again, they did poison their entire community. Shit anyway, huh? By the way, Root says Wedo, it means white boy. Oh, so he's a white guy too. Okay, well, wow, this story keeps throwing me for a loop. You know what's funny? Is I went to the chat and I saw Roots write something that helped me understand the story better. Since this was in Chicago, I was going to say anyway, I wonder if Roots can help us out with this one. Sure as shit, he can. Mad Move says that's Scarface shit. No, it's not. Scarface's wife bailed on his ass. This guy has someone way more loyal to him than Elvira. Where you from, Baltimore? That sounds like a bird flying around. This movie is so full of just dumb, Cuban, retarded, funny lines. Just, hey, Manny, come on, look at the pelican fly. Come on, pelican. Junior partner. You know what? Fuck you, man. Your wife is right, man. You are an asshole, man. Yeah, she would have never, like Scarface's wife, like she bailed on Frank after, she wasn't loyal to Frank. Tony had Frank murdered and she just went and married the guy. She should have stabbed him. I mean, she should have died for Frank too. And then as soon as Tony's in some trouble and he gets coked up as fuck and yells at her in a restaurant about her womb is so polluted, I can't even have a little kid with her, Manny. She leaves, she cries, she runs off as if she didn't marry two guys who were in the drug game. This woman, her guy gets shot. Does she leave? No. She starts running things. She probably curb stomped the guy to death with stilettos on. She was a real one, man. Roots says they call all white boys Wedo. Wedo. Wedo? So then I'm a Wedo then. They never called me Wedo in the joint. I'm not supposed to be here says this might be the best segment I've ever seen. Hey, the money says different. Throw a 20 at the toe. We appreciate it. No, you guys are doing great today. Thank you. I just wanted to be shitty. But I think the fact that she stuck around, yes, she deserves to go to prison. They're both rotten, terrible people who poisoned their community. But also, I think we can focus on the negatives of what they did while also acknowledging that this is an incredibly loyal woman who deserves like an odd modicum of respect for the fact that she didn't run. Because, okay, if she would have just found out about the drug operation and then took off, that's fine. That's perfectly understandable. I'm okay with that. But she knew about the drug operation the whole time. She stuck around. So as far as I'm concerned, she's part of it. But then when he got hurt and it seemed like things were going bad and she could have, cut herself loose and probably gotten out of it scot-free, she doubles down and says, not only am I still with you, I'll run the shit. I mean, that means something. That's adorable. Heartfelt. Root says, Aaron is a hotito. I'm going to look it up, but I don't want to. Hold on a second. What does hotito mean? It's highly likely a misspelling or phonetic spelling of one of the following. Jotito, hotito, is the most likely candidate. It is the diminutive form of hoto, which is a highly derogatory, vulgar slang term for a gay man. Thank you. Thanks a million. Appreciate that. Can't tell you how much it means to me. Potito in Spain refers to a jar of baby food. I don't think that's what he means. Yeah, I think I'm going to say that he means I think he means the gay one. I think he means the gay insult. Aaron is a culo flojo. Okay, well, all right. What is a culo? Let me make sure I get the spelling right. We're all going to call Aaron Spanish names now. Flojo. Culo flojo is a Spanish slang phrase with a few different, often derogatory meanings. You don't say. This one says lazy ass. Culo flojo is used as a slang to describe a woman who consents to sexual intercourse easily, or a prostitute, a Kim Nicholson, in other words. Sexual act in some specific older or niche erotic context. It has been used to refer to a specific sex act of oral anal stimulation. So there are three definitions of that one. Then each one is bad as the last, if I'm being honest. Puta madre. Approachable says here, let me un-Super Bowl this. They're calling you a faggot. Oh, well, that makes sense.
I'm very obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay.
Oh. See, I didn't understand what they were trying to say. Apparently they're saying, I take it in the butt. 711 of you watching the show. Now I want 800. Rumble, you're about 30 off. So let's hit like and hit subscribe. YouTube, you're doing okay, but you could do even better. Let's do it. Like, subscribe, follow, throw in a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. We got a perfect streak going too. Like to keep that going. Let's talk about some of our friends, and then we'll get on to our 7 o'clock hour story. Lots of stories. Let's talk about some Epstein stuff this hour. We've got beef jerky now is a thing. I wish it weren't. Thomas Massie is going to Congress today to get the unredacted files. And he says if the Trump administration won't release them, he will. So protect Thomas Massie at all costs. Get him whatever shields and vests and helmets that he needs. Get him a private security to surround him at all hours of the day. We need to protect Thomas Massie. He's a national treasure. But before we get to any of that, let's talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. And Greg and Stacy with everything you need for personal carry, hunting, home protection, you name it. They also handle the suppressor process from start to finish at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Go there, check out what they have. It's Midland Armory. Greg and Stacy, they're your hookup. Go talk to them today. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our pals at All Care can come pick you up no matter what happens to you. You slip into the ditch, your car won't start, you get in an accident, no matter what it is. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And finally, Stoney's. They gave away a 65-inch TV last night as part of their Super Bowl celebration. You can go there this weekend and enjoy live music on the Fireball stage. Thursday is 250 cans. And it's a great place to go meet new friends or hang out with yours, play some pool, play some darts, have a pizza, have a great time at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. The next big thing they've got coming up is that big St. Patrick's Day party. It's going to be huge at Stoney's in downtown Rockville, right there on Broadway. All right, let's get into it. You guys throw in a little something. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants, and we will have ourselves a great day today. How about in the next 5 minutes, we rally up with about 5 or 6 gifted memberships or a few little drops here and there, and then keep today looking really, really good. We do have a prosecution in a Minnesota fraud scandal. Finally, thank goodness. We did see that video from the former Project Veritas guy, James O'Keefe, where he was talking to FBI agents and they were all saying, we're not going to do shit about Somali fraud. Like, there's not going to be any prosecution. It would take years. Trump will be out of office by the time the cases even see a judge. Nothing's going to happen. This is all a big distraction. Now, that sucked to hear from actual FBI agents who were recorded undercover, but it's not surprising to me, and it's kind of what I thought would happen, that a lot of this stuff is just trying to, like, artificially being inflated in the news to keep us from talking about the bigger problem, which the fraud will always be there. The fraud will keep. We'll be able to deal with the fraud at some point. I think the number one thing is the satanic pedophiles that are running our country. That's what we should take care of first. Then the fraud thing will be waiting for us there. But instead, that's being used as a distraction from the satanic pedophiles running the country and doing satanic occult fucking rituals. A woman pleaded guilty to felony charges for her role in a massive criminal enterprise that billed the Medicaid program for phantom services. The name? Nasro Takal pleaded guilty Friday to 2 felony counts of aiding and abetting theft of Medicaid funds as part of a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme. And again, this is just one. Not only that, in Minnesota, our welfare programs that are funded by Medicaid and stuff, these programs are going from like $14 million in funding in like 2016 to hundreds of millions of dollars in funds being used this past year. So it's not like the need for autism care grew that much, or the need for adult daycare or childhood daycare grew that much. We're just being ripped off to the tunes of at least tens of millions of dollars a year. The Pit Stop 66 investigation involved numerous Medicaid providers, including interpreters, drivers, and clinics. And yeah, let's not forget, it costs a lot of money to investigate, uncover this fraud, and prosecute it as well. So it's costing even more than the fraud number. She was charged in 2024 with 17 felonies as part of a multi-year investigation. Prosecutors say they billed the Medicaid program for phantom services from 2019 to 2021. They were accused of recruiting and exploiting Somali residents in Faribault to seek medical care in the Twin Cities that they did not actually need or were ineligible to receive. Prosecutors say they also used invalid and fabricated names to submit thousands of Medicaid claims for transportation and interpretation services covered by Medicaid, according to court records. Honestly, just get rid of these programs and we solve the problem. Because you're not going to stop Somalis from committing fraud. All right, they've got a problem in that community where they come to the land of milk and honey from a third world shithole where your kid might end up in a militia. And they go, well, we're going to have money. We're going to come here and we're going to make money by any means necessary. And they just rip us off and they rob us blind. And there's usually some liberal white lady behind it. And so I don't think you're going to educate the Somali community. You're not going to educate the fraud out of them. They're going to keep doing it. As evidenced of, they all have the same MO. Like, this is coordinated. This is organized. In fact, a lot of these people that defrauded one program have 3 or 4 other shell companies to defraud another Medicaid program. So this is not something you're going to get rid of. As long as the programs exist, they're going to fuck with them. So let's kill the programs. I mean, even if you kick every Somali out of Minnesota, guys, I'm still talking. Stop cheering. Even if you kick every Somali out of Minnesota, you're going to have whites and blacks and Latinos and Asians and people of all stripes who want to make a quick buck ripping off the government. It's the programs more than it's the people. Prosecute the people, send them to prison, denaturalize them, deport them. I'm totally fine with that. But you got to get rid of the program itself. The program is the apple in the Garden of Eden. The program itself is the temptation. Remove the temptation, remove the fraud. But the problem is so many different politicians get reelected on programs like this existing. And they would rather keep getting reelected to this gravy gig where they make millions of dollars, not in salary, but in perks, than solve a problem for their constituents. You know what keeps you in that cushy job? Solving problems for your constituents. They like that. But I guess it's easier to just let people commit fraud and use welfare programs as bribery to vote for them. Oh, and the guy on the other side, he's going to take away your welfare programs. How will you live? Prosecutors say that Tikal and other defendants targeted residents in the Faribault area because it was less than 60 miles from most Medicaid providers in the Twin Cities. This allowed them to maximize their Medicaid reimbursements and get grants for non-emergency medical transportation. So if you're wondering why they went so far from the Twin Cities, because you could go into the Cedar Riverside neighborhood, you can find a shitload of Somalis and you could just use them to defraud the government. But no, they wanted the extra transportation money. Just the Medicaid fraud money, that wasn't enough for them, the greedy fucks. They needed to get the busing money as well. Oh my God. Tikal will be sentenced in October. She will be ordered to pay more than $300,000 in restitution. You think we'll ever see that money? I mean, just educated guess. You think we're ever going to see that money? Because I don't. I don't think that 300,000, just like, what's his name? What's the guy, the Wolf of Wall Street guy, Jordan Belfort. Jordan Belfort ain't paying back. By the way, if you want to see what a piece of shit that guy still is, look at how he's dodging paying all of his victims. That Jordan Belfort, like, that's a great movie and everything, but that guy's still a complete and total scam artist. He's still a total piece of shit. Jordan Belfort. Colts Walker, new to the show. Hey, guys, are you ranting and raving about Jews again? You're turning off all the new viewers. Colts Walker says, all the Jew talk, I feel like I'm in Myron Gaines' chat. Guys, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. But while these new people come in and Rumble, you're about 30 behind. So let's keep jacking up, not off, that thumbs up button. We're over 700. That makes me happy. But I want to see YouTube, you need to hit thumbs up. Rumble, you need to hit thumbs up and share. And throw a couple of memberships our way, if you don't mind. But what are you guys doing? Colts Walker says, I don't mind it, bro. LOL. All right, never mind. Keep going with your Jew stuff. Colts Walker's fine. By the way, I feel like today's shows have been good. I don't know if you think today's show has been good, but it's got me between a rock and a hard place because I switched back to Celsius powder, and no, that's not a code word for cocaine, rather than bubblers in the morning. Bubblers are like a third of the caffeine, and it was working really well. But I went to Costco the other day, and I needed to pick up a few things, and one of them was laundry detergent. And in that same lane are these Celsius powder packs that you put in your water. I'm way too jittery. I'm wired, dude. I'm just up. And I'm like actively trying to slow myself down. And it's really difficult. But I feel like it's also given a lot of energy and hype to the show today. So now I'm nervous. But, we're not really making any money, so it wouldn't be that bad if I switched back to the bubbler. All right. I think we'll be okay. Colts Walker says, I am 100% in support of freedom of speech and freedom of opinion or expression. If I was easily offended, I would go hide on Blue Sky. Oh, well, let's gift Colts Walker a membership so he doesn't have to watch any ads. And let's see if we can't make the guy happy. What do you say? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. We're about to get into the Epstein stuff for today. Here we go. So I thought that I had already looked at the most horrifying parts of the Epstein files that I've ever seen. Apparently there's more. I mean, look, 3 million documents were released and they've got 3 million more they need to release. So obviously I don't think everyone's been through all of it yet. And it will probably take a really long time to get through all of it. But God, I thought that maybe the most horrifying stuff they'd throw out there first. That it wouldn't be like, crazy, evil, satanic shit. And then, wait a minute, a week later, more crazy satanic shit. I thought we would get all the main crazy satanic shit out of the way first. Not the case. There's more crazy satanic shit coming out. And I'm going to play this clip from Asmongold because this was kind of the most shortened and concise clip I could find about the beef jerky thing. So you guys know about Pizzagate being real, right? Like they were using pizza as a code word to traffic children. Epstein was doing it. The people remember when my whole thing was maybe a lot of these powerful people thought they were having sex with of age people, but they were underage, and then they used that as blackmail. I was giving these people way too much benefit of the doubt. They all knew, not only did they know that underage girls were being trafficked to them, these assholes were coming up with code words to order it. One of the code words being pizza, but we also heard grape soda. We heard, I think there was like egg rolls. And now I want to introduce you to beef jerky. This is the newest thing to come out of the Epstein files. And, I saw Alex Stein tweet about this. That's how I saw it. And he said, how is this not the biggest news story out there right now? Well, it's not the biggest news story out there because that's on purpose. Because the demons in these Epstein files are part of the same group of demons that control what gets said in the media. And yes, I'm sorry if this makes people uncomfortable, Zionist Jews. and they're Goy allies. They're Goy Zionist allies. These are the people who are not putting the Epstein files on the front page. They're not putting the Epstein files on TV. In fact, I was talking to my dad, and I've talked to a few other boomers, and this is why it's good not to stay on the internet all the time. You got to go out and talk to people so you know what the zeitgeist is. You know what most people are talking about, because the internet focuses on very niche items. But I go and I talk to my dad, and I'm like, I feel bad for you boomers, man, in a way. And in a way, I don't. I said, the media you guys consume isn't telling you anything about the Epstein files. He didn't know anything about the most important part of the Epstein files, which is Kevin Brennan's in them. No. Wow, I'm in the Epstein files.
Wow.
So I told him, I'm like, you guys, I start going over the things in the Epstein files, and he's like, no, that's not true. He goes, you're being a conspiracy theorist. I go, and I just looked at him, I said, that's the problem, Dad. I said, you guys don't know shit, and then when we tell you the shit you need to know, we're crazy because you can't wrap your head around it. But it's not me being crazy and connecting dots where they don't exist. It's literally in black and white. It's right here. It's spelled out in an email. They're saying they did it. But because none of the news sources that boomers trust, or even Gen X for that, and parts of millennials, none of the media they trust is talking about this stuff because it's all compromised. So they think it's not happening. And I'll admit, when you tell them about pizza and you tell them about satanic rituals and babies and intestines and shit like that, it sounds nuts. It sounds like I need to be in a funny farm. I need to be in a hospital of some sort for my own protection. But it's in there. It's black and white. It's what's going on. And that's part of the PSYOP. Part of the PSYOP is make the people telling the truth look like they're crazy. And then when they get proven right, don't talk about it. You think it's an accident that just before the Epstein files were ready to come out, Larry Ellison bought CBS News and installed Barry Weiss as the head of it? By the way, did you see what CBS News tried to report this weekend? That the Epstein files and Jeffrey Epstein was a Russian agent. And by the by, there's a reason they're trying to involve Russia in this. Vladimir Putin is an Eastern Orthodox Christian who's been telling the American people, your government is compromised, and it's compromised by Jews and Israelis. They've got your leaders blackmailed. Like Vladimir Putin has been telling us this. There's a reason they don't want us listening to Putin. There's a reason that they're demonizing Putin like he's Joseph Stalin. And it's not because, oh, we care about Ukraine. We don't give a shit about Ukraine. It's land that they want to control. It's not about Ukraine or anything like that. It's because Vladimir Putin is telling us what's going on. What we should be doing is getting the Pope to talk with the patriarch of the Eastern Orthodox Church, uniting the two Christian churches and basically going on, I won't say war, but for lack of a better word, going to war with these Satanists. Like, what is Christianity if not a tool to fight off Satan? Satan is occupying the American government right now through blackmail and satanic dark rituals, and it would be nice if Christianity would stand up and fight against it. This Pope has a chance to really make his mark and go after these people. But I don't think he's going to do it. And again, boomers aren't getting any of this information. So when we go and tell our parents, they think we've gone insane. This is Asmund Gold finding out about the beef jerky thing. And by the way, this face is perfect.
Hope you are feeling better. Did we analyze the jerky? Why didn't we get jerky this week? I also added more to the jerky and ginger lemongrass. Thank you so much. Super cool. Beef jerky, delicious. Jojo is here and we'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey.
We'll walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. Nobody talks that way about beef jerky. In fact, nobody ever emails about beef jerky. That's something that can wait until you see the person. Like, hey, man, I made some jerky at home. First of all, if your friend is making his own jerky at home, it's a mild red flag. You don't need to immediately take action, but it is probably a sign of depression that they're making their own beef jerky.
Well,
really, if they're eating too much beef jerky in general, it's probably a sign of depression.
Walk the jerky over to Jeffrey. Why would jerky walk around? Why would it do that? Delicious lunch, beef jerky. Steve and I are very
who has beef jerky for lunch?
Grateful above all for your friendship. Some of these emails are so wholesome, aren't they? It's too bad they eat kids. A small insulated bag would be fine. I don't ruin checking it. No need for crazy amounts of ice. One should do.
Oh, that's not pedophilia. That's like they're killing the beef jerky, and they're going to keep the beef jerky on ice for some kind of beef jerky ritual that they're doing. Oh, God. So I see, like, why can't we? This is the craziest part. We have all the names. If we were still a good, just Christian society, we'd unredact all the names, or at the very least, we would have a truth commission, or maybe we need to reinstate the Inquisition. The Inquisition was pretty based when we first did it, but maybe we restart the Inquisition, and all of these people who are in on these emails, we send them to their maker. We enact God's justice. The Pope can do this. The Pope can launch a crusade or an Inquisition and just take away that black strip across that name, find out who that person is, because they're harming children and taking part in the harming of God's children. We can end them.
There is one bag of beef jerky in the fridge. Please get it. Also, Blank has more at her place. Please get it from her as well. I suppose it needs to be in a cold, insulated bag. Just wanted to touch base about jerky. J.E. said he was going to start eating regular food again, so he might be eating less jerky. He said he has 6 bags of it in the downstairs freezer.
Nobody would talk this way about. First of all, you don't need to freeze jerky. It's preserved through the dehydration process. But J.E., Jeffrey Epstein, dude, this isn't. I mean, if you think this is about their actual dietary habits, you've lost the plot. But like the darkness, like how, and by the way, these emails were in 2012. These people were working with this guy after he went to jail for soliciting minors. I mean, you're still associating with the guy. That alone is enough for you to be condemned.
Why would you freeze jerky? Steve needs a 6 to 8 ounce portion of jerky.
That's clearly age. That's clearly age.
I gave you all the jerky we had, and it lasted only half the amount of time it was meant to. I felt like it was more important for you to have the jerky to eat during my time off. My plan is to make a batch before I leave for LSJ, and some of that will go to Steve, and the rest will go to you at LSJ when I arrive.
This is like people being like, yeah, do you have the snow that I ordered? You know, this is like people ordering drugs through a fast food drive-thru and using their little code words.
Little St. James Island. And that's what LSJ must mean. So
yes,
logically, that means that they were doing this off of the island. Steve Hansen is sending jerky to your attention overnight. I believe it should be enough to get him through. Jeffrey Epstein is asking to bring him more jerky. I'm flying in on Friday. I will bring jerky. Is there a time I could come say hi and drop off the beef jerky?
And this is the gross part. Even the people releasing these files are still protecting the evil people doing this because they're putting black bars over the names. There should be no redactions. None. The victims have all said, please release these unredacted. I don't care if people know what happened. I just want justice. So I think even the people redacting these files and not doing anything about the names that they see that they're redacting, they're now complicit in all this too, and we can remove them from the halls of power as well. No jobs for them.
And that's from Jeffrey Epstein.
Because this is a moment in history where you have to stand up and be accounted for. This is a one side or the other moment. You can't do the Nazi defense of I was just following orders. Well, I redacted it because my boss told me to. Nope, you got to stand up and be accounted for. You saw who this was, you saw what they were doing, and you chose to still be on the side of evil. And you have to be held accountable for that.
Francis has time to come tomorrow. Show me how to make it. Jerky class anyone. He will bring you to taste his new jerky recipe from the restaurant. He sends a warm hello. He's working at a restaurant called guys, the restaurant
called Cannibal. A restaurant called Cannibal. They're eating babies. We need to stop them. This comes before Somali fraud. This comes before anything. These people need to be removed from power.
Called Cannibal and Cooks. Wait for it. Beef jerky and steak. Can blank make some jerky? I think we should landscape all around the house to use the water if possible. If the main house is not enough. Are there any recorded images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky at all? No, there are no recorded or publicly known images of Jeffrey Epstein with beef jerky. Who sent?
You'd think with all this beef jerky that he's talking about, we'd be able to get a picture or two of the guy chomping on some beef jerky. But to no avail. No beef jerky from Jeffrey Epstein. Here we are. When's anything going to happen? I guess maybe if they shut off our cell phones and ban the internet, maybe we'll get to go after the beef jerky guys. I don't know. $1 from Los Federales says, I was at the protest with you, Aaron. You were so brave. You taught everyone how to protect themselves from the flying dildos. I took a picture to capture the moment. Not all heroes wear capes. Check your ex. Oh, well, Los Federales took a picture of me at the protests protecting people from the dildos. Let's take a look at the photo, shall we? That's not me. No, don't clap for that. That is an AI image. That is fake. What are those wheels that I have on my shins? My pants are torn, apparently, from me vigorously defending everyone from the dildos. This person is dressed way too short-sleeved for the weather. This person skips leg day. None of this is real. And that's not what Whipple looks like at all. So this is not a real thing. That's not how I was dressed. I was wearing a black coat. So that is not an image of me at Whipple on Saturday. And you know what? If you don't want to believe me because you think it doesn't make me look bad enough or gay enough, how about let's just go with the fact that I could not support my own body weight at that angle with the way my arms are. How about that? So you still get to insult me, but I'm not protecting the protesters from flying dildos with my asshole wide open. Is that a good compromise? Can we... Jim Turner writes, 100% real. I believe that image. It's not a real image. The Bob Bank says, needs more chins. Look, whatever. I mean, whatever makes you not believe it. Tall Mountain says, too athletic and fit, to be honest. All right. Look, again, whatever causes you to cast doubt on that picture, I am okay with. T. Jefferson says, sure, Aaron, Los Federales wouldn't lie. No, he would. No, he 1,000% would lie. Chips and Diff says, Widow's Peak, dead giveaway. Colts Walker says, it is very important that you point out that the image is not real, apparently. Yes, I'm fighting for my life here. I'm not going to not make any money and then also be humiliated. One or the other. If you're going to humiliate me, we got to make more than, $60 today? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I don't want to be at that part of the show, but here we are. Hey, Rumble, you got up there. 725 of you checking out the show right now. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe. I need somebody who's going to throw in a couple of bucks on today's show. So let's keep hitting like till we find that person. 725 for today. Let's see if we can't get to 800. Thank you. Let's talk one more time. Let's make some money here, huh? What do you say? They can freeze your accounts, shut off your cards, lock you out of your own money overnight. Banks don't protect you. They control you. That's why real financial freedom starts with ownership. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a non-custodial wallet built for people who refuse to give up control. With Rumble Wallet, you don't just buy digital currency like Bitcoin and Tether. You can own Tether Gold, real gold, on the blockchain. Through Tether Gold, you get direct ownership of physical gold bars, each one fully allocated, verifiable by serial number, purity, and weight. This isn't paper gold. This isn't an IOU. This is real gold without bank vaults, storage fees, or gatekeepers. You can buy, sell, or move it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when traditional gold markets are closed. And if you want, Tether Gold can be redeemed for physical gold. That's power. And when you support creators on Rumble, you can tip them directly using Rumble Wallet, peer-to-peer and outside the banking system. No permissions, no middlemen, no cancel button. The wallet is yours forever. Rumble Wallet. Thank you, guys. 722 watching the show right now. Let's turn that into gold for the grandkiddies. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. But while you're doing that, click one of our links. Throw a little something in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, or Rumble Rants. Really would be nice to see some money coming into the old toe. Very excited about today's show. I was very excited when I woke up today. We had a nice 20 from Michael right off the bat before the show even started, which was great. Which I guess means we that even makes our performance right here look even worse, I suppose. But either way, thank you guys. Let's do it. And let's do it with a smile on my face. And, hopefully you like throwing out a little reward for the toe. All right, let's talk about the Thomas Massie thing. We need to protect this guy at all costs. We need to make sure that nothing happens to old Thomas because he's going for it, man. He's the guy climbing up out of the trench, and he's going to make that sprint through no man's land to try and take out the enemy. He says that the law that he and Ro Khanna got passed says that the Epstein files need to be released unredacted. And if they don't release them unredacted, Thomas Massie says that he's going to release them himself. He will go to Congress or the Congressional Library. He will start taking pages unredacted and releasing them to the public. I hope he does. I hope he doesn't die for it. And I hope we get to see, because again, I don't think it matters. Like the elite don't want it released because they're like, oh, we don't want people to know who's up to our Satanist bullshit. But it's like, nobody's going to do anything anyway. Like we've seen with the release of these Epstein files, here's what it's been. People who want to know. People who want to live in a real world where they know what's going on, no matter how depressing it might be, so they can know who to focus their frustrations on. They're going to know, and they're going to be angry about it, and they're going to be upset. But most of the general public is not going to care. Most of the general public, you can tell them exactly what all of these people are, and the powers that be, the Satanists that are in control, they have got people fighting each other left and right to such a degree that they will defend their side even when they're pedophiles. 1,000%. You watch quartering, all these people who thought that the Turning Point USA halftime show wasn't dog shit just because they're righties. I mean, the people who control us have convinced us that fighting over halftime shows is patriotic. You think they're all going to agree to go after a bunch of satanic pedophiles drinking baby blood because Thomas Massie released a few documents? No, these people are hopeless. They're done, and they think we're all the stupid ones. So they've won the propaganda game. They've got them fighting over Somalis. They've got them fighting over halftime shows. They've got them fighting over elections like they matter. So I'm rooting for Thomas Massie. Go in, get those unredacted files. But don't think that if he does it, and do it because it's the right thing to do. But if you think that he's going to do it, and then all of a sudden there's going to be a great awakening in this country, I just don't think so. I wish, man, I hope I'm wrong, but I just don't think so. Here's Thomas Massie on CNN this weekend.
Ready to do that if the victims want me to. They believe that the best way to get justice is to force the DOJ to release these names. I've already read one name in a committee with the FBI director there. That's Jess Staley. And again, he may or may not be guilty, but he's been accused by these victims, the lawyer tells me. And there are other names. I don't have them in my possession, but if the victims want to give them to me, I've expressed that I'm willing to do that. But again, the best way is to force the DOJ to release those names on those 302 forms.
So now he did say that he's going to go today and he's going to get these names. And well, or at least some of them, because he doesn't have enough time in the day to go through that many files, but he's going to get as many as he can. And God bless him for that. And honestly, if Thomas Massie isn't a choice for me to vote for president in 2028, I might not vote in 2020, because no matter what, I'm choosing a satanic pedophile or someone who will cover up for them. And I'm not comfortable with doing that. So if it's not Thomas Massie, I'm probably out. But maybe somebody can convince me. And that's the other thing. Like, I want to be convinced that this can turn around, that we can change things. I don't see it. I just don't see it happening. Bunch of fags in YouTube chat on TPUSA saying we are Charlie, says Abel Graham. Yeah, I saw that too. Charlie would have wanted this. Really? Charlie would have. Well, then why'd you guys kill him? What? If this is what Charlie would have wanted, couldn't you have kept him alive and not killed him so that he could have watched it? Now you guys are doubly mean. Me So Horny says Thomas Massie is just giving you all false hope. No, don't mistake this for hope. It's not that I have hope. It's that I just want all the information out there so that people who keep ignoring these files, we can hold them accountable. Like the quartering is out there, ball washing the Epstein files. They're not. You guys stop focusing on this. We have bigger problems. Who was the other guy? I think we have a clip. Oh, Portnoy. Dave Portnoy not helping the stereotypes. Dave Portnoy was confronted about the pizza and everything else, and he's like, "It's just stupid. What are you talking about? It's not even, you're babbling at me." I'm like, all right. But he's so dumb. Like, Dave is so stupid. He thinks, like, if you bring up Pizzagate, that it's going to threaten his pizza business. Bird Collector says Charlie is alive, fake death. How about the Epstein is still alive evidence, huh? How about that? Did you see the Xbox Live shit? Apparently his Xbox Live, oh God, what was the game? Fortnite. His Fortnite account was active until like Thursday. Not like it was turned on when the files came out and now it's been turned off. No. Since before he was dead, the Jeffrey Epstein's Fortnite account has been active up until a few days ago. A document came out this weekend. Statement announcing Jeffrey Epstein's death emerges from the files, but it's dated a day before he supposedly killed himself. The document issued by the United States Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. Now, that's the office that's accused of covering up a lot of these files. Dated Friday, August 9th, 2019, states that Epstein had already been found unresponsive and pronounced dead. But prison records and official accounts show that Epstein was not discovered unresponsive until the morning of August 10th, 2019, when a corrections officer delivering breakfast found him in his cell. There's also the guy who gave sworn testimony that he said, no, Jeffrey Epstein was taken out of his cell by some men on the day he was supposedly killed. And then you have the Xbox Live. You see what I mean, though? Like, if people haven't read this, if people don't know this stuff, if they're not looking for it, they're going to look at you and go, you're crazy. And I probably am. Let's keep that in mind, too. I probably have been driven psychotic by some of this stuff. But it doesn't mean I'm not looking at it, reading it, and seeing it. And what am I supposed to do? Just ignore it? Pretend it doesn't exist? And just believe something that I know isn't true? I can't go about life that way. Redbird with $10. Thank you so much, Redbird. That is so incredibly helpful. Thank you to anybody contributing to today's show, man. That means a lot. That money is what keeps this show going. So thank you, Redbird. They know they are safe because they could release it just before the Super Bowl. And you all still gleefully sat down and gave them your time and money to enjoy your distractions. I don't think there's anything wrong with distractions. I think it keeps you sane as long as you know the bad stuff. As long as you know the shit these people are doing and you're keeping an eye on it, I don't think there's anything wrong. You need a distraction when you're dealing with shit this high level. $1 from Silverwolf says, well, I mean, they released the Power Rangers and Hatsune Miku in Fortnite. Can't let death stop from getting that collab. Well, of course not. I'm not going to make reckless statements like that. Dinosaur Fuel says someone checks it down Hussein's Fortnite account, see if he's still alive. I don't know what that, like Saddam? $1 from Redbird. Thank you so much, Redbird and Silverwolf and everybody throwing money at the toe. I appreciate, again, you guys keep us going, and I appreciate it. Redbird with $1 says anyone that's pissed about the files can't even find the will to get involved in their local politics or even contact your representative, have forfeited the right to complain. What are you going to complain to? I mean, how do you know all of them aren't compromised? I'm going to tell you the truth. I don't think there's a judicial or political answer to this problem. I think the level of evil that we're dealing with is so bad that I don't think it can be legislated away. I don't think it can be judged away or anything like that. I think, unfortunately, it has to be, it dealt with in more of a Batman fashion, if you will. Jim Turner says Joe Rogan is now on the other side. He was shown the light. I saw his parts of his podcast with Mike Benz. In fact, we have a video up about it. We have our own coverage of it on the channel. Go check it out. It was, look, Joe Rogan took hundreds of millions of dollars from a couple of Jewish guys that run Spotify. And now he's having on a lot of the people who are in the Epstein files and people who have covered for the Epstein files. And now he's beholden to those people. And it's too bad. You see Tim Dillon, you see Theo Vaughn, you see Kurt Metzger try to talk some sense into Joe. I mean, Joe Rogan used to be the number one conspiracy guy right up there with Alex Jones. And now all of a sudden he's buying the government edict on shit. While all these other guys are trying to come out. His friends are going, Joe, that's not the way it is. Well, I don't know about that. Somebody tried to criticize Peter Thiel. Greg Fitzsimmons on a recent episode tried to criticize Peter Thiel, and Joe shut the podcast down. He's like, all right, we're done. I think we're done. It was really unfortunate. Rogan, Fitzsimmons, Thiel. Let's see if we can find that clip here. Peter Thiel went on Rogan last year. Okay, we know that one. Oh, yeah, Joe Rogan also had lunch at Peter Thiel's house. But, yeah, there's a clip I saw of Jamie was looking something up about something that Peter Thiel's doing. And Joe Rogan just went, all right, I think we're done. And Greg Fitzsimmons is like, whoa, really? We're done already? Oh, no. Rogan thinks that the Pizzagate stuff is actually about kids eating pizza. God damn it, Joe.
Those emails are bananas.
They're not explained.
They're talking about young kids who are going to be coming to a party to have fun. They're talking
They'll be in the
pizza
pool, and they will be there for sure. $65,000 worth of hot dogs flown from Chicago for a White House party.
The whole thing is like very weird.
Did you ever see the archived Instagram post from James Alefantis' Instagram?
No,
because that's a dark place. So that there's so many layers to.
James Alefantis is the owner of Comet Ping Pong Pizza, who might have been keeping all of the files on the Pizzagate stuff. That guy who came in to shoot up Comet Ping Pong, he fired one shot inside the pizzeria. It happened to go through an employee coat closet and hit a computer hard drive and fry the whole thing. Son of a bitch, huh? That crazy right-winger.
Pizzagate that they tried to cover up intentionally for very good reason.
Well, how about the logos?
Well, the thing is, I avoid, in the way I've talked about it, I've avoided all the symbols and logos and even some of the pizza stuff because I think there's so much more ripe, clear evidence that is way more powerful.
All right. So Joe comes into this one-footed, and then when it gets too close to his elite buddies, he backs off. I mean, that's almost worse than just straight up covering for it. Because Rogan's like, I know this is fucked up. I know this is wrong. I know this all looks bad. And then they go, well, here's the details, here's the this, and Peter Thiel. And then he goes, I don't know. I'm not an expert. I'm not really sure what's going on. I might not be the right guy to talk about this. Oh, man. Hobo says, Aaron would spend 65 grand in hot dogs and pizza and not even touch a child. I mean, it's a fat joke, but at least I'm moral in the joke. So that's... I guess I'll take it, Hobo. 726 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, and maybe somebody will click on this that'll throw in a Rumble rant or some gifted memberships or some super chats or some PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo. Please and thank you. As you can see, I've definitely... I haven't been on it too heavy today. Oh, I missed a bunch. Walter with $10 over on Venmo. They're getting on the Venmo today. It says listening behind but enjoying the show. Thank you, Walter. $5 from Walter says the Epstein files are the one thing, but what did your dad think when you told him about the frugal gourmet? I still haven't told my dad about the frugal gourmet. I probably should. And Marshall with $20. I can't say that word, Marshall, but thank you for the 20.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Hey, thank you, Venmo. We're back on track for today. Guys, now's the perfect time to keep that rally going. Thank you, boys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. And thanks again. Like and subscribe. If you can't chip in any monetary contributions, we always appreciate you guys throwing us a like. Thank you so much. So Thomas, speaking of Thomas Massie, we got one more clip. Then we got Portnoy running cover for Pizzagate, which is always a great look. Thomas Massie was making a speech in Oldham County, Kentucky. He's his district, and they snatched the microphone away from him. The Republican Party is about to turn on this guy. Massie's going to have to run as an independent because he's nowhere near a Democrat. In fact, Massie is the one guy who warned us that if we print all this money during COVID to give out these stimulus checks, it's going to crater the economy and cause runaway inflation, which anybody could have seen. In fact, when we were on the radio back then, I said, I'm like, just keep everything open. Let's roll the dice and just let it run. Like, it'll be okay. Sick people stay home. Older people stay home. We'll get through this. And we would have. Some places did. But instead, we printed fuckloads of money. We cratered the economy. It was the biggest transfer of wealth from the poor to the wealthy since 2008. Probably since the Great Depression. Maybe ever. And unfortunately, we had one guy. We had Thomas Massie speaking out against it. And now we've got Thomas Massie being a guy who's like, look, I don't care about your politics. This is bigger than Democrat, Republican. We have to stop these satanic pedophiles. And what did they do in Oldham County?
You are a congressman. You work not for the Speaker of the House. I work for you.
Welcome to the next bit, baby. Oh, yeah.
So they took the mic away from him because he was going against Speaker Johnson. He was going against the Republican Party narrative. Good for him. And to like rip a sitting congressman's mic away from him when he comes to your county like delegation, what a prick. He was also calling out Donald Trump for shitting on his wife, which, I would too. I would too if somebody was like publicly like, yeah, he's a big time lib now because his wife's a lefty. Like, no, fuck that. I'm going to fire back on that one too. By the way, his wife voted for Trump 3 times. Thomas Massie had a microphone snatched right out of his hand Friday as he spoke at the Oldham County, Kentucky Republican Party's Lincoln Day dinner. Massie was in the midst of saying, if you are a congressman, you work not for the Speaker of the House. I work for you. Pointing to the audience when event MC and State House Speaker David Osborne decided he'd heard enough. Osborne grabbed the mic away as someone yelled, "Welcome to the snake pit, baby." Massie then walked off in solidarity with supporters who left the event because he'd been cut off. Massie told the paper that he joined supporters for drinks at Ernesto's Mexican Cuisine in LaGrange. I said, well, if they're going to walk out for me, I'll walk out and meet with them. That's a guy right there. Oldham County Republican Party Chair Blaine Anderson said Massie's mic was taken only because he had gone over his allotted time limit. No. I've seen people at different events. I've covered stuff like this before, and I've seen people go over their time. They get a little warning. They get a little nudge. Hey, you're running out of time. And then they kind of gently nudge you to wrap it up. They don't go, give me the fucking mic, you piece of shit, especially if you're a sitting United States congressman. They didn't like what he was saying. This, like, Trump God following needs to stop. Look, you can like the guy. You can vote for the guy. I voted for him. I want him to do a good job. But it is really important as his supporter that you call him out when he's not doing a good job and to not make excuses for him. That's an enabling, abusive relationship you're in. You know, because Democrats are never going to say he does a good job. They're always going to say he's a piece of shit. So their opinion really doesn't matter that much. It's biased. But if you criticize him, then he's got to do something different. But if you're going to rip the microphone out of people's hands because they want to say that we can do better, you're never going to improve. Massie called Anderson a great guy, and he didn't blame the chairman for the mic incident, but he's swimming upstream, Massie said. There's some Massie derangement syndrome in Oldham County among the establishment. Massie has stood firm in his call for a full release of the Epstein files, condemned U.S. involvement in Iran, and denounced Trump's one big beautiful bill last summer. And you should oppose the big beautiful bill. It was a giveaway. It was a shitload of spending. I mean, the big beautiful bill cut out almost all of the Doge cuts. And I mean, what did he do other than eliminate some tax credit that would make everybody's health insurance more expensive? Mine went up by about $108 a month for me and my kids. So again, like I don't exactly know what that big beautiful bill did to help. Coltswalker says you all bash Trump like a bunch of groypers. I like to think that I'm remarkably fair to the president that I voted for. I like to consider myself a consumer of a product. I bought something or I subscribed to something. I would like to get what I wanted. I am a customer. And if I'm not happy, I'm not just going to choke down the slop that I'm fed. I'm going to let you know that I don't like what you're doing. $2 from Bulls Deep says, Spudmo, Russet Pal, Tuber Chats. Hey, guys, we appreciate it. In fact, I'm going to make a song. I'm going to make my own rally song. And yes, it's going to be AI, but I'm going to write it, and I want to have it ready for tonight's show. I hope you guys will enjoy it. Balls Deep with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Youngling Slayer with $2 says Trump is a K-commie. He will forever be a New York Democrat. $4.99 from Pray by 12 says Osborne couldn't give Massie an extra minute to defend his wife. You should have played the whole thing. That 20-second clip is what was going around Twitter. That's what I have, my man. Thank you guys very much for those contributions. We're coming down nicely. Keep it going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. And gifted memberships, of course. Angela just got that last one. RP says, did Crutches quit? No. We mentioned it earlier in today's show. Johnny had a loss in his family. He is going to be gone for as long as he needs. I told him yesterday, I will just assume that you're not going to be back until you let me know. You don't need to call in every day. Don't worry about it. Get all your family stuff together and take care of yourself and take care of all that. Yeah, that was too bad. Johnny was upset yesterday, and understandably so. Again, he had a loss in his family, and he'll be back when he's back, essentially. Let's make a little more money here, and then let's go right back to the Dave Portnoy thing. Still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped, only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus with no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin-free and mold-free. You're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic, a frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions, and a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio. That's 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something just like Rumble does. 1775coffee.com. All right, you guys keep rolling. You keep doing your thing. Appreciate you supporting the show, and we'll get out of here with a great start to our week. Appreciate you guys. Oh. Start the rumors. Johnny is joining a show with the... No, Johnny is. Jim Turner says Johnny made a moral choice to quit because he loves Comicsgate so much. That is not anywhere near accurate, sir. How dare you? Johnny did not quit the show in solidarity with Comicsgate. That is a disgusting, awful rumor. People saying Johnny's going to join a show and be the puppet. It's not okay. Not okay. Abel Graham says Crip Daddy died from being stoned and choking on a piece of pizza. Would be ironic if Johnny died similarly. Crip Daddy. You know who I was thinking of? Crip Mac. I don't want us to lose Crip Mac. Crip Mac is a goddamn national treasure, if you ask me. Jim Turner in the YouTube chat making up all kinds of terrible rumors about Johnny. How dare you? Somebody decided to get a hold of Dave Portnoy in the lead up to the Super Bowl, and they wanted to ask him about Pizzagate. Now, Dave does a thing where he reviews pizza. He goes to pizzerias and he reviews pieces of pizza. He's even released his own one-bite pizza. I've never seen it anywhere, but I don't even know if it's still around. But pizza is kind of a gimmick of his. So when this guy came to confront Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports about Pizzagate and all the Epstein files, I don't know if Dave Epstein... Yikes, that was a Freudian slip. Oh, boy. I don't know if Dave Portnoy was just being Jewish and obfuscating, or if Dave Portnoy is really just a big dumb retard and didn't understand that this guy was trying to talk to him about the Epstein files and Pizzagate. My theory is that Dave Portnoy is afraid to read the Epstein files. He's afraid to educate himself on the Epstein files because there's a lot of unfortunate, harsh truths in there. And I don't know if he can keep accusing everyone of being anti-Semites all the time, every time something awful about Israel comes out. So Dave Portnoy, you guys can decide if he's doing some Jewish mind control here, if he's obfuscating on purpose, or if Dave Portnoy is just a big dumb retard who was worried that his pizza brand is going to be damaged and doesn't really understand what this guy's talking about. Let's hit play on this.
Dave, is it upsetting? I'm an Italian. I love pizza. It's my favorite food. Is it upsetting that it's some sort of code language for the elites when they're referencing children? Have you seen that? And they're confirming that it is. Is that kind of concerning?
You're talking a different language. Make it make sense.
He just did. Dave, do you find it troubling that as a guy who promotes pizza, that the elites use it as a code word for child trafficking? You don't know that? I hate it when people don't know shit and then they treat it as like an endearing thing or a point in their favor. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about, so that makes me above it. No, that's literally the definition of the word ignorance. You're ignorant, dog. You're ignorant.
There's code words, children, pizza. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, they're using the term pizza.
Who?
These elites in these emails.
What? Who?
All right, fine, Dave. You want to be a dick? Jews. There. That's what I would have yelled at him. I would have been Jews, Dave. Sorry. I didn't want to say that. I didn't want to come out. I watched an ad where somebody put a blue square on a backpack, So I didn't want to say dirty Jew, but Jews, Dave. Jews are using that language to traffic children. I'm sorry. By the way, you would think such a small portion of the population, like there just wouldn't be enough of them to be as high a percentage in this type of shit as they are. It would be like if in America, a shitload of Hindus were just into some powerful next level sacrifice shit.
A big part of the internet.
What?
A big part of the internet.
Speak English. Tell me what you're talking about.
There's a conspiracy. There's a
conspiracy
theory.
Theories. I don't do conspiracy theories.
So pizza's not.
You know what was a conspiracy theory? COVID came from a lab. You know what was a conspiracy theory? America knew about 9/11 in advance. You know, I mean, there's a lot of conspiracy theories out there, Dave, and especially the last 6-7 years or so, a lot of them have been seeming to be coming true.
Pizza, I eat pizza, it goes in my mouth. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I'm asking if is it concerning that.
Concerning what? I'm going to eat pizza.
Isn't it weird when Jewish guys pretend to be fake Italians? It is kind of strange, isn't it? Like Henry Winkler as the Fonz, and you found out when you were older, like, oh no, that's just like a nebbish Jewish guy, you know? And then Dave Portnoy's like, I don't know what you're talking about. I eat the pizza, I put it in my mouth, it goes in there, gabagoo. And then all of a sudden you go, I think Israel's a really shitty country. How dare you throw pennies at me on the sidewalk while I'm eating pizza? Oy vey, I've been assaulted. Hey, Dave, what about Jewish pedophiles trafficking children to the elite? Hey, what do I know about pizza? I'm just eating the stuff with the meatballs, and I put it in with the sauce, and then I eat it, and it goes in my tummy, and I shit it out. Like, it's amazing how this guy can chameleon himself when he needs to. And, of course, this douche bought New England Patriots replica Super Bowl rings. Of course.
Talking theories, conspiracies, moon landing. I eat pizza.
Nobody said the moon landing.
No, I do too. I'm just saying.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about.
No, why can't you explain it?
I did explain
No,
it.
you didn't. You
Well,
said
Fine, Dave. Jews are trafficking kids. Your thoughts? Because if I say that to you, you're instantly going to go, oh, there you go. Now all of a sudden he's not, hey, I eat pizza and I eat pizza with Christopher Columbus. Because the minute I say that, you're going to go, oy vey, another show, or you might as well be throwing us in the ovens again. What are you doing? That's why, Dave, because if he comes at you correct and tells you what's going on, you're going to play victim. This way he comes to you and you play dumb. You play dumb Italian. Hey, I got rocks in my brain and rocks in my shoes. I can't see the suns in my eyes. I got my...
People in
They had a whole theory called Pizzagate. Pizzagate, Dave.
I fucking eat pizza. That's
Pizzagate. A lot of people
think
think
with better questions.
Pizzagate, David.
I'll see you, buddy.
one, please.
I mean, he got really fired up for a pretty simple question, didn't he? I mean, that was a really aggressive response. Something tells me Dave knows exactly what that guy was talking about, and he no want to say.
Was 100% a valid question. Is it disheartening that is, the term?
I knew Blind Mike wasn't really blind. That son of a bitch. God, I knew it. It's been a gimmick this entire time. I don't know. He might make more money on his show one time than I make on my show one time. I might need to, I should probably think of a gimmick. I should probably get out. Maybe I blind myself. Maybe I become trans blind. That might be the way to go. He's out there confronting Dave Portnoy. I'm out there hucking dildos with all the lefty protesters. Who's really winning at that point? It's time to admit it. Balls Deep says, I can think of 5,999,999 conspiracy theories. That's interesting because I can only think of 109 of them. Hobo Chili says, hey, if you guys were so smart, you would have won the war. I mean, look, when the guy's got a point, the guy's got a point. All right, guys, go ahead and throw in a couple of bucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you so much for your contributions today. Just a little bit further, really. Just a little bit further. And by the way, if you want to send in some lyrics to the rally music that I'm going to create today, it's going to be AI slop, but I'm going to try to do the best I can and make a good try to make a video with it too. I'll play around. Fatty Royce Buckle says, I thought potato was your gimmick. That's true, but the potato pockets, they ain't stuffing a lot of money in the potato pockets. They've done okay, but I need a better gimmick, I think. Reformed Rapscallion says Aaron's alter ego is Good Bunny. I'll let your imagination figure out what he gets up to. Don't let their imaginations run wild. Chips and Diff says, did you say out there sucking dildos? I did not. I said hucking. Hucking dildos, not sucking dildos. Those dildos had been thrown all over the street. You suck on one of those dildos, you're getting a gravel breakfast with a side of shame, okay? Dinkelman says, so what you're saying is it's just going to be Eric Church lyrics. I mean, I welcome your input. Pray by 12, thank you for $10. So much thank yous. What? So much thank you. So much thank yous. This is why I appreciate it. Pray by 12. 999 says, sent DM of Massie's speech, 7 minutes more America first than any GOP representative. We'll get to that later in the show. I think a 7-minute speech is a long way to go, but I appreciate it, and we will get that played for you at some point in today's show. Now they're saying, Aaron, hucking and sucking. Or no, I'm sorry, hucking and chucking the dildos. I'm not hucking. I'm not hucking and chucking. I'm not. See, even in the Rumble chat now. By the way, hit like on YouTube because we've been spending more time with you guys lately because you're so nice and we've been growing. Wanhead Rex says hucking and chucking with Aaron. Chips and Diff says huck it, suck it, dildos. It's not. No. Aaron, you're going to use AI. Have fun building that new computer with these prices. Huh? 2 sticks of RAM cost $900 because of TS, by the way. I don't know what that I'm you got to remember, dude, when you explain shit to me, I'm dumb. Bapa Shab says Aaron was picking them up off the ground and throating them. I watched his live stream. It's 100% real, and it happened. I mean, I am fine with anybody watching the entire stream back and trying to find that moment because the views are monetized, which is nice. Did you guys hear about, I just wanted to go through this real quick. Oh, Fatty Royce Buckle says it's because of, TS, transsexuals. I had no idea. Now I know. Let's get Royce Buckle a membership. What do you say? Okay. Let's do it. Chipotle guy. This is, a lot of people are saying, oh, this is Chipotle turning their backs on their customers and everything else. This is just kind of how fast food and restaurants in general work. You start off by giving people shitloads of food for an affordable amount of money. That business model works. You open up more franchises, you start making shitloads of money, and then slowly you just creep that price up. Slowly you use a little bit less food in your products, and that profit margin just sneaks up there. And you keep doing that until people start to notice it and then go, hey, what are you doing? And then you drop it by 10 cents and they go, hey, the price of burritos went down. No, they didn't. It's Patrice O'Neill used to call it the sneaker game. You know, sneakers cost $100. And then they go up to $200. You go, oh my God, why are my sneakers costing $200? They went, all right, fine. $175. Oh, thank God the price of sneakers went down $25. No, they didn't. They just jacked you for $75. So the Chipotle CEO said the quiet part out loud, and somebody leaked the audio, as they tend to do. This is what he had to say. And people are mad at Chipotle about this one, but I'm pretty sure this conversation has taken place in every restaurant, fast food, casual dining, or other at some point.
We learned that 60% of our core users are over $100,000 a year in income, in average household income. That gives us confidence that we can lean into that group in a more meaningful way, whether it's the solo occasion and or group occasions, to really drive meaningful transaction performance in the year.
Now, meaningful transaction performance is a not shitbag way of saying bilk these people for all they're worth. There's a business way of saying that. There's, you can say, all right, it turns out that 60% of the people who come to Chipotle, turns out 60% of them make over $100,000 a year. We can reach into their fucking pockets and fleece them. Now, you say that, people are going to feel duped and they're going to not go to your restaurant anymore. But if you say to people, hey, we can receive more transactional value performance out of that group, well, that's at least giving you a reach around during penetration. And again, I don't think that's any different than how restaurants have done business forever. You just heard a guy say it to you. You just heard a guy say it openly, is all. Thank you to Abel Graham for gifting a membership on Rumble. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that so much. You guys are 54 memberships away from 500. Los Federales with $1 says, found this fella. He should become our WPH ambassador. Just look at all the song titles. Oh, no. Dan Vicious with $5 says, give this to Johnny for his new rollerblades. But Johnny doesn't have, but he ain't got no legs. Oh, I know that. You wrote me a letter, you idiot. All right. Thank you guys very much for that. Let's, what did Los Federales send us? Ragtime Kylan says I should check out the songs that he's got. Oh, my God. So wait a minute. You want to use these as our rally songs today? I don't know if we should be using this.
I went to the ball with Angeline. She wore a dress of gingham green.
All right. So far, this is actually a very lovely song. I'm sorry I judged you.
We danced till the morning lights were seen way down in Hyers Hall.
Okay. So far, this is just a nice old-timey, like old taverny song. Cool.
There was Susie Sims and George and Pete and all the boys from Wooster Street. Hey. And Martha Jane, she looked so sweet at a gay old nigger ball.
Oh, so we're all right. So then okay, that takes a turn. How about that we were so racist back then that wasn't a controversial line in the song? Like you could just go, we're all having a great time. All our friends, we're having fun. We're dancing. We're partying and N-word, boom. And it's not like a big hit. It's just everyone goes, yeah, that sounds like a great time. And it's gay too.
Oh, golly, what's a high old time and such a noise with all the boys. Oh, golly, what's a high old time, that's a gay old nigger boy.
See, he must mean it like in a different, I don't think he means it the way you guys think he didn't mean it. He didn't mean it. So, what are some of his other stuff? They said, Aaron, you got to check out some of his other songs. Let's see. Oh, okay. That one. I'm starting to see a theme with these songs. Never Trust with a Gun from 1886. Toe Rag. Oh, Toe Rag, though. Like, that could be for us because we're steel toe. That. Get your Rick and Morty pajama pants off the screen, please. See, this is fun and snappy. I dance to this with my pals. We'd have a gay old time to this, right? Hey. Okay, we might be safe on this one. There's no words to it. Skip ahead just a little. Oh, good. There's no words. Okay, good. It's just got a really racist name. I mean, think what you want about the titles. He didn't write the songs, and he can play a mean piano. What else does he have? I'm the father of a little... Okay, that one's a lot, too. We'll pick one of these for today. T-Baby with $1 says, in a world full of baby blood drinkers, at least I have you, Toe. Hey, if you need something to get away from the baby blood drinkers, I'm your Huckleberry, my man. Thank you. Thank you very much. Go away becoming a member for 45 months, you glutton for punishment. Says, you think that's bad? Check out the original title of the greatest selling mystery book of all time, Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None. Well, let's take a look. Original title of Agatha Christie, And Then There Were None. 1939, originally published in the UK under the title 10 Little... Oh, my God! That's not okay.
Oh, no! Oh, jeez!
That's black. Okay. And Then There Were None. It was later changed for U.S. publication. Oh, thank God. They realized that 10 Little Ends was a terrible name for a book. So they changed it for U.S. publication. That's so good. To 10 Little Indians. Okay, somebody's got to tell them that's not that much better. At least they didn't say Redskins. They did change it to And Then There Were None, which kind of obfuscates the original title. And 10 Little Negroes. Oh, well, that's, for the 30s, that's kind of progressive, right? 99-cent gutter vodka just wrote the title in all caps. Hey, 99-cent gutter vodka, do me a favor. When you see us slow rolling a topic and you're seeing us kind of slowly build to it so we can feign shock and surprise, maybe when we're going subtle, we don't need to smash the bit over the head with a sledgehammer. Rusty Grammar becoming a member for 45 months says, insert message here. Well, it's better than the last one we got. Guys, keep chipping in. We appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Oh, you guys are a fun one today. You know, sometimes people tell me, they say, Aaron, when you do solo shows, you spend more time with us in the chat and we have more fun. Well, I tell you what, you support this show the way you support this show. I'll be in that goddamn chat all day with you. I appreciate it. In Israel, the biolab in Vegas thing. Prayer by 12 sent this to me. We learned this on Friday. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but remember that biolab in Vegas that the Chinese were running? There was a Chinese guy, and they had like Ebola in there and AIDS and tuberculosis and all kinds of shit, malaria, deadly forms of malaria. You're not going to believe this, Papa Shab, but the guy who owned the house is an Israeli man named Ori Solomon. Again, proving that I don't go searching this shit out. It's just the way it was. An Israeli citizen owned the illegal biolab in Las Vegas. It's just, even when I don't even suspect them of being part of the story, they find their way in there. Mad Move says every fucking time. Sam Show says Oz is fine too because there's some actual back and forth. Just get rid of the cripple. Yeah, you don't like Johnny. Well, guys, I always say vote with your money. I always listen. Okay, we got not Christy Nome. I've been to too many of these protests. Kathy Hochul. Kathy Hochul, I've always had this problem. Explosive diarrhea. Thank you. Much better now. I've always had this problem with politicians who want to talk about guns and gun control and all of this other stuff when they clearly have no idea. They don't know anything about guns. They've never owned a gun, nothing. But they are obsessed with regulating them and legislating them. And you would think, like, let's take something I don't know much about. Dieting. All right. I'm not going to be part of the Maha movement like Robert F. Kennedy telling you what oils to make your food in and beef tallow and all this shit. By the way, silly little story here from this weekend. So I'm one of those terrible human beings, one of those big retards who will periodically, after I make bacon for the kids, I'll turn on the hot water. I'll pour it. I'll run the hot water down the drain and I'll pour the bacon grease down there I'm one of those assholes. So this time, this weekend when I made the bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches, I poured the bacon grease in the little Pyrex bowl, and I sat it there to be thrown away later. And I read somewhere that people keep the bacon grease and they cook with it. Like they cook with the bacon grease later. They take a little bit of it, put it in the pan, cook something in there later, like tallow or whatever they're saying. And I thought about doing that. I was like, oh, is that really something people do? And I read up more on it, and they did. And my ex-wife, the mother of my children, she is, and I don't think she would mind me saying this at all, she is one of the cheapest people I've ever met. She is the most penny-pinching, skinflint person at like to aggressive degrees. She rips her pieces of gum in half to save money. I mean, I can't do it. It might be jealousy. I don't know. But either way, my kids go, oh, yeah, Dad, Mom does that. And I'm like, Mom does that to save money. And I go, all right, I'm throwing the bacon grease away. I can't do it. I can't go that far. No, thank you. I thought about it. So if anyone does it, please let me know. So I would like to know if it's something worth doing or if it's a little psychotic. Goat Choker says it's good. I can't believe you just pour grease down your pipes. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. Papa Shop says Canyon has a jar of bacon grease for lube. Blech. Blech. Cleaner says, so your ex is Jewish. Gotcha. Healthier than vegetable oil, says Redman. Is it healthier than my extra virgin olive oil? By the way, yes, I'm one of those fucking cunts who buys that shit instead of regular olive oil because I've been convinced by the marketing that it's somehow better. I'm a douche. Colts Walker says cooking with lard is not nearly as harmful as cooking with shortening or artificial butter, which is all trans fat. Reformed Rapscallion, I pour hot bacon grease out the window. I pour it on neighborhood children when they violate my property rights. Put it on Gordy's food. Ugh. Do you think Gordy would eat it if I put the thing of bacon grease in? I would never do that to poor Gordy. Bird Collector says, yes, do it. Abel Graham says, I keep a jar of bacon grease so I can piss in Johnny's right. Jesus Christ. Save the grease. Keep it in the fridge. It's definitely worth doing. I do it all the time, says Approachable. I'll even save and render down my own beef and pork fat for grilling. God damn. I use it to season my cast iron. Everybody's using it. I got an audience full of steel toe people that use the bacon grease. Now, multiple people have now said you could pour the bacon grease on your dog's kibble. So this is a thing. I cook in bacon grease. I stopped buying vegetable oil in Crisco 30 years ago. Yes, but would RFK Jr. be happy? Like if he came over to my house, would he go, I'm so happy that you've decided to start cooking your food in bacon grease, and you've decided that what we're going to do is continue to cook this way because it's much better than things like vegetable oil or the fake butter that you might want to use. All of these things are very detrimental to your health, and if we can get America drizzling bacon grease on their dog's food and then cooking their own meals in it, I think that would be much better for the overall health of the nation. Because that's all I want. I just want an attaboy from RFK Jr. That's all. Silver Wolf with $1 says, we shop at the same stores. Bold of you to assume it's still virgin when I'm done shopping. Oh, fine. Stop fucking the olive oil. Your dog will love that shit? Wow. So I'm supposed to... wow, apparently I've been wasting bacon grease my entire life. I'm a giant piece of shit. All right. I have a PayPal notification here, but I don't want to scroll down and accept it because I don't want to know how little it is. Like, it could be massive. It could be a huge one, but I don't want to. I don't want to take a look because it could be $1. It could be 100. It could be something in between. You know what? Let's end the suspense. Yep, it's $1 from Piggies Aren't Halal. There we go. Piggies Aren't Halal says Minnesota governor's race gets smaller. Sedative Scott Jensen is running for auditor instead, and Jeff Johnson's daughter was murdered over the weekend. Oh, my God. That's terrible. Holy fuck. That's awful news. Jeff Johnson daughter. I don't see anything. Jeff Johnson daughter, Minnesota. Hearts and prayers go out to Governor. 15 hours ago. After the loss of their daughter, our hearts go out to Jeff Johnson. Wow. That's really I don't see too much about it, though. Former St. Cloud City Council member, gubernatorial candidate. This isn't about his daughter, though. Holy shit, that's awful. That's real. Well, that was kind of a mood killer. All right. $2 from Sergeant Hulka says, look at bacon up Google image. Look at bacon up. Bacon up? Oh, that's a real thing. Holy shit, I thought it was a misprint. Bacon up, bacon grease, rendered bacon fat, next level flavor. Well, shit. For frying, cooking, or baking. Here's a Down syndrome guy holding some bacon up. He's smarter than I am. Wally World with $5. Thank you, buddy. He says, I save bacon grease and freeze it. I gave it to my dog, too. He's dead now. Oh. So maybe not the dog part. maybe we don't do the dog part. Carlos Cameo says, I guess now it's bacon down. That's not okay. That's not bacon down. We get the joke. Like, it's bacon up, bacon down. I mean, are you proud of yourself? Well, yeah, that's what it looks like. All right. Well, sorry guys. I guess I've been missing out. Not cooking with bacon grease this whole time. You guys are doing fantastic. Keep it up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. I appreciate it. Keep doing what Wally World did there. I think we should have ourselves a nice little day today. So, Kathy Hochul, the governor of New York, was talking about guns this weekend, and she really shouldn't. And she shouldn't be making rules about guns. And I think there should be, like, even if you're elected to office, I feel like you should have to take some kind of firearm aptitude test before you start proposing legislation that infringes upon people's Second Amendment rights. And look, if you want to expand carry and shit like that, I think you should still, like, no matter what side of the issue you're on, you should have to take a basic competency test about firearms if you're going to propose laws that affect people's firearm rights. This is Kathy Hochul talking about one of the handguns, that New York legislation that she helped champion, one of the guns that it got off the streets. You guys are going to be so proud of her for this.
You'll no longer sell handguns that can be converted into semi-automatic machines able to fire 1,200 rounds a minute.
Well, I mean, that's fantastic. I certainly would hate to have a handgun that fires 1,200 rounds per minute. That would be very dangerous. I mean, people could spray and pray and wipe out numerous schools in 60 seconds time. That's crazy, 1,200 rounds per minute. Now, I do have very good news for people who are both pro and anti-gun control. Kathy Hochul did not need to make a law to get handguns off the street that fire 1,200 rounds per minute. In fact, I looked up the numbers. Do you know how many handguns fire 1,200 rounds per minute? Regardless of legislation, the answer would be fucking zero. That's an insane number. Good. So no, Kathy, we don't have to worry about handguns that fire 1,200 rounds per minute, not because of your legislation, but because we're not playing Halo. Let's continue.
You'll no longer sell handguns that can be converted into semi-automatic machines able to.
I love that in like an error message sound effect. That's not my computer, by the way. Like an error message popped up as she was talking about this.
able to fire 1,200 rounds a minute. Not here, not in New York.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, pal. You just blowing from Stupid Town?
I don't think that was needed at the end. That just seems mildly like bullying. But there you go. Congratulations, guys. By the way, someone writing in saying, obviously she's referring to the handheld A10 Warthog. I didn't know about these handguns that are firing 1,200 rounds per minute, but apparently they're very dangerous. They've been a real thorn in the side of the NYPD and New York politicians for a long time. I want to be the first person who's not a Democrat to stand up and congratulate Kathy Hochul to be the governor that kept 1,200 round per minute handguns off the street. And by the way, this alone should disqualify her from ever legislating handguns again. But also, how about the line that she's like, they can't be converted into semi-automatic machines. Well, that's true. They can't, because a handgun is already a semi-automatic machine. It's all right. It can't be converted into that unless it's a revolver. Well, even revolvers. I mean, unless it's bolt action. Yeah, it's not. It's going to be semi-automatic, Kathy. Just one pull, one round. But hey, at least the next one won't be firing 1,200 rounds per minute. I mean, these gun people are insane, and I'm glad Kathy Hochul's there to kind of tard wrangle them, if I'm being honest. Fucking hell. She actually, by the way, she thinks that she did that. She does believe that she's accomplished that. Me So Horny says, my squirt gun shoots 1,200 rounds per minute. Well, and we need to get that off the street because you're going to put an eye out with that thing. Mr. Approachable says, Aaron, you need this. Oh, God. Mini bacon grease container with strainer, 15-ounce enamel grease saver, farmhouse bacon grease keeper for kitchen fat storage. What do you want me to do? And then I drink out of it? So this thing just saves you bacon grease. And it strains out all the little bacon chunks. Look at that. It's straining out the bacon chunks. Thank you guys for thinking of me. I do appreciate it. Wally World with $10 says, my dog lived to the ripe old age of 16, so maybe that was the bacon grease. Bacon down, bacon up. 6-7. Thank you very much, Wally World, for that $10 contribution. I appreciate it. Guys, keep going. I think we've got ourselves a chance at a nice start to the week here. Now, I do have another PayPal notification. Everybody start taking bets. Is this one of the big ones? Or do I have $1 waiting for me again? There we go. Ready? 1, 2. Oh, $10 from Nicholas, my golfing buddy. Here I was going to be kind of silly about it. And there's Nicholas with $10. Hey, not too many more of you doing that, and we've got ourselves a perfect start to the week. Thank you. C. Wordus on YouTube says 1,200 rounds per minute. How fucking quick is your trigger finger? Well, it's Celsius. You're just twitching already as it is. So you're just firing off. Electric Shoes says, wow, Aaron finding out that you're supposed to keep bacon grease for cooking. Only like 200 years late. Hey, you know what my dad always says? Aaron, you fucking retard. No, it was better late than never is what he said. Buttshine says that's 20 rounds a second. A Glock with switch can do that. She just extrapolated to 60 seconds. Well, I don't know. Are people firing? I mean, just the reload time, I don't think is going to allow you those 1,200 rounds per minute. All right, let's open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. And while we do that, you guys continue to hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I appreciate it. You guys are doing great today. A few more memberships, a few more Rumble Rants, YouTube, Super Chat, Rumble Rants, PayPal, Venmo, all that shit. And I think we can call today another win for the toe with very minimal soliciting. So thank you guys for just being supportive on your own accord. All right, the next story we're going to do is definitely one where you guys are. You know what? I'm going to trust that as we do this story, you guys will not turn this into like an, oh, look, it's Aaron, or, oh, it's Aaron's favorite event kind of a thing. I feel like you guys are going to watch this story. You're going to be respectful, and we're going to be able to have a good laugh together. Now, some would say, Aaron, you're fucking delusional. I don't think so. I think you guys are going to enjoy this one with me. It's about a charitable event that involves one of America's favorite things and one of its least favorite things, overeating and exercising. So at least they're burning it off. Let's take a look.
A dozen donuts, 5 miles, and priceless memories.
For the plot, 100%.
Some a little more skeptical.
I got pulled out of bed like literally 30 minutes ago.
Others just hoping for the best.
A lot of cold people and good vibes, hopefully.
For the kids, Zoe. I'm happy the kids got my money, but I'm not happy about that.
And as they got ready to run the 2.5 miles from the Memorial Bell Tower to the Krispy Kreme at Peace and Person Streets.
Casual to the right, challenger to the left.
It's the second part of the race that's a challenge. Downing a whole dozen donuts gets tough.
So you run a 5K from one spot to a Krispy Kreme. You get a dozen donuts and you have to eat them all. So you haven't won the race until you've gorged yourself on Krispy Kreme. I'm going to say this is one race I might be able to win just because of the proper motivation. I think I might be able to do this one. And also, why are we interviewing her? She's all bundled up in a jacket. She ain't running. And by the way, the people who aren't running, they better not be getting donuts. This is only for the 5K runners. Also, running a 5K and then eating a dozen Krispy Kreme, that is also my fitness regimen every day. So there's Hey, baby, I got great news. I ran 3 or 4 full court basketball games today and got a good chunk of time in the weight room. Oh, yeah? What'd you do after that? A quarter pounder with a medium fry and a Coke. I can't understand why my weight has stayed exactly the same for years. I really can't quite nail it down.
Things are far too delicious to be treated like this.
Well, it's not fun on the way back, that's for sure. It's
That was all the protesters at Whipple on Saturday with their dildos. Yeah! I'm in my element.
Donuts in the stomach that don't want to stay down there.
One veteran's strategy?
Drink water while you're eating the donuts, that's for sure.
Others just along.
Fucking sprinter puke all over the road. You're driving, your tires are going to be caked in it. Just people shoving 12 donuts down after run.
For moral support and maybe a little gastronomic rescue.
We're just going to be keeping an eye on him just in case I need to run out there and resuscitate or pump his stomach or anything. We're here for support.
But one by one, dodging cold.
Hey, that's fucking littering. Arrest that guy. By the way, one donut, 190 calories. So we're doing almost 2,400 calories in Krispy Kreme after a 5K. Whew. I think we're more than neutralizing the effects of the 5K.
And a queasy stomach to enjoy a sweet win at the finish line.
It's me, diabetes.
Yeah. And in the end, worth it not just for the plot, but to support the UNC Children's Hospital.
If you get the shirt at the end, then they can think it's all worth it.
What's the point of helping out the Children's Hospital if you're all just going to end up laid up in the hospital with diabetes after? Also, a 5K, so you're already tired. Then you do the 12 Krispy Kreme after. So you're just going to have a bunch of people sunning themselves, laying in the street, digesting like a boa constrictor that just ate a deer. It is always weird to me, like the weird, let's eat a bunch of weird, fucked up foods for the Children's Hospital. It's like, can't you just help out the Children's Hospital? Like, hey, you want to run a 5K and then do some kind of weird human trick afterwards? It's to benefit the Children's Hospital. Well, do I have a choice to just help out the Children's Hospital? Come on. What fun is that? Well, I mean, I don't have to eat 2,400 calories and throw off my glucose for 2 weeks. That's number one. So you don't care about children? Can I just give you a 20? If you want to be no fun, I guess I'm no fun then. Supporting the Children's Hospital. That is a very American thing. Hey, support a healthcare facility. How should we do that? Overeat and overindulge on sugar. I mean, how is that really? Shut up and do it. It's for the kids. All right. Fair enough. Potentially Criminal says, when you were talking about salty dildos, I thought you were talking about Hackverse fans. Hey-oh! They don't like that. You know, the weirdest thing about those types is that they should know that they're humiliating, awful people to be. And when you point it out to them, they get really mad and they like hope for your death for 3 years and watch you endlessly. And it's like, I'm sorry. If I would have known I was the first person who said that you're clinically depressed and coping with it through the internet and Reddit forums, I wouldn't have said it to you. I thought you knew. I thought I was stating the obvious. Now I feel terrible, but I've already set it in motion. God damn it. Speaking of potentially criminal Sean, here's a fat guy. No, it's a Tim Dillon clip. That's mean. Potentially criminal Sean is always nice enough. And then I make a fat joke. I don't care if he says, well, that's all right, because I make fat jokes too. I don't know. You come in, you make a nice joke about terminally online crisis people. I should be kind to you. $2 from Joey Caravello says, Aaron, would you make out with Jesse Lee Peterson? I feel like if I was around Jesse Lee Peterson, I wouldn't have a choice. It wouldn't be up to me. I'm going to kiss you on the mouth. Would it be all right? What do you think is wrong with black people? And if you get it wrong, I'm going to make out with you and with tongue, if that's all right. That's okay, Jesse. I really would rather not stereotype all black people. I'd also rather not make out with you. Beta! You're a beta male. Why am I a beta male? You won't suck on my tongue. If I don't suck on your tongue, I'm a beta male? Yeah. And after that, you gotta rim job me. I don't want to rim job you. Beta. Baby beta. $1 from Veldrain says, does it really count, though? Krispy Kreme donuts are mainly air. No, they're not. That's how you become 300 pounds, by the way. You become a morbidly obese person by going, I mean, Krispy Kreme, aren't they mostly air? I mean, if by that you mean dough and lard and sugar and fat, then yes, they're mostly air. But otherwise, no. They're horrible. You saw the thing. The 190 calories a donut, and you've seen how small those donuts are. Why am I trying? Why am I even trying? I'm trying to help you, trying to save you. Thank you guys very much. Keep her going. I appreciate it. Baba Shab says, Jesse Lee Peterson knew you were bitch made. Oh, he's giving me the punk test on eating his ass. Well, I mean, if only I'd have known. Oh, did you guys, before we get to the Tim Dillon thing, which might be our last thing today, did you guys see that the meth head bone smasher guy, Clavicular, got arrested? I didn't know he wasn't 21 yet. So he was in a club with a fake ID, and they arrested him and charged him with 2 felonies. He's clearly not mogging the deputy in this mugshot. By the way, if I may, I know I have 2 or 3 mugshots, but I think my smiling face, my Cupid boy face, I think I mog Clavicular's mugshot. Thank you very much. I'm beating Clav in the mugshot game, if I do say so myself. But yeah, he got arrested for the counts were, I think we've got it. Here we are. It's not as bad as being a methamphetamine prostitute that abandons your children, but it's 1 misdemeanor count of liquor, minor false ID to enter. So then after that, they got him for dangerous drug possession and forgery possession of a forged instrument. So the dangerous drug possession might be his meth. He might be able to argue that's his medicine. That's how he said that's how he gets his cheeks to look good, is by doing meth. And then what's the other stuff he's done? He was it steroids that he wrecked his balls and dick with? Like his dick doesn't work now, and to cope with that, he says, "Oh, well, you're supposed to take Cialis medically because it's good for your heart and shit." It's like, no, your dick doesn't work, and you want to be around girls all the time to make these guys on Kick. And by the way, you're on Kick. None of the guys watching Kick are interested in of-age girls. You don't know, Clav? So Clavicular got arrested. Look, depending on how much meth or whatever he had on him, I don't know if those fourth-degree felonies are going to hold up. If only we had a lawyer in our YouTube chat. But the misdemeanor false ID, he's saying that it's like political. First of all, nobody thinks of you as like a conservative firebrand. We all think of you as a dead-dicked retard. So nobody's sitting here going, oh, Clavicular. Oh, you know what? Overcharge him, because that guy, he's going to he's going to take the whole political conversation in this country and turn it on its head, and then take that head and smash it with a rubber sledgehammer and break its facial bones. By the way, SP and I were watching a movie yesterday after the Super Bowl. It was called like How to Make an Incel or something. It was like a Lifetime movie. And this kid, he keeps getting rejected by women in school. And so this guy he plays video games with starts calling him a beta and all this shit. And he's like, you need to go on this Reddit forum. Bitches ain't shit. It's like a cartoon of what like becoming an incel is. It's not that inaccurate, but it's very heavy-handed. And at one point in the show, he puts down his weights. He puts down his Vaseline that he was putting on his face to keep his skin soft. And he picks up a hammer. And he takes the hammer like this. And he goes, whoosh. And then the camera cuts to black. And he shows up in front of his mom and his sister that morning before school with a giant bruise on the side of his face. So, like, Clavicular is, like, entering the Lifetime lexicon now. The guy's bone smashing and looks maxing and the whole deal. I'm starting to think that maybe the movie was mild political propaganda. But, yes, Clavicular was arrested. Forgery, dangerous drug possession and use, and minor false ID to enter. I didn't even know the guy was under 21. So, it's kind of impressive. I mean, this guy has completely fucked up his brain and body before he's even old enough to drink. Kind of impressive. Beldrain with $1 says the club was tipped off that the ID was fake because it had the name McLovin on it. No last name. Oh, Clav. You tried to go as McLovin? That's never going to work. Oh, damn it. Fatty Roycebuckle says, get high on meth, then floss and hammer. It's not exactly what Hulk Hogan had in mind when he said, take your prayers, say your vitamins. I think he meant something else when he said that. Well, you know something, Clav, dude. You've changed my mind, man. And now, what I want to tell all the little Hulkamaniacs out there, take your meth, smash your face bones, and take a bunch of boner pills, brother. That's the new Hulk Hogan promo that would work for Gen Alpha kids, I suppose. All right, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's do it. Let's get after it and push that last little chunk home. But I'm not the last little chunk. That's not what we meant. All right. Like, subscribe, follow, donate. Let's get to Tim Dillon talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Now, this is fantastic. It's even better, this next clip, when you realize that this is another thing that got Jeremy from the Quartering going over the weekend. He said, Tim Dillon has fallen off. This is why Tim Dillon is experiencing his downfall, and it should be studied. This is like one of the biggest copes on the internet. I've been hearing it from the Dabbleverse people for 2 years. They're like, no, we're studying your downfall. That's all. I'm like, then why is my viewership higher than it's ever been? This is a weird downfall I'm having. I don't really understand how the downfall's happening. But usually when you're owning people and they're getting frustrated, they'll say, oh, it's his downfall. It needs to be studied. Notice all these people who like A-log people, they get stuck in this rut at some point where they go, he's going to fail. He's going to fall apart. And then it doesn't happen. And then they have to cope and go, we never said that he was going to fail and fall apart. We're just watching. Well, then you're just a fan. So Jeremy from the Quartering was saying that Tim Dillon is falling off and his downfall should be studied. Why? Well, it's because Tim Dillon was calling out the Luciferian monsters that secretly love or run our government, thanks to the Epstein files. And Jeremy has been running cover for all of the Zionists in the Epstein files since the day they came out. This is Tim Dillon's rant on the Epstein files, and it's a very good one.
What is the religious angle here? I'll tell you. I'm glad you asked.
Because I think he's an atheist.
When you listen to Jeffrey Epstein talk, he's talking about transhumanism. He wants to seed the world with his seed. He obviously doesn't believe in the concept of the soul. He doesn't believe in anything like that.
In fairness, Tim, if you were Jeffrey Epstein, would you believe in a soul? Or like a God that watches you and follows your every move and will judge you when you die? I mean, that's just self-preservation. He can't believe in a soul. And also, maybe for members only on Thursday, we should watch that Epstein-Steve Bannon interview. That is some satanic shit.
That he believes that you can sculpt humanity. There was a lot of transgender talk. And again, I've obviously no problem with legitimate trans people, of which there are not as many as you'd think if you went through a college campus, like actual trans people. But Jeffrey Epstein clearly liked the idea that gender is very malleable and that you could, and lots of things in life are malleable.
Imagine that. The Mossad agent sent here to manipulate and blackmail the United States believes in every cultural touchstone that's been used to distract and divide us for the last 25 years. I can't believe that he just checks all those boxes all the way down. I must be the crazy one.
And he wanted clearly to build another body, and he was obsessed with scientists, and he probably wanted to upload his consciousness, and
which explains why he had such a good relationship with Peter Thiel. I mean, you want to look into what Peter Thiel believes that he can do with AI and transhumanism and stuff like that. That guy's a problem. Like, Peter Thiel needs to be ostracized from society. He needs to not be paid attention to at all. He's a dangerous man.
He was a transhumanist, not that different from things that, Elon Musk and people like that have said. It's humanity's destiny to merge with artificial intelligence, and we can engage in some type of eugenics. This was all Epstein stuff. He had all these creepy scientists on the island. They were doing all this fucked up shit. And he was also engaging in these conversations. So Jeffrey Epstein clearly believed that humanity was a scientific endeavor. And I want to bring up Luciferianism, please.
That's always
Luciferianism.
You always know your country's in trouble when in order to talk about the problems it's having, you have to go, hey, could you pull up Luciferianism? We got to diagnose our country's problems. Like, oh, shit, we may have been going the wrong way for a while. It's like when you Google Maps the address you're heading to because you think you're going the wrong way. And now you realize you have to U-turn and head back about 25 minutes. Like, we were way off.
Bring up the definition of Luciferianism. Let's bring up Luciferianism. It is a philosophy or belief system that views Lucifer not as a devil, but as a symbol of enlightenment, independence, and pursuit of knowledge. Folks, we're getting somewhere. Folks, I think we're getting somewhere. It emphasizes individual responsibility, critical thinking, the balance of light and dark, often drawing from Gnosticism or occult traditions.
Yes.
Unlike Satanism, which may focus...
Our elitists are occultist Satanists who are blackmailing our leaders so they can bring about the brave new world that they want. And you are all useless pawns who are here to argue about Super Bowl halftime shows.
On indulgence or rebellion, Luciferianism focuses on self-deification. I am God.
Oh, boy.
Wisdom and personal growth. Jeffrey Epstein and many in the ruling class are Luciferians. They believe, whether it's aesthetic or not, they believe all of these things to be true. They don't believe there's any moral code outside what they can get away with.
I mean, look at this stuff on Epstein Islands, the temples and the sundials with the symbols on them. And it's very occultish. It's very Satanist. It's very Wicker Man-esque, if you will. You look at the Bohemian Grove and the giant effigies that they burn in Bohemian Grove, like all of this stuff, all of these rituals of Skull and Bones and Bohemian Grove and all this stuff needs to come to the light because these are the people who run the country behind the scenes. And again, they are all Luciferians. They're Satanists.
They believe that they are deities and gods and that they should be able to upload their consciousness and potentially live forever, and that you are biological waste that they should be able to fuck and throw in an ocean for sharks. This is true.
I mean, it does fit what we've heard about the Epstein files. When the puzzle pieces keep falling into place, you can't keep saying the picture ain't clear.
It's absolutely true. Now, they might not say it. They might not go, I'm a Luciferian. Now, some of them will. But they're obsessed with Moloch, who's the god of child sacrifice. They're obsessed with Baal and all these things. They're obsessed with demonology. They're obsessed with this idea of becoming their own god.
And again, like boomers, their media does not tell them any of this, does not cover any of this. So you are punished in this society for reading deeper and looking deeper and investigating and finding out what's going on. You will be punished for it. And the punishment will be everyone around you will think you're insane. So you have to choose. Do I go along and get along and just argue about the Super Bowl halftime shows? Or do I dig into this shit, tell people about it at the risk of losing people because I will look crazy? Quit trying to find a way to say this stuff without looking nuts. You know, people are like, oh, maybe if Tim Dillon took out those creepy glasses, I could take him more seriously. No, you wouldn't, because he's talking about Moloch and baby sacrifice and Satanism. And nobody with any quote-unquote credibility in mainstream media is going to talk about any of this. But that doesn't make it not true. You're just going to sound nuts.
Obsessed with child sacrifice. They're obsessed with engineering humanity through things like eugenics. Hitler was an occultist. A lot of people around him were occultists.
By the way, totally fine to say that. They'll make documentaries about it, Hitler and the occult, and write books about it and everything else. But we pretend that we're somehow not susceptible to being run by those people.
A lot of people in Los Angeles are occultists at much higher levels of the business, you know, that you hear about. You go back to the 60s. They made a lot of great music, whatever. But there was a fair amount of occultism then. More cults come out of, Northern California. More retards come out of Southern California. I always mix that up. More cults come out of Northern California. A lot of those occultists were involved in the United States military. Michael Aquino. This is all very obvious. We were on this shit years ago.
I mean, think about it. If you're a Luciferian and your whole thing is striving towards humans becoming God and humans continuing to elevate and all this stuff, you're going to be very motivated to ascend to higher ranks of government, maybe more so than someone who just wants to be left alone and live and let live and raise a family. So it does make sense that these people rise through the ranks. They're very ambitious people, but it's something you can't ignore anymore. And you know what? It's amazing because once you can get enough people to acknowledge it, the solution becomes a little easier. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it does become easier when at least we can all agree on what the enemy is. Space Cowboy with $2 says, what email do you want Slop AI rally song sent to? Oh my God, I love... Here, I'll write it in the chat. I didn't know you had one. Aaron Imholt Radio at gmail.com. There you go. I was going to write my own, and I still will. AI slop rally songs. Appreciated. Veldrain with $1 says non-legitimate trans is where Aaron throws on a wig, changes the pronouns, and points at the tits if misgendered. Main Vein with $10 says great show today. Wow, thank you. A few more of those 10s, and we're looking good. Thank you. Appreciate the 10s, the 5s. We can get there from here. Thank you very much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. And again, not a bad start to the week, boys and girls. Not a bad start to the week. Let's just keep that vibe going. Fall, and we'll get there. All right, this is very sad news from the Olympics that start today. Winter Olympics starting today, right after the Super Bowl. I hope they didn't start yesterday. That would be dumb. You'd lose all the oxygen to the Super Bowl. But Lindsey Vonn, who was going to compete with a torn ACL. That's balls, man. I mean, that's just guts. That's champion level shit. Lindsey Vonn, who's no spring chicken anymore, still racing in the Olympics. She has a torn ACL. She crashed in her first race. She's apparently going to keep going at this year's Olympics. I mean, if there's ever been a clearer sign that this is your last Olympics, I mean, going in there on one good knee, crashing and still going after it shows that this is it.
U.S. ski star Lindsey Vonn has crashed in her first race of the 2026 Olympics. The 41-year-old was airlifted off the course in Italy just a few minutes ago in what is described as a tragic and gut-wrenching fall. This is likely to take her out indefinitely. Vonn had been vying to compete despite suffering what many thought would be a major setback less than 2 weeks ago when she ruptured her ACL in a different crash during her final competition before the Olympics. The two-time gold medalist did successfully test the course during training yesterday, but unfortunately crashed out during this morning's medal race.
Yeah.
We'll bring you the latest on her status.
So she's probably
as we
done.
Learn more.
So she's probably done, but like again, she's going in there with a ruptured ACL and still going after. I mean, I don't think you're going to win a medal at 45. So I think this has got to be her last time. Oldest skier to win a medal. French alpine skier Johan Clary is the oldest person to win an Olympic medal in alpine skiing, securing silver in the men's downhill in 2022 at age 41 and 30 days. He surpassed Bodie Miller, who was 36 when he medaled in 2014. And Lindsey Vonn was trying to do it and break that record because she's over 41 and 30 days. So it doesn't look like it's going to happen. I mean, shit, it's a young man's game, man. What do you do? It's a young man's game. Veldrain with $1 says some Jews have all the luck. Some Jews have all the pain. Some Jews have all the breaks. Some Jews do nothing but complain. Thank you for the $1. Veldrain, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, pal. Here, done better, done worse. This one is okay. All right. I'm going to screen this one for tonight. We're going to come up with the AI song tonight. I'm going to screen that one, David. Thank you very much for contributing to the program. That means a ton. Well, you want to get this thing done? You want to see if we can do this thing? All right. We are an even 100 away from today. Now, this is like right on the borderline. We are right on the borderline for comfort for today. We got about 5 or 6 minutes. We're going to do the train first, and then we're going to run one of these, what's the guy's name? Kylan. Oh, his name's just Kylan. Ragtime Rev on YouTube because somebody asked today. So we're going to ride the train. We're going to see if we can't make $100 and call it a win for the toe and a perfect start to the week. Thank you guys so much. Get in there with your Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. All the links are in the chat. Let's go. Where's my horn? Oh, no, where's my horn? Oh, there it is. It's black. I can't see it. Usually if it's black and goes in my mouth, I can see it. Am I right? All right, $100 away. Let's knock this son of a bitch out and keep our perfect streak going. We had a perfect week last week. Let's keep it going today here on Monday and call it another win for the toe. I mean, look, if you got 50, throw in 50, but I'd like to see this get knocked out $5 and $10 at a time. Chat's about 30 seconds behind. So let's see if we can't get this rally going here in just a couple of seconds. Fire away, everybody. Let's do it. Again, the links are pinned to the top of the page. Let's fire it up. No matter which way you want to do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. We take it all. All of it. Who's going to start us off? $100 away from a win. No Johnny today. That's whether that's a positive or a negative for you. Your call. Let's see if we can't fire up something good today and knock out that last hundo. You guys have been great. I do appreciate it. Let's hammer this out. MSO says, isn't that Chad's hype train music? Nope, it's been ours forever. It's been ours for... I'm taking it back to try and get this last $100 knocked out today. Let's go, baby. 2 minutes left in the first song, and then we'll do another 3 minutes and see if we can't notch a W. Let's go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. Oh, here's our first one. It's $25 from Walter. Says the piano player is wildly inappropriate. Possible guest for the show. $1 from Timothy says, did you lose a couple of inches off your hairline over the weekend? No. I just did my hair like a retard. Mikey Two Milk's already let me know today. $75 away from today. A couple more drop-ins and we got this thing. $75 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Oh, we got it. Oh, no, I just didn't close them. I was going to say we got another one. I just didn't shut it down. Oh my God. Stop everything. Stop it all. Stop it all. That's it. That's it. Sanford Son with 20 gifted memberships on Rumble. Holy shit.
Say thank you for making it happen.
Oh my God. That's it. And we have $25 into the bank. Thank you guys so much. Unbelievable support for the toe. And Sanford Son coming up big with the 20 gifted memberships. Well, let's go back and do some stories then, huh? I mean, holy shit, Sanford Son giving us a great start to the week. And we are now over for the week as well. We got a little something in the bank. Thank you, buddy. Fuck a duck. Well, thank you very much to Sanford Son and Walter for being some big drops. Main Vein with a 10. Appreciate that. Let's do it. I see most people very happy about this. A couple of seethers in the YouTube chat. And I'm going to pretend I don't enjoy it. I'm going to, oh, guys, come on. Don't say that. That hurts my feelings. Papa Shab simply says, congratulations, fat boy. I appreciate it. I've got something for you for these last couple of minutes. Oh, let's update our membership counter, too. 33 away from 500. Oh, boy, maybe the evening show can get to that 500. Get themselves an extra 30 minutes tonight. Mad Move says, Aaron is always a cockroach. He never dies. They'll learn someday. They'll learn. Thank you, Sanford Son. That was fantastic. And I appreciate it. People enjoying today's show. I've gotten some DMs, some messages. They really, really liked it. The right people are mad about it. It's a happy day. Zoran Mamdani is using Islam to lecture Americans about immigration. Now, as you know, I'm a student of history. We did a great members-only show on YouTube about the Crusades. I highly recommend you go watch it. It's really, really good. But to understand the Crusades, you have to understand the lead-up. And in 600 AD, when Muhammad started spreading the word of Islam, he did it through conquest. He didn't do it through like zoning requirements and elections and things like that. He spread it through the sword, as a lot of religions have done throughout history. Zoran Mamdani, I don't think, really got the memo on how Islam spread. Let's listen to this speech about immigration, where he ties immigration to Islam, which, by the way, will really calm down right-wing people.
Think of the freedom from suffering that Buddhism teaches us is only possible.
Buddhism? Isn't one of your Muslim buddies going to cut your fucking head off for extolling the virtues of Buddhism?
If we remove the three poisons of desire, hatred, and ignorance from our daily lives,
you get Thomas Massie.
We need not accept suffering as unchangeable.
Wow.
We need not treat hatred as the natural state.
This is such a great college sophomore year-end speech.
We have the power to set ourselves free. And I consider my own faith, Islam, a religion built upon a narrative of migration.
Is that what we're calling it now? Ask the Byzantine Empire if they feel like Islam was built on simply migration. North Africa, the Middle East, Spain, southern France, the Balkans. Ask them if they think that Islam was built through migration. Oh, they weren't here one day and they just showed up the other day and just kind of, bought some houses.
The story of the Hijrah.
Yeah, you know what? Israel going into the West Bank and Gaza, that was just migration too.
Reminds us that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a stranger too, who fled Mecca and was welcomed in Medina.
Do you know why he fled Mecca? Because they were kicking him out because he was trying to overthrow the government. So there you go, guys. History.
And I just want to say thank you.
Yes, I do too.
For making it happen. Thank you.
So story time with Zorhan. Islam was spread through, migration. Thank you guys for a great show today. I appreciate it. And all of those donations, all of those gifted memberships, I appreciate it. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll be back at 6 o'clock today. Look at you guys ahead for the week. I love you. Talk.
Well, I can't understand none of it. This one begat that one, and that one begat this one, and begat, and lo and behold, someone says some shit to someone or another. Just how retarded are you?
Nobody's saying you can't own a gun. Nobody's even saying you can't carry a gun. All we're saying is you can't carry a gun in town.
The Almighty says, don't change the subject, just answer the fucking question.
I hope you die.
What is the major problem, do you think?
Too much hormones.
In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme. We're too wild. We're too out of control. We're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
So grab for your nut and you, it's time to point out the Jews. There's so much work to do to get an up-to-date list of the Jews.
Good morning, everyone. I just thought you'd enjoy that to start the show.
Jews belong to the synagogue of Satan.
It's a joke.
They've been kicked out of 109 countries. Let's make it 110.
The guy singing the song is Jewish. It's fine.
When you feel like the only person in town who's tired of the Jews, here's a list of people that are Jewish. I'm not saying what to do.
Good morning. Welcome to the program. It's Steel Toe.
Cohen, destabilizing our country. Just like George Soros, Seth Rogen, and the people in charge of the money. Guess who?
This would have been a lot more fire Adam Sandler song, you have to admit.
Island. Jared Kushner, Alan Dershowitz, and the late Dustin Diamond.
That one's not true.
Jeff Bezos is half
You
Jewish.
keep Dustin Diamond's name out of your goddamn mouth.
But there's no such thing as half Jewish. It's called the one-drop rule. You don't need 23andMe to know who rigged the election, because you can just open up Wikipedia and check the early life section.
Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Just a little levity. A little levity to start the show today. Welcome to the program. Oh, this is good to hear. Raw was good last night, Aaron. Triple H should get a pay raise. You don't hear that very often. I have not had a chance to watch it yet. I have not had a chance to Rachwa. I have not had a chance to Rachwa, and I won't have a chance to Rachwa today because you can't Rachwa. Rachingwa is not a thing. So I will not be Rachingwa today. Welcome to the show. Very excited. We got a lot of things to talk about today. Who wants to bully the quartering today? You guys want to do some quartering bullying? That sounds like a lot of fun. Quartering creeps me out because, like, I can respect a guy on the take. You know, I can respect a guy who's taking money from a thing to push their agenda. I get it. It's business. That's totally fine. A guy who, like, backs and distracts from evil people doing evil, heinous things just straight up for the love of the game is truly a strange thing. I woke up, checked Twitter today just so I could, grab new things, see what happened while I was unconscious. And there's like 2 or 3 tweets from the quartering, at least 2 or 3, there might be more, of him going to bat for the people in the Epstein files. He is literally doing an Officer Barbrady. Jeremy from the quartering is going, nothing to see here. I don't even know why we're talking about this. Why don't we talk about trans swimmers? Why don't we talk about Somali daycare worker? Like, Jeremy is the guy that the distractions were created for. Jeremy from the quartering is the guy when they design like a lie or a distraction or some big grand, like the halftime show. Guys like Jeremy were born for the halftime show distraction. I mean, he is when the propagandists think that they're maybe losing their grip, they go, hey guys, they point to a picture on the wall. They go, hey, just remember, this is our audience right here. And they point to a picture of Jeremy Hambley from the quartering. I saw it this morning, and I literally just thought to myself, he's bound and determined to have the worst take on the Epstein files every single time, batting 1,000 on bad takes. And here's the craziest part. I genuinely don't think he's on the take. I genuinely think there's 2 guys who I think are genuine in their not wanting to pay attention to the Epstein files and the fact that our government's been compromised. There's the quartering, and there's a guy, I don't know if you've ever seen him. We might have him on the show here very soon. I've been talking to him. Misfit Patriot. He's like this carpenter who started doing political commentary, and it's basically the slop that you would see on like Fox News. It's like Sean Hannity, conservative talking point after. It's like he watches Hannity and then just speaks the transcript online. We might talk to him in a little while here. I will say this. Today's episode is titled Protect Thomas Massie at All Costs. We need to form a phalanx around Thomas Massie because Honestly, if they don't try to take a shot at Thomas Massie, or if they don't try to cut the brakes in Thomas Massie's car, I've been wrong about this the whole time. If there is not some kind of attempt on Thomas Massie, or like some kind of buyout where he just stops talking about this stuff, we're wrong about the blackmail and how powerful these people are, because, dude, Thomas Massie is getting after it. So this is weird. This is a politician keeping his promise. He went to the Justice Department yesterday and viewed redacted Epstein files. Now, here's the weird thing, and we'll check out this clip too later. I didn't want to start out with Epstein today. It's dark. We had a $65 miss last night. Not the end of the world, but I hate missing. And I'm like, okay, maybe we don't go too heavy. So we're gonna have some fun. We're going to have some fun today, but we got to talk about this stuff. It's very, very important. And I like making fun of the quartering. So win-win for me. Thank you to Chrissy for starting off the show today. I appreciate that. $5 over on PayPal. She says, good morning, guys. I think everybody $5. That sounds like a great way to start the day for me. Also, 37 gifted memberships away from 500 and an extra half hour today. So let's go. Let's get crazy. Let's get nuts. Ryan the Garbage Man says, Thomas Massie would be like your nerdy but kick-ass uncle. I have uncles who are like Thomas Massie, maybe even a little crazier. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Misfit Patriot, dude who got busted for CP and whose brother was a fent dealer who died on his own supply. What? Why is Annoyed Wawa Supervisor always educating me on these people? I'm like, hey, I got this guy, Purple FTW. I like his videos. Oh, did you know he's a bisexual sex pest? Like, what? I just watch him talk about the Vikings. Yeah, here's him being a bisexual sex pest. Holy shit. And then I go, oh, this Misfit Patriot guy has awful takes on politics and current events. And then he's like, wait, Misfit Patriot, that guy got busted for... Misfit Patriot also got arrested for beating up an elderly person? Wait, what? Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Aaron, you need an operations director to filter out disasters from being on your program. You aren't good at booking your own show. I saw him humiliating himself in a debate with Owen Schroyer, and I thought this would be a fun guy to have on. Owen Schroyer did a debate with him. Why can't I? Why does Owen Schroyer get to talk to elderly beating CP guys? Is that really true? Because he doesn't look like the type. Did Misfit Patriot get busted with CP? Based on the provided search results, there is no indication that the online personality known as the Misfit Patriot, identified in results as Zach Bonfilio, was arrested for CP. What are you talking about there, buddy? Discusses a case where an individual referred to as the Patriot, likely from a true crime undercover underage context, was sentenced for possessing CSAM, but this appears to be a different individual rather than the online commentator. Yeah, so no. Whatever you're talking about, it's someone else. I just want to make sure I got the right guy. Yeah, that's him. That's not the guy that got busted. Jesus, Wawa. Usually you bat 1,000. So I usually don't question you, but I never heard that. And I wouldn't think that Owen Schroyer would be on with him. All right, weird start to today's show. Weird start to today's program. Let's get after it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We've got this today. Let's get back. Yes. Hey, by the way, if every day is like yesterday, morning, I'm a happy guy. Let's keep that shit going. Although, I have a request. Let's do that $100 drop thing early in the show. You guys have this, like, Sanford Sun comes in, $100 yesterday. Very cool. Awesome. Let's try a new thing where we start with that. Let's try a new thing where we just, like, do the last 5 minutes, do that in the first 5 minutes, and then we can just do a fun show. That's cool, right? We can just do that. You guys ever thought of maybe trying that? Because I would like that a lot better. I'll leave it up to you. All right, let's get started. Again, I don't want to dive right into, Massie and all this stuff. I'd like to not start every day with the latest on Epstein or Jews or this or that. Don't get me wrong. They're creating enough news to monopolize our time. But I'd like to get into a couple of other things. I'd like to work into it, if you will. Mr. Beat says Misfit assaulted and battered a 68-year-old hotel employee. Okay. I don't mind that. John Smith, CEO, says grifter. Yes, of course. What do you think I'm doing this for? My fucking health? You think I'm getting up at 5 a.m. and doing a show because I'm just a guy who likes to have hobbies? No, of course I'm doing it for money. Are you out of your fucking mind? I don't get this idea where you're supposed to stream for love of the game. That sounds stupid. That sounds real. That sounds like you're playing make-believe. No, thank you. You got to do it for profit. There's really only one pure way to do this, and that's for money. Now, how about Misfit Patriot, 68-year-old man? Did he beat up a video of former pro football player, former Patriot pass rusher? All right. Who is... I need to see if this Misfit Patriot elderly... Zach Bonfilio assault. Let's do that. Based on public records and reports. Come on. Zachary A. Bonfilio was charged with felony assault and battery on a person over 60 or disabled in Massachusetts, but he was acquitted with a unanimous not guilty verdict in June of last year. No other convictions appear in available sources. And this person asked, is he involved with child abuse or pedophilia? News reports and court documents, no allegations linking him. So where did that shit come from? Where did people come up with he's doing the pedo thing? Or now he did go to trial for beating the piss out of an old man, but according to the record, that's just a misunderstanding. It's just all just a misunderstanding. You beat up an old man. You beat up an old man and you're going to jail for it. And then he gets acquitted. Like where's the misunderstanding there? Was the old man asking for it? You know what? We'll ask him all these things when he's on the show. All right, let's do a couple of things. We're going to start off with a 109-year-old birthday. See, I told you, I'm dedicated today. We're going to do some nice, happy, joy things. We're going to do some funny, silly things. We're going to ease into Thomas Massie and the quartering and all these guys today. We went hard in the paint last night. On last night's show, we just jumped right into it. Boom, getting after it. Not a fucking dime came in. I think I was depressing people. The numbers were solid. The money wasn't. So we're going to be nice and easy. Ease into it this morning. It's 6:13. People are still waking up. We're going to nice and easy. It's the classic Aaron overcorrect just because of a small amount that didn't hit. That's right. Did it have anything to do with the quality of the show? Probably not at all. But is Aaron going to overreact? Every single time. It's been part of my charm for 2 decades. Off we go.
Patriot Guard riders are a telltale sign that a veteran will be honored.
Boo! No, I'm just kidding. There's been a long-running joke, and they're joking, guys, that my audience believes that I hate veterans. I don't know where this came from. I think the audience started doing it to screw with me because we were doing charity drives for veterans. We were doing charity things for the DAV and shit like that, and the Veterans Administration in St. Cloud. We would do charity drives for them at 101. And the audience would start telling veterans and start telling people at the VA and the DAV that that I hated veterans and I despise. The audience thought it was hilarious. The audience thought it was really funny to watch me sweat and have to explain to these people I'm raising money for. They thought it was funny to have those places call the station and be like, do you hate veterans? What's this we're hearing about you making anti-veteran statements? Never happened. I love veterans. My grandparents were veterans. I have uncles who were veterans. I mean, I love the vets. But somewhere along the way, our audience got it in their head that I hate them.
Today, that veteran was one of the oldest in the nation. Private Dwayne Bruton Jr. celebrated his 109th birthday.
Put the gay crown on the 109-year-old. Have some fucking respect. Do we really? I mean, does he have to look like King Richard the Lionheart? He's 109, which, by the way, I never thought I'd say this about another human being. He looks good for 109. And I understand that, like, breathing in and out looks good for 109, but, like, legit, he looks like he's 90. He looks a good 19 years younger than he actually is. Like, 109, I just imagine someone whose skin is falling off. I can basically see their skull.
Surrounded by friends, family, and service members.
I mean, he looks younger than that Shmuel Buckman. I mean, he's looking good. He's looking solid. Doesn't look a day over 75.
I mean, what an honor just to be here in his presence. I have done nothing in comparison.
According to this Pensacola News Journal.
Oh my God, I just heard the misfit patriot punched him in the rib cage. What a son of a... How dare he?
Excerpt from 1944. Private Bruton served in an infantry division of the Army in France. That's where he was wounded in action and was given a very low chance of surviving. But despite the odds, he lived to see the end of World War II.
The flags of freedom fly all over Europe.
Private Bruton was even awarded a Purple Heart in 1944.
After he was punched by a man named Zach Bonifilio.
But before his time in the military, Bruton helped establish a church that still stands today here in
the Church of Scientology. Wow, congratulations, Floyd.
Pensacola.
He and my mother and another group of people started a church.
It's called the Westboro Baptist Church. They're very orthodox. Yeah.
And it's Brownsville Assembly of God.
Oh, I was close.
And that was in 1939. I attended there my whole life, got married there. My dad attended up until he moved here into assisted living.
Bruton's youngest daughter says she's proud to see her father honored and celebrated for his long life and sacrifice.
I hate the crown. I wish they wouldn't give that guy a crown. Or at least give him like a big Jerry the King Lawler crown. Don't give him a gay, 1025 crown. That's all. 109 for God's sake. He's a World War II veteran. God, they're almost gone, aren't they? 109. How many do we have left? Let's get the total number. How many World War II veterans are still alive? Fewer than 45,000. Now in their late 90s or older, with an average of over 200 passing away each day. Oh, no. 45,000 divided by 200. Guys, by the end of this year, if the average keeps up, did they say each day? I just want to make sure, because 200 passing away each day. If that average holds up, all of the World War II veterans will be dead by the end of this year. Well, there I go. Didn't I say that I wanted to start today on like a happy, cheery note because I wanted to, make people feel good and donate money to the show and shit like that? I'm really doing a great job, aren't I? Hey, guys, guess what? By the end of the year, if the current pace keeps up, all the World War II vets will be dead. And Gary Sinise will be sad.
Pretty overwhelming to see all of it. We're pretty amazed that he has lived this long.
We were, at one point, he had a considerable estate. I mean, home equity. We're talking about cash, investments. Fuckers held on quite a long time, and this assisted living facility is pretty nice. It is not cheap, and they're charging us for this party. So, yeah, Dad's hung on a lot longer than any of us really thought he would. Like a fucking ATM shaped like a turtle. It just won't stop crawling across the desert. It's wonderful.
We've had some close calls recently, so for him to be alive is pretty neat.
You know what? I think I want to live to that age. I want to live to the age where people saying that, you know what? Him just being alive is pretty neat. Some would say after the last 2 years that I've had, I've already reached that point. You know, Aaron, he had a slip and fall a couple years ago, but the fact that he's just alive is pretty neat.
Bruton has celebrated 3 birthdays at the assisted living facility in Cantonment, but Carrie Dalton says the power of social media made this celebration bigger than ever before.
I had posted on a Facebook page on a whim yesterday, and the community has delivered big time.
I mean, there was a weird, 4th or 5th comment. Everyone started talking about whether or not Trump's Hitler. Then everybody started saying that they were Hitler. And then there was some argument about the blacks. But otherwise, it was a pretty normal Facebook post.
It's so amazing. I mean, it really restores your faith in humanity. And it's just amazing to see the community come together to celebrate him today.
Where the fuck am I? Who are you people? And where is my horse? Sorry. Pop, no, but it's 2026. Are we on Mars? No, Pop, we're not on Mars. It's your birthday. You're 109 years old. Oh, Christ, kill me. Everybody knows where they are except him, poor guy. Good for him, though. 109 years old, man. I ain't making it that far. I got bad news. You ain't making it that far. None of us are getting to 109. None of us are getting to 109. It's just not happening. If any of you do, hey, look, if you make it to check this out. If any of you make it to 109, you have my permission to piss on my grave. But you have to make it till 109. And look, I'm going to be dead. I'm not going to be able to help you if they bust you. You could still get in trouble for it. I'm just saying I won't see it as a sign of disrespect. What I'm saying is you can piss on my grave. If they catch you, you can't go, no, look, here's a podcast I archived from 2026. And here's my ID. I'm 109 years old. This is my son and my grandson. They came to hold each one of my arms so I could stand and I could piss on this radio guy's grave that I used to know. You're still calling the police, aren't you? He said you would do that. God damn, still schooling me from beyond the grave. $2 from Joey Caravello. Thank you, Joey. He says, Aaron, would you stick it up that? No. $1 from Veldrain says, the chat can correct me if I'm wrong. I recall Aaron calling Lieutenant Dan a legless freak. Lieutenant Dan called himself a legless freak and a cripple. And second of all, Lieutenant Dan was in a movie. He's not real. I see, I just went back into the chat for a second. McBuster and Mikey Two Milks are fighting. McBuster, I do have to agree with Mikey Two Milks on this one. Just calm down and pay attention to the show. When you start doing that stuff in the chat, we get it. I understand. And we took care of all those people yesterday. We smoked them. I mean, we put them in a complete panic. So we got them, dude. It's okay. All right. Just enjoy the show because new people come in all the time. Our numbers are going up. Our subscribers are going up. It's been a really nice run for us the last few months. When they come in and they see some guy just going, minor attracted person, they might leave. And I'd rather they left because everyone was being really funny and racist. That's out of all the reasons they could leave this show, that would be the one that I would like the most. Some guy just writing about shit nobody's talking about. No, thanks. Joey Caravello says, yeah, this is my show. That's not what I said. It's not what I said at all. Jayfish says, just ban everyone. Then you can have another jailbreak. No, the last jailbreak was the last jailbreak. That's all. Last jailbreak was the last jailbreak. All right, let's get into some other stuff. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships. Again, 37 gifted memberships away from 500. If we hit that number, guess what? We're going till 11 today. Somebody mentioned this yesterday. The news came out after the show. This story that I saw came out yesterday at 11:44 a.m. So whoever broke this on the show, it broke it before Fox 9 even got it out there. But the Republican Party here in Minnesota lost one of their candidates for governor. Dr. Jeff Johnson, who was city councilman here in St. Cloud for a while. He's from this area. And also I believe he ran for governor, not this last time, not in 2022, but in 2018. I think Jeff Johnson was a gubernatorial candidate. He has had to suspend his campaign for Minnesota governor after his daughter was killed over the weekend here in St. Cloud. It was a stabbing inside an apartment along 40th Avenue South off 33rd Street South on the city's south side. According to police, the call was originally for a medical emergency, but when first responders arrived, they found the victim, 22-year-old Haley Tobler, had been stabbed. The suspect was Haley's husband. He'd also been injured in by what police call self-inflicted stab wounds. So he tried to take himself out. It didn't work. Haley was pronounced dead at the scene while her husband was taken to the hospital for treatment. Why? Just leave him. Deputies say he will eventually be moved to the Stearns County Jail to be held on charges related to the homicide. As of Monday morning, he had not been charged yet. I mean, he will be. But obviously, that means that Jeff Johnson is not going to spend his time campaigning for governor. Why would he? I mean, obviously, it's a no-brainer. But just a really sad story, man. Just really, really unfortunate. Jeff Johnson, by all accounts, good guy. He ran for, like I said, he ran for governor about 8 years ago, was a decent guy then, didn't win. But, hardworking guy. The idea of outliving your kids is a really just a fucked. It's one of those things that can put you in kind of a thought spiral. Like when you think about the fact that you're going to die someday. I love how I said I was going to keep it light at the beginning of the show. You know what? I think last night is really fucking with me more than I think. You know what I think it is? I think it's all the misses lately in general. I think they're just fucking with my head a little bit. But have you ever had that thing where you think about the fact that no matter what you do, you're going to die someday, right? And then you start thinking about that and you're like, someday, okay, I've been a little kid. I'm an adult now. I'm entering middle-aged. And you go like, someday I'm going to be wrinkly and I'm going to be old and then I'm going to die. Like I'm going to have that final moment. You ever do that and you get that sinking feeling in your chest and that existential dread? And that happens to me probably once a year. And I'm kind of doing it to myself right now. The idea of losing a child is a very similar feeling to that. It's very much that, you get, just that anxiety producing feeling. Ugh. No good. So, sorry. Thoughts and prayers with Jeff Johnson, and obviously losing your daughter far more important than any political campaign. But hopefully we'll see him again. Hopefully he'll be able to bounce back from this, and I hope he's spending a lot of time with family right now, just trying to get through what's got to be the ultimate nightmare situation. Chips and Diff says he didn't win. Aaron, don't rub it in. He just lost his daughter. No, I wasn't rubbing it in. I was just letting the people who might not be from Minnesota know that Jeff Johnson ultimately was not successful in his bid for governor. Aussie Mark says, Aaron, if you join the Epstein cult and sacrifice babies, you can live forever. It's working for Les Wexner, right? Got some news on that creepy son of a bitch a little later. Rusty Grammar says nobody should ever have to bury a child. Not good. Jayfish says you never bounce back from having to bury a kid. Talking to people who that's happened to, I have heard that before. They've said like, you just they said it's weird. You remember who you were, but you don't know that person. This isn't a quote, but they did say they're like, it's your life before. And you're not living that life anymore, but you're living a new life that you have to live. It's just like, It's not like losing a parent or losing a grandparent or an aunt or an uncle. Like, those are natural parts of life. Everyone has to go through that. It's this thing where you had a life, you had your whole future. This was it. This was everything. Now it's completely ripped away from you, but you have to keep going. So you're you, but you're not the you remember, which is, oof, I can't imagine. Mikey Two Milk says, if my daughter dies, I will lose it. I kind of imagine if you lose a kid, you turn into Mel Gibson in The Patriot. Remember when his kid died? And here, Mel Gibson, Heath Ledger dies, Patriot. I could have searched that way better. But hold on. We're not going to play a movie clip here. We'll just play the audio of it because Lord knows, can't be losing any money.
That was mine.
Yeah, Heath Ledger's dying. And
hold on. You're going to be all right. Don't go.
We'll show it to you. Fuck the monetization. Just throw us a bunch of super chats and Rumble rants and gifted memberships today. We'll show you the goddamn clip. It's emotional as shit. This is how I imagine everyone's face. Like, Mel Gibson is such a good, like, ugly, angry crier in movies. This is how I'd imagine we'd all be. I still have a very, I don't know what the fuck that was. Oh, Cloverfield. I still have a very hard time. Whenever I watch The Patriot, I'll admit, like a bitch, I do fast forward through that part. Even when he turns Tavington over because he thinks he's shot and killed him, like he's going to finish him off. Even when he turns Tavington over and he gets the sword in his stomach, I'm just like, come on, do something. Be different this time. Can't watch that scene. That's one of those grown-ass man in The Patriot scenes that I can't watch. Patriot, Cinderella Man got a lot of scenes where you're just like, oh, this one's rough. Oh, this is not a fun part of this movie. Patriot underrated as like a movie. It is. Like, people are like, oh, it's action schlock. It's Revolutionary War. Man, that's a gets you right here kind of a film. I'll defend The Patriot till the end of times. Mel Gibson was doing killer movies from like 90 to 2000 and even a little after 2000. But like Ransom, one of my favorite Mel Gibson movies ever. Before that, you had Braveheart and all that stuff. But like Ransom, Conspiracy Theory, was it Payback? Collateral Damage? Was that him or was that, I might be thinking of a Tom Cruise movie. And then, and The Patriot in 2000. Like, just, he went on a run of just killers. Mel Gibson was and still is in many ways the shit. Thank you to Easy Money's wife for gifting a membership. Very cool. Oh my God. Mikey Two Milk's gifting a membership. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. 35 memberships away from 500. Get after it, boys and girls. Get after it. Keep it going. I like seeing those pop up. I like seeing a chat that's just got like a bunch of notifications up at the top. I love that. Mr. Beat says Melton Gibson is only 5'10". It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's 7'5" and shoots bolts of thunder from his fingertips and bolts of lightning from his arse. Hulkamasha Baby says, depends on if they died or were murdered. If they were murdered, I feel like most parents are more like William Wallace. Yeah. The only thing is you don't really get a lot of opportunities for revenge in a civilized nation. They got to go through the court system. Yuck. And they'll give them a deal. Mikey Two Milk says, don't say I never gave you anything. Honestly, and J-Fish got the membership. That makes me happy too. In honor of Mikey Two Milk's throwing a membership out there, I'm going to be that guy today. Everybody should throw a membership out there. If Mikey Two Milks can throw a membership out today, everybody can throw a membership out. Remember when I said that we were going to have a nice light start to today's show before we get into the Epstein stuff and Thomas Massie? How'd that work out? How'd it work out? Knobs Dog says Aaron likes ransom because somebody would bring back his son. What is that? I don't know what that means. Is Knobs Dog a guy who... Oh, Knobs Dog might be a guy who's coped so hard about Steel Toe that he thinks I'm not allowed to see my son. I have seen some pretty wild Steel Toe fan fiction, and it's all just this. It's all just people self-soothing because they have like meth prostitution records or felony assaults or felony stalking and aren't allowed to see their kids. I've seen that before. Wait a minute, if Aaron's a better person than I am, then all this work I've been doing the last couple of years has been a lie. Spoiler alert, it has. I also want people to fire over my coffin with dual Mac 10s, says Joey Caravello. Good luck. Eric Hartman says Lethal Weapon. Okay, only reason I left out Lethal Weapon and the Mad Max movies is because I feel like that's what like started him. And then after he got started with those big franchises, then you had, like I said, Ransom, Braveheart. Well, Braveheart and then Ransom. But like Conspiracy Theory, Payback, Patriot. And then, you know, look, What Women Want was a massive movie. I wasn't going to include that in like the awesome bro dude movies, but What Women Want was a big hit. There's no doubt about it. Oh my God, that's what I want. Look at this. My dreams are coming true. They're doing the thing where my entire Rumble chat is lighting up with notifications. So I get these little yellow bars. Take a look. See that? I get these yellow. I'll scroll down to the where the chat is now, but I'm just getting caught up here. These little yellow bars when the gifted memberships come up, or like the red bars when a 100 red bar, hey, or the pink bars when a $20 comes out, or the orange bars when a $10 comes out. Here's what I'd like to see in this Rumble chat. See it here? And I'll show you as like the line gets longer. I'd like to see just a big colorful display. If I could, please and thank you. Trucker, Thermodyne Diesel, excuse me, Chris Reese 77, might go all gifting a membership. Zen Man gifting a membership. Thank you so much. Let's add a little color in there, boys and girls. Take a look at the color up top. Keep the color a-moving. Oh, yeah, Pocahontas, someone else pointing out. Mel Gibson did the Pocahontas movie. He was all over the place, man. He couldn't miss it. He couldn't miss. Brittany Boo says, Aaron loves the rainbow. Well, yeah, but right now we only have yellows in my rainbow. It's a piss rainbow. You can keep the piss rainbow going. I don't mind a good piss rainbow. But I'm saying if you want to throw a few other colors, the 1s are blue, the 2s are green, the 5s are yellow, the 10s are orange, the 20s are pink. Or no. Yeah, I think the 20s and the 50s are pink and the 100s are blue or are red, excuse me. So, I mean, we could do, like I said, take a look at that chat right there. See that up top? We could add a lot more color to that rainbow. I appreciate it. Coltrane says Aaron's getting his golden shower. You know what? If that's what you guys want to call it, I'm okay with that too. How about a big golden shower on the toe? Keep it going. Aussie Mark says yellow is for gold. I love how I do it to have fun my way. Like, hey, you guys are donating to the show. I'm having a lot of fun with it. It's becoming a funny bit. This is cool. And then what do you guys have to do? Hey, Aaron's having a good day. We're off to a good start. Aaron's having fun with it. How can we make it gay for him? You know what? As long as we're both getting what we want, isn't that what a good business transaction is supposed to be? Mr. Beat gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Take a look at that golden shower, guys. And you see how long that screen is? Let's see how long we can make the golden shower. There's Los Federales with $1. He says, this is the scene that always gets me every single time. We'll get to that one. Rexstart parody account with $1 says Mel's home run in the 1988 World Series will live forever. That was Kirk Gibson. Rexstart parody account. That was not Mel Gibson. That was Kirk Gibson. Totally different player. Toad Climbs Mountain says, I need a membership. I'll pass it on. Take a look at that. We got yellows and blues in our rainbow. We got Coltrane with $1 way to the end. Coltrane says, how's Johnny's relative doing? Are they going to pull through? LOL, new boot goofing. Sorry, Johnny. Everyone joked about my dad. So, yeah, Johnny's busted up about it. He's not doing so well. I think he should take the week. He said he might be back by Wednesday. I think the loss that he suffered, you should, at the very least, you should take the week. Oh, and I don't want to be too cryptic. It wasn't a kid or anything like that. It wasn't like his child. So I don't want people to worry too much. Joey Caravello with $2. There's a green. Look at our rainbow now. Our rainbow has yellow. It has blue. It has green. Guys, we're about halfway through the entire screen. Look at this. Joey Caravello with $2 says, out of all the U.S. Unincorporated territories, which one would you like to live in the most? Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico. Rusty Grammar and Rabbi Smoothie, both with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. I think we're more than halfway across the screen on this one. We're more than halfway across the screen, but we got a few yellows that are going off. Toad Climbs Mountains finally got his membership. There we go. That's also 2 more memberships closer to 500. That's 30 away from 500. All right, let's keep going. Let's see if we can't get those string of donos all the way to the end of the screen today. We do have a rainbow. We have a yellow, blue, and green rainbow. We do not have a golden shower anymore. So thank you very much for that. Keep it moving, boys and girls. And the reds stay on the longest, and then on down. The pinks stay the second longest. The oranges, you get the idea. Then we've got Toad Climbs Mountains gifting a membership. All right, so it's turning into a little bit of a golden shower right now. The golden shower is back on the toe. And also, you're completely fucking dono-mogging the YouTube people right now. Oh, it's turning into a little bit of a rainbow again. Chris Reese gifting a membership. Los Federales with $1 says, I say, fuck it. Let's turn this Wednesday into a Rumble Friday. $5 links, $10. We play it right away. Let's go Rumble Friday. I don't want to do Rumble Friday on Wednesday. I love saving that for Friday. Okay, look at that. Okay, so we're about halfway across the screen again. We got a little bit of a rainbow going. Thank you guys very, very much. By the way, Mikey Two Milk's letting us know that he cheered 1,000 bits. Wow, that's very generous. Thank you. I appreciate the 1,000 bits, buddy. All right, this is fun. The golden showers and the whole deal. Appreciate it. McBuster says, I tried gifting some chocolate for your PMS, but the USB port is now just clogged. Oh, see? Mikey, he came back and he's having a good time. Perfect. Yes, Bong Time, you are correct. Today is Taco Tuesday. Fuck you, dude, gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Fuck you, dude. Oh, this is fun. Guys, keep the golden shower going. The gifted memberships are yellow. The train appears up on the top of the screen like a golden shower. It's looking good. Or rainbow it. Either one. Thank you, guys. Thank you guys very much. That was very kind. Let's see if we can continue with that kindness. You guys are the best. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Misfit Patriot did write me back. He said, slammed with work. Today's no good. Just pick a day and we will set it up. You got it, buddy. Slammed with work. Uh-oh, is he trying to say that he's body slamming elderly people? Come on, Misfit. I'm trying to defend you here. Don't be. You can't be body slamming the elderly after I, backed you. Okay, thank you guys very much. Conditioner on my D says 50 cents. I can't believe you retards give this guy money. Guys, Conditioner on my D cannot believe that you give this guy money. You know what I say? Golden shower. Let's go with the golden shower. Mr. Beat says, I so badly want Misfit on here. So do I. I think it would be an interesting conversation because I am 100% on team. This country has been occupied and we need to liberate ourselves. And he is on team. He's Shabbos Goy. He's the good old Shabbos Goy. He goes in and turns on the light switches. He goes on and he goes out and checks your phone for you, turns on the TV. He's a good Shabbos Goy. Coltrane with $1 says misfit money. Thank you. Oh, we're turning it into a rainbow. Joey Caravello with $2 says, have you ever had a woman model sexy underwear for you? What type of underwear do you find sexy on ladies? Granny panties, jock straps? Oh, all of the above. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think everyone has. What's my favorite? I mean, I'm a pervert, naked. I like going from like hoodie and sweatpants to nude. There's something that you can take off, and that's all fine. That's all great. It's all wonderful. I'm not saying I'm against presentation. I'm saying I'm more about the destination. You know, all of it's fine. All of it's good. I don't have a favorite because I'd ultimately like it to be removed. So it's great. It's performative. It's wonderful, but I think it's as much for the female as it is for the guy. I'm not supposed to be here says naked aren't panties, retard. I feel like if I had a very specific description of what my favorite is, that almost makes me sound like kind of a creep. Yeah, I like it when they're red, and then you got the garter that goes from here to here, and then it hooks to this little thing that's right. Like if I have a detailed, like in my head right now, if I could bring you a detailed description of what it looks like, it's mildly serial killer-ish, if you don't mind me saying. Joey Caravello says, fine, what type of underwear do you like Johnny to wear? Oh, the more holes, the better, especially in the crotch. Mr. Beat says, my ex used to wear sexy lingerie. I would just rip that shit off instantly. Right? Tin the Toolman Taylor says, you've been yelling and sweating trying to get us to donate, and all it took was for you to say, hey, guys, look, a rainbow. Fags. He's calling you guys gay. He's basically saying, look, you guys have been donating now for the last 15 minutes, and all we had to say was, it looks like a golden shower or a rainbow. So all the gifted memberships we get form a nice golden shower across the top of the chat. The more different denominations of donations you send in, it looks more like a rainbow. $1 from T-Baby says, destination is with a naked man. Well, that's the gay F word. Thank you very much, T-Baby. I appreciate it. Oh, man. All right, McBuster, take it easy. You came in. You were having fun. We're going to keep having fun, buddy. Okay? All right? Take it easy. Take it easy. Pool Scam, take a break. Jesus. I really upset Pool Scam yesterday. He really didn't like it. I don't think he liked that we had a really good morning show. I don't think he liked the Kim justice that we dispensed. And so he's just been spurging the last 2 days. Sorry, Pool Scam. I saw somebody tweeted some screenshots of Pool Scam just losing his fucking mind. And like in every other chat, he can't be rattled. And for some reason, I'm the guy who can rattle Pool Scam Sam. I don't get it. TVA Dan says golden shower. See, he's still talking about it's a golden shower. Melissa Space says it's sexier to not spend my husband's money on invisible clothing. Oh, look at Melissa's hot take. Amanda Hug and Kiss says, I gave my CD boyfriend a golden shower. Don't give anyone a gold. I was just funning. I wasn't. And he just pisses on her. No golden showers, guys. Stop it. Stop it. No more golden shower. Golden showers are one of those things that are a big joke. They don't actually exist. Nobody actually pisses on anybody. We were all kidding. It's all a big ha-ha. Sergeant Holka with $5 says, why are you guys asking Mr. I don't like BJs about ladies' undies? I didn't say I don't like BJs. What I said was it's part of the deal. You know, I don't like it it's not a standalone fruit. It's not a standalone act for me. Because there's something better right around the corner. Like right down the road, there's a better activity. So I don't mind if it's, part of the festivities, but I'm saying I don't want it to headline the event. So don't call me Mr. Doesn't Like BJs. I'm Mr. Gets Impatient During BJs. Totally different. I don't like all this slander and misrepresentation that's happening on my behalf, especially when we're having a Rainbow Tuesday. Rumble Chat's having a Rainbow Tuesday, and here you are spreading lies about my sexual interests. Conditioner on my D says BJs are a nice appetizer. Lingerie is pointless. See, conditioner on my D are going to be friends. We're going to be friends yet. BRJ says, what? I thought he loved me. Yeah, guys, you got to stop with the golden showers. No getting peed on. Sorry. I didn't mean to ruin anyone's day. I'm not coming in here trying to be controversial. Let's not pee on each other. Just as a general rule of humanity, can we set this rule? No peeing on each other. All right? Remember when you thought that R. Kelly was a fucking creep because he was peeing on people? That's how we all think of you. It's not different when you do it. You're R. Kelly now. Chip Galloway says Aaron is right here. Bro, Chip, Aaron's right all the time. Just trust it. Trust it. T-Baby with $1 says, has anyone ever taken a dookie on your chest, Aaron? No, but I do have a story from my 20s. Oh, I hope it was my 20s. When was the first Canelo Triple G fight? When was Triple G Canelo won? Please be before 2016. Fuck. September 16th, 2017. So I was 30. When I was 30 years old, my buddy was having his bachelor party. We got this is going to sound gay, but it was really fun. He got a big cabin. Fuck. But it was like a big lodge, right? He rented this big lodge at one of the Wisconsin Dells resorts. And it was like 7 bedrooms. And we each got a bedroom. And we all went out for my buddy's bachelor party in Wisconsin Dells. And we went to casinos and we went drinking and we went to water parks. And it was fun. And at one point, one of my buddies, we got together, we pitched in some money, and we had strippers come to the lodge one night. And why am I telling you this story? This came from a $1. You know what? From now on, it's got to be at least $10 Rumble rants before I tell stories like this. So the two strippers come over, and I got to be honest. One of them was pretty chopped. One of them was, the other one was all right. And they did these games where one of us would stand. You know how there's like these lofts, the second level you go up, there's a few more bedrooms in the lodge. And then the living room is down from the loft area. So the girls would put a Dixie cup by their pussy and we would throw ping pong balls into the cup and see if we can make it from on top of the lodge. And then they did this thing with candle wax where they put their pussies in candle wax, which was a thing I'd never seen before. They poured candle wax on each other's vaginas and they let it harden and settle. And they made a wax mold of their cunt. Nobody asked. And then we started drinking and they hung out and they were still there. And, they were like, you guys still have more time. And I guess now here's the gayest part. I was in the other room with a couple of other dudes because we wanted to watch the Canelo Gennady Golovkin fight. And at the time, and I was married, and I'm like, well, I don't want to be too, crass because me, Mr. Vows and everything. At one point, we convinced one of our buddies that if we pay this girl, apparently if we paid one of the strippers $200, she would piss on our friend. And so we all were like, well, fuck yeah, I'll go in on that. We all went in, 4 of us went in $50. And they took our friend to the bathroom and she squatted over him and she pissed right on his chest. And it was, I have to say, not as cool as we thought it would be. It was... I actually watching your friend get pissed on. It's really unnerving and you question a lot about yourself. You're like this, as soon as the piss hit him and we're all gathered around in a bathroom looking at him, we're all just kind of not nearly as funny as we thought this was good. This is kind of fucked up. And I don't know. I don't remember after that. I think I went back in and watched the fight after that. I'm like, I think I'm done with the stripper thing. I think I've had enough for one night. Thank you very much. Meow Meow says, holy moly. Joey Caravello says, did you beat off? No. Brian says, the smell. I don't remember a smell. I don't. 09 Canyon says, $200 for that. I don't know. There was something funny about making your friend get pissed on. That was funny to us. Then the girls were like, then some of the guys in our group, they were like, how much for someone to get pegged? And I'm like, whoa, no. And the girls were like, $500. And they start going, should we do it? Like, and they get to me, they're like, Imholt, would you get pegged? I'm like, no, I'm not getting pegged. They thought if they came up with the $500, this is how fucked up they were. If somebody came up with the $500, then someone would have to get pegged. They were missing the part where one of us would have to agree to the whole strap-on pegging thing. But the girls were like, yeah, we'll peg one of you for $500. We're like, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm okay. We don't need to do. And like guys were coming into the room where we were watching the fights and like, the girls just said $500 and they'll peg one of us. And you're just like, fight's about to start. We're good. Send them home. Send them home. And then one of the strippers, I don't know if she was off the clock or what, but one of them got a ride. And the other one just hung out and smoked cigarettes out on the patio with two of my buddies. Like they're just sitting out there burning heaters one after the other, talking about God knows what. I didn't go out there. But yeah, we just had a stripper. It was really uncomfortable because like a stripper was just hanging out in our lodge smoking cigarettes and like not doing anything because she's off the clock. Like our time is up. I don't know. It's a strange bachelor party. And that's how I met Keanu C. Thompson. Coltrane says, LOL, that's getting clipped. I was in another room with other dudes. Strippers got me banned. Who needs a membership? Says, just because you got pegged and liked it, you don't need to lie to us. I did not. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, have you historically only had gay friends? I think so. Approachable says, Aaron, would you get pegged for $500? Aaron's response, hell no. I do it for free. Love of the game, man. Love of the game. MSO says, ironically, one of the girls was name pegged. Never got a name. I went to work for her that summer. Meow Meow says, strippers are people. Allegedly. Mikey Two Milk says, Aaron's first pegging experience was the time the toilet paper ripped and he pegged himself. Addicted ever since. Tale as old as time. Never had anything in my butthole. I'm very proud of this. T-Baby says, Johnny was definitely the guy that got peed on. No, it's not. I wonder how he deals with it. I wonder if he ever thinks about it. Wonder if he ever thinks about, like, I got pissed on one time. I let a stripper pee on my chest, like in front of other dudes. I would hope it changes you. $5 from Sergeant Hulka says, why are you judging girls' appearance on Brokeback Mountain bachelor party? For funsies. Chip Galloway says, I turned toe bro, as you should, buddy. As you should. Return Trip says, that sounds like Hep C, dude. It does, right? Loaded Wrench says, I gave a girl a whirling dervish, titty banging, and left a shit stain on her chest. That's a lot of issues that you got to work through. T. Jefferson says, Aaron's scared of girls. I'm not scared of girls. I don't want to get sodomized. How does me not wanting to get sodomized equal I'm afraid of girls? That's some top level gaslighting right there. Hey, man, I don't want to shove anything up my ass. No disrespect. What do you hate, girls? I guess so. Yeah, then I guess if not letting a girl shove a cumbersome object up your anus, if that means you hate women, then I'm Morton Downey Jr., I suppose. Aussie Mark says, Aaron, you're fucking high. Maybe I am. Let's start a golden shower or a rainbow. All of this because you guys were gifting a shitload of memberships. Remember, when you throw in a bunch of 5s on Rumble or a bunch of memberships, it appears on the top of the chat as just a long string of yellow. We're officially calling it the golden shower. Let's go. All right, speaking of getting pissed on, we've got more information on Minnesota fraud. We have a mayor in a place called Cross Lake, Minnesota. If you don't know Cross Lake, Minnesota, it's up north. They love hockey up there and shit. And this mayor says that fraud, you haven't even heard the half of it. He says that he's uncovered 14 high-risk programs that could add another $1 billion in fraud. And I'll be honest with you, like, we're too hyper-focused on Somalis. If you just zoom out and you check on everyone using these programs, you'll find so much more fraud. Because, how do I say this without sounding racist? All right, I can't, so I won't. If the Somalis can figure it out, you don't think people with like way more skin in the game and way more intelligence haven't figured out how lax this system is? Here's the deal, though. Like, there was a gentleman's agreement when it wasn't Somalis doing fraud that they would rip off 30 grand, 60 grand, 75 grand a year. Just a nice little bonus, a little something extra. They'd pad the hours. If someone was there for 7 hours, they were there for 8.5. If someone, just if they had 114 kids one day at the daycare, they had 116. Right? They just take a little bit at a time. Then this thing happened where the Somalis came in and just went completely crazy apeshit orangutan retard and went, oh, there were 50 kids here for 9 hours each. And like, there were 12. Guys, you're going way too far. We served 4,000 lunches today at this shithole shoebox safari restaurant. Guys, that's way too many. They're going to catch you at some point. Come on. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Like, everyone has been ripping off government programs forever because there's no oversight. It's like when businesses report to the IRS. It's just like it's not a nickel for nickel accounting of where the money came from and where it's happening, but it's horseshoes and hand grenades, It's not a precise science. But you can't go too crazy or people are going to start to talk. So in Minnesota, we were doing fraud a really nice, casual way where everybody can buy their kid braces at the end of the year, And then Somalis went in and said, I want to buy a mansion in Kenya. And then it exploded. This is the mayor of Cross Lake, Minnesota, with some more fraud information for us.
To you. So do please tell us, what have you uncovered there?
His hair. Ain't no cover on that. You got to sunscreen that bad boy in the summertime.
Thank you, Sandra. So we've seen just in the last recent month this fraud take off with federal investigators flooding the state of Minnesota, as this is a huge concern. Just last week, we had another third-party independent investigated auditing team audit the state of Minnesota, and they came up with 14 high-risk programs that could estimate up to another $1 billion in fraud alone. Fraud is impacting every citizen.
Now, if this was a Nick Shirley documentary, he'd go, count it, that's $1 billion in fraud. And it's like, Nick, no, that's not $100 billion. That's not $1 billion in fraud. He said it could be up to. We still have to uncover the act. Like, Nick Shirley goes and knocks on a door. Nobody came to the door. It's like, what? No, you didn't. I mean, they might be committing fraud, absolutely, but that's not how we count these things. Like, Nick Shirley would be perfect in Congress. He's a Class A bullshit artist. But like, Nick Shirley hears, oh, there's 14 programs, this guy said, and there's $1 billion being funded in there. So that means we found $1 billion in fraud. No, you still have to find it.
In the state of Minnesota, and especially
because that's what the people do now. Like, Nick Shirley releases some bullshit documentary and goes, here's $250 million in fraud. And then the people who watch the documentary go, hey, look, we uncovered it. We did it. We fixed the problem. No, you didn't. You didn't do shit. A retard with parents and family members who have political connections, who kisses the Wailing Wall, he set a number, and now you act like we prosecuted someone for it. Meanwhile, the guy who's in charge of prosecuting the fraud quit. So, yay. It's almost like the two sides are the same and they're just trying to keep you fighting while satanic pedophiles rule the world. But go ahead about the Somali fraud.
Actually, city budgets. As Minnesota state government inflates their budgets, On top of the fraud, that shrinks the city's ability to be able to tax their citizens if we need to do a project just to operate normal services in our communities.
So you and other mayors are banding together, and that number is apparently growing by the day. You're banding together. You're calling for accountability and reform. You want to clean up the state. But the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, says, there's nobody implicated in any of this.
That's not what, no. We've prosecuted multiple people for fraud. Someone else recently just got sentenced for it, but we've got to have a prosecutor. We've got to have somebody bringing the charges, and a lot of these charges are federal charges. So whenever I hear the federal government bitching about fraud in Minnesota, I'm like, boy, sure would be nice if you guys were in a position to do something about it, like, appoint a prosecutor. It sure would be nice if you could do that. No, we're not going to do it. We're just going to bitch about it. We're just going to bitch about it, aren't we? We're going to be bitch. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you very much to Waylon with $1. He says you get $1 blue bars at the top and like it. Oh, yeah. And if there's a bunch of $1 donations, we're going to call those blue balls. If there's a bunch of twos, it'll be gangrene. So you can give the chat gangrene. You can give the chat blue balls. $1 gifted memberships and $5 drops are yellow. That's our golden shower. Pink, obviously $20 and $50. Those are pink bellies. And I think when red boys pop up, we call that herpes. Give the chat So give the chat some herpes, you guys. Approachable with $1 says, to be fair, they come from a pirate culture. They're not used to pickpocketing a few coins at a time. They're used to taking the entire ship all at once. That's not a bad point. Von Kaiser gifting a membership to You'll Be Fine. Oh, no, You'll Be Fine got his from Chris Reese. And Happy Wawa customer gifting a membership. Are we trying to get a golden shower going in the chat? I'm okay with it. There's 2 yellows. 5, 6 more of those. It's going to be a nice golden shower train. Thank you guys very much. Now you guys are 27 memberships away from 500. Thank you very much. Bong Time says, what about syphilis? Orange can be tetanus. Orange can be steel toe sunrise. Oh, yeah, oranges will be a sunrise. There you go. Let's make it gay. If you guys do a bunch of 10s or a bunch of 5 gifted memberships, that's a nice sunrise. There, so we have blue balls, gangrene, golden showers, sunrise, pink bellies, and herpes. Those are our runs. Perfect. Eric Cartman says, I just pissed on my phone to join in. Oh, no. That is not it. No. You don't know. To join the golden shower, you gift a membership or give $5. Yeah, don't actually piss on your phone. I'm so sorry. Kyler with $2 says, moldy balls, chat. It's not, okay. And of course, if you guys mix in 1s, 2s, 5s, 10s, and 20s, it becomes a rainbow. How fun. Oh, no. This is fucking mean. Oh, I thought somebody put a link in the chat and said, these are Chrissy. What the fuck? Said, these are Chrissy Mayer nudes. And I thought it was going to be a link to like a horse or something. No, it really is. Okay, can't unsee that. That's AI though. Those aren't real. Ugh, why'd you do that? I thought it was going to be like a funny horse joke or something like that. JH got a membership and Shano got a membership. Thank you guys very, very much. Doing great today. Keep it going. Orange. I don't mind that one. That one's not bad. Thank you, Golden Herpes. That's something I have always dreamed of saying on this program. Thank you, Golden Herpes. All right, 552 of you checking out the show this morning. Off to a slow start. I'm very, very sorry. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I mean it. Pump those thumbs up. Get those thumbs all the way up your ass. And hit the like button. Let's get things going here. We're about 80 away on YouTube. We're about 80 away. Oh, yeah, we should easily be in the 700s today. Just keep hitting thumbs up, and let's have ourselves some fun today. Thank you. Hey, do you remember that bio lab that was uncovered in Las Vegas? I hope you do. We talked about it Friday, and we talked about it yesterday. So in Las Vegas, they found this Chinese bio lab. It had malaria, it had tuberculosis, it had STDs, AIDS, all kinds of stuff in this biolab, all these samples. And it was just in a residential home in like refrigerators and chest freezers. Well, they did some digging and they found out that the property was owned by an Israeli. What the hell? Why is an Israeli owning a home in Las Vegas and then I guess renting it out to a bunch of Chinese guys who are keeping deadly pathogens in the home? Well, I don't think we're going to know because they did go get the Israeli guy, but wouldn't you know they released him from jail and now he's fled to Israel. You know what's funny is we found out that ICE has headquarters in Tel Aviv. Why can't they just go get the guy? They got to check with their bosses first. Here's the latest on this biolab thing.
Charges of disposing or discharging hazardous waste, according to state records. The home, which sits along Sugar Springs Drive near Washington and Hollywood Boulevard, that's where the FBI and other agencies before 6 o'clock Saturday morning raided that home, finding refrigerators with vials containing unknown liquids in that locked garage. Sheriff McMahill confirming once again what our investigation team first reported, that this is actually part of a broader federal investigation in California.
As our investigation progressed, we determined that the home was owned by the same individual connected to a prior illegal biolab investigation in Reedley, California that occurred in 2023.
Sheriff says 3 other individuals were actually inside the home the same day of that raid. They were renting rooms. They were removed from the home, and they're not involved in that investigation.
Authorities released. So they're not involved in the investigation. They were just renting rooms in the biolab home. But Ori Solomon ran the unlicensed biolab in Las Vegas. He also owns the house in California where another biolab was found 2 or 3 years ago. But don't worry, he was released a few days later. He has now fled to Israel. So Ori Solomon, just like all the Jewish pedophiles that get arrested, they get bailed out like that Israeli government guy, Netanyahu's boy, his cybersecurity chief. He got busted for soliciting a minor. They let him out on bail. He fled to Israel. He's fine. In fact, there's been news reports about this. Israelis who commit sex crimes here against American children, and then they flee to Israel, and the Israeli government protects them. And, like, what do you want me to do? Am I not supposed to notice that because somebody might call me a name? I'm sorry. I can't help it. I can't keep noticing this shit. And also covering for these people and continuing to cover for these people is just it's going to create more people who, Robert Kraft's going to have to make a lot more Blue Square ads if you keep making excuses and covering for these people. It's like one thing about Catholicism. You ask the rank and file Catholic about the pedophilia in the Catholic Church and they're like, yeah, string them all up by their balls, kill them, I don't care. Get rid of all those priests. They're disgusting. Because if you defend them, it's really, really weird. It looks fucked up and it's a bad look for you. And you're also never going to solve the problem. If a bunch of Israelis and a bunch of Jews were like, yeah, give that guy to the American authorities and take him out. Like, what a fucking pig. What a monster. But it's like the Israeli government takes him in and goes, we'll protect him. We'll protect you for soliciting children. We'll protect you for having an unlicensed biolab in a residential area because we'll protect they see them, even if they're American, they see them as their own. It's really fucking frustrating because then again, you keep pointing it out and they're like, what are you, anti-Semitic? And you're like, no. Well, then why don't you point out the black people or whatever that do this stuff? Because they go to prison. Black people go to jail when they do shit like this. Some white people go to jail when they do this, but Israelis all get to go home when they do shit like this. Bong Time says the term anti-Semitic is just a made-up word used to distract truth, just like conspiracy theory is used. Well, not only that, I mean, the Palestinians and black people are the real Semites. They don't like that one either. Return Trip over on YouTube says Trump will pardon him. He might. He might. Oh, a little bit of a moment of levity here on the show. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Bad numbers today. Bad numbers. But just, hey, as long as we make the money, I'm good. All right? Golden showers, all that shit, rainbows, do it up, stream. Follow. I thought this was hilarious. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to terrify you. It's supposed to horrify you. It's supposed to make you think, oh, my God, these ICE guys are evil. These ICE guys are terrible. We gotta stop this government. This government is abducting illegals. It's abducting Latinos in the dead of night, putting them in a van. So they made this ad to say, hey, you know, ICE could affect you. ICE could take away loved ones of yours. They could just send them off to some foreign country, never to be seen again. Now, this isn't true. Yes, American citizens have been detained before, but they get released within 24 hours. They go, oops, our bad. And I think that's fucked up, and I think that's wrong, and we shouldn't do it. But this narrative that's spun in this ad, this is kind of like the Stop Jewish Hate ad in the Super Bowl. They made this to be like, oh, can you see how terrible the Trump administration is? But I just end up laughing at the end of it. It's so cartoonish.
I had a really good time today.
Yeah, me too. I really look.
What are you doing? She's coming with us. What are you talking about? Who are you? I'm your Republican congressman.
Yeah. Your local Republican congressman is kidnapping your sniz, bro. The fuck?
Now that we're in charge, we're rounding up illegals. She was born here. She's a citizen. I don't care. She looks like one of them.
Come on. It's like the dirty Jew on the backpack. It's like, come on, this isn't happening. You're being silly. To the point where it's funny. And now I look like a dick for laughing at it. Because I'm sitting here going, this is fantastic. This is hilarious to me. This is very entertaining. How dare you? This happens, you know. No, it doesn't. Nobody has been, you know, about to get a post-date blowy in a parking lot, and all of a sudden ICE agents come and abduct your date. It sounds like something you make up to your friends to excuse why the date didn't go well. Oh, yeah, I was going to get laid, but, you know, she got abducted by ICE, bro. You know, nothing I could do.
But don't worry. When she's in prison in El Salvador, she'll have lots of company.
What the fuck? So in this ad, ICE is going to kidnap your Latina girlfriend, and a Republican congressman is going to rape her in an El Salvadorian prison. Is that what I'm to believe from this ad? Let's watch this one time through uninterrupted, and we'll find out exactly what the message is here for ICE.
I had a really good time today.
Yeah, me too. I really look.
What are you doing? She's coming with us. What are you talking about? Who are you? I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we're rounding up illegals. She was born here. She's a citizen. I don't care. She looks like one of them. But don't worry. When she's in prison in El Salvador, she'll have lots of company.
Is that supposed to raise funds? Is that supposed to be like a serious thing? Like we're gonna release this, and then it's gonna make people see that, yeah, these illegals are being kidnapped in the middle of dates while Republican congressmen threaten to finger them in jail? I get does that work? Do people open up their wallets and I'll get kidnapped live on stream if it knocks out a few goals. Do people see that ad and they go, oh my God, I have to donate to my local Democratic congressperson so they can fight against this. This is terrible. I didn't know they were kidnapping poor Latinas just willy-nilly. This is I can't believe this is America. Kyler says, is he sniffing her? I think he is. I think he's smelling her. Bong Time says fear-mongering horse manure. I don't know. I think this is I think that was actually, they just recorded an actual ICE raid. I think that was legit. Hey, speaking of Latinas, I have a question for you. Buttshine on YouTube says, I was laughing. I know, I saw that ad. I laughed my ass off. I guess I'm not the bad guy. She'll have plenty of company in the El Salvadorian prison. Are a lot of our Republican congressmen traveling to El Salvador to get some lockdown Latina puss from the immigration? I didn't know that. This is, it was an educational ad. There's a lot of shit I didn't know. Hey, guys, what's the meaning behind this AOC picture? I just want to see, I want to bring it up because over the weekend, people were talking about this. They were like, oh my God, AOC. And I'm like, okay, what's the takeaway from this supposed to be? Because I kept hearing two different things from people. One was, because this was my first takeaway when I first saw it. Like, oh my God, what them tits do. That was my first thing. But then I went into the comment section and people were like, she's abuelita-fying. She's turning into a dumpy old Mexican chick. And I'm like, because when this first got posted, I was like, oh, they're trying to say, oh my God, this is going to turn MAGA guys into Democrats. Look at her, a dumpy Mexican chick or whatever. So I don't know what my takeaway is supposed to be here. So I thought I'd play this on the show today and maybe you guys could tell me.
Corona on its 100.
Because I do know that there is a stereotype that Latin women age like milk. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but maybe those with more experience.
Corona on its 100th anniversary. First Baptist is a bedrock of Corona Queens. It provides a food pantry.
Bro, she didn't lock down those nipples very well. Is that what they're talking about? Because there's one right there and there's one right there. She is not. Come on, honey, lock it down a little bit. You're in Congress.
Preparation, summer youth employment, and more. The church's service extends well beyond its congregation to all of Corona, one of the most diverse immigrant communities in the world.
Yeah, I don't care, but
First Baptist is led by
see, to those of you who are like, she's not hot, AOC is gross, she's ugly, you guys got to stop letting your politics cloud your judgment. She's an attractive woman. Again, we'll do the small town bar test. You'd love her if she walked into the small town bar. You wouldn't leave her alone. You'd harass her. You'd bother her. You wouldn't mean to, but you'd go over and talk to her. She'd be giving you nonverbal cues that she's not interested, and you'd blow right past the yield signs.
Pastor Patrick H. Young. Pastor Young's commitment to service is unfailing. And when Corona became the epicenter of the pandemic in early 2020, he and...
All right, and nobody cares. So, to me, the point of that video is, wow, look at those tits. But then other people were like, no, that's not the point of the video. The point of the video is she's aging shitty. I didn't see that. That's not what I'm seeing in that. Would still smash, drop her $400 for the abortion, says Coltrane. Jesus, you're not even trying to avoid it, are you? Mikey Two Milk says, yes, Aaron, it's the nips that people are talking about. A straight guy would have known that. Well, no, I was being gaslit because that was my first instinct as well, was to say, wow, that's about the nips. But then I go into the comments and people are like, she's abuelita-fying, which I didn't even know was a term. I learned that this weekend now. And I was like, well, what are you guys talking about? Like, this seems like you're over nitpicking. That's not to me, it wasn't a bad look. Aussie Mark says she's looking for a boyfriend. She has one. Isn't her boyfriend involved in politics too? Hulkamash says, no, she has tits. Take those away and you'd say her face looks horrible. Look, it's like you can only contribute. Bridge Man says too many tortillas, not enough fajitas. That's just racist, and I don't think it means anything. Soylent Goy says most women look good in their 20s until they speak. I think she's 40 at this point. She's getting to that age now where it's like she looks good regardless of age, but she's hanging. Oh, she's 36. All right. She turns 37 in October. She better get married and start having some kids soon. Tick, 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 tick. because she's got a man. Or is it a husband? Is she married? No, she might be married. Is not married, but she is engaged to her longtime partner, Riley Roberts. Yeah, like whether it's Ilhan Omar or AOC, all these liberal, like black or Latino women, they all have really simpy, obedient white husbands. Like really kind of cucky white guys for husbands. Chips and Dip says she's 36. You're 40. I'm 39. All right. And just turned like not long ago. Should take it. Relax. Okay. Take it easy. Guys, let's give the chat some chicken pox. Let's give the chat some golden showers. Let's give it some rainbows. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Numbers starting to pick up real nice. 645 of you checking out the toe. Let's get it, baby. They're going up real nice. Hit like, hit subscribe. YouTube's about 30 away. Rumble's about 40 away. You guys are doing great. Just keep pounding that thumbs up button like it's AOC speaking in front of Congress. Perfect. And you know, keep giving the chat chicken pox. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Their husbands are gigolos, says Dub. Well, that's a theory. You know, I was really glad when I saw this clip that I didn't know what party this congresswoman belonged to. And I want to keep it that way. I don't want to know if she's a Democrat. I don't want to know if she's a Republican. All I know is on this issue, I love her, and I think she's doing great. We're going to get into this. We're going to get into the Thomas Massie stuff. We're about to get into the Epstein updates on today's show. So if you like that kind of stuff, thumbs up, share the show. We're going to get into this stuff, and then we've got we get to make fun of Jeremy from the quartering as well. I can also report the Celsius is hitting. Oh boy, is it a hitting. So hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. YouTube's fallen way behind, but Rumble's starting to pick up. Let's get up to 700 and let's do this shit. Okay, Representative Stansberry. Don't even know her first name. Don't want to. I know if I look up her party or if I look up I'm really enjoying all these Congress people that have found their balls. Like Thomas Massie, Lauren Boebert. They're going out and they're saying, we're going to the Department of Justice. We're going to read these unredacted Epstein files. And if they won't release them, we'll read them and report back to you. And they're doing it. And I appreciate it so much. Let's see what we found out from yesterday's events.
For Ms. Maxwell with regards to what actually happened in Epstein's affairs, who was directly involved in the sex trafficking, money laundering, and influence peddling scheme that she and Jeffrey Epstein were involved in, how Donald Trump was involved and whether or not he committed any crimes himself, as did his many associates who are named in the Department of Justice files. Let us be clear that Donald Trump is not only named thousands of times in the latest release from the Department of Justice, he is named over 38,000 times in the files that were released 2 weeks ago alone.
See, like, and I don't, a lot of people get defensive of that, and I think that's why Quartering and Misfit Patriot and all these Shabbos goys are like going, nothing to see here, folks. Why are we even talking about this? Blah, blah, blah. I think it's because they don't like the Trump parts. I don't give a shit. I want to burn down everybody who's actively involved in the human sacrifice, in the Satanism, in the trafficking, in the child abuse. I just want them all to burn. I don't care if they have an R next to their name, a D next to their name, they're an anarchist. I don't care if they're Trump or Schumer or any of them. If they're in there and they're guilty, I want them to burn. I want them locked away in a camp. I think the weakest thing you can do, the worst thing you can do with all this Epstein stuff, and the last-ditch effort they're going to try to protect their power base is they're going to try and pit you against each other by trying to get you to protect your guys if they show up in those files. If you protect your guys, you lose your credibility. This is what I've been trying to tell you for years. None of these people are your guys. None of these people are your friends, are your allies. You're not part of their club, all right? If they're in there, let's burn them the fuck down. If it's Wexner, it's Wexner. If it's Trump, it's Trump. If it's Clinton, it's Clinton. Let's get them, man. Let's burn out the deadwood. Let's clear them out. But if you start defending your guy, if you start defending their guy, if you start defending this one and that one, but then condemning this one, you lose all your credibility. They divide us again over some retarded halftime show, and then we lose the plot and we lose our country and it stays occupied. But if you stay disciplined and if you go, you know what? I don't think any of these Satanists are going to let anyone near the halls of power without being at least tangential.
And we know that that only represents half of the files that the Department of Justice has in its possession, including files that were used for direct investigations of perpetrators, people who committed crimes, people who were co-conspirators in those crimes, and individuals who knew of those crimes. We know that there are multiple administration officials, including Howard Lutnick.
Howard Lutnick needs to go. He's the Commerce Secretary. He was at the island after Epstein had served jail time for soliciting underage girls. Howard Lutnick not only needs to go, we need to have a Wicker Man-like kind of event for the Howard Lutnicks of the world. Find them all, pull them out, punish them. You can't, guys, do not defend these people. Whatever you do, if they're in there, assume they're guilty. This is how revolutions are won. All right? It's when you don't have Democrats and Republicans, you don't take sides. You have the pure of heart and the impure of heart. You have good and you have evil. And guess what? There's good on the Democrat side. There's good on the Republican side. And guess what? One of your goods, I'm really sorry, one of your goods on the Democrat side that you're going to have to accept is this woman right over here to this lady's right. I keep wanting to call her Tiffany Henyard. Jasmine Crockett is one of the good ones on the Epstein files. Dude, we can fight with her about taxes and social issues and all that stuff after we win the revolution. But this Stansberry, she's on your side. Jasmine Crockett, she's on your side. Lauren Boebert is on your side. Thomas Massie on your side. Lindsey Graham is not on your side. He's evil. Mitch McConnell is not on your side. Chuck Schumer is not on your side. There are no Democrats and Republicans anymore. There's those of us who are on the outside looking in and those guys who are on the inside sacrificing babies. And those are the people we're going to have to go after. Because this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to overthrow evil people. So it's going to have to be done. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1. Thank you very much. Keep those going, baby. Keep those going. He says this lady is running in Illinois. She's 26 years old. All right. I'm sure she just has the greatest ideas, and it's not knee-jerk conserva slop at all. Ooh, fuck it. Let's beat AIPAC. Okay, so far I like her. I'm going to take it back.
And I say, fuck it. Let's beat AIPAC.
More. All right. What's her name? Cat for Illinois. Cat Abu Ghazala. It's too long of a name. You got to shorten that up. Cat Abu Ghazala. I'm not supposed to be here. Says there's goddamn why gingers have been labeled evil for thousands of years and then poof, gone the last 5. Didn't know that was part of it. All right. So then we have some Epstein files that were found regarding Trump. This is a deposition someone gave on October 18th, 2019. They've redacted the person's name. Knew Epstein, this is about Trump. Knew Epstein was disgusting. Trump said Maxwell was Epstein's operative. Quoting Trump, she is evil and to focus on her. Trump told blank that he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present and Trump got the hell out of there. Trump was one of the very first people to call when people found out that they were investigating Epstein. No one could explain how Epstein made his money. They knew he worked for Bear Stearns. That's a reputable organization. Blank was told that Epstein was kind of a technical guy that would make it happen, but you didn't want to know how. None of the victims that PBPD spoke with said they had sexual contact with men other than Epstein while in Epstein's orbit. Blank had one time went out screaming. Prince Andrew was a fixture in Palm Beach, and he had no protection while there. Blank has done interviews in the past with Blank victims thought that Palm Beach Police Department was paid off by Epstein, which was why Blank went and did those interviews. He felt he needed to defend the Palm Beach Police Department. An interior designer told the Palm Beach Police Department that rooms in the Virgin Islands had been decorated for teenage girls. Blank contacted the Virgin Islands Police Department, but they were not helpful. I mean, it wouldn't cost much to pay them off, I guess. In the end, when Epstein had turned himself in to plead to the misdemeanor, Blank was not notified and found out from the newspaper. So a lot of people are pointing to this document to say, hey, Trump knew. Trump thought Ghislaine Maxwell was an evil lady, was an Epstein operative, and that Trump was cooperating once Epstein was indicted. Now, this feeds a theory that a lot of people have, that Trump was a rat to the authorities on Epstein, that Trump was informing on Epstein. Now, that could be the case. It's possible. I'd need more evidence. It could also be something that MAGA people are using to cope with the fact that Trump shows up in the Epstein files a lot. Now, there's also times where Trump shows up in the Epstein files because some wacko went to the FBI, went to a tip line and gave some information. And then the authorities said, after further investigating this individual, they need psychiatric care. Like like this person's fit for a straitjacket. So I don't know how credible that is. But one thing's for sure, Trump seems to be like in this limbo state with the Epstein files. There will be a file that comes out that says, all right, Trump knew what was going on. He's a fucking creep. And then another file will come out where there'll be like, yeah, I think Trump knew what was going on, but he might have been snitching to somebody because he's talking to the authorities a lot. He's having conversations about what kind of piece of shit Ghislaine Maxwell is. Like, where is this guy? Where's Trump at exactly on this whole deal? $1 from Coltrane says, LOL, you say they are on our side. You're wrong. They are on their side. She isn't going to be exposing anyone on her side. Bank on it. Not anyone currently relevant, at least. Anybody who wants to expose people that are in the Epstein files and remove them and everything, they're on my side. Thomas Massie, he's on my side. In fact, here's the big man himself. Here's Thomas Massie. He found out a couple of fucked up things yesterday. He found out that, the law they passed, they're supposed to be releasing unredacted Epstein files. And they're not. They're redacting the bad actors to protect their allies, to protect the people who really run this country. And Massie said, hey, look, I sponsored the bill. I know what's in the law. The law says that you only have to redact victims' names. What they're doing in the Epstein files is if they redact a victim's name, they redact the person involved with the victim. And Thomas Massie says that is not good enough. That's not how this is supposed to work. So Epstein went on CNN yesterday, and he also had a press conference yesterday to expose what he knows about the Epstein files, because Massie went to the Justice Department yesterday and viewed the unredacted Epstein files. And he's found out some really interesting stuff. We'll play 2 clips of Thomas Massie. And by God, no matter what happens, we got to protect this guy at all costs. We got to make sure Thomas Massie has a private, independent security around him at all times. We need to keep this guy safe. This is my president right now. He's my president now. Thomas Massie is my president of the United States, and I want him to win in 2028. This is Massie on what he found out at the Department of Justice regarding the Epstein files.
An example of something, maybe it wasn't intentional on their part. I'd like to hear his take on the redaction of the CEO, who's listed as a co-conspirator in the 2019 child sex trafficking case.
So can I ask you, because, and I want to ask if this is the same person, Todd Blanche also said about that tonight that the document you're citing there has victim names in it, seeming to say that's why there are redactions. He said, we have just unredacted Les Wexner's name from this document.
But now, wait a minute. And we'll get to the Les Wexner thing because that's the big reveal in this clip. We've redacted victims' names. Didn't Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi say there were no victims? There was no sex trafficking ring? That nobody was trafficked? There is no list? Then why are we redacting victims' names? Victims of what? What were they victims of? Let's prosecute the people who were making them victims.
But his name already appears in the file thousands of other times. And he says the Justice Department is hiding nothing. Is that the retired CEO that you're referencing?
It is. He unredacted it after I found it. That's a problem, and I'm glad they've admitted it.
So Todd Blanche is a lying bag of shit. All of these people in the Trump administration, they're not your friends. Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, he's rotten and he's all part of it. Stop defending these people just because they're in the Trump orbit. That doesn't mean they're innocent. In fact, a lot of them are guilty, and that's why Miriam Adelson and the Ellison family paid Trump so much to become president so they could install their people in there. Why do you think the Adelsons and the Ellisons didn't want Matt Gaetz as the attorney general? Why do you think they brought up years-old bullshit to keep him out of the attorney general spot? Because he sees through the bullshit. And this Les Wexner thing, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret, Les Wexner is a big player in this whole deal. I mean, the head of Victoria's Secret, I would gather he was probably using Victoria's Secret models and using it as a pathway to traffic to Jeffrey Epstein or vice versa. Epstein would send him victims and they would be models for Victoria's Secret. I would argue it probably went the other way, that Wexner was providing girls to Epstein. But Todd Blanche is like, what? He appears in there a bunch. I redacted this one because there's a victim in there. Yeah, but he's not the victim. You only need to redact the victim. And he didn't. And then Thomas Massie started talking about Les Wexner and started talking about going to the DOJ. All of a sudden, then Todd Blanche unredacts Les Wexner and goes, see, look, I unredacted him. I don't know what Massie's talking about. Yeah, only after he called you out.
They made a mistake by redacting that.
So you're saying it was redacted when you went in there today, and after you tweeted that, they unredacted it?
Correct.
Yes. There you go. And they just fucking lie to you. They just look you right in the eye and they go, what? It was unredacted. And Massey's like, this is the gaslighting that they're going to do to all you. When you say they're satanic pedophiles that sacrifice babies and that Pizzagate was real, which both of those things is 100% true, they're going to try to gaslight you like this, and it's going to be shameless. Don't let it work. You're right, they're wrong. You're noble, they're evil. And Thomas, like this Todd Blanche going, what? We had him redacted. Massey's like, dude, fucking bullshit. No, only after I said something did you unredact them. You got caught.
Now he's got 4 other names he needs to unredact. Did he respond to that? There's a list of 20 people. And there's 4 men in there that need to be unredacted. Here's another troubling thing that I found.
Can you say who those 4 men are tonight?
I don't think they're well known. And so if I did, it wouldn't matter, but I could probably say them on the floor of the House. But I'll give the DOJ a chance to do what they did in these 2 examples, where I've discovered something and now they've responded.
People are wondering, like, why does Massie do that? Why are the girls doing that? Like, the victims are saying this. You know, they're saying this about the victims. Like, why don't they name the names? I think what they're worried about, and maybe I'm simping a little bit here. I think what they're worried about is A, lawsuits, because they have no backing. The backing is redacted. But I think the main reason they're not saying the names is because if they say the names publicly and they are redacted, then the DOJ will have a reason not to unredact them. They'll say, well, because of rumors and because of irresponsible things people are saying, we're going to keep it redacted to protect those people. So if they start naming names willy-nilly and there's no evidence of it, then that might hurt the ability to get them unredacted. Because I don't believe that he's lying. I don't believe that these girls are lying. I believe these names are in there. There's something about naming the names that could fuck up the whole situation. That's why Massie smiled and he said, I'm going to give the DOJ a chance to release those names. But Les Wexner is one of them. Les Wexner is one of the guys who's been part of the whole Epstein operation. Then there was this press conference, and this was real. I watched this with SP in bed last night, and I was like, holy shit, like this is really next level scumbaggery. This is Massie outside the Department of Justice after he viewed the files.
That would probably be the best way to do it.
So how much of the redactions, you said that there are a lot of, the documents, some of what you saw in there had redactions. How much new information then did you see that was unredacted, or did it look pretty similar to what we've seen publicly?
I mean, what we're after is the men who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked women to. We want those names published. We're not out to embarrass people. And the problem is, we went in there hoping to see that in 302 forms. What we found out is those 302 forms were redacted before they got to the DOJ.
That's huge. Look, I don't want you guys to think this stuff is boring and it's just all heady shit. It's not. Anybody can understand it. Just take it in pieces, just like that. The 304 forms, which, by the way, the law says that they have to release these available to be viewed unredacted. They can only redact victims' names. And they're doing more than that. But Thomas Massie and anyone else should be able to go to the DOJ and look at these forms themselves. The law doesn't say necessarily that they have to release them unredacted. They just have to be available for public viewing. So Massie went in there to view these 302 forms, and he said these were redacted before they got to the DOJ. The DOJ is supposed to be the only authority that can redact these files. That means that the Southern District of New York or the FBI themselves redacted these files before they got to the Department of Justice. That is a very serious problem, and it lends credibility to the fact that there is a shadow government in place that is handling these very top-level issues. These files are not supposed to be redacted before they get to the DOJ.
So, but our legislation directs the FBI, which is the agency that produced those 302 forms, to also produce these documents. The Attorney General is ultimately responsible for that production, so that's why we're here at the DOJ to view these files. But there needs to be more information given in those 302s. So I was disappointed we didn't find.
So the FBI is supposed to be giving the unredacted files to the Attorney General, and her office puts the black ink over the victims. But what's happening in the files they're getting is they're coming pre-redacted. They're cutting names out of it. Still don't think there's a deep state? You still think that Trump's in charge? You still think that it's Democrats and Republicans? You think it's Bad Bunny and Kid Rock? Slop. That's all it is. That's fucking weird, dude. The files were redacted before they got to the DOJ.
But it's also clear, just sort of as a checking their homework, that they need to do a little more homework. There are 6 men. We went in there for 2 hours. There's millions of files, right? And in a couple of hours, we found 6 men whose names have been redacted, who are implicated in the way that the files are presented.
I wonder what the nationality or cultural background is of those 6 men. One of them's Wexner, so there's 5 others. Les Wexner is one of them. So, like, what's the deal here? What's going on? What's the reason for these files being redacted before they go to be redacted? It's fucked up, dude. Thank you to Eric Cartman with $1. He says Black History Month. We'll get to that once we're done with all this stuff. Coltrane with $1 says it's extremely disingenuous is the problem. You can't trust what they say if it's leaning one way or another. Massie is at least exposing everyone regardless. He's at least legit. And like I said, fucking protect that guy, man. Protect Thomas Massie at all costs, because I don't believe, like, dude, they took a shot at Trump. Like, dude, they had Charlie Kirk killed. You don't think they'll try to take down a sitting United States congressman? Of course they will. So we gotta protect this guy at all costs, because he might be our one shining hope on this issue. What's the saying? Cometh the hour, cometh the man. This is the hour, and that's the guy. Guys, let's go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Hey, 639, but we're still about 40 viewers off on each platform. And if we get there, we'll get over our 700 for today. So hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and let's do some PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. This is a show that runs on your donations. We would love to see a few more and see if we can't get ourselves a W today. Let's do it. Let's go. Fresh Taint says Jasmine Crockett is pro-Israel. Well, she'll have a chance to rescind that. She'll have a chance to rescind it. But that's something that should be a massive red flag. That the DOJ got Epstein files that were already redacted. Problem. So let's check in with our favorite Shabbos goy. Our favorite Shabbos goy is the Quartering. Jeremy from the Quartering. He's been one of these guys who has been all over this. Hey, stop. Like, it makes me nervous when I see people go, stop talking about the Epstein files. Like, I understand when Ben Shapiro says things like, Epstein files, there are none. Look the other way. Like, Ben Shapiro has a vested interest. But when these fucking pig dog goyim cattle bitches start going, why are you talking about the Epstein files? Stop talking about it. We should be talking about Somali fraud or trans in sports. Do you not understand that none of that shit matters until we fix this? None of that shit is important until we have a country of our own that's not occupied by billionaires and Zionist scumbags. But the Quartering keeps shilling for them. The Quartering is one of these guys who's so stupid that he thinks he's in the game. He thinks he's part of the game. He doesn't think he's one of the watched. He thinks he's a watcher. This fucking ape retard. So the Quartering's been tweeting about the Epstein files lately, and I'm telling you, it is a man bound and determined to create a streak of terrible takes. And he's doing it. Before we get into it, Tommy Jordan with $2 says, looking forward to my first appearance. I'll wait. Oh, there we go. That's a good way to pronounce it. I will wait. Instead of going, I'll wait. I will wait. All right, that's a good spelling. When I steal your catchphrase for a t-shirt, I'll spell it that way. I'm kidding. I'm not a scumbag. Although, Tommy Jordan, I don't know if we can have you on. Gotten a lot of DMs from people telling me, Tommy Jordan, he's that pedo supporter. He supports the pedo, and that Tommy Jordan is he's a problem. I'm getting a lot of red flags and a lot of warnings. They're telling me Tommy Jordan ain't that guy. He's misrepresenting himself. I haven't made a determination yet, but if you are a pedo apologist, that is kind of weird. That is a little fucked up, my brother. But that's what other people are saying about you. I haven't done my homework yet. Speaking of a guy who hasn't done his homework, let's take a look at what the establishment's Shabbos goy, Jeremy from the Quartering, has to say about the Epstein files. So here's, honestly, you can scroll through his Twitter and just find shit takes everywhere. The first one, it's been funny to see X go ballistic every time a new, he puts it in quotes, Epstein revelation has been made. Nearly everything revealed in the past several months has been well known for years. What? He definitely hasn't read these because people like Jeremy are scared to have their left-right dynamic shattered. They don't want to find out. Like, some people would rather live the illusion than find out they've been part of an illusion. He's Cypher in the Matrix. He just wants to enjoy the steak even though he knows it isn't real. He doesn't want to have the whole dynamic shattered. People keep acting like the walls are closing in, but they've given nothing new. Really? Shrimp, beef jerky, pizza, grape soda, human sacrifice, eyewitness accounts of human sacrifice, Les Wexner being a co-conspirator. No, Jeremy, they've revealed nothing new. Nothing. So wait a minute. That would mean that you knew that Zionist Jews have blackmailed this country and occupied it, and you're just fine with it. Shabbos goy. Like, anyone who has even been mildly paying attention since this case broke knew that Trump dimed out Epstein, knew about Wexner. All this shit is just being recycled for clicks and to attack Trump. Imagine being so married to your God King Trump that you won't even look out for your own country. The Quartering is the opposite of a patriot. He is a coward. It's just being used to attack Trump. No, it's being used to attack everybody, which is good. Let's attack I'm all for attacking everybody. And then Thomas Massie says, tonight I'll be appearing on CNN, promoting his appearance. Instead of naming names, going on CNN is certainly one thing a guy can do. He did name a name. Les Wexner. And now he wants the Department of Justice to obey the fucking law that he and Ro Khanna put themselves in personal danger to pass and release the rest of the names. Look, I support Representative Thomas Massie. Well, no, unless the Epstein files say too much about Trump, then you don't support Thomas Massie. Demanding Epstein files transparency, but at this point, my man, you got to name names on the House floor. Stop screwing around and keep the spotlight. It's time to put up. He did. He already named Wexner, and he's going to name more on the House floor. And then, you know when Jeremy wants to talk about the Epstein files? When something good happens about Trump. Then he wants to talk about it, but he doesn't want to talk about pizza. He doesn't want to talk about beef jerky, shrimp cocktail. Doesn't want to talk about any of that stuff. Human sacrifice, nope. But as soon as his God King gets exonerated on something, he wants to talk about it. Honestly, to me, as soon as someone is exonerated in these files, I go, get the fuck out of the way then, because we're looking for the bad guys. So, no, I don't want to do an end zone dance because Trump isn't a pedophile. In that case, if that's the case, I just go, all right, Don, get the fuck out of the way. We're hunting for the bad guys. Fighting's commenced. Get to fighting or get the fuck out of the way. Any more dog shit takes? Do you have any more? Oh, he's really been defending the Turning Point USA halftime show also. That disaster. But he's, his takes on the Epstein files have been tragically awful. Really bad. All right, the rest is just conservo slop. TPUSA, Candace Owens, TP. God, he's writing a lot about TPUSA. Holy shit, is he really sucking that halftime show's dick? The quartering. And, I'll tell you what I appreciate about Jeremy from the quartering. They don't have to pay him a dime to do this shit. He does it completely for free. I understand why everyone thinks he's a paid shill, because he does such fervent PR for these people. But I'm telling you, this guy doesn't take a dime. He does it for love of the game. He gives shitty takes and uneducated positions because he loves it. I mean, at least there's something in there you can respect. Alex Stein with a tweet today. It says, Laura Loomer defending Howard Lutnick's friendship with Jeffrey Epstein just proves she is just as ugly on the inside as she is on the outside. Yeah, hey, let's start going after Howard Lutnick. Let's start getting that guy out of the administration. If you really want to clean up the rot in the deep state, get Lutnick out of there. $2 from Tommy Jordan says, they call me a PDF supporter because I sent you $2. No, because you're a Melton guy. That's what they tell me. Again, I haven't done my research, so I apologize to you if that's not true. But they say that's why I gotta, because I'm a Tommy Jordan guy. I've only seen 5 minutes of Tommy Jordan, but I think he's a fucking lunatic, in a good way. But I'm just saying, you got a lot of people who send DMs when you get brought up and they say, this guy's a fucking problem. This guy is terrible optics. That's what they say about you. They were trying to burst my bubble a little, I think. All right, guys, 655 of you checking out the toe. Rumble's going up. Nice job, guys. Keep hitting thumbs up. Keep hitting follow. Hey, YouTube, you got to pick it up. Hit thumbs up. Hit subscribe. I know we're talking about Epstein, so they're going to throttle us, but you got to hit thumbs up. We can get over that 700 mark today. You know how I look at it. 600 is meh. That's just average for the show. Okay, I'm happy with that. 700's a good day. 800's a great one. So let's keep hitting thumbs up. And Rumble, let's start firing in those memberships. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. You got off to a great great start today. But let's keep your end of the bargain going up there, and then I don't have to worry about a goddamn thing. Also, we missed by $65 last night. If you knock that out, I'll add another half hour onto your total. I'm fucking geeked from this goddamn Celsius powder. I could go all day today. So how about a little golden shower, a little rainbow here in the Rumble chat. Let's start throwing in a couple of bucks to the best goddamn truth-telling show out there. Rational Redhead says Ghislaine said she would exonerate Trump if he gave her clemency, but saying that she could, she inadvertently exonerated him. Here's the deal on Ghislaine Maxwell. She's fishing for a deal. She wants to get out of prison, and she knows a lot. I want to see if I can find Maxwell immunity. So they asked Lauren Boebert about this yesterday. And Lauren Boebert, they said, hey, would you agree to grant clemency to Ghislaine Maxwell for her testimony? And she said, no, she should be in prison longer and she should be in a worse prison. I want to see if I can find that clip for you here. Here it is. Perfect. This is exactly the clip I was looking for. This is Lauren Boebert after she went to the DOJ too yesterday. And she looked at some unredacted Epstein files, and she appears in this interview to be legitimately shaken by what she saw.
Congresswoman, are you among the members who got to see the unredacted files today?
Yes, I saw some of them, not all of them, obviously. And I'll be going back tomorrow to see more.
Any reaction on what you've seen so far?
I think that there's folks who are definitely implicated and co-conspirators. And, I don't think everyone there that was talking about underage girls being trafficked are victims.
Got it. And do you support any clemency for Ghislaine Maxwell? She was saying that she
I do not. Okay. I think Ghislaine Maxwell should get more time, and she should definitely be in a harsher prison than what she's in. It's absolutely disgusting.
Got it.
Yeah, she's legit rattled by what she read and what she saw. And I wouldn't doubt if in their private moments like Boebert and Massie and the people who are out front on this and actually showing a lot of courage, if they're not nervous as shit, if they're not like a little, I would understand if they were a little paranoid. But yeah, Maxwell's like, I'll exonerate Trump. All you got to do is grant me clemency. Well, when you say something like that, don't you kind of already exonerate Trump a little bit? I mean, honestly, if they can't put him on that island, if they can't put him with all those people and the human sacrifice and all that, then you really don't have much. But if they can put him on the island, fuck him too. I don't have any loyalty to these people. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, how much for you to snort a line of Celsius powder? I have to answer him, don't I? A line of Celsius powder. Oh, boy. 300. 300 will do a little line of Celsius powder. Deal? Deal. You guys come up with 300 by 9 o'clock. $300 in the next hour. We'll do the line of Celsius powder. Numero uno Josh Denny fan. That's the number, 300. And it doesn't have to come from one person. It can be a team effort. Numero uno, Josh Denny. Oh, we just did that one. Jesus, Aaron. Come on. Get your shit together, buddy. Numero uno says, I mean, I don't know if you know this before. I've snorted shit in the past. Like, that wouldn't be a new thing for me. Chano says cheap. Is that cheap? I mean, it's a little line of Celsius powder. I drink the shit. I mean, if I drink the Celsius powder, I don't think snorting it will be that bad. Oh, it's going to be awful, isn't it? I should have said 500. Well, either way, $300. Reformed Rapscallion says, if you think Trump is innocent, you are a special kind of stupid. I don't buy this shit that Trump is like, oh, I just was really troubled by Jeffrey Epstein and I wanted everyone to know it. And I don't know. I don't think that's everyone trying to pretend like Trump saw it and he was disgusted and he raised alarm bells and just nobody would listen to poor Donald. I don't believe that for a second. I also don't think he was on the island. I don't. I mean, something could come out that changes my mind. Remnant Tree says, you snorted shit? No, metaphorically, you know what? Never mind. Mad Move says Melania was purchased from Epstein. I saw some insinuations of that in the Epstein files that Trump and Melania met through Epstein, which definitely is fucked up. But she wasn't underage, I don't think, when Donald met her. $1 from Coltrane says, if they have proof Trump did those things, I'm perfectly fine with a public hanging. Just saying someone's name in there isn't proof, and that's the problem with all this. Yeah, but Wexner and all these other guys, like they're in there actually with women that were trafficked to them. Baba Shab says they were all in on it. In some way, shape, or form, like they're all tangentially involved. That's how you keep the tentacles out there to keep these people blackmailed. You'll Be Fine says, as a person who voted for Trump, I must say, fuck that piece of poopy. Whether or not he's as bad as Les Wexner, just the fact that he has dragged his feet this much on this really pisses me off. And the fact that he started wars on behalf of Israel. It really pisses me off. Abel Graham says, I bet that Celsius powder would burn like hell. Well, $300 and we'll find out. $300 and we'll find out, my man. All right, I think this might be the best thing we've got all day today. Rumble doing great. YouTube bringing up the rear, really struggling today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's get that number up over 700 and call it a win for the toe. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's give the chat some chicken pox. What do you say? $1 from Frog Springs says, not sure I have mentioned it here, but I actually worked as a server at Bohemian Grove for 2 seasons. Frog Springs, can you send me an email? I'm going to put my email in the chat. Can you send me an email and I'll send you a number you can call into the show? And would you be willing to talk about what you saw at Bohemian Grove on the program? I would love that. Joey Caravello's mommy says, how is it a perfect streak when you lost by 65? Oh, shit. Does my thing still say perfect streak? I'm sorry. I mean, technically, I guess the morning show has a perfect streak going, but I didn't realize I left that on there from yesterday. Here we go. There you go, guys. Sorry about that. Eric Cartman says, please play my Black History clip, boss. All right, here we go. You guys start making with the Streamlabs, the PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and whatever. Rumble rants. Gino is flat broke with $2. Says, did Johnny finally expire? No, he lost a family member, so he's taking some time off. He's taking some time off, and he'll be back at some point. All right, let's do this Black History Month clip. It is Black History Month. We should be playing a Black History Month clip every day. I'm kind of being racist if I don't. This one came from Joey Caravello. This is in celebration of Black History Month. This is in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, is where we go for our Black History Month clip of the day. Enjoy Hattiesburg.
Bum, 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 bum. 3, 2, 1. This a nigga right here. This a nigga right here. Damn. She done fucked around in the morning. Y'all want Ash? We got Ash. She done fucked around in the morning. We got Ash.
It's, as you can hear them saying, it is 5 in the morning at a Waffle House in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and a bunch of black women have decided to jump another black woman. This is Joey Caravello's Black History Month clip of the day. I love black commentary on black fights. Like it's some of the best colored commentary that you're going to get. I'm just glad our truth was there to break this thing up. I also have a question. Why are these women wearing their swimwear to the Waffle House? Hookers, right? We're almost positive this is prostitution. Why else are you if you're dressed like that and you're not a hooker? You're taking a lot of wrong turns because, at least the prostitute gets payment when they dress like that. You're doing it for free? Ugh.
She big. Because she don't even want no smoke. She had to her shit out already.
Oh, my God, she's got her wig there. Oh, no, they ripped off her wig. Oh, no. This was a disaster. I don't understand. This doesn't look like a Black History Month clip. Joey Caravello, this seems like a goddamn disaster here in Hattiesburg. Yeah, don't go to a Waffle House after like 7 at night. There's no, you know what? Fuck it. Don't go to a Waffle House after 11 a.m. Have some breakfast. I would say between the hours of 7 and 11 is a good time to go to a Waffle House. After that, just don't roll the dice. It's not worth it. At a Waffle House in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, you know what? Maybe just drive next town over. Next town over.
Ooh, somebody leave you. Well, look at the clothes. And somebody hit her with a...
Are those like little black poop pellets? Do black people shit like rabbits? I don't know. I've never seen it.
Sure.
These hoes bleed. These hoes got AIDS.
Did he say they probably got AIDS? Hold on.
With a chair.
These hoes bleed. These hoes got AIDS.
They gonna bleed. Damn, they probably got AIDS. Like I said, I think boxing and UFC are missing out by not hiring black hoods to be color commentators for their fights.
You ugly.
There you go. There you go. 601 in Park is the Instagram account. Just a bunch of hood bitches scrapping and fighting in the Waffle House. Just your Black History Month clip of the day. Thank you. Los Federales with $1 says, here's another Black History Month moment. All right, let's up the number here a little bit if we're going to go, through the show, sending in Black History Month clips. I'll play them. Let's get a couple of bucks in there. What do you say? You're doing fine. I mean, you guys are doing great today, and I appreciate it. But, scratch my back while I scratch yours. All right, here's another Black History Month clip of the day. All right, seems like just two people arguing with you. Oh, my God, guys, hey, fucking shit. I can't show that fucking shit on YouTube, asshole. God damn it. The fuck are you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Thanks for the $1. Appreciate the $1. Los Federales. Really, it was great having a fucking YouTube for what it's worth. I'm sorry. I didn't know that was up there. My fucking bad. Fucking ruins the show. Now I want to fucking quit today. What the fuck? Use your fucking head. The fuck is wrong with you? Like, he's fucking retarded. It's fine. I'm sure you're I'm sure that was very enjoyable for you. I'm sure you're very happy about it. That's fucking great. No, that's real fucking nice. Zen's daughter with $5 says, I just want to catch my fish, drive my truck, and put my pickle in a beaver. God bless. God bless. Thanks a lot, dickhead. Appreciate it. Thanks for the $1 for it too. Well, I'm just waiting for the YouTube stream to get taken down. That's all I'm waiting for. I'm just waiting for that to get taken down. Great. Wonderful. Well, give the chat some chicken pox. 636 of you watching. We'll probably lose about 200 of you pretty soon here. Fucking Federales. Says, my bad, man. Why would they not allow that? There's way worse stuff on YouTube. That YouTube does. I got fucking banned on YouTube for playing a news story where a bunch of Hamas militants were carrying rifles. So yeah, a guy blowing a lady's fucking head off might get us in a little bit of trouble. Papa Shab says, I'm not going to gang up on him because it's hilarious. Sorry, Aaron. No, it's fine. Why would you gang up on him? It's not your fucking channel to worry about. It's mine. I don't expect you to get mad. Why would you get mad? You don't give I don't mean you don't give a fuck in a bad way. Why should you give a fuck? It's not your channel. You're just enjoying the content. That's fine. Look, I would love to have fun with that clip. I don't know what's hilarious about a guy just shooting somebody in the head. That's a little fucking dark. Ugh, fuck. The cleaner says, just end the stream and delete it, dum-dum. Yeah, and lose like a third of my audience and still make no money. Yay! Oh, I forgot. Some of you think I do this show for fucking fun. No, this is my penance. All right, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Please and thank. God damn, I was having a lot of fun today. Now we'll get it back. We'll get it back. I'm probably just still being a little pissy from last night's loss, too. So fix that if you could. Sorry. Whatever. I'm done with black shit now. Black, N-word, black history. Okay, we got it. Black. Negroes. Yeah, fucking black people. Aren't they wild? Aren't black people weird? Wow, hey, we did one clip about black people that somebody sent in for $1. Hey, Aaron, I've got 5,000 more. I've got my own black people file. Okay, we're good. We're good on black people. Cool. All right, let's go to I was in a good mood and I was excited to do this this video. This is very funny. This is a woman, her friends posted this online on TikTok. She's apparently that friend that goes to events with it. She's the single, no kids woman who goes, I don't even want kids. I'm focusing on me right now. I don't want any children. I don't, not interested in kids, nothing. One of her friends hands her a baby, one of their babies. And I'm telling you, this is one of those moments that we can watch in real time of someone's biology kicking in, just an instinct. I think it shows you that you have to be trained by the media and you have to be trained by society to be like, I want to do this. I don't want this. Family, kids, that's fucking gay. I don't want it. Blah, 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 blah. And there's just something innate inside of you that wants that. There's that programming has to battle what you are. So in order for that programming to win, it has to be very serious propaganda. And this woman has bit. All it took was someone handing her a baby. Watch this.
I can't look down. Look at her. What's her neck? Yeah, why is it open? Oh my god, I need to have a kid. I need to have a. Oh my god. Oh, she's smiling. I want to take my top off and have skin-to-skin contact.
She's losing her fucking shit. She's sobbing because she's holding a baby. Everything around her stops. She has a panic attack, and everything is just that baby. And by the way, this isn't just a woman thing. I believe that men are that way too. I believe men have to fight conditioning to be the body count guy and, all these douchey grifter manosphere queers. I believe you have to train yourself to try to be that too. That's why all those guys seem so forced. That's why all those guys seem so cringe, is because you're battling what you're supposed to be, which is have a family, have kids. You try to outrun it and someone just hands you a fucking baby and you go, I want to stop everything I'm doing right now. I want to have one of these and I just want to hold it. It's amazing. It's crazy to watch, just like in the snap of a finger, boom, and it just takes over. Thank you very much to Silver Wolf. He says that brought the show to a screeching halt. Well, I know. I'm trying to pick it back up. I'm trying to pick it back up. I'm trying to forget that happened and move on. Happy Wawa customer gifting a membership. Thank you, guys. Thank you for contributing to my program. Thank you for the contributions and everything else. Please keep it going. Oh, if anyone deserved a nice and easy one today, it would be me. For sure. For sure. Wildcard says just ban whoever sent it. No, I'm not going to ban Los Federales because he just didn't think, I've been a parent for too long to just go ahead and ban the guy. He didn't use his fucking head. He went, yeah, black people. Yeah, black people. Aren't black people weird? And he sent some retarded shit in. That's what happened. It wasn't malicious, I want to fuck with Aaron's shit or anything like that. It was just, it's just I want to be edgy. Aren't black people different than us? Black people are so weird. People are going, clip it. Aren't black people the craziest thing ever? Aaron, Black History Month with black people doing violent black shit. This isn't the Anthony Cumia show. I'm not fascinated by violent blacks, especially shooting people in the head on YouTube, which is fucking brilliant. Silverwolf, thank you for gifting a membership. Mr. Beat says Los Federales should donate $500 to the show. Oh, yeah, then we'd be cool, and I'd never make fun of him again, for sure. I can be bought. Yeah. No, Los Federales is totally cool with $500. Veldrain with $1 says, stop everything. I need one of those. I need one of these. Was also in the Epstein files. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. For different reasons, though. For different reasons. Mr. Beat says, these are Clipper gold. Conditioner on my D says, retarded racist Aaron might be my favorite. I might actually like this show if he did it that way. But like, okay, but doesn't it get like fucking old sometimes? Like, doesn't it get fucking old when everything is like, the blacks? Aaron, did you see the black? Yep, black people are fucking crazy and violent. Got it. Got it. I was the guy laughing at the black color commentator in the thing. I thought it was funny. Aaron, watch this black guy shoot somebody in the head. No. Why are you watching it? What the fuck is your problem? I need to know blacks are fucking animals. All right. All right. Papa Shab says, have you seen how black people act? Whatever. Oh, man. SP just wrote red garters, LOL. I don't know. She's shitting on my lingerie take. Los Federales, you're fine. Los Federales is cool. We're all right. Los Federales and I are all right. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Wanna fuck? Let's fuck! Oh, boy. Silverwolf with a gifted membership. Thank you very much. Hey, somebody decided to give the chat herpes. Thermodyne Diesel with $100 says just trying to chipper you up. Well, that always works.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
Hey, now we're having a great show today. This is an awesome show. Double digits, guys. Keep going. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's go. And in fact, if you go over by 65 today, you cover what we missed last night, and I do an extra half hour. How about that? Nice work. SP was not impressed by my red garter. I don't know. What are the things that connect to the things? What are the little things that connect the here down to the thing? What are those called? What are the clips? I'm going to Google this real quick. I thought that was garter clips. That's what I thought they were called. Don't gaslight me. The little garter clips that women wear on the... God damn it. I'm being gaslit on my own program. Veldrain with $5 says my Black History Month link, YouTube safe. Oh boy, you guys are just fucking asking for it today, aren't you? Approachable says, I honestly don't blame federales. It's really fucked up that YouTube will strike you for something you play from YouTube. It was from Twitter. It wasn't from YouTube. Coltrane with $1 says my wife gets baby fever when she looks at old pics of our boys when they were little. Thankfully, I'm snipped and she forgets. I don't remind her when she rips off my pants. There you go. I'll be honest, like I saw a video of like my daughter from years ago, probably about, I don't know. She was probably 3 or 4, so 7 or 8 years ago. And I was like, oh man, I want to have another kid. Like sometimes I'll see like a baby or something like that. And I'll look at SP and what do you think? Like it would only take me a week. I could go in. She's like, you're too old. She's like, you're too fucking old. All right. I know I'm too old. I'm sorry. Oh my God, look at this fucking shit. Los Federales says, here's another 80 to make it an even hundo. Oh my God. Los Federales, you know what, Los Federales, I apologize to you. You sending that in has been one of the biggest money makers for the show in the last month or two. I apologize to Los Federales. Do me a favor. Go in the chat, post that clip again. I'll play it again for you. Now you've given $100 to the show. I'm sorry. Now I'm sorry, Los Federales. Now I have to apologize because I'm wrong. After Thermodyne gives 100, we get 100 from Los Federales. Yeah, that's on me. We're going to put that back in the chat. We're going to play it again. Chips and Diff says, 18 years, SP. He's got you for 18 years. Riding Dirty Llama says, did he forget he got snipped? I told her, I said, give me like a week or two. I just got to have it undone, and I got to heal up. And drop one in you, and you know, it'll be fine. I haven't convinced her. Jane says, Aaron is a whore. How dare you? How dare you? Wow, Los should send in more clips of black hookers being shot in the head, says Papa Shop. Yeah, people are saying, look at how well it did. I know, it made us a shitload of money. Aaron has no morals, you whore. Oh, I'm sorry, you brand new. Oh. Jesus, that almost came out effortlessly. But yes, I am moralist when it comes to money. When it comes to money for the show, 100%. Hey, by the way, $5 from Shuli Madoff says, just watched Eyes Wide Shut last night, and now my eyes are fully open. Yeah, Kubrick. A lot of people think that Kubrick got killed for that movie. I don't know. Approachable says, Aaron's new rallying cry will be, come on, guys, we're only 8 more hooker shootings away from the goal for the week. That's true. That's true. Now you guys are at the point where I think 65 more and you get an extra half hour, and you're 26 memberships away from 500. So thank you very, very much. All right, let's play Los Federales video one more time. Thank you very much for the $100, buddy. Here we go. And just before. Just fucking shot her right in the head in the middle of the street. Black History Month, no less. Somebody sending this to, hey, you know what? This is a really good Black History Month moment. Thank you very, very much. Let's, Benjamin Netanyahu would like to send his best here for Black History Month. Let's take a look-see.
You asked, what did we do about it? The first thing I did was put up a fence between Africa and Israel. We let in, mind you, immigrants from Africa, Ethiopian Jews who come into this country. I think it's the first time that we have actually transported black Africans from Africa, not to enslave them, but in fact to liberate them.
He said that. That's a man who fears nothing. That's a man who knows he's in charge. It's the first time we, meaning Jews, it's the first time we've brought black Africans over not to enslave them, but to liberate them. It took you until 2026 to stop bringing blacks over for slavery and start bringing them over to live with you. Wow. You know, and by the way, it's the way he says it, like he's expecting a cookie.
Black Africans from Africa, not really transport. I think it's the first who come into this country. I think it's the first time that we have actually transported black Africans from Africa, not to enslave them, but in fact to liberate them. This country, I think it's the first time that we have actually transported black Africans from Africa, not to enslave them, but in fact to liberate them.
Wow. Congratulations. It only took you until 2026 to do such a thing, BB. I mean, don't hurt yourself patting yourself on the back. That's all I'm saying. $1 from Zenman says that's not how SNP reversal works. For every year it's been since you had it done, you are less potent. It's like 5% per drop since the SNP. I had the SNP, had it undone, had to do IVF. Okay, so 6 years, that's 30%. Oh, dude, me running at 70% is fucking most people running at 120. I'm a potent son of a bitch. Well, SP said, she says the word. I'm in there. And it's only going to take a couple of times. So she won't vomit. Propaganda alt says, I guess we're calling it liberation now. I suppose so. Yeah, people in the YouTube chat telling me reversals are not always successful. Das Command Krieger says, I can't believe I witnessed the moment Toe lost his channel. Well, look, I may have lost my channel over that. It may happen. But at least we made a shitload of money off of it. And right now, I will say $70 we do another half hour. And the perfect week is back. So that's nice. Let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. And while we do, let's talk about our friend. Oh, our favorite meth whore senior citizen, Kim Nicholson, is in chat. Oh. Kim, I got a lot of screenshots yesterday of you not being very happy. Oh, my goodness. Was it hard being a lunch lady yesterday? By the way, don't use your boss's office to stream. They're going to get really mad about that. But it must have been a really hard day in the Sloppy Joe line yesterday after everyone found out you were a meth prostitute. And by the way, never would have happened if you weren't trying to dox my fans. Never would have happened if you hadn't been a complete piece of shit to me and many other people. You let me just say one thing real quick before you start spurging out again. Just know that you 1,000% deserved everything you got and more. As a matter of fact, I held out a lot of information and did not give it out there. That is very public right now that people can go see. So, Kim, you're welcome. I still haven't gotten a thank you for sparing you. I've been very merciful to you. Kim, I hold your fate in my hands. You are mine. You belong to me. And I was merciful. A merciful God. And I still have not gotten a thank you. Oh, man. It happens to all of them, man. Whether it's Alan, whether it's Kim, whether it's all of them. They all turn out to be bigger pieces of shit than me, and it all turns out to be a projection. It all turns out to be a projection. And now she's obsessed with poignant pachyderm. Now she's obsessed with McBuster. And what did it cost you? We found out that you're a shitty mom, a shitty grandmother, a failure as both. A meth junkie, a whore, a prostitute. None of this actionable, by the way, because you literally have been all of those things. And that was me being merciful. And then her crying, I deserve a chance to get better. What about the fact that I'm getting better and improving? You never gave me that fucking opportunity. I mean, you made excuses for people whose kids were on drugs. I guess I can see why now you feel a kinship with them. But, you know, as I got better and I took responsibility for all the things I've done and the people you made excuses for never did, that was okay with you. But all of a sudden now you cry like a bitch because you've been exposed? That ain't how it works, sweetheart. And again, you're welcome. You're welcome. Coltrane gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Veldrain with $2 says, be nice to Kim. 200 people like her die every day. Oh, no, I forgot. I'm sorry. Bigot on socialist media says, I don't understand why she's still online. Because she's only alive to watch me. She's only alive because I know I don't know Aaron, but I have to come up with theories about his life to make myself feel better. If you hadn't wasted your prime years abandoning your children, doing meth and fucking sucking strangers' cocks for meth, not even for money, for methamphetamine. If you had done something more productive, you wouldn't have to spend your golden years ladling sloppy joes and wondering about me. And again, I left a lot out, and you're welcome. All right, we've got, hey, Coltrane with that gifted membership. It's another win for the toe. Oh, man. I don't know why she came in here. It only caused her pain. All right, you guys have an extra half hour on the line. 65 short from last night. If you bail out the evening show, I stay here until 11. Where'd she go? She left now. Oh, man. Bo Beardington says, Kim, is this evil? LOL. What do you mean? I've been kind, and I still haven't gotten a thank you. Veldrain with $2 says, I just did that one. Thank you, Veldrain. By the way, Bonan the Carbarian, is this your show now? Gross. I'm not going to take any moral outrage from you fucking people who have been nothing but psychotic, mentally ill, basically parasocial latchers honors to me. You don't get to morally grandstand for anyone. You are the most disgusting people alive, and I'm going to be at your funeral laughing while your family cries. Jesus. Okay. That got really bad. That got really bad. Chad's Uncle Steve says, Toe's mom was a lunch lady. True story. Yes, she was a high school kitchen manager. You know what else she did? She raised her kids and was an incredible mother and didn't suck cock for meth or even do drugs. Unlike Kim, who did all of those things. My mom is retired with a full pension because she didn't suck cock for meth. She's a winner, goddammit. I mean, don't get me wrong. The anti-steel toe crowd sets a low bar. I have to stop doing this. It's poison in my soul. I'm enjoying it too much, and it's disgusting. This is a very ugly side of me, and I'm not hating it. That's a problem. All right, let's get into these 7 o'clock hour stories. Before we do, Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Is it bad that I'm having a lot of fun today? Is it bad that I'm enjoying myself? I think it is. Los Federales says, LMFAO, I made you $300, Aaron. You can blow me later. You certainly can. And if we knock out last night, you made me 200, but I appreciate it. If we knock out last night, I got to do that line of Celsius by 9 o'clock. I did say by 9 o'clock, if we got that 300, I would have to do the line of Celsius. Okay. What do we have? We've got Midland Armory, downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Go see Greg and Stacy and get what you need for hunting, for self-defense, home defense, carry. They also handle the suppressor process from start to finish at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, with All Care, you get picked up right away. Right away, you get picked up. I mean, they come and get you quicker than anybody. You go in the ditch, you get in an accident, the car stalls out when it's cold out like this. You need All Care Towing. 320-253-5203 for All Care. And Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Stoney's, oh my God. With Stoney's, you've got 250 cans on Thursdays, live music every weekend on the Fireball stage, and a huge St. Patrick's celebration coming. Get excited. Stoney's, downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. Oh, my God, 680 checking out the toe right now. YouTube's starting to pick it up, but they're still behind. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Rumble, you're doing great, but keep pushing that like button. I appreciate it. All right, let's continue on. This has been a lot of fun. People in the YouTube chat even saying, damn, Toe, good villain monologue right there. Dude, I'm the best bad guy in the business, and when I get to flex that muscle, I get a little addicted to it. I have to... I have to, oh no. Hey, by the way, Doom, I notice you don't clip any of this stuff. What's the matter? Your boss won't like it? You don't have a lot of balls there, Doom. You need to, we'll get you straightened out. Come to the light side, leave the dark. The money can't be that good. Aaron, did you see Scarlett on Ralph yesterday? No, I didn't. I didn't see Scarlett on Ralph yesterday. He has her on again. I think those kids are going to make it. I think Scarlett and Ralph are going to make it. I do. I like them. I think they're made for each other. I think there's a beautiful relationship that could be made. Main Vein with $10 says towards the extra 30. Thank you very much. 60 away from last night. Oh, man. Was she on Ralph again? I can't keep track of all the times she goes on Ralph. I can't. Like, she goes on there. How many times has she been on there now? Like 3, 4? I have noticed, too, that, like, whenever anyone mentions, like, asks her about drugs, like, she obfuscates. Like, why not just lie and say, no, I'm not on drugs? She always goes, happy cows are here, and when there's happy cows, then I would dead. But I think Chad said it perfectly when he told Scarlett, no throats. Stop with the throats. All right? No throats. That should be a T-shirt. No throats. Doom says Scarlett was talking about you a bit. She's not a fan. I mean, I wouldn't expect her to be a fan. I have not said nice things about her. And by the way, it's all been to let her know, like, you need to get off the internet. Like, this is doing a lot of damage. Like, you need to get your shit together. You need to get your life straight. But I'm also at that point in my life where I'm like, I don't care if you do. Like, your outcome matters zero to me. Like, it's just not in my orbit. But still, I will say that it's hard to watch. But judging by who she's talking to behind the scenes, judging by the person who's trying to fuck her behind the scenes, and I'm not talking about Ethan Ralph, I'd imagine she probably wouldn't like me. There's probably been a lot of... because I think that person talks about me all the time and thinks about me all the time. I think he's probably using Scarlett as a sounding board for just getting the I miss Aaron out of him. Pretty sure. Scarlett is actually good at 2-on-2 hoops. Good, then she can play with somebody else. I was actually really impressed one time by Chad Zumach when he was telling her, like, stop, what are you doing? Like, this is painful to watch. Like, you need to get offline and you need to, like, get your life together and everything else. Actually, he was actually killing it. He was killing it. The Cleaner says, how does it feel to have bigger tits than Scarlett? That hurts my feelings. It's not true also. It hurts my feelings and it's not true. Doom says, and I was going to clip that Kim stuff until you did that your boss thing. Ew. Truth hurts, bitch. But here's the... And I'm just kidding about the bitch part. That was mean. Truth hurts, number one. But number two, you really don't post L's from those people, and they put up a lot of them. A lot. They usually get them from me. You don't post those, typically, I've noticed. So either if you're not getting paid, I think that's worse. I think if you're getting money, that's okay. But if it's just like a personal blind spot you have, that might just be too much internet. All right, let's go on to this Frontline. Oh, God, it's a Turning Point USA. Now I don't believe this at all. I don't think this is true or this is some TPUSA bullshit. But apparently, people are looking into what's funding all these protests in Minnesota. And I'll be honest, I need some answers too. Because as you know, I've covered more than a half dozen of these protests so far. And they've been going on for well over a month. And like the protesters keep trying to do the thing with like, we're not paid. We're not being paid. That's ridiculous. And they even mock the idea of it. But dude, you can't stay around for that long. You can't be coming here from out of state and just camping out at Whipple for a month on end and not be getting compensated. Like, somebody's giving you money somewhere. Nonprofits are paying people to stay on the street and keep. And by the way, I understand it, because like, you want a certain political outcome. You want ICE out of here. And if you're one of those organizers, to get ICE out of here, you have to keep public facing pressure up, which means protests, which means you're going to have to pay people to leave work and come out and organize and yell at ICE so you can keep that public facing pressure up. Let's go ahead and watch this from it's from Turning Point, so take it as you will. But they're saying that Native American money might be helping fund a lot of these protests.
Watch out, watch out, watch out. After weeks of anti-ICE demonstrations rocking the Twin Cities,
Easily more than 2,000 marchers here right now.
there is no end in sight. Helping fuel some of the ongoing protests, Powwow Grounds in South Minneapolis, a Native American-owned coffee shop sharing space with an art gallery that's now been transformed into one of the city's largest suppliers of social unrest.
Yeah, man, ICE.
You got to appreciate the honesty. Yeah, man, fuck ICE. All right, well, that's straight to the point. And I don't know, man. I don't mind people using their money to pay for protests. I mean, if it's your money, fuck it, spend it however you want to. And I don't even know if it makes the protest less genuine. I think it makes the people protesting smart. Like, if you're going to be there protesting, get paid. Why wouldn't you? I have more respect for a protester who's out there and they're like, yeah, I'm cashing checks while I do this, than someone who's like, yeah, I'm just standing out here in sub-zero weather, yelling at SUVs as they drive by, just, for love of the game. What is wrong with you?
From an endless stash of
I agree with you guys, though. I just wish they'd admit it, is all. Just say you're there getting paid.
Missiles to filters for gas masks, Crow Belcourt says they have everything needed to hold federal officers accountable.
It's like an all-hands-on-deck type thing. We all need to step up.
Belcourt leads advocacy group Indigenous Protector Movement.
Who's funding all this?
Community, neighbors.
He says they're leveraging social media for donations to keep this operation going for free.
We encourage legal observing, recording, because some of this is going to come to light.
I see all of this stuff down at Whipple. They have these big tables, concession stands. They have crock pots. They have Kim's out there ladling sloppy joes because it's a federal government facility. She thinks she's at work. So all of this stuff is going on. Addictive. It really, the righteous fucking lecturing it gets in your blood. But I've seen these guys, they set up tables, they've got the hand warmers, they've got snacks, they've got waters, they've got beverages. I've even seen people I got offered a beer one time when I was like, hey man, you want a Coors? It's like, is this a tailgate or is this a protest? Is there a difference? I don't know. So it's not like it's not like a potluck where everybody just brought some snacks with them to protest. I mean, there's obviously people are organizing this and they're taking donations and money and everything else. And in this case, at least these guys are admitting it, which is nice.
The people who go out on the streets, they're not all peaceful. Some of them are anarchists, some of them are Antifa, and some may say you're equipping them.
I haven't seen too many Antifa or anarchists come through these doors.
He recently teamed up with Powwow.
In fairness, how do you tell the fucking difference?
Grounds owner Bob Rice to mobilize against federal authorities after the shooting death of Renee Good in January.
Let me see your IDs of where you live.
And doubled down on their mission after watching the second deadly confrontation between far-left activists and ICE agents that claimed the life of Alex Preddy.
The video shows Preddy destroying an ICE vehicle. He kicked out a taillight.
But after agreeing to
Whoa, but that's not the time he got shot. He didn't get shot for that. First of all, you don't get shot for kicking out a taillight. God, is that Turning Point USA spin on it?
Interview. Rice didn't.
These fucking righties who keep defending the Alex Preddy thing, it's like you understand the next administration's going to do it to you. And this is their plan. Get each side to defend the federal government jackbooted murder of a fellow American citizen, but don't let each other see themselves as fellow citizens. One's a dirty, filthy commie lefty, and the other one's a good decent, God-fearing conservative, they don't care. They'll fucking kill you. And they're going to get the other side to defend them killing you. And you play right into it.
Like some of my probing questions.
Sorry, I can't do this.
So he ended things early.
No, that's fine. And I asked, I know it's a tough question, but I'm done. Okay, no, that's fine. Right.
And on the way out, his associate assaulted me on the property.
All I did was ask questions. Okay, I'm leaving. I don't understand what's... You're going to report me? Sure. I'm not trying to cause any problems.
He assaulted you? That was assault. The shaky cam maneuver. That was you know, one thing I hate about these right-wing grifters who go into these protests, like, at least the protesters are being who they are. They're overbearing. They're obnoxious. They're all of that stuff. But at least they're being genuine. I hate it when these right-wing guys like Jake Lang and these others go in there like, yeah, we're just being good, God-fearing conservatives and exercising our right, while like purposely taunting and provoking, knowing what buttons they can push to get the reaction. And I'm even okay with that part. But when they get the reaction they're looking for, they go, oh my God, I was assaulted. Oh my God, they put their hands on me. Oh my God, it isn't safe. It's like you went in there to like trigger the shit out. I'm triggering libs. Well, what do triggered people do? They lash out. So fuck around, find out, and then take your medicine.
And we decided to look further into their business structure. After examining public records, Frontline's Turning Point USA has...
Hey, Venmo, PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships. They made a sign. Nice. I should make one. Put it right behind me.
Learn Powwow Grounds is a for-profit business filed as a limited liability corporation.
Hey, how you doing?
But according to the most recent tax filing, Indigenous Protector Movement is a nonprofit that's received more than $200,000 in government money.
Nice.
And the Native American...
I want to go protest. Can I get some money? I'm down there anyway. I'll take it off the goal, guys, I promise.
Community Development Institute that runs the All My Relations Art Gallery got nearly $500,000 in taxpayer handouts.
Fuck. We definitely need to look at that. That's not what they're being funded for.
We brought these findings to Republican State Representative and gubernatorial candidate Peggy Bennett.
By the way, Minnesota's going to pick her. It's always the most boring, old, ratchet nothing that gets the Republican endorsement. Nobody fun. Vote Kendall Qualls.
Bennett says she's all for peaceful demonstrations.
It's a constitutional right.
But is concerned about violent communist-aligned groups and the radical left hijacking the situation and taking advantage of this generosity.
Pushing not just resistance, but chaos and violence.
To destabilize America with taxpayer dollars.
They're trying to provoke our law enforcement to go after them and cause problems, and then they'll utilize those violent interactions for more of their what I'll call propaganda.
Okay, but what is that? I'm failing to see where that connects to the Native American coffee joint bringing snacks to protesters. Like, I don't see any of that. This is kind of the bullshit that we do. I don't see any of the Native American guys, you know, with their stands and their food and their everything, all that stuff here. You know where I have seen Native Americans, protesters doing like displays and stuff? At Whipple, at the federal building.
She's also worried about these whistles. A Maryland coalition of nonprofits helping Hispanics and Latinos.
All kinds of whistles, huh?
Says these simple devices are being weaponized by anti-ICE activists.
What?
And the high-pitched, often piercing sounds from whistles can re-traumatize illegal immigrants and create conditions for dangerous conflicts.
The whistles? I mean, don't get me wrong. When I'm down there, the whistles are obnoxious, but they're supposed to be. But you kind of get used to the whistles. People have asked me, they're like, dude, how annoying are the whistles? When I watch these on YouTube, the whistles annoy the shit out of me. You don't even realize the whistles are there. They're just part of the ambient noise. It's like a bird in a tree at some point.
Between civilians and armed federal agents.
The regular person in Minnesota and Minneapolis who's donating to this kind of thing has no idea the underlying tactical warfare that's happening.
After our investigation, Representative Bennett's office is now scrutinizing what amounts to a taxpayer-funded refueling station for protesters, accessible even to violent extremists.
You're in violation of Minneapolis.
Because no one's checking to see who's taking this stuff or where it ends up.
We don't want that in Minnesota.
That's right. We don't want a bottle of water going to a commie. This seems pretty hyped up. I mean, I know that they want to, really bang the point home that, like, hey, these protesters are paid. Well, yeah, we know the protesters are paid. We're aware of that. But, like, the idea that, like, see these Native American guys with bottles of water and hand warmers. Oh, man, I wonder what commies they're protecting. What? Regod says, Toe, get out there on the street. Motherfucker, why do you think I have 1 million views in the last 30 days? Because I've been out there on the street, homeboy. Oh, God, I shouldn't have said that. That's going to make people mad. Jim Turner says, Minnesota has fun Republicans. They ran that crazy NBA guy in the last cycle, though nobody paid attention. Oh, yeah. Royce White. Royce White is the baseball player. Royce, he was a gopher for a little bit. Then he left. Royce Lewis is the baseball player. Royce White is the basketball player. I got that right. Mothman with $2 says, Aaron, how long before EVS and Patrick Mapton team up? It would be great to know that I caused that I did that. These guys dance to my tune so much as it is. I think I would be spoiled if that happened. Adam says, got any clips of people being mad? Like the protest? Oh, God. Go watch the last protest video. All over. Oh, or do you mean of people being mad about our views? Oh, God, they're in our chat all the time. Constantly. Or they're mad at me about something else, but it's really about, after using all of your resources to try and destroy me for 2 years and not even coming close, and now I'm kicking everyone's ass. That would hurt me too. That's why I try not to do it. Knobs Dog says, Aaron, you're talking about Royce Lopez. That's who it was. I was thinking of Royce Lopez. Thank you. Reformed Rapscallion says, can we not admit that ICE's tactics at least partially caused this? That seems obvious to me. Oh, 100%. I agree with you totally. I've been saying that from the beginning of this. Like, why couldn't they do this as a plainclothes operation where you go to apartment buildings, you go to workplaces, and you go in there and you start taking people before anybody knows it? Like, why do you need to make these grand entrances in these big military vehicles dressed out in fatigues and rifles and shit? That's not necessary. You're doing that for theater. You're doing that to make a show. And it's because of this. Those of us who voted for Trump wanted mass deportations. We wanted illegals out. And instead, he bent to his billionaire donors and said, all right, not the hospitality industry and not the construction industry. So that takes out a lot of the illegals already. So he already went back on that promise. So instead, to make up for it, he has to send his federal shock troops through the street like they're having a march or a parade. So he can go, hey, look at what we're doing. You have to see it. There has to be flair. And then that causes the protesters to get more riled up, causes them to be more visible, and we get this kind of feedback loop that we're in now. That's what it is. So, I agree with you, Reformed Rapscallion. We as a public are squeamish. Vietnam was so unpopular because they put it on TV. Not wrong. Not wrong. The agriculture industry is untouched. That was the main. Yeah, he didn't want to do agriculture either. Tracy says to let the other illegals know what is coming. Well, that's fucking stupid, isn't it? To let the other illegals know what is coming. Why would you want to give them a heads up? I don't understand the giving the other illegals a heads up. Don't you want to kind of do this thing so you can get as many as possible? I don't know if throwing a bat signal in the air is the best idea. Thank you to Onawall for gifting a membership. Ablo Pacheco got that one. You guys are only 55 short from picking up last night and me having to go till 11 today, which again, I'm all geeked on Celsius. Oh shit, I have to do that line of Celsius too if you guys do that. Oh no, by 9 o'clock. We've only got 1 minute. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. All right. But yeah, $55 away from me going until 11. And now you're also just 25 memberships away from 500. That would mean I have to go till 11:30. Jesus. Tracy Lynn says it will scare them into leaving on their own. Let's look that up. How many self-deportations under Trump 2025? Based on the latest Department of Homeland Security claims, the Trump administration claimed that approximately 1.9 to 2.2 million immigrants voluntarily self-deported. It's a good number. I'm impressed with that number. I don't know how they got it, but if it's an accurate number, that's pretty great. Also, Minnesota only has about 200,000 illegal immigrants, so I don't know how many you think you're going to find, especially if you're just going after criminal illegals and not illegal illegals. I don't really understand it. Dub says, I want to see more actors dressed as Nazis in fresh Temu suits with creased uniforms and flags. That's true. That's true. Propaganda Alt says big toe energy. Am I really? Is it big toe energy? I think it's just stating facts. Mothman says the toe bringing people together. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of like Napoleon. I've been beating every alliance they've put against me so far. You got to go with another alliance. You got to go with another set of allies. So why not have them band up? Propaganda Alt says also the farm workers. So basically nobody's going home. Exactly. I mean, we were promised mass deportations. We're not getting it. Propaganda Alt says you'd notice 2 million people leaving, right? You'd notice all those people heading out. I'm having a hard time buying the 2 million. I wonder if they're not counting people who were here for a certain visa and then the visa expired and they went home. I wonder if they're not counting that as self-deportation. Oh, no, this isn't good. 666 people watching the toe. That's a creepy number. Let's see. We got Rumble's looking good. YouTube was bringing up the rear today. That's for sure. So hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Hey, let's talk for a moment about AIM controllers. Are you ready to level up your game? AIM controllers is where custom meets unbeatable value. And right now, it's the best deal of the year. They start with official Sony and Xbox controllers fully compatible with console and PC. No functionality lost. And then you go wild with custom features. Smart bumpers, paddles, grips, stick height, custom buttons, even design your own PS5 snap panels. And here's the part no one else is doing. Lifetime warranty on all modified parts. That's right, lifetime. What other company does that? Exactly. Normally, a fully loaded setup would run you $400, but during their one price promo, AIM Controllers is doing it for $209 American or 182 euros, no matter how many features you add. Use code RUMBLE at checkout and lock it in. This is your sign. Go to aimcontrollers.com, use code RUMBLE at checkout, and build the last controller you'll ever need. aimcontrollers.com. All right, keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. You guys are doing great today. Sergeant Holka with $2 says they leave if you soak them with water. It's too cold. It worked for, what's his name? Jake Lang. That's for sure. No, T. Jefferson, we don't celebrate 666 on this program. How dare you? How dare you? This is so funny. I like this story. This is out of Boston, on Boylston Street in Boston. There is a Raising Cane's that the landlord now wants to evict. They have a lease. They pay their lease. This isn't a non-payment issue. The landlord wants to get rid of the Raising Cane's that's on his property for a very simple reason. Let's go ahead and hit play on this one.
Location in Boston is suing its landlord, claiming their lease was wrongfully terminated. According to our partners at the Boston Business Journal, the restaurant says their Back Bay lease was ended because the building smells like chicken fingers.
What did you expect was going to happen? All right, we're going to sign this lease. What are you doing in my building, by the way? Oh, we're opening a Chicken Fingers place. Really? What's it called? It's called Raising Cane's. You might have heard of it. Oh, okay. So what do you guys do? You like chicken sandwiches? No, we don't do any chicken sandwiches. What do you do? Like chicken nuggets and stuff like? No. We just sell chicken fingers. Really? Who's your who's your target demo? Basically children. Children and retards. That's who we cater to. Are your chicken fingers any good? No, they're dog shit. They're very bland and plain. Well, do you have French fries? Oh, yeah, we have crinkle cut French fries. I love crinkle cut French fries. Are they any good? They're dog shit. They don't taste like anything. Well, then why the fuck would anybody buy your chicken fingers when there's a Popeyes and a KFC down there? Oh, it's because of our sauce. What? Yeah, no. We have really good sauce. Well, that sounds like something only children and retards would go to eat. Oh, now I see why it's your target. Okay, that's good. So, that's a novel concept. So, Popeyes has the market cornered on really delicious fast food chicken with different varieties and extensive menu items. Yes, exactly. That's what they have. And KFC has that legacy branding and their established menu of good Colonel Sanders chicken, right? Yes, exactly. And you guys, again, we have sauce. Really, really good sauce. If you haven't figured it out by now, I think Raising Cane's is retarded, and I think you're dumb for liking it. But anyway, I don't think you're as dumb as this landlord who allowed a Raising Cane's to go into his building and then wants to kick them out because the place smells like the thing they make. It would be like if you let Kim rent a building from you and it started smelling like meth and sex for sale. I mean, that's not on her, that's on you.
Raising Cane's, that's what they do. They say they spend hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to fix the problem, and it shouldn't be a surprise that a chicken finger restaurant smells like chicken. And the landlord has yet to comment.
Yeah, the landlord already kicked them out. They have to be out. They have to, do they? I don't know if they have to be out. I think once the lawsuit's settled, then they can be kicked out. I don't think they can kick them out while the litigation is ongoing. But this place opened 4 years ago, and they have a lease through 2037. The lawsuit says the trouble started when the landlord began renting out office space on the second floor, and the tenants there complained of the offensive odor, and probably the fact that they were gaining 30 pounds just going downstairs feasting on chicken fingers that taste like dog shit, so you got to put this fatty sauce in your face to make it edible. Raising Cane's, which calls chicken fingers its one love, yay, says it spent more than $200,000 to try to minimize the odors. Despite the efforts, defendant continues to complain that its tenant's chicken finger restaurant smells like chicken fingers, the company said in its lawsuit. In reality, it appears that defendant has come to the realization that its own build-out of the second floor office was poorly executed, and that's just it. They didn't have any complaints. They didn't have any problems when Raising Cane's signed the deal, paid him a bunch of money, and had this chicken restaurant in their building. The problem is he built a second floor and he wanted to make more money. He wanted to rent out to more people, and now they're complaining. That sounds like a landlord problem, not a tenant problem. The lawsuit alleges that the landlord tried to force Raising Cane's to waive its right in the lease to be the exclusive chicken restaurant in the building. It says the landlord has been negotiating a lease with Panda Express to rent a spot right next to Raising Cane's, where a Starbucks used to be. Yeah, but Panda Express is a Chinese joint. Panda Express isn't a chicken joint. They should both be able to coexist in that one building, shouldn't they? It's fine. Los Federales with $1 says, fucking A, just got the offer I wanted at work. Will now be doing AML with a beautiful salary bump. It's a good day, coach. It's a beautiful day. Hey, Los Federales, congratulations. So you sent me your racist black people shooting people in the head video. Might have gotten me in trouble. Gave me a bunch of money. But then you also got a salary bump at work today. Enjoy your new go-kart. Hey. Today is working out for the toe and for Los Federales. God damn. Archmagus Tim says the sauce sucks. Dude, I don't get it. I don't understand the Raising Cane's thing whatsoever. But like people, some soap are in the chat. Raising Cane's is pretty good. I don't understand it. Like, I've eaten it. I've had it. I've digested it. I've shit it out. Tastes better on the way out, to be honest with you. Propaganda Alt says maybe the tenants prefer orange chicken. Yeah. Some Soper says we have a better chicken place here called Fusakli's. I need to look up. I love small, like hole-in-the-wall places. Fusakli's Chicken. Let's see what this fucking place does. It's a goddamn chicken finger place again. There's more than you can do. You can do more with chicken than fingers. Jesus, they've got tits. They've got asses. They've got fucking thighs. They've got dumps like a truck. You don't have to do the... God damn, are we all turning into kindergartners? Hey, man. You've got you got a whole chicken here. Yeah, just make chicken fingers and we'll do. Yeah, but people love sandwiches. People love chicken breast. Just the goddamn chicken fingers. I'm only going to exclusively market this to people with the taste of a 9-year-old. Shitty coleslaw and the cheapest fries possible and a piece of Wonder Bread Texas toast. That's all we're giving these fucking people. And then give them watery, shitty goy slop sauce. So retards will eat anything. So this is Fusakli's. This ain't a good place. You know what's really good? You know what place rules? Slim Chickens. Slim Chickens is the shit, dude. I mean, they had one here. It closed. Slim Chickens is the best chicken place there is. I'm going to find you guys. We're going to find some Slim Chicken. Look at that. They've got tenders. They've got handmade jar desserts. They've got tender bites. They got wings. They realize that you can do more than just fucking chicken tendies. They've got chicken and waffles, tender mac bowls. Come on, guys. Do more with your chicken than just fucking chicky fingies. Like it's an Xbox marathon sleepover with your friends, for Christ's sake. You can do better. All right, you guys are $50 away from getting yourselves an extra half hour and from erasing our loss from last night. Thank you very much for that. Some Soper says, yes, I have a child's palate. All right, well, now I feel bad. Like whenever I pick on people for shitty restaurants they like, and then they just admit it and they go, yeah, I have shitty child's taste in food. Then I feel like a bully. We have other chicken places, but I thought we were comparing chicken strip joints to chicken strip joints. Oh, I'm sorry. No. I prefer that the chickens leave their clothes on. Strip. Oh, man. Anyway, no, I thought we were comparing chicken places to chicken places. I'm sorry. You know what? It's a miscommunication on my part. I apologize. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. I appreciate it. Hey guys, the truth is starting to come out little by little on the murder of Charlie Kirk. By the way, you can judge whether or not people are in tune with news and whether they're up on shit based on, like, if you have someone who goes, I believe the government story on 9/11, you can laugh at those people. And I believe Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Those are two types of people you can laugh at because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And as the days go on, shit starts to get a little more clear about the Charlie Kirk picture. Remember when Candace Owens came out with that, she came out with that deal where she said Charlie Kirk was called into a meeting with Bill Ackman, Seth Dillon from the Babylon Bee, and a bunch of other Zionist guys, and they wanted to talk to Charlie about how he'd been criticizing Israel lately. And they had this meeting a week or two before his death, and it was contentious. There was arguing, and Seth Dillon, who's been a good protector for the Jewish owners, Seth Dillon of the Babylon Bee went, no, that never happened. We just had a little meetup in the Hamptons. No big deal. Well, yesterday, Seth Dillon was sworn in, and he was under oath. And goddamn, if his tone didn't change just a little bit, the Charlie Kirk picture is starting to become a little more clear.
The Hamptons meeting was a retreat called by Charlie. It was. I don't know if many of you are familiar with this. I'll give you a little context, but there was a claim that was made that an intervention was staged with Charlie, where people pulled him into a room in a very aggressive manner, pressured and blackmailed him because they felt like he was straying away from his support for Israel.
That's not what they said, but okay, that's classic manipulation. I get it. What they said was that Charlie was at this meeting in the Hamptons and you guys got on him about him straying from the Israel cause. And Charlie wanted to tell you guys, look, Israel's losing the PR war. Israel, he wrote a letter to Netanyahu. They weren't happy about that.
That was the claim. The Hamptons retreat, and the Hamptons retreat was characterized that way. It was not like that. There were about 30 people there, handpicked and invited by Charlie personally. He brought us there. He stood at the front of the room with a microphone throughout the thing. The theme of it was Save the West. His primary focus was on the threat of Islam, the problem of Islam. There was heated and spirited debate about the issue of Israel in the room.
Oh, see, no, wait a minute. Now we're getting to the truth of it. No, it was Charlie called it. It was Charlie's idea, and it was actually about Islam and how bad Islam is. There was spirited debate about Israel that was led by Charlie. Oh, okay. Okay. So why don't these people just finish their lie? I don't understand why they let the nuggets of truth out. You're already lying, dude. Just keep fucking telling your lie. Don't throw these nuggets of truth in there that expose that, you kind of got called out.
But it was debate that Charlie himself initiated, and he wanted to hear different perspectives on it. And so we voiced a lot of our perspectives. One of the things that I disagreed with him on was he said that... Listen,
you wait till you hear this. Wait till you hear Seth Dillon and the position he takes on this. This was insane to me.
With him on was he said that, if you're not sufficiently supportive of Israel, it can be really ruinous for you in a position.
Yes, correct. Especially on the right wing. Can absolutely be ruinous. You guys have kicked Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens out of the club. They've only made it because people are turning on the likes of you.
Like his. Yeah. If you criticize Israel at all, they'll try to, denigrate you and destroy you and call you names, call you anti-Semitic, etc. And it can ruin you. And I said, yeah, certainly that's true, but it can also be very costly to stand up to those people.
Yes, if one thing is true, it's that if you stand up for Israel and you compliment Israel and you talk about how great Israel is, we know all these people who have been absolutely destroyed by the media and by politics for defending Israel's right to murder children and take people's land. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's, guys, who the real victim here is in this Charlie Kirk thing? It's Seth Dillon. Seth Dillon's the real victim here. Fuck. So he's like, he goes, no, they said that it was a confrontation and a debate about Israel and all that. It's not true. Charlie invited us there, and it was about Islam. Oh, yeah, what happened? Well, Charlie and a bunch of people argued about Israel, and Charlie said, hey, man, I'm having second thoughts about Israel, and it's like it's going to cost me everything. People want to take shit away from me because I don't support Israel. And Seth Dillon goes, that's not true. If, all of us billionaires here at this billionaire's castle, we all love Israel, and look at how difficult it is for us. Seth Dillon is an incredibly useful tool. And I mean that in every sense of the word. Like Seth Dillon, some of these guys, man, they get that money and they go, all right, but to take this money, you got to put this dick all the way down your throat. And God, some of them just do it with absolute aplomb. Like some of them just do it with vigor and they do it with passion. And Seth Dillon is one of those guys. $1 from Grand Poobah. Thank you very much. He says, best chicken around St. Cloud. Go south on Highway 15 to Luxembourg. Get the roasted chicken at the Hayloft. I've heard that the new owners of the Hayloft have done a great job with that place. I should check it out. I should. I was asking SP, I was like, what do you want to do for Valentine's Day? You know? What's the plan? What's the deal? Because, like, I should probably make a reservation. She says, you know what? I want to order in and I want to watch Ozark. And we can get each other some little gifts and we'll order food in. Nobody has to cook and we'll order and, you know, do that whole thing. I was like, you know what? That sounds lovely. Just started watching Ozark, and I have to say I'm watching it right after Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad. And I know people love this show, and I don't dislike it, so I'll say this carefully. It's not bad, but I shouldn't have watched it after watching two of the greatest shows of all time back to back. I should have watched something else first and then went on to Ozark. Like it's not bad. I don't mind Ozark. There's something about it. Laura Linney's great. Jason Bateman. I don't dislike Jason Bateman, but Jason Bateman is never acting. Jason Bateman is just always Jason Bateman in everything he does. And it's kind of like, I feel like I've seen this one before. Like every time you see Jason Bateman in something, you're like, I've seen this before, even if you haven't. So it's not bad. I don't mind Ozark. I'm going to keep watching it. And it's a good show. It's just the other thing I don't like about it. One thing I liked about Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, the mood, the lighting of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul was light and it was bright and this universe was vibrant and everything else, but the content was dark. You know, the characters were dark and their intentions were dark and their words were dark, but the world around them was lit up and it was bright and it was vibrant. And I think it created a really interesting clash and it made you focus on the characters more. With Ozark, everything's fucking dark and everything's sad and it's bad and nothing good happens. And it's just everything is crisis to crisis, tragedy to tragedy in a dark world. So I don't know. Nomo says, I just got back into Ozark. Not bad. Better Call Saul is overrated. Oh, really? Because I was about to say that Better Call Saul might be as good. I think episode for episode, there are more like absolute bangers in Better Call Saul than there are in Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad's a better show overall, but I think Better Call Saul has more banger episodes. That's look, that's a difficult position to defend, and I don't know how long I'll stick my flag in that one, but it's there now. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, you should make candied bacon. I hear it's a real relationship building activity. You know, that was a weird cope that the anti-steel toe people had. The candied bacon thing did happen. I just lied about the house it was in because nobody was supposed to know we were there. Like, nobody was supposed to know we were spending, you know, most of our nights at a particular place. So, yes, the candied bacon thing did happen. I just lied to you guys about where. I'm a dirty little scamp. I'm a little scamp. Even Vince Griswold says, even normies are finally catching on to their unending cheerleading for Israel. Terrible Troy says, Toe, have you watched Night of the Seven Kingdoms? Not only have I not watched A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, I have not finished season 2 of the Dragon, House of the Dragon. I don't know. I think it's just, I think Game of Thrones burnout, maybe. Sergeant Holka says, SP actually said, hey, moron, it's 4 days before Valentine's Day. We couldn't get a reservation at KFC, so just order me a pizza and we'll watch a stupid TV show. No, it's just, I think it's just, as you get older, you're like, God, you know what's nice? Peace and quiet and a nice night together, you know, rather than, yeah, let's go somewhere and really do crazy shit. Nomo with $1 says, yeah, Better Call Saul is okay, but I can't get over the fact it's supposed to be a prequel, Yet everyone looks older than in Breaking Bad. Yep, I get that. We watched Better Call Saul first this last time. And then when Better Call Saul turned to black and white in the last season, we turned on Breaking Bad, watched all of that, then finished Better Call Saul. Cool way to watch it, by the way. But yeah, watching Mike get younger as Breaking Bad starts, that was weird. That's a little strange. Mike looks like a Shar-Pei in Better Call Saul. Not to mention did you guys know the vacuum cleaner guy, the disappearer guy? He died during the making of the final season of Better Call Saul. So I don't think they got to finish his arc. I don't believe. 638 of you checking out the toe right now. Keep hitting like, keep hitting follow, keep hitting subscribe. Let's go, baby. Let's go. House of the Dragon was garbage. Knights has been really good 4 episodes in. Is that the story of Duncan Egg? Sir Duncan the Tall and was it Aegon Targaryen? Is that what that is? I don't know. Like a knight adventure show? I wish they would have just redone the last season of Game of... actually, though, if you go back and look at Game of Thrones, you had to redo the last 3 seasons. It got really shitty. When people started teleporting, that's when that show really kind of sucked. Once, I think that Game of Thrones peaked when Tyrion shot Tywin when he was on the shitter, and that season ended. I think, to me, that's oh my God, here we go. And then the next season starts, and he's getting off a ship and vomiting wine. And it's just okay, the mood is the mood is shifted on this story. I wonder if, because I don't follow the books very closely, is that where they ran out of book material and that's where they started to struggle? Because fat fuck George R.R. Martin won't write his goddamn books, the lazy cunt. Is the shooting Tywin on the shitter thing, is that where the books have ended at this point, and then the writers had to actually come up with their own story? I wonder if that's not it. Youngling Slayer with $2 says Game of Thrones is the most overrated and garbage franchise. I'd rather watch 2000 WCW. Damn. Eric Cartman says yes indeed. Oh, that is where they it's Duncan Egg, or that's where they ran out of Nomo says season 4 was it. On a Wall says I think John's death was the where the books left off. Okay. You know what I heard about the books? This is really interesting, and we'll probably lose a lot of listeners because we're talking about gay dork shit. But I heard that with Game of Thrones, the whole plot that's supposed to be happening is apparently all of the Stark kids can do what Bran does. They can all warg into direwolves. So Jon's essence, his life force or whatever, is in the direwolf, and they're going to bring him back and reanimate his body that way. It's just what I heard. It's just what I heard. Eric Cartman says no, they had too much, missed out the books. Okay. All right. Chad's Uncle Steve says, who has time to watch TV? Toe must watch TV all the time with all his shows. I mean, it's do the show, it's clip, post on the Patreon, post the audio version for the people who are still checking that out. Play some basketball, lift some weights, sit in the sauna, and then, watch a couple episodes of a show, then come back down here and prep. It's a pretty well-structured day over here. I mean, Chad's Uncle Steve, I got to tell you this, it probably beats watching fucking gay Dabbleverse shit all day. Sorry, I forgot. Dish it out. Can't take it. I apologize. I was just trying to have a little fun. Do not get mad at me. All right, 50 more bucks, and you guys take over last night's loss, and I give you an extra half hour today. Thank you very much. If you consider a Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Las Vegas. This is a fucked up story. This mom is going to have a lot of explaining to do when her kid grows up. A woman had an abortion. And when she underwent the abortion procedure, the baby survived it. They had told this woman that her baby had no heartbeat. And so they said, we're going to perform a surgical abortion. And the woman said, all right, sounds good. Like, look, you know, my baby has no heartbeat. My baby's, and you're probably terribly distraught when something like that happens. I can't even imagine. And they said, well, we got to get this thing out of you. We don't want to have health complications. Okay, cool. Well, it turns out they fucking lied to her and the baby survived. And I don't know, like, this has got to be a huge lawsuit for this hospital, right? Let's learn a little bit more about this one out of Nevada.
Stacey Norris says learning she was pregnant again felt like hope. After a previous miscarriage, she started working with the medical team here at Women's Health Associates of Southern Nevada, believing this time would be different. But according to a lawsuit filed in Clark County, that hope unraveled within days. And in a twist she could have never imagined, the child she was told did not make it was actually still alive. Stacey Norris walked into her appointment at Women's Health Associates of Southern Nevada feeling hopeful but guarded. After years of infertility and a prior miscarriage, she knew this pregnancy would be high risk.
We just wanted to make sure.
One thing we got to change, like societally, I think, is that we got to get like modern women to reverse course, and guys too, like reverse course on the order of operations when it comes to like kid and career. I think it works better if you go kids early and then you have time to do the career focus thing as they get older. Like tread water for the first few years, have your job, have your career, but prioritize time with the kids as they're younger. So have them at like 23, 24 years old, get married young, 23, 24 years old. And then when you're 40, by the time you're 40, they're self-sufficient, and then fucking take off, man. Like, just start making as much as you can, getting all those promotions, knocking it down, you know, the whole deal. You got all these people who, like, I got to establish my career and make all this money first. It's like, okay, now you're 36, 37. Now you're talking about having kids, infertility issues, in vitro. You're spending a fuckload of money. So, like, yeah, you got this better paying job, but now you're shelling out a fortune to have a kid. Now you're having this kid and you're like 38, 39, 40. You don't have the energy you did when you were young. Now you're keeping up with a newborn and a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old, a 4-year-old. And like as you're getting into your 50s, they're getting into activities and shit. I don't know if that works. Like we've tried, and look, I think it's fair that we tried it both ways, but I think having them young is probably the best way to go. I mean, if like think of like we had a couple girls in high school who got pregnant, like had to take time off of school because they got knocked up senior year. And that is a bad idea. Do not do that. But I've thought about them before and I've been like, their kids were grown up when they were like 36. Like, and that's now you can just like, I've got friends who when they were 36, they weren't like established yet. Not a lot of them, but a couple. So it's like, you got to have that kid, take care of the kid, raise the kid. Terrible idea, awful. So don't do that extreme and don't have kids at 80 like Al Pacino. But like 23, 24, and then you're done in your early 40s, raising them and everything. And then you have like a 20-year period where you can just go ape shit and conquer the world.
Everything was going to go right before we told anybody.
But according to a civil complaint filed in Clark County, that hope turned into fear within days. The lawsuit claims that during 2 visits, Stacey was told by providers at Wasson that no fetal heartbeat could be detected. Ultrasounds did show early signs of pregnancy, and despite rising hormone levels, the complaint alleges those results were not properly tracked or compared over time.
And they said it might be a little bit early. We don't see a heartbeat. We'll schedule you to come back in next week.
That happens though. Like I've never had that happen to me. Well, I've never been pregnant, but you know what I mean. I've never had that happen to me where it's like they don't see the heartbeat on the thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean the baby's dead. Like they even say, they're like, even if we don't see a heartbeat today, it's okay. We'll check again later.
Records show providers documented that the pregnancy had not progressed, describing it as a missed abortion. Stacy says doctors gave her 3 options: wait, take medication, or undergo a DNC, a surgical procedure that removes tissue from the uterus. Believing her baby had already died, she agreed to surgery.
It's incredibly traumatic, you know. You just kind of go like, this was it. This was probably like the last chance to have a baby.
The complaint identifies Dr. Sheldon Paul as the doctor who performed that DNC, but Stacy says what happened days later was even more terrifying. The pain didn't feel normal.
It had crossed my mind that something might have not gone right.
So she returned to Wasson. According to the lawsuit, a different provider, identified as Wagner, prescribed Cytotec, a drug used to induce abortion.
Jesus, they really wanted to kill this poor kid. Holy shit. You talk about it. This is like the William Wallace of children. They can't die, but they keep hacking away at them. All right, we're going to do a surgical thing. All right, that didn't go right. All right, we're going to pump you full of medication. We'll get the little fucker. And all because they claimed that there was no heartbeat. Well, guess what?
But on her way to fill that prescription, Stacy stopped at Centennial Hills Hospital.
Something didn't feel right. And I don't know if it was just a gut instinct or maternal instinct.
There, blood work showed her hormone levels had surged to nearly 97,000, consistent with a healthy, growing pregnancy. Additional exams confirmed exactly that.
He kneels down next to me in the chair and he says, I have to know, why did you have a DNC? And I went, it's because I was told there was no baby. There's no heartbeat. And he said there's an 8-week-old baby with a heartbeat.
Holy shit. You might just want to offer to pay for that kid, college, everything else. You don't want to take this to trial. They're going to give you the Alex Jones deal. They're going to hammer that, like a jury is going to hammer this hospital with shitloads of penalties to have to pay this woman. You gave her a DNC and told her that her fucking kid was dead, and now she's got an 8-week-old baby growing inside of her. The kid's alive, and you tried to kill it not once, but twice. Yeah, you might want to just offer this woman a Brinks truck full of cash and drop it off on her front lawn rather than take this any further.
And at that point, I don't remember what happened next. Like, I couldn't.
The fact that she didn't go to the hospital and beat the living shit out of every one of those doctors is, I would consider them lucky.
I just could not believe it.
So how does something like this even happen? The Nevada State Board of Medical Examiners investigated. The board's disciplinary records state Dr. Paul performed a DNC on a viable pregnancy, documented it as failed, continued diagnosing it as non-viable, and prescribed medication to end it.
Dude, this doctor really wanted to kill this kid. What's the story here? What did the kid do to you? Did it look at you weird on the sonogram thing? Did it give you an evil eye? Really had it in for this. Sheldon Paul really had it in for this baby.
Documents reveal Dr. Paul was later sanctioned, receiving a public reprimand, a fine, and required coursework for his care of the same patient.
I don't know. I don't want a guy being a doctor anymore if he can't tell if a baby's alive. I think that's got to be a game ender right there.
There's that guilt that sets in, or you're just going, like, what did I do?
But against all medical odds, after a DNC, after being told
baby
twice
got born
there
healthy,
was no heartbeat, and after abortion
baby got born
medication
healthy,
was prescribed, her baby survived.
Yes! All right. That's a win for the toe right there. Good for her. And now let's work on putting this doctor in the stocks and throwing vegetables at him. Empty his pockets, and this woman can own the hospital now.
I just called her a little miracle baby the whole time, because I don't have any other word to describe how she was still there after everything.
One day when she's like 4, that kid goes stumbling into that doctor's office and goes, "You the doctor that said I had no heartbeat?" It's kind of a fucked up moment for both of us, isn't it? You got anything you want to say to me? I'm sorry. Oh, you're sorry. Oh, you couldn't find my heartbeat and you tried to kill me twice, but you're sorry. So I guess it's okay. Hey, I'm going into gymnastics tomorrow. Oh, that's great. Yeah, no thanks to you. I want this doctor to have a kid this woman's child's age, and I want them to be in the same neighborhood and like go to events together. And like when they're at a gymnastics meet, that daughter just points out that dog. Hey, you see that guy? That guy tried to kill me twice. Ain't that fucked up? Yeah, no. When my mom was pregnant with me. Yeah. Twice. Even the first time he tried to kill me, he fucked that up. Then he tried to get my mom to take pills. Yeah, no, you're right. Huge asshole.
Stacy delivered by C-section at 35 weeks. Her daughter, now 3.5 years old. According to a source, the civil case...
Kid sees him in public. Hey, Mom, ain't that the prick? Yes, honey, it is. I'm going to go spit in his soup.
Settled shortly after opening statements at trial. In court filings, the defendants denied any wrongdoing, and Wasson says it cannot discuss patient details due to privacy laws,
of course,
but notes the board's disciplinary decision is public record. They say Dr. Paul now works primarily in an administrative role and that care is individualized.
Oh, so basically we've given him an office job. We don't let him see patients anymore. We don't want him accidentally killing live babies. Who is he? The Israeli government?
If they failed with me like this, then they're failing with women every day.
For now, Stacy says her focus is where it's always been, on the little girl she never thought she'd get to hold.
She's everything that I wanted in a baby.
Number one, alive. Holy shit. It makes you wonder how often this happens and it doesn't go as well as the person as it did for this woman. Where they're like, oh, we can't find a heartbeat. What do you think? You want to take it out? I guess if you're the doctor, I trust you. And then, we never find out that it was actually still viable. Oh, that's the part of stories like that are creepy to me. It's like, how often is this happening and we missed it? Ryan the Garbage Man says, my daughter is 34, has 3 kids. The first one she had when she was 15. Now she works full-time, owns her house, engaged to a great guy, and is 2 years into a 4-year business degree. I'm proud of her drive and determination. Yeah, I wonder if you have that kid early. I wonder if that doesn't, you get that whole second half of your life to knock it out. I don't know. I also might be completely full of shit. Mickey Talks with $20. Thank you, Mickey Talks. Just dropping in $20 and saying, just stopping by to show some support. Keep doing what you're doing. Oh, well, thank you, Mickey.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
I appreciate that. Oh, we have to find a channel to raid at the end of the day today, too. Hey, we're only $40 away from making up last night's L. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. $1 from Veldrain says the baby's name is Chuck. Is why it survived. Oh, well, it was a little girl. Sorry. I don't think that works. Philip Del Piano says, check the dark web. This doctor probably has a body parts catalog. How about the fact that he gets to keep his job and they just stick him in an office and make him an administrator? Isn't that fucked up? Like, that's the very definition of screwing up. Like, you fuck up and they give you a promotion. That guy's an administrator now. I'm guessing administrators make more than doctors. Do administrators make more than doctors? Top-level hospital administrators often earn more money than doctors, with salaries exceeding $1 million for CEO. Well, he's not a CEO. Yeah. Fucking hell. So he got a promotion and more money. They're just like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Just don't see patients. That's we like you. We like golfing with you. We think you're a likable, funny guy. We just can't have you trying to kill any more live babies. It's putting us in a bind. Mickey Talks says above the rabbit hole. Mickey Talks, first of all, somebody gift Mickey Talks a membership. Second of all, Mickey Talks, put a link to your channel in the chat if you've got a show. And if you're going to be on at 10:30 Central Time today in 45 minutes, we'll raid you when we're done. What do you say? Thank you. Hobo Chili says Mickey Talks, a.k.a. Aaron's bank account. Oh, I thought that was a pun or something. You're saying Mickey talks as me. Is that the conspiracy? Hobo says, Aaron, what's the baby's name under your neck? I mean, you look like you're 8 months pregnant. It's not a baby, and I'm going to start wearing an ascot. Thank you very much. Historically White says you should see the chart of the amount of doctors versus administrative staff. Yeah, and apparently to find out the administrators are the people are like doctors who killed a guy. And they're like, oh, shit, we like having him around, but we can't let him see patients anymore. He kills people. He's a killer. We'll let him push paper for more money. Frog Spring says, off topic, but did anyone hear that? Hear what? I swear to God, I didn't shit my pants. I promise you I didn't fart. Chips and Diff says, Aaron, don't look up the doctor's name and what religion he belongs to. Oh, no. Las Vegas woman. Let's see. Stacey Norris. Let's go to the... I need the article, though. Not the video. Stacey Norris, blah, blah, blah. Women's Institute, Clark County. Defendant, Sheldon Paul. Oh, boy. Dr. Sheldon Paul. Nope, I don't believe you. I don't see anything about anything Jewish. And by the way, I don't think in this case, him being Jewish would be incidental. I don't think that Jewish doctors are out there going, I'm going to abort a goy baby and convince the mom it had no heartbeat. I don't think that's it. I'm not that far down the rabbit hole, is all I'm saying. Matt Barrick says, are you sure this didn't happen at Meeker Memorial? I mean, Meeker Memorial is the Jey Uso of hospitals. I mean, it's a botch fest. Meeker Memorial Hospital is the hospital you go to when you're like, I'm not sure I want to live through this one, but I don't have the balls to do it myself. Hell, just take me to Meeker Memorial. It'll be fine. Chips and Diff says, I didn't say he was Jewish. I just told you not to look it up. Oh, okay. Mickey Talk says, my show is called Above the Rabbit Hole. Thank you for rating us last week. No problem. I know we have to do a certain amount of raids, unique raids, during the month. So we'll hit you up again at some point. Vince says, further cursing their already cursed offspring with a name like Sheldon. Some Soper says, had my first two young and the other two when I was in my late 20s. Having grown kids in my 40s is pretty awesome. Yeah, I think, well, what do I have? I think all of mine will be grown when I'm in my 40s. It's kind of nice. And, you know, the other thing is you get that, you get that, in my situation, you get that child support money back. Nice. Propaganda Alt says there was a nurse unaliving old people at a hospital. Turns out he was a serial killer. Well, yeah, no shit. Regod says, Toe, I'm not kidding. See what happens when you put in work? You get big numbers. Do more work. I agree with you, buddy. That's why we've been doing all the protests and everything. Big month for the Toe. Big month for the Toe. They're heading for the exits here towards the end of today's show, but you guys did get right up near that 700 mark. I appreciate that. YouTube and Rumble. Actually, YouTube was lacking today. Rumble did get up around, they're probably only off by about 10 or 15. That's understandable. But YouTube was a little lacking today, but we still got up around 700, which I appreciate a lot. Thank you guys so much for making us a successful program. And you're also like, what, $30 or something away from hammering out last night? I mean, this has been an incredibly successful show, all because Los Federales sent us a really shitty video. That's why we made money today. Let's talk about Rumble Premium before we continue. You've probably noticed Rumble is growing fast, and it's not slowing down. They're building a real alternative to big tech that puts creators first and actually protects free speech. And now there's Rumble Premium, an easy way to upgrade your experience. With Premium, you get ad-free viewing across the platform. No pre-rolls, no interruptions, just the content you came for. Plus, premium members unlock exclusive content like bonus videos, behind-the-scenes drops, and more from your favorite creators. Right now, Rumble is offering $10 off an annual subscription. Just go to rumble.com/premium and use the promo code STUDIO at checkout. That's rumble.com/premium, promo code STUDIO. No ads, more freedom, and content you actually care about. That's the deal. rumblepremium.com. Thanks, guys. When I was yelling at Los Federales today, I'm not kidding, I fucked up my neck. I don't know if you've seen me doing this throughout the show. It's probably hard to miss. But when I was yelling at Los Federales for sending that clip in today, I fucked my neck up really bad yelling at him. That's how you know you have an anger problem, is when, because like now, like up here, this top part of my neck here, I've got fucking piercing, like really bad stiffness in my neck. And it's giving me a headache up in this point here. It's either that or cancer, one of the two. Youngling Slayer with $2 says, problem is having kids early is not viable nowadays. Not in this economy, at least. Yeah, that's a good point. Anawal says, your back just tensed all up. Yeah, when I was yelling, I was like, oh, motherfucker. And then all of a sudden, oh, God, I'm old. I forgot I'm old. I hurt myself yelling. Reformed Rapscallion says, you have to stretch before 2 hours in the glory hole. You know this already. Frog Springs, no, Rumble used to do that when they were starting off, but they've stopped because now they pay you for your viewership. So once they have to pay you out for how many views you have, they got to get the number right. That's how it works. That's how it works. Thank you. All right, let's continue on. We got, oh yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell wanting to plead. This is interesting. You know, usually the government comes to you and the government goes, hey, you want to, if you testify, we'll give you a deal. You know, we'll give you a great deal. And we'll give you this, that, and the other thing. And all we need to do is we need for you to inform. Very rarely is it the person who's in a lot of trouble going, all right, look, I will tell you whatever it is you need to know. Just let me out of jail. So Ghislaine Maxwell is in the bargaining stage of grief. And the government is the one saying, yeah, we don't really want to hear your bullshit. So we're just going to keep you in prison. I mean, the Trump administration already gave her a nice prison to go to, like a Bernie Madoff type prison for whatever behind the scenes testimony she gave them. Well, now she's saying, I'll give you even more. You just got to let me out of prison. I don't want to let Ghislaine Maxwell out of prison unless I can be assured that there will be, how do I say this, some other justice, if you will. But she's offering, she's now pleading the fifth before Congress, but she's like, hey, just because I'm pleading the fifth doesn't mean I don't want to talk. I just want you guys to give me clemency. I don't know how you feel about it. There's part of me that wants to give her clemency, let her out of jail, and see what the streets do. There's another part of me that says the minute she gets out of that jail, she's on a plane to Tel Aviv, and she's in Israel, and we'll never see her ass again. Robert Maxwell's daughter and the Mossad agent that is Ghislaine Maxwell, she ain't going anywhere. All she has to do, here's the deal I would make. I would promise her clemency, depending on if the information is good. And then after she gives us the information, go, sorry, not good enough. You're staying in prison. Like, just work her. But I don't think she'd do that. If you maybe, if you promise to double cross her in some way, I'd say yes. But otherwise, I'd be willing to not know what she knows in order to keep her behind bars. Because it doesn't seem right that she gets to be a madam and a trafficker and the number two to this piece of shit that blackmailed and occupied our government for Israel, that she gets to get out after a couple of years. I don't like it. And plus, whatever she tells us, it's not going to be everything she knows. So I tell her, hey, look, we'll let you out of prison, but under two conditions. One, you can never go to Israel again. Two, you have to tell the truth. You have to tell us that Israel was part of this. You're part of Mossad. You did this for the Israeli government. If that's included in your testimony, we will let you out of jail. I don't think she'd go for that, though. Because then they'd kill her.
As expected, Elaine Maxwell took the fifth and refused to answer any questions. This is obviously very disappointing. We had many questions to ask about the crimes she and Epstein committed, as well as questions about potential co-conspirators. We sincerely want to get...
And that's the thing that we want. I want to know two things. One, everyone who was working with you on this and everyone you trafficked people to. And number two, just fucking admit it was Israel. Just admit you're Mossad, admit that's what it was done for, and then we'll cut you loose. Okay, there you go. That I've answered my own question. I will give you clemency if you finally admit it was Israel and you give us every co-conspirator you worked with in this trafficking ring. Meanwhile, we need to arrest and prosecute every one of these cocksuckers in the Trump administration who said there was no list, there was no trafficking operation, there were no victims, there was nobody they trafficked people to. Starting with Kash Patel, lock these fuckers up.
To the truth to the American people and justice for the survivors. That's what this investigation's about. I want to mention the next step.
By the way, outside of Virginia Giuffre, when do you think they start whacking people to protect the cartel? Because, like, I worry about this Comer guy. If he pushes too far, I always worry about Thomas Massie. And I worry about Lauren Boebert. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene got out partially because she was like, look, man, this is getting hot. But when do you think, like, at what point? Because it's picking up now, but it's still mostly all of us crazy conspiracy theorists who follow this shit way too close that care about this and are appalled by this. Normies don't give a fuck. They don't care. They're still hung up on Somali fraud and ICE and protests and shit like that. At what point does this need to get to before these people start disappearing? Because I do think they'll start disappearing people. I don't think they're just going to go, well, we got caught. Well, the truth is all coming out. This is the day we knew would happen. We're going to take our medicine. I don't think that happens without them taking down a few people. And how many people can you take down before people start to go, all right, this is clearly bullshit?
We can confirm we have 5 more depositions in the book scheduled for the Epstein investigation. On February 18th, Lex Wexner, who was a financial client.
What was that? What was the date on that one? We need to watch that.
On February 18th, Lex Wexner.
February 18th. So next Wednesday, Lex Wexner is going to be before Congress, and Thomas Massie has already outed him as one of the co-conspirators. The former head of Victoria's Secret, the CEO, I think founder too, of Victoria's Secret. That makes sense too, because Lex Wexner could then send models. He could send girls to Epstein to work for him. So yeah, Wexner was definitely complicit in a trafficking ring. And also, don't forget, trafficking doesn't just mean minors. So if they found out that a lot of these girls were of age, it doesn't matter. Trafficking is trafficking.
Who was a financial client of Epstein and I believe the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. February 26th, we have former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. February 26th.
I'll believe that one when I see it. I'm starting to think, with all these names that are starting to come out with the Epstein files, I'm starting to think that maybe the Clintons are the least interesting out of all of them.
7th, former President Bill Clinton. March 11th, Richard Kahn, Epstein's accountant. And March 19th, Darren Endike, Epstein's lawyer.
How about, is Ehud Barak still kicking? How old is Ehud? I think Ehud Barak, since he appears in the Epstein files, talking to Epstein numerous times, I think he should have to come in and testify. He's 83. Yeah, get Ehud Barak's ass in there. Ehud Barak should have to testify, and then if he gives us anything good, Netanyahu should have to testify. Call them all in, and then arrest Netanyahu for war crimes.
So we will continue to move forward and try to get answers for the American people.
Do you think that Britain's royal family has questions to answer to your committee?
Well, we would love to hear, from anyone. Obviously, I can't subpoena in foreign countries, or I would have done that in the Biden investigation. But do you have anything to add, Andy?
You know, that's what I respect about James Comer, too. He is looking into both administrations. You know, he was dogging on the Biden administration, but he's dogging on the Trump one too. I mean, look, anybody who just says, look, anyone who's connected to this will go after him. I like that. Massie included. And Trump isn't doing himself any favors by trashing Massie's wife and stuff like that, because now this guy's like, I don't give a fuck if it's people in your own administration. I'm coming after all of you if you're going to be a fucking dick about it. But even like Ukraine, like if you want to say, oh yeah, Biden's corrupt because of Solyndra and Ukraine. We launched a revolution and we installed a guy in Zelensky, a Jewish guy who's loyal to Israel. And meanwhile, the people on their border, the Russians, Orthodox Christian country, has been saying for a long time now that America's been bought and paid for by the Israelis, kind of telling us the truth. And we now have to use Ukraine to pit the world against Russia. But maybe Vladimir Putin's been telling us all like it is all these years.
I'll just add one thing that the attorney for Ms. Maxwell said that she has no indication and would say that neither Presidents Trump or Clinton are culpable for any wrongdoing. And that's one thing they said in his opening statement to us today.
So Ghislaine says Bill Clinton and Donald Trump are both innocent in this whole Epstein trafficking thing. Do I believe? I have a hard time believing that. I have a really hard time believing that, because Epstein would throw parties like to close deals and shit like that. And I have a hard time believing that. Like, okay, I can bring myself to believe that Trump and Clinton didn't fuck any underage girls. I can bring myself to believe that 100%. But that none of the girls Epstein brought to these parties, like Trump and Clinton, didn't fuck any of them, I have a hard time buying it. At the very least, they were Johns, you know? Because, like, there's been numerous times in the Epstein files that they've said Trump met Melania through Epstein. So to say that they're not involved at all, I have a hard time getting that one down. Veldrain with $2 says, I found that doctor. Did you really now? All right, let's take a look. What is that? The doctor from the Las Vegas story. Let's see.
Oh no. What's wrong? I'm sorry. It's bad news. It's a girl. Where's the trash can? No.
Poor guy, he tried to kill the baby twice. Son of a bitch. Trump was definitely fucking young girls, as was Clinton, says Joey Caravello's mommy. It's kind of what I believe as well. But, like, if she's adamant and she's like, nope, they never did, I'm never going to believe that, like, they never once, had sex with any girls at any Epstein party. I'm sorry, that's a bridge too far for me. Joey Caravello's mommy says, oh, I was hoping it was another shooting video. Hey, we're only we made a shitload of money off that shooting video, and we're only $35 short from last night. So, yeah, I guess one more shooting video, the donos could come in and hey, you know what? One more golden shower, 7 more gifted memberships, and you guys do get a half hour extra today, and we're perfect for the week. So I guess, yeah. Golden shower it up, boys and girls. How many people we got left in here today? 624 people still hanging around. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Throw in a couple of memberships. Let's see if we can't get back to perfect this week. Either way, you guys have done an incredible job today. Thank you so much for your generosity. Unbelievable. Holy shit, the Celsius powder is a lot. And also, Los Federales deserves a lot of credit. Number one, he fucked up and sent in something retarded. But number two, he more than made up for it and was incredibly generous, as was Thermodyne Diesel. You guys, thank you. Joey Caravello's mommy says there's a huge pity donation after that crazy meltdown you had. Then all seriousness, I'd be pissed too. I know, it's a funny joke. But, yeah, I was pissed. Because, I mean, YouTube strikes you for such dumb shit, you know? $1 from Nomo says, I don't think Trump was banging underage girls. The guy's been in the public eye since the 80s, unlike most politicians. I have a hard time believing any of these guys wouldn't, though. You know, Some Soper says, I believe they're all monsters. And again, that's not difficult to believe. Not difficult to believe. Thank you guys very much. A lot of coping in the YouTube chat. They don't like that 613 number. Nobody tell them that YouTube's our secondary platform. They don't like to hear that. They hate that. They think the world exists on YouTube. These aren't smart people. But I like that you can come here every day and I can trigger the shit out of you. You know who's really pissed about this talk about Ghislaine Maxwell getting out of jail? Virginia Giuffre's family. But who, by the way, was absolutely killed by, the Epstein clan, if you will. They wrote a letter, no uncertain terms, saying you are not going to let this bitch out of jail. Maxwell, who's serving 20 years for her role in Epstein's crimes, appeared remotely from a Texas prison for a House Oversight Committee deposition on Monday. Journalist Aaron Parnas posted the Giuffre family's letter to X. It read in part, Ghislaine Maxwell, you were not a bystander. You were not misled. You were a central, deliberate actor in a system built to find children, isolate them, groom them, and deliver them to abuse. You used trust as a weapon. You targeted vulnerability and turned it into access. That's another thing to think about with this Epstein stuff, is that just because some of these girls may have been of age doesn't mean they started with Epstein that way. A lot of these girls as teenagers went to Ghislaine Maxwell, got their training, everything else, and then, they continued working for Epstein while they were of age. But that doesn't mean that this shit started that way. So I think you got to consider that when you're making your deals too. I think the fact that we've kept Robert Maxwell's daughter in jail this long is kind of a testament to how much we may have actually resisted the lobbying of foreign countries, shall we say. It's kind of a rare win that she even ended up in jail. Baba Shab says, Epstein clan ain't nothing to fuck with. Yeah, I'm not saying that Virginia Giuffre's family's letter would keep Ghislaine out of jail, but I don't know. Unless she goes right to Tel Aviv, is Ghislaine Maxwell really that safe if she gets let out of prison? I would hope not. If there's still a God, I would hope she wasn't safe. St. Caesar says, Aaron, what is shocking is no Vince McMahon in the Epstein files. Well, no, because Vince McMahon had files of his own. He got his own, say what you want about Vince. He got his own girls, Vince got his own girls. He didn't need somebody to go find them for him. And then I shit on their chest. Abel Graham says, did Aaron cover the woman running for office's daughter getting stabbed in St. Cloud yesterday? Yes, we talked about it this morning. We talked about it in the first hour of today's show, Abel Graham. We did get into that. Very sad deal, man. Stabbed by her own husband, and then he tried to take himself out. All right, let's do this next story from Wisconsin. This is about Burger King violating child labor laws. And when we think of a place violating child labor laws, we think of kids working in coal mines or factories and, work with soot on their face, working 14 hours a day. They've changed child labor laws so much the last few years that if a kid's still cleaning up and finishing their shift at 10:05 at night, all of a sudden you're violating child labor laws. So I need to know exactly what child labor laws they were violating. By the way, people pointing out in the chat, a lot of leaders in Europe are resigning. Yeah, dude, the UK's government is falling apart over this Epstein shit. It's going to be very interesting to watch. We'll see. But anyway, this Burger King story, let's go ahead and hit play on this one. My immediate take is to go, hey, violating child labor laws, that's awful. How dare they take advantage of their young labor? But it's the child labor laws have gotten more strict even since I started working at 16. The minimum age keeps going up. The hours you can work get earlier and earlier. It's I think we have enough child labor laws. Let's go ahead and check this one out. You guys throw in a couple of memberships and throw in a couple of Rumble rants, and we're home free for last night. You guys get to bail out the evening show and flex on them a little.
This morning, Governor Tony Evers says a Wisconsin Burger King owner had more than 1,600 child labor and wage law violations at his restaurants. This is across the state. Those allegations include 14 and 15-year-olds allowed to start work without a child labor permit. Also, minors working 6-hour or longer shifts without.
That's what I mean. Okay. Child labor laws. What was the child labor law you broke? Well, some of the kids worked 7 and 8-hour shifts. I mean, is that really the end of the world? I mean, if you kept them working the drive-thru until like midnight when they had to go to school in the morning, okay, I understand that. But 8-hour shifts, I don't think that's going to kill anybody.
Out a required meal break, and children under 16 working before or after the hours permitted for school-age workers.
I figured that was part of it. And also, like, working more than 6 hours without a meal break. Motherfucker, you work at Burger King, you grab a chicken sandwich quick, you eat it between drive-thru orders. You'll be fine. Like I said, I understand it's violating the law, and ignorance of the law is no excuse, but this isn't the worst thing in the world. Plus, kids make a little extra money.
Working before or after the hours permitted for school-age workers, or just working more than hours allowed.
We need
Yeah, I mean, this isn't like he was whipping them or, forcing them to clean toilets when they're not supposed to or anything. I mean, this is literally just the kids made more money. And like, okay, he kept them too late on a school night. Let's say they were working until 11. Like, they're not going to be playing video games or watching shit until 11 on a school night anyway. I don't know. Like, laws more like guidelines as far as child labor goes. Dude, years and years and years ago, we took care of the ugliest parts of child labor in this country. We did. The rest of it has all been just kind of like working around the edges. I'll tell you this, as someone who had a job in a restaurant at high school, I wish they would have let me work later. I wish they would have let me work more hours. I would have loved to.
We need every state to be looking at the activities of companies and young people who are working there to make sure they're not exploiting them, to make sure their hours are limited and they're getting the breaks and the overtime that the law requires.
You fucking care. Oh, they're getting the breaks and the overtime that the law requires. Okay, but like, again, I don't see this being like an immediate crisis. Maybe it's because I have a sore neck from yelling at Los Federales, so I'm like cranky and I've got shitty takes. Or maybe we have gone too far with child labor laws. Or, okay, even if we haven't gone too far, we have enough. We're good. The kids are protected.
The State Department of Workforce Development says the violations included more than 600 kids from 2023 to 2025. The franchisee in question, Cave Enterprises, runs 105 Burger Kings here in the state.
So they own 100 Burger Kings, and they were basically letting kids work really late hours on school nights. And the kids were making more money, and they were probably happy, and some parents found out, and they got pissed because their kids were like falling asleep at school or something. Not the worst thing in the world. I think what they're trying to do is like these organizations. I didn't think I had a conspiracy theory for this one. Turns out I do. Here's my conspiracy theory. My conspiracy theory is they want to make all these child labor laws so it becomes non-advantageous for these companies to hire American teens, so they hire cheap illegal migrant labor. There. That's so. Oh my God, Susan Greenberg. Oh my God, I can't believe they're letting these kids work so late. You have to find them and stop them. So now what do these 100 Burger Kings do? They go, well, fuck that. We're not going to hire teenagers anymore. It costs us money. It gets us in trouble. Let's hire those illegals. Very good. That's much smart. But then how does Susan Greenberg benefit? You know? I think this might just be busybodies and bleeding hearts over policing, really. Taste of Ashes says, don't let Joey tell you to ban me, Aaron. We know he messages you like a high school girl. You told him. He doesn't message me like a high school girl. He messaged me one time to say he was like doing a stream or something. And that's very nice of him. I appreciate that. Aaron, he doesn't know Taste of Ashes. He doesn't write me and say, Aaron, are you thinking about me? He doesn't do that. No. My Burger King by me is all Mexican, says Bong Time. Papa Shab says, we literally had to spell it out for you. No. I came up with my conspiracy theory. That's the best I can do. Papa Shab says, Susan Greenberg literally communes with Ball. Hold on. Susan Greenberg. I don't see anything about Susan Greenberg. Here's an obituary for one. Apparently, there's quite a few. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Oh, Joey Caravello and Taste of Ashes apparently have some kind of feud. Joey Caravello says she's typing about me. I think she's obsessed. Taste of Ashes, you're obsessed with me. All you ever do is type about me. See, I leave the chat, I do my show, and then the show ends up in the chat. Taste of Ashes and Joey Caravello are going back and forth. Taste of Ashes says Crazy Joey. I'm going to put this up for you guys so we can watch together. Hey, put a nice little piss rainbow up at the top of the chat. The more of those memberships you gift, the more yellow shows up here. How about a golden shower, and then we knock out our miss we had last night and continue a perfect week? Let me scroll up in the chat here. Taste of Ashes says Crazy Joey. Joey Caravello says, Taste of Ashes, you're a woman. Shut up. Taste of Ashes says, a streamer. Don't cam up, Joey. Oh, it's getting petty. It's getting petty in here. Papa Shab says, Greenberg, really, Aaron? Greenberg, fucking Greenberg. I'm sorry. Joey Caravello says, Aaron just plays with his Peter. That's not, hey, you two are supposed to be fighting with each other. You're not supposed to be fighting with me. Keep scrolling here. Taste of Ashes says, every woman who yells at Joey is obsessed with him. Oh, boy. I love that, like, the whole chat is clearing out. And I'm way behind in the chat. I'll scroll down in a little bit here. I've got it paused where I am. I love how everyone's clearing out in the chat to let Taste of Ashes and Joey Caravello fight it out. But Papa Shab is in there in all caps. Like a Jew, Aaron. Like a Jew. Sorry. Trying to keep up with the fight. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Approachable says, or a better idea, how about put both of them in a timeout for the rest of the day and we can get on with the fucking show? Did I tell you that I have a neck thing and a head thing going on right now? Did I tell you that? Aaron is fat and gay. No, come on. No, let them fight. Why are we doing this? Joey Caravello says Taste of Ashes wants him to piss in her ass. There's that pissing in the ass thing again. Taste of Ashes says, Joey DM'd you to do that. How much did he pay you? I mean, if he gave me $100, I'd do it for sure. Taste of Ashes has a cute ass, says Joey Caravello. Hey, see that, Taste of Ashes? Joey said something really nice about your ass. You say something nice about him. I want to nude mud wrestle her. All right, it's getting weird. Nobody doxes people, retard. He won't time me out. I pay him, you don't. Oh, shit. Yeah, you pay me. I let you get away with murder over here. Fucking, what's his name? Los Federales almost got my YouTube kicked off. And he sent me a bunch of money, and I apologized to him. I'm a whore. Papa Shab says, all that yelling hurt your dewlap. Taste of Ashes says, what if I gave you $100? I'd think you were the most amazing person who ever lived. Joey Caravello, you did not give me $1,000. Don't tell people that. Taste of Ashes says, what if I gave you $100? You'd be the coolest fucking person alive. Do you want me to put the links in the chat? There you go. There you go. I mean, it's up to you. Hey, ball's in your court now. Oh, wow. Let's see. I just got some very good intel. Oh, that is great. That is fantastic. Oh my God, I really got to those people today. Hot shit. What's the matter, guys? I thought we were all having fun. I thought we were having a good time. They are, boy, you know what? They're spurging out in the YouTube chat too. Holy shit, did I stir up a hornet's nest today? I fucking got them. They don't like, oh, you know what? We did go under 600 though. Ah, son of a bitch. What are you going to do? They're obsessed. There's this new thing in that sad world where they try to dilute themselves on people's viewership because it doesn't fit their narrative. And I got to tell you, I need you to keep doing it because it's fucking beautiful. I'm really sorry this last month where between Rumble and YouTube, we've done about 1 million views. It's not sitting with them very well. So thank you guys very much. Just don't spam the chat so everyone can get a chance. I'd appreciate that. Real media player. Oh God, he's not okay. He's got steel toe derangement syndrome real bad. Hey, Kyler, stop gifting us memberships. They're going to get mad. Kyler gifting a membership. Thank you very much. 5 more gifted memberships on Rumble, and I have to go until 11 today. And then we've got a perfect week as well. So thank you guys very much. Let's get that golden shower started. More of those yellow gifted memberships. Let's go, baby. Let's go. All right, let's do this woman at the Home Depot clip. I love this. I don't even have to tell you guys why this one's fucked up and hilarious. You guys go ahead and watch. This is a woman who's at Home Depot, and she's looking for sinks. She's looking for cabinet sinks for her bathroom. And you tell us where she went wrong.
Okay, I'm at Home Depot, and I'm looking at the sinks. And I like these, but I don't like the tilted countertops and sinks because I like to set stuff on top of the sinks, or not on the sinks, but on the countertops. And you can't on these, it would just roll right off. And that's how most of them are.
I hate that. Don't you guys hate that when you order a new sink and countertop for your bathroom and they make the fuckers slanted? I don't understand what the 45-degree slant is about. How are you supposed to keep anything on your... And by the way, if you're watching this clip and you're going, Aaron, I don't understand why you're laughing at her. Yeah, that would suck if your bathroom countertop is slanted. Why are all these displays slanted? That's a terrible way to do countertops. I would be mad if I were this woman too. You also need to get a fucking rope.
I much prefer these.
Yes.
Because you could set stuff on them and it wouldn't just roll right off.
Ladies and gentlemen, they really should be the next president of the United States. It's time to give them a chance to lead. Sexism makes my neck feel better. So she's at Home Depot. She's looking at the displays and she says, these are all bullshit. She thinks they look nice. They're fine. She doesn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but they're slanted. So how are you supposed to set stuff down? But these over here, they're nice and flat. Those are the kitchen or the bathroom countertops that you want because they're flat. See, my objection would be I hate it when they give us these kitchen countertops like this because they don't have a faucet in them. How am I supposed to run my water? This one doesn't have faucets. But these over here, flat and have faucets. Isn't that something? She should not. I hope she has someone else in her home, a man preferably, who would help her make all of the decisions. That is, I'm looking in the chat. It's just wow, 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 wow. Well, then there's Sam Show with kill all the fuck. Okay. There's that. Papa Shab says she's fat. That's what is wrong. 09 Canyon says she's joking, right? She ain't joking, dog. She's deadly serious about this. Deadly serious. Oh, thank you very much to Stacy. With $20, says Stacy's mom has got it going on. Thank you for the 20, Stacy.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Thank you so much. Now, where does that put us at? That puts us $10 away from being perfect for the week and knocking out last night. Oh, God. if you guys throw $10 in the next 7 minutes, I think that YouTube chat might have a conniption fit. There's going to be a lot of cope. Schnoop says, hey, I don't get it. You don't? You don't get it? Now, wait a minute. T says this is something Aaron would say about the sinks. No. No, I would not. Absolutely not. T says, I'm sorry. That's no. Yeah, but multiple people in the chat are saying this is what Aaron would say. No, it's not. I understand that the sinks are slanted for the display. That's not, you guys weren't supposed to turn this on me. Goddamn YouTube chat. He says that was a female Aaron. It's not a female me. Not at all. Not at all. Shit Show says Rusty Ballsucker is a good egg. You know, Shit Show, I got to say, I think you look better being a fan of a show and enjoying it than being someone who can't cope with the fact that I kicked all of your asses and all of your show's asses over the last couple of years by not even doing anything and just hate watching all the time because you can't resist and can't admit it to yourself. I think that might be a little worse, but we welcome your seething here, pal. Some Soper says she thinks this is how they are and doesn't understand that it's set that way for display purposes. No. That Schnoop, I don't believe you. Schnoop writes, I don't get it. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. I think you get it. Coltrane gifting a membership. Thank you very much. And then Abel Graham with $5 says snort it. Oh, everybody heard me. The snorting was if it happened by 9 o'clock. Hour and a half late for the Celsius snorting. Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Ladies and gentlemen, that means that we are good for today, good for last night. The perfect week is still intact here on the toe. Uh-oh. J-Dog says those counters are for when you're bent over it, Aaron. No, that I don't get bent over counters. I don't know who you've been talking to. T says it's not hate watching for me. It's just mild annoyance watching. You know what? That's fair. I respect a mild annoyance watcher. Remember, guys, when you go pick out your next bathroom countertop, this one, not these slanted bastards, okay? Well, it looks like I'm hanging out with you guys for a half hour more to celebrate that we are once again perfect for the week. Thank you, morning show. Unbelievable. Appreciate the support. I'm also getting reports that we have caused a lot of seething for a lot of people today. Go ahead. Deny it. Deny it. Los Federales sent me a photo. Is he back in my good graces? I don't know why you would send me this. That's not me. It's not me at all. What are you talking about? It has nothing, ain't got nothing to do with me. Mr. Beat says, women are so dumb. There goes my 2 cans at Stoney's. What are you talking about? Cheetos hates women. No, I'm kidding. I'm sure he doesn't. No, Cheetos does not hate women. That is not true. Mexican restaurant offering free meals to ICE agents in Arizona. I actually think this is low-key brilliant. I think this is what every restaurant should do, especially if they have a shitload of illegals working for them, because this keeps your enemies close. This keeps them at, like, you bring them right in. There's no way. Hey, there's no way we should raid this restaurant. I mean, they give us free meals. Why would they give us free meals if they're loaded with illegals? Why would they encourage us to be here if they've got illegals working for them? All right, well, we'll leave these guys alone. This is what you absolutely have to do. A Mexican restaurant in Arizona is offering free meals to all ICE agents. Hey, you lick the boot, you get to stay in the country. That's how it works. That plus a lot of Mexicans who are here legally have no love lost for Mexicans that are here illegally. So there's that part of it too. The idea that they're like, well, what the fuck? Like, we waited our turn. We did it right. Why do they get to jump the line? There are a lot of legal Mexican immigrants in this country that are like further to the right on certain social issues than a lot of our quote-unquote MAGA Republicans. Like, they are way to the right of, like, Trump and his cronies on stuff. And I get it, too. I can see where you'd be, like, a little bitter if you took pride in doing it right and getting here the right way, and then a bunch of people just hop over the border. I get where you'd be a little pissed about that.
Everyone who works for ICE, all federal agents, can come to Sammy's Mexican Grill. Here they will be treated with respect and as they deserve.
The Salvadoran owner accuses critics of having Trump derangement syndrome. I mean, he's definitely going to rile people up, but I feel like there's like this silent majority on issues like this that they show up for things like this, where a lot of the people who bitch and complain that he's doing this probably don't eat at his restaurant and don't spend money with him anyway. But the people that won't like verbally say, oh yeah, I feel exactly the same way this guy does, they will low-key just go and eat a meal at his place to show him support. So this is probably a net gain for him. I mean, first of all, ICE is going to be there. Second of all, there will be people who support immigration enforcement that'll show up at his restaurant. There he is. Oh, God, he's got Trump photos on the wall and everything. The real tragedy of this story would be as if his food sucks shit. He's like, I got the great idea. I'm going to give all the ICE agents the free food. Like, yeah, I would. But the last time I ate there, man, I got the thunder shit, something fierce. I'm going to go ahead and pass. Chevy fan says, put an ice patch on your plate carrier. Boom. Free meal. Exactly. Rusty Grammar says, sometimes my chats don't show up on the screen and I'll refresh and then they appear. Usually only if I fall behind on audio only. Conspiracy. Conspiracy, conspiracy, conspiracy. J-Dog says, Aaron, would you fight Gino for Kiki? No, why? I'm not interested in. I'm not insulting Keanu. She's a beautiful girl, but I'm not interested in Keanu. Cheeto does hate people of color, though, says Ricochet. No, he doesn't. He did kick a pedophile out once. That was funny when he like humiliated him and just went, no, we don't serve pedos here. And he kicked him out of his bar. So sad that Fatso ripped his pants. I wouldn't show my face in public either. That was probably a smart move. No, I wouldn't fight Gino for Kiki. Vince Griswold says Melton fans typing his blood pressure in the chat. Oh, no, that number's way too low for that. Way too low for that. Poignant Pachyderm says Melton is a map. Sorry to break it to you. Yeah, you guys kind of riled him up in the YouTube chat. You can tell when we're doing well. They get really, really pissy. I swear to God, I'm not trying to puppet master. They just dance to my tune. All right, let's go with our last thing we've got. Well, you know what? We got another 25 minutes. We might be able to get a couple of different things out there. We might be able to get a couple different topics, but this one's great. Tim Dillon went out dressed like the Jeffrey Epstein temple on Epstein's Island and went to Los Angeles to look for work. This is Tim Dillon. By the way, did you know, we should watch this. Tyler Oliveira went to Epstein Island and went to the temple, which you might be saying, Aaron, isn't that highly illegal? Oh, yeah, you're not allowed to do it. Security chased him and everything else. He took a couple of jet skis out to Jeffrey Epstein's Island, and he was able to run up to the temple, and they've apparently like changed a bunch of shit on the island, removed a bunch of shit on the island, even though his estate still owns it. They're trying to sell the island, but Epstein's estate still owns the island. They still have active security patrolling the place. They've boarded up all the windows and doors to the temple and all of that stuff. It's bizarre. We'll play it for you during this overtime period here. But this is Tim Dillon trying to get work in L.A. dressed as Epstein's temple.
As a sacrifice temple, there's not a lot of cities you can work. This is one of the only cities. The problem is a lot of these people already have sacrifice temples they've been using for years. So to break into it at this point is very hard. Just like you don't remember me, I remember you. Last July, we had a lot of fun. Come on. He knows. So I'm also trying to get into entertainment. I'm trying to do that. Has anybody else's boss also killed himself? It's like fucking weird, you know? Listen, I mean,
It's just dumb shit, but it works. It's fucking retarded. And also, like, if you can't laugh about it, I will say this, and Bappa can back me up on this. For those of us who have been following the Epstein file stuff, if you don't find some kind of outlet to laugh about this shit, you do go a little nuts. You go a little crazy reading this stuff and finding and like coming to very difficult truths. You start to, you really start to go a little wonky, a little blinky. So stuff like this, very, very important.
this is like the next phase of my life. I didn't expect this to happen. I thought I would work until retirement, but now I'm fucking, I'm out here in LA trying to break in entertainment. This is my dream. I always wanted to be a stand-up comedian. Even when Hillary Clinton was slicing the throats of children, I said, I just want to make people laugh.
Human sacrifice, typically not funny, but again, you cannot like read that stuff and go through all that shit and not try to find some kind of an outlet. An investor bought the island and wants to turn it into an adult resort. That's not what I've heard. I've heard that he still owns it. Who owns Epstein Island? Little St. James, owned by billionaire Stephen Dekoff. Managing principal of SD Investments, purchased the properties for approximately $60 million in May 2023 following the death of Epstein. Stephen Dekoff, Epstein relationship. Doesn't say anything here. Let me see this one. Stephen Dekoff founded Black Diamond Capital Management, which manages $10 billion in assets. His parents were born to Jewish immigrants. Okay. And he bought Epstein Island. Real quick, Tyler Oliveira, Epstein Island. He made it out there and he went up to the temple and it's just like it's all boarded up. This was back on February 5th. Oh, by the way, you probably didn't see this a lot, did you? You probably didn't see a lot of this Tyler Oliveira Epstein Island thing.
While being goofy tourist vloggers asking if there were any nearby islands we should take a look at while we toured the ocean. Should we go through Little James and Big James or those no-nos? No, don't go through there. They'll shoot us. What will happen?
Don't go over there. Should I go to Little St. James Island? Don't go over there. It's not a good idea.
Somebody's island. Oh, it's privately owned? Yeah. By the government? No, private. What would happen? Not that we would ever do that.
I don't know, but you don't want to find out?
Easy. We're good then.
You watch Netflix a lot, right?
No.
It's good for you.
Okay.
He's trying to say, that is the child rape island. You've watched Netflix? No, I don't. Okay.
All right. Captain Isaac, we're out. Okay, we're going to go straight there and then right. I'm on the jet ski. We have this for like 5 hours. We need to do this quick before we get detected by authorities and our jet ski guys because they are super sussed out by me. We're headed to Epstein's Island. What can go wrong? And after 15 minutes of driving this jet ski like Tom Cruise, I had made it to Epstein Island, Little James. And we made it. You can see the temple. I don't know who's there, what security measures they're taking. There's probably government watching, and there might be personal security on the island. And as I got closer to the island, it was clear I wasn't alone. Okay, we have made it.
So you saw the temple up there. They've taken the Israeli blue and white off the temple. They've gotten rid of that Epstein sundial that like had all the creepy drawings on it.
The island, look at that sign. Private property, no trespassing. And there is Epstein Island, Little James. There's a boat on the island right now. The question is, who could it be and why? There's literally someone right there on the island. Okay, we have more people. Look, it's a whole operation out here. Look at this. A golf cart, people that work here. We have a dog. Who is this man? Okay, we have another person, bigger woman and her dog. Probably security.
That is just a big black lady. Like, what is that Stephen Dekoff? Is he? I mean, he's a old white Jewish billionaire. Oh, sorry, I said white. I'm going to get shit for that one. I don't, why is there just some fat black lady with a dog on Epstein Island?
Maintenance, but hired by who? A new owner? The government? I'm not sure. But it turns out Epstein's Island is for sale by Epstein's estate for over $125 million. Why is there still so much security on the island if he's dead? And what are the owners of Epstein's Island still hiding?
Why did he post this on February 5th? Because he posted an article from 2022 saying the island is for sale. The island's been purchased by Stephen Deckoff, but if you look at the I just want to prove to you, he released this on February 5th, 2026.
Swarm.
So is he trying to pitch it like, did he go to Epstein Island recently, or did he do this a while ago and he's just releasing it now? That seems kind of opportunistic.
Inspect the area. Now, while at first it seems like a normal island a billionaire might abandon, once the drone flies in a little closer, you begin to notice these carts driving across the island. But who are they and what are they protecting? And then once the drone...
I mean, there's security for private property. I don't think this is a big surprise that private property is patrolled by security from some billionaire's estate, or if it's Deckoff's now, a billionaire. And that they wouldn't want people that private security is going to kick people off the private property because they don't want people coming to Epstein Island and taking pictures and fucking around with the temple and vandalizing shit. So yeah, I mean, they're not going to want you there.
Drone started getting closer to the temple, this weird white building on the highest point of the island where people believe it was used for evil satanic rituals. Our drone began to experience unexplainable signal interference.
RF signal interference.
We lost it?
I don't know. This seems
This
seems a little Candace Owens-y dramatic, like a little flair for the dramatic kind of a thing. I don't think this is really, oh man, our drone's malfunctioning. Oh, they got some kind of radar jammer up there.
Now, it's important to note that in the last known footage of this temple, the temple was painted in this blue gold pattern, and there's a giant sundial adjacent to it. This now means that the sundial was recently removed and the temple was completely repainted white.
Which would make sense if Stephen Deckoff bought it. That he would paint it and he would remove shit he didn't want if he really is trying to build a theme park on Epstein Island.
Question is, what are they covering up? And then I saw this.
I mean, pedophilia, satanic rituals, of course. I don't know, man. This one's a little weird because it's yeah, if I bought an island that was known for pedophilia and satanic rituals, I'd want to hide that part of it too, because I don't want to do that.
See a guy building right there. Look, literally right there. Look, look, look. Yep, there's another golf cart coming this way. Oh, it's going to get the drone. Okay, don't get caught, Pasha. There he is. There he is. Who is this man? Who is this man right here? We're going to storm the beach like Normandy right now.
Okay, this is where people say they're yeah, Tyler Oliveira, he does really interesting work, like that Jewish community in New York. But some people have said he's kind of a needy douche and a dramatic douche. He's also the guy who went to the shit village, right, in India, and they threw the shit around. This is cringe.
Island and hopefully not get shot or apprehended after barely.
Because what are you gonna do? Are you gonna go and you're gonna find kids in a basement somewhere? No, you're gonna run up, you're gonna touch the temple, and you're gonna go na 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 boo boo, and then you're gonna run back to your jet ski.
The drone back in after losing signal and confirming this place was swarming with what we believe to be armed security. It was time to storm the beach like Normandy.
There's the temple. Like Normandy. There's machine gun nests and artillery shells going off all over the place. And men are just biting it by the hundreds.
And that was exactly where I was headed.
Mysterious stairway, almost
Like it's inviting us to enter. Okay, we have another no trespassing sign right there. No trespassing sign right there. And after a full peripheral scope of the island, it was now time to infiltrate.
Hey, go!
Pray for me.
Get on shore.
I'm on the island. The temple's behind me. Go straight for the temple.
It's more than a bit dramatic. So Tyler Oliveira, with no training, nothing whatsoever, he's gonna, and all these security, they're probably armed and they're gonna try and take me out. But this untrained kid is just gonna run up this hill to this temple. I tell you what, guts.
I had made it to the beach undetected, and I was headed towards the temple. Now, with this temple as the source of the signal interference, it was only logical that there might be something hiding there waiting for me to find. And keep in mind, this...
You don't think that they stripped that shit out the minute that guy died? What do you think you're going to do? You're going to walk up to the temple, you're going to open the door and go, I just thought I'd look around. Yeah. Let's cut through some of this stuff. He's running around acting like, you know, oh my God, the security's going to get me.
Undetected this far. This is the temple where crazy stuff.
Undetected. I've made it up here undetected this far. Because that's what the crack security would do if they were hiding something, is they would just let you get up there undetected.
Stuff went down. Look at this, Peters. Blocked off by steel. Blocked off by wood. Tasha, over there. Come on, Tyler. God, if you're alive, protect me.
Protect me.
Weave my way all.
You know what they're going to do if they catch him? They're going to go, hey, retard, get the fuck out of here. And they're going to follow you down to the shore and watch you leave.
The way up to here. Look at this. There's a giant cliff here, by the way. Giant cliff. And that.
I guarantee they saw him like running up there and they're like, hey, Jim, what is this fucking retard doing? I don't know. Just maybe he'll leave in a few minutes. If not, we'll go up there. We'll ask him to go. All right. Sounds good. You got the baby skulls out of the Oh yeah. Years ago, we got the baby skulls out of the basement.
Everything's boarded off. The entire place looks to be repainted. It used to be blue and yellow. A ladder right here, almost as if they just repainted the place. And this is literally pure.
Touch the paint. See if it's white. By the way, that's just new sheetrock. They just sheetrocked over the thing, it looks like.
Right now, someone took a dump right there. This is the place where evil things went down. In this temple right here.
Oh yeah, a guy took a shit.
There used to be a giant sun compass that was removed, apparently. There's a bonfire right here. Maybe where they burn people alive.
No, he ordered like 8 drums of 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid. That was how they disposed of them. God, this is a little over the top. I mean, it's been years. I think all that stuff is gone for a reason. Oh, here, I got to show you his dramatic escape from Epstein Island. Here's his dramatic.
Bench right there. Bench right there. Look at that. This makes no sense. I'm going to go
looking
back
at
down.
benches.
We're going to examine the estate. This time I might have to go blitzkrieg. Now I just need to run. My pants are nearly falling off. Looks like an unfinished construction pathway.
So a guy who's soaking wet from the ocean and whose pants are falling down, he's going to outrun this murderous armed security because they care that much that he's discovering secrets.
Let's see what's inside. I don't know where all the security went, but I've yet to remain detected.
For the record, I like Tyler Oliveira more than Nick Shirley by far, but this is douchey.
I don't like that rock.
It's a scary rock.
Oh my God. I don't know who this is. I'm running. He's not fast enough on foot.
So again, the guys on the golf cart, they're just like, what the fuck is that guy doing here? You know what? Let's make sure he gets down to the ocean. He gets the fuck out of here. Meanwhile, Tyler Oliveira is trying to pitch it like, oh my God, they're going to shoot me, guys. My life is in danger.
As I ran away from security, I saw this.
Oh no. They got me. I need to run.
Now, security was right behind me, going full speed in my direction.
Oh no. You can't stop me.
I can't exactly understand what they're saying, but they're screaming at me the whole time.
Oh, I'm done. We're good. I'm out of here. They're behind me. We made it down here. Once we get to the beaches, we're good. A brand new pool right here. We seeing this? Security behind me.
Look at this big rock. Look at those benches. You see this pool? Oh, shit's fucked up, right, guys?
As fast as you know. Gotta keep going. Good training for this day.
He's acting like we're seeing baby corpses.
He's coming.
Oh, he's coming.
I began to run away. Pasha notices this, pulls the drone in, and begins zooming over on his jet ski to pick me up, right as I unknowingly approach a cliff.
Oh, and he fell down a cliff. Oh no, he just gently ran at a faster speed down the cliff. That's all. Jesus. This is too much. This is too douchey.
Pasha needs to pick me up.
So yeah, the security just looked at him and went, all right, just make sure he gets to the water and he gets the fuck off the island.
I'm swimming as fast as I can. Waiting for Pasha to pick me up. Come on, Pasha. Shoot me if you dare! I'm in international waters! What are you hiding, Epstein?
Jesus.
What are you hiding, Epstein? What are you hiding?
This is fucking gay. Ew. And he released that on Friday. He released that on Friday, and he's like, oh, guys, you're not going to believe this shit. It's like, no, I believe it. It's everything you did in that video was completely believable. Historically White says, it's a bit, Aaron. I don't think it's a bit. 09 Canyon says he snuck onto Scientology's gold base, too. I don't know how, because they have cameras everywhere, and I've seen videos from years ago where security goes after people parked on the street outside. Yeah, they did it in that Louis Theroux documentary on Scientology. They gave him a bunch of shit. But, like, getting into the gold base in Scientology, that's impressive, because they really do watch that. Like a defunct Epstein Island owned by somebody else with all the baby skulls cleaned up. I mean, crazy, I guess. Toad Climbs Mountain says, please let me hear a gunshot and the camera rolling across the ground. Approachable says, I'm sneaking on this island. They might kill me if they catch me, but I don't know they'll be able to see me in my neon green vest and bright white clothing. All right, this makes sense. BW says this was released years ago. He must have re-released it. That has to be it. Has to be. He must have done it because the Epstein files are out. So here, I'll just re-release this to you. Frog Springs says, want to see a real infiltration video? Watch the most recent infiltration of Bohemian Grove that an urban explorer named Dancer filmed of the cremation of care ceremony. Even better than the Alex Jones footage, really. Frog Springs, we got to have you on sometime to talk about your time at Bohemian Grove as a server. I'd like to hear a lot about that. Urban explorer named Dancer. I'll find it. We got about 10 minutes left today. Thank you guys very much for being here. I appreciate it. You guys have done an incredible job. The week is back to perfect. Everything seems amazing with the world. I appreciate that. Hit like and subscribe to the channel on your way out today. Dancer, Bohemian Grove. Let's see. I'm not seeing anything. Bro needs to see Bohemian Grove Infiltration Part 3. Oh, here we go.
I'm gonna have to step in if I see anything crazy going on.
Oh, wow. So he's got him like in the middle of a ceremony. This isn't like he snuck onto Bohemian Grove when nothing was going on. That is fucked up and satanic looking, though. It is really strange. They're all Luciferian pedophiles. Let's jump to the peak here. Let's get to the most replayed part. Oh, they're marching with like banners and streamers and shit. And these could be CEOs, these could be politicians. I mean, Bohemian Grove, the artists and movie directors and all this shit. You know, now that all this stuff has come out, like I watched the Super Bowl and they were showing us celebrities in the stands and I'm like, ew, gross. This is like a celebration for satanic pedos. I can't enjoy this the way I used to. What the fuck? You better not get caught, dude. You're gonna be the human sacrifice. Oh my God, is that a person? Don't be a person that they're going to sacrifice.
Bro. Is one of my buddies in there? No way. They're sacrificing. They might be sacrificing one of the people they caught sneaking into the grove.
See, if we had a real country and we were ever liberated, you would know, because the Marines would storm Bohemian Grove and they would just take all of this out. And that would be like Liberation Day, was the day we took out Bohemian Grove. SEAL Team 6 just went in and cleaned house. Tear down their statues, burn it all. And just the biggest, purest cross just resurrected like over the trees in Bohemian Grove, just like conquered in the name of Christ. This is fucked up. This kind of looks like where Mel Gibson was hiding before he ambushed the British and the Patriots. This guy have a Cherokee tomahawk on him. Or like the Klan rally in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? That's fucked up. What else we got? Here's another heavily replayed moment. Who's this asshole? Was he just texting?
Fools! Not with this flame, which hither ye have brought from regions long tools of the world, your night of liberty is burned and blessed. O thou, the symbol of all mortal wisdom, hour of Bohemia, we beseech thee. Grant us thy counsel. There was a fucking guy trying to sneak up behind me.
Fucking shit. God, it's so gross.
Security is on deck right now. Holy fuck.
I wonder if you get caught by security at Bohemian Grove, like what they do. This is 1 year ago? I wonder what would they just say, get the fuck out of, would they just take you out of there? Or would it be like, would you be the sacrifice? I wonder. Oh, it's either way. Taste of Ashes says, kill them all, kid. We're rooting for that kid, but we need him to stay safe at the same time. Guys, thank you very much for an unbelievable show today and an unreal result. We really appreciate it. Hit like and hit subscribe on your way out. Unreal. Perfect week for the toe. Hopefully we bring this same energy to the evening program. Take it easy. We'll talk to you again later. Have a great rest of your day. This rules. So Kid Rock is throwing Turning Point under the bus, saying not only did they mix the audio and video shitty and it looked like I was lip syncing, but they didn't even get shots of my DJ Freddie, even though I explained to them that Freddie and I do the song together on tour. Turning Point didn't even know that. So what we're finding out is that Turning Point is just a bunch of rank fucking amateurs who didn't know how to do shit. And I love that Kid Rock's like, not his legacy, but Kid Rock's accountability is on trial here. And he's like, no. I'm going to tell it like it is. And if that hurts Turning Point's feelings, fuck them. I don't need Turning Point. Watch out, though, kid. They do kill over there.
Sorry, dog. I mean, you can see my silhouette. Yeah, you can see it. So they don't have that footage. Now, it's extremely difficult for them to line up the sync. Could have been done if we had more time. I'm confident they could have got it right. I only got to see one edit. I didn't think it was the end of the world. I saw what it was doing. The mic's coming down. The sync was off. Because when we're rapping it, that song takes so much energy. You've seen me, people have seen me do. I'm flipping mics. I'm jumping around like a rabid monkey on stage, still trying.
Fucking racist, but okay.
To at 55 years old. And so me and Freddie are like this. I'm like, and this is for the questions that don't have any answers. The midnight dancers and the topless dancers. The gander freaks, the cars packed with speakers. The G's with the 40s and the chicks with beepers. The northern lights and the southern comfort. And it don't even matter if your veins and punctured. All the crackheads, the critics, the cynics. All my heroes in the methadone clinics. All you bastards in the IRS. It's for the crooked cops and the cluttered desks. It's for the shots of Jack and the caps of meth. The half pints of love and the fist of stress. It's for my hookers all tricking out in Hollywood.
I love that. I love that a 55-year-old man still sings these lyrics. When he was 25 and the song came out, fine. A 55-year-old man talking about his hookers all trick. You don't sound like a white trash kid from Detroit. At 55, you sound like you're a pimp with a sex rate. You sound like Epstein a little bit. From hookers all tricking out in Hollywood. It's like, well, why? You're plenty wealthy. So you know what? Like I said, I buy it. I believe it. Call me a simp. Call me whatever. I'm buying it. I'm buying his that Turning Point. But besides, it makes me happier to know that Turning Point fucked it up more than Kid Rock was lip syncing. I still think Lee Bryce and what's her name? Gabby Petito. I can't remember her fucking. I keep calling her Gabby Petito. The girl. I still think that, and Brantley Gilbert. I think they were lip syncing sometimes. But I'll buy Kid Rock's excuse for two reasons. One, it does check. It does make sense. And two, it completely throws Turning Point under the bus. And it makes me a lot happier to blame them than it does to have me blame Kid Rock. I'll be honest. $1 from Veldrain with $1 says Kid Rock was 100% not lip syncing. You can believe me because I am Ashley Simpson. Oh, well. If Ashley Simpson says he wasn't lip syncing, then I believe this argument is over. Labglass says brilliant move singing Ba with the Ba at a God Bless event. Well, yeah. Brittany Boo says Gabby Barrett does not lip sync. Is that her name, Gabby Barrett? I'm going to stop calling her Gabby Petito. So, Kid Rock saying that Turning Point mixed it like shit because they're a bunch of amateurs. You know what really pisses me off is these pieces of shit have taken in hundreds of millions of dollars since they murdered Charlie Kirk. And Erica Kirk gave them the thumbs up. They couldn't take $10 million out of that money and put on a great production and hire outside sound people that would do a good job mixing and producing this thing. You're going to put on a Super Bowl halftime show and you're going to try and do it on the cheap because you have an Israeli donor who has an airplane hangar? Could they have bottle fucked this any harder than they did? I don't think so. Good for Kid Rock. Dr. Doom says, whose head's getting blown off today for the... Hey, look. You know me. I just want to keep notching W's. I've had it with the L's. Last night we had another one. I just like it when you guys... you guys have been knocking them out early both days this week. I'd like to see that keep going because then I just get to do this. I think the only complaint you can have about this show is the telemarketing, is the telethon-ness of it. I hate that. Believe me, I hate that part. But I'm not in control of that part. I can't do anything about that part. Waylon with $1 says, just wanted to give you $1 and tell you your hair looks spectacular today. Thicker even. You're on to something. It's the same. It's always been. And you know what, Waylon? Fuck you. Because I know that $1 and that message was sent in some way to fuck with my head. And suck my dick because it's working. Because I don't believe that you're actually complimenting me. Put a couple zeros behind it and I'll believe you. So yeah, I don't. Baba Shab says, Aaron, they're Jewish. And it's Erica Fransby, Aaron. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Hey, what's this deal about Erica Kirk and possibly messaging an underage person? I've seen like 3 tweets about it. Erica Kirk underage. That's not going to get me on any kind of watch list. They knew she was underage. This apology was orchestrated. That's not it. What the fuck did 26-year-old Erica Kirk do to this teenage girl? The legitimacy of the allegations toward Erica Kirk grooming a 14 to 15-year-old shouldn't be alleged anymore. This is the lady's Instagram. Why was Erica involved in politics 12 years ago? Well, because her parents are military-industrial complex Zionists. And why is she commenting on someone that young's Instagram, complimenting her like this? All right, I'll bite. Let's see. So this is someone named, oh, fuck me. No, that's not, I'm sorry, that's not their name. J. Luz Falcon, Kings and Queens Tattoo. So this is May of 2014. So Erica Kirk would be in her mid-20s. All right, so we have this girl, J. Luz Falcon. And you look at the comments. Okay, I don't see anything from Erica Kirk so far. Oh, there it is. Mrs. Erica Kirk. I have several white ink tattoos, and I'm a working professional in the entertainment industry, nonprofit world, and very involved with political affairs in Washington, D.C. When tattoos are tasteful, they are considered a form of art, not a distraction that hinders your job opportunities. Okay. Why did she need to give that fucking bio to the girl, though? All right, so that's one thing. She's writing to a teenage girl on Instagram. Not exactly a smoking gun, but let's see the rest. Miss Erica Kirk, another comment on that same girl's thing. The girl tagged her, and she wrote, "Love this." And then other people responding to that comment, "Did you groom her? I'm sure you enjoyed the Bonito Bowl then." All right, what's next? Erica Kirk, I have several white ink tattoos. We saw that one. That dime piece beside the car, though. And that's another one of this underage girl's pictures. Ooh, I don't know. I mean, is that enough? I don't know if that's enough to say that she was involved. That seems a little dicey. McBuster says Charlie turned down the BB bribe and questioned Trump about the Epstein cover-up. He's dead right after that. In the words of Epstein, whoops. 09 Canyon says, why is a 15-year-old showing off tattoos? Papa Shab says, aren't there DMs with her and someone? That's what I was looking for. I thought I had heard that there were DMs between her and someone. I don't know, though. Like, part of me feels like shit like that is like a distraction from the real evil shit that she's done. Like, hey, let it leak out there that I was sending messages to a 15-year-old girl when I was 25. I'll say I was encouraging her. People will think it's mildly creepy, and that's what I'll be guilty of. Then that'll, take their sniffer away from my parents are Mossad. I was helping run a child trafficking ring in Romania, and I might have had my husband killed because he wouldn't go along with Israel. I mean, she was on with Barry Weiss, and she's like, I'm really sad my husband was murdered, but you know what really makes me mad? People who don't like Israel. King Kong Dong with $1 says, Erica getting nailed by JD is more believable. Yeah, I don't. Hey, whoa, what the fuck? Why did somebody just remove Papa Shab's shit? Whichever moderator did that, I want you to know you either better have a good excuse or you're fucking out. I'm going into what'd you do? Moderations. Oh, you didn't mute him. But what the fuck did you do to our boy Papa Shab? Who did it? Reverse it immediately. Fucking immediately. Right now. I go into the chat to have some fun before we move on to our next subject, and I got to babysit. Keep throwing in the memberships, the donations, the money. We need to make some fucking money. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants, etc. Come on, let's go. Let's get ourselves a win for the toe. There is outrage in Georgia as a Kroger grocery store has installed a miniature casino. This is a sign of the end times, by the way. This is a sign that we're not doing so hot. Gambling, by the way, we decided that, we decided to go on a libertarian tilt with drugs and gambling the last 15 years. It's not working. I can report back to you that it's failing. The drug thing, I don't need to really go into detail on how that's failed. And the gambling thing, I mean, gambling, pornography, drugs, all of it. It's not harmless vices. It's incredibly destructive, not just to the people who do it, but to the community around them. I mean, the economic blight of a casino, of the people who go there, I don't think it's something you want. Also, gambling addiction is fucking nasty, man. Go look at the stats around gambling addiction when it comes to self-harm, self-deletions, things like that. It has about the highest self-deletion rate of just about any addiction. Brings shame upon your family. People steal money from savings accounts, joint accounts, kids' investment accounts, things like that, so they can go get their gambling fix and go chase losses. Gambling's a bad one, dude. I think we should be limiting it as much as possible. And that's coming from a guy who I like to gamble. I don't do it very often, but I enjoy playing blackjack. I enjoy playing craps. Not so much slot machines and shit like that. But I don't know, man. It's just the juice doesn't seem to be worth the squeeze. And now we've got Kroger stores putting casinos in there in Macon, Georgia, which is kind of a more poverty-stricken minority community. This is not a good idea. The installation of coin-operated amusement machines, commonly known as gaming machines, in Macon Kroger stores has sparked controversy among residents. L.J. Malone, a vocal opponent, criticized the move, questioning the role of local grocery stores. If a grocery store's main job is to alleviate hunger and give people fresh food options, why are they becoming casinos? It doesn't make sense, Malone said. Now, if you don't know, the grocery business runs on razor-thin margins, between 1% and 2% profit margins. So I'm guessing the casinos are there so you can, make a little extra money, spice things up. But why don't you do what other respectable businesses do and just start laundering a little drug money on the side? Why does it have to be gambling? Why can't you just take money that's already done damage in the community and wash it a little bit? Jesus. Now, this is a terrible idea. We shouldn't be putting mini casinos in grocery stores. We shouldn't be. I think we have more than enough gambling. Like, if you want to gamble in this country, you can find places to get. I mean, shit, it's on your phone now, which I don't think is good. Here in Minnesota, it's not, because in Minnesota, it's still illegal except on Indian reservations, tribal lands. But a lot of states in the country, I think like 30 some states, you can just get an app on your phone and you just gamble yourself senseless in between watching porn and snuff videos on YouTube. So I don't know if this is really a good idea for society in general. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron is not wearing pants today. Fuck you. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Look at that. I'm wearing shorts. Aren't I pretty? Tell me I'm pretty. Wearing pants. What if I wouldn't have been wearing pants and my pride just took over and I forgot? Veldrain with $1 says the Trevor Moore song Help Me still as funny or too close to the truth. I mean, it's not as funny as it used to be. Neither is his meeting with the Illuminati sketch either. We'll watch that in a second. Keep throwing these in. I appreciate it. Rexstart parody account with $1 says, back off, man. Another couple hands and I can afford my groceries this week. Oh, sorry. I apologize. I'm not supposed to be here says no boxers. That's none of your fucking business, dude. I put on pants at like 5:30 in the morning. All right? Sometimes it's nice to let the boys breathe. Okay? I don't understand why I'm catching strays over here. Fauci's Pangolin said, look, before I go to the gym today, I'll put them on. I would have made it to the gym yesterday, but some shit happened. A guy from T-Mobile Fiber came door to door, and I had to clean up the whole front walk. And he was pitching me the 1 gig of fiber that they have, and it's with the auto pay, it's $35 a month cheaper than what I have, and Spectrum, it's not the best. And I signed up for it right there on the spot. And then I asked him, hey, if I package my mobile, because Verizon wants a fortune for my kids' tablet 5G access, and I don't really need it. But if I want to change it, they go, well, then we're going to up your cell phone package so that you have more gigs of service, because you're going to put them on a hotspot when they're in the car. I'm like, God damn it. So I go to T-Mobile and they're like, yeah, we can save you between your internet company and your mobile. We can save you about $130 a month. Plus, for each tablet I brought over, they gave me a $100 gift card. So I had $300 in gift cards and $120, $130 a month in savings. I got my internet and mobile switched over to T-Mobile yesterday. Kind of excited about that. But I didn't go to the gym then. And I grabbed a bag of Gardettos. So probably negative health effects. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says gambling is legal on the phones in all 50 states because the federal government knows better than us. I think you mean illegal then. $1 from Silverwolf says, Daddy, I'm hungry. Sorry, kids. Daddy put it all on 17 black and was 2 hits up, and he let it ride. Now eat your dirt cookies and save those candles. The power's getting cut off tomorrow. Yeah, the casinos at grocery stores are a terrible idea. MSO says, Aaron, you're saving money so the goal goes down, right? Maybe if we would hit 1 or 2. Not you guys. You guys are great. The evening show's been fucking it up lately. I would say that I'll know something about the goal coming down next week, but I do know in the summertime the goal is going to come down, and maybe before that the goal might be coming down considerably. I just have to know if I'm going to make it just mornings or mornings and evenings. But yeah, that's why I keep saying, guys, just keep knocking out the ones we have, and it only goes down from there. It's been going down for a couple of years now. What did it used to be? 425 and 325? Holy shit. I mean, only for a little bit. But it was 350, 250 for a while, and now we've got it down to 290, 170, and it's only going down from there because we've been making so much on these different programs, which has been helping the show quite a bit. So throw in a couple of memberships, throw in a couple of Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants, and let's call it a win for the toe. Approachable says, the goal is going to go down, so you're saying you've already made up your mind to fire Johnny. No, I'm not. I would feel so bad if I fired Johnny. I mean, you prove you miss him by handing us a giant L and just tanking the thing today. I'm kidding. Knock it out. If the evening show was crushing it, I would say I don't give a shit, but I want to notch a win today, and we're not looking so hot, but we usually aren't looking so hot around this time. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I need Rumble. You guys are behind by about 70 people. YouTube's behind by about 40, but it's still early yet. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. Get us featured. Get us on the front page. Let's get some wins. Trucker 18-wheeler says, no, I mean legal. The law passed a few months ago. No, because I can't go on gambling apps and gamble in Minnesota. Give me a second here. Because I think I have the MGM. Not MGM rewards. When I was in Vegas last, I put one of their gambling apps on my phone because you can use it out there. Oh, I don't have it anymore. I got rid of it, which is a good move. I'm not going to put it back on there. I don't think hold on. Are gambling apps legal in Minnesota? I don't think they are, dude. As of early 2026, real money online sports betting apps and online casinos are not legal in Minnesota. While legislative attempts to legalize online sports wagering are ongoing, they have not yet passed. However, daily fantasy sports apps, horse racing betting sites, and certain social sports books are currently available. So you can do like DraftKings, FanDuel, Prize Picks, even though they're not. I don't know why. I don't know how that's allowed, but the other stuff isn't. Yeah, I don't. Bappa Shab says, I don't care who muted me. Oh, Bappa's back. Good. He says, could have been an accident for all I know. Oh, let's celebrate Bappa being back. FTW Nil says, Aaron took a page out of the Somali book and opened a daycare. That's not why it's going down in the summertime. That's not why. Lexi says, let's give Toe a good day. I deserve a good day. They've all been good mornings this week. Let's keep that vibe going. All right, we got to jump into our Epstein stuff today. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 clips. And one of them is Lauren Boebert on the mainstream news talking about cannibalism. This is great. I never thought I'd see this. I was listening to Dave Smith's show last night after the evening show. And Dave Smith asked his co-host, he said, have you ever seen anything like this in your life? Like, of all the news people have talked about, of all the like conspiracy theories that have gotten like actual mainstream play, have you ever seen something like the Epstein files before? And while I don't think it's getting enough attention, and while enough normies don't know about it yet, it's the virality of it has been stronger than I thought it would be. I was kind of pessimistic. I thought it would be absolutely nothing, but I do think it means something that a guy like Les Wexner is publicly out there as an Epstein co-conspirator. I think people are being called out, like Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary. I didn't expect that to happen. They're talking about charges for Kash Patel. That could happen. I'm not saying it will, but it could. And I got Lauren Boebert on TV saying that all of these people were cannibals and doing human sacrifices. I'll tell you this, like I'm not saying that it's going to go the way we all want it to go, but it's already gone a lot further than I thought it would. So let's go ahead and get started on this. We've got Chris Van Hollen first, confronting Howard Lutnick. Now, if you don't know who Howard Lutnick is, he's a Jewish guy in the administration. He's the Commerce Secretary. And the Trump administration is the Trump administration is defending him at this point. At this point, the Trump administration is defending him. They're saying, we like Howard Lutnick. He's our guy. We like Howard. And people are starting to question, why is he in these files? He was at the island. And here's my thing. I don't care if you were at the island and all you did was sit on the beach and skip rocks on the sand. You went to all of these guys went to this island after this guy got out of jail for soliciting and being involved with underage prostitutes. And these people still hung out with a guy like that. We played a Rogan clip last night where Rogan goes, Lawrence Krauss asked him to go to Epstein Island. And Joe Rogan said, all I had to do was Google the guy. And I was like, fuck no, are you out of your mind? And I hope that Krauss hasn't been on the Rogan show since. Because the emails came out and Krauss was emailing with Epstein. Epstein was a comedy fan. And Epstein was like, you think you could get Joe Rogan here? And Lawrence is like, I'll talk to him. And then he goes, Joe is being a little skittish, or he's not being as receptive as I thought he would be. Like, it was really kind of like groomer speak. And Joe Rogan was like a 40, 50-year-old man at the time, which is fucked up. He's talking to him like he's grooming a kid. These people are monsters. So, like, I don't care if you didn't do anything while you were at that island. You were on that guy's island accepting gifts and parties and vacations from him after he was convicted of something like that. If one of my friends who are 40 dates a girl who's 20, even though that's legal, I'm like, I can't fuck with you guys. Like, I can't hang out with you. It's too uncomfortable. So this is Senator Van Hollen questioning Howard Lutnick on his appearance in the Epstein files.
Files show you coordinating a meeting and planning a visit with Jeffrey Epstein on his private island in December 2012.
After jail.
Thank you for the question. I'm glad to be here to make it clear that
Iran did this to me and we need to have them attacked. And you know, I think Trump needs to be held to account on this stuff too. You got to cut these people. I think Trump sends a very powerful message if he just starts shit canning people who were involved. But he won't. And that's going to be to his own detriment. And I'm sure he's getting an earful from Benjamin Netanyahu right now about this stuff.
Glad to be here to make it clear that I met Jeffrey Epstein when I moved to a house next door to him in New York.
right? And I met him then. Over the next 14 years, I met him 2 other times that I can recall. 2 times. And that is none.
2 times that he can recall. So that's 7 times. At least 7 times. 2 times that I can recall. Because 2 times that I can recall, if you say that I can recall, you're not lying under oath when they go, well, we released 3 million more pages and it shows that you hung out with him 5 more times. And he's like, well, I don't recall those times, so I didn't lie to you. Fucking weasel.
For 6 years. So 6 years later, I met him. And then a year and a half after that, I met him, and never again.
You moved in next door to a guy and you didn't see him once in 6 years. I'll believe that when me shit turns purple and smells like rainbow sherbet.
Probably the total, and you've seen all of these documents, of these millions and millions of documents.
There's still 3 million that haven't been released, bub, so take it easy. Don't spike the football quite yet. Trump fired this asshole.
Maybe 10 emails connecting me with him. Probably about 10 emails connecting me with him over a 14.
Hey, that's 10 more emails than I have with a convicted pederast. So I'm going to judge you because you have 10 more emails that we know of with a pederast.
15-year period. I did not have any
sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky.
Any relationship with him. I barely had anything to do with that person. Okay?
You went to the island, bro. You went to the island. You don't even deny that. I barely had I don't go to someone's vacation island if I don't know them. If I don't know a guy, I don't go to his vacation island on a lark. Especially if I Google him and I go, no, I'm good. I'll go on a more Goyish vacation this year.
Secretary Lutnick, I think you understand the root of concern here. It's the way you described very emphatically your first encounter with him in his apartment, said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again.
So you lied again.
Did you, in fact, make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
Oh, good for Chris Van Hollen. You know how I say that this is not a struggle between Democrats and Republicans? You guys got to drop your Democrat and Republican stuff until we kill all the satanic PDFs and we win the war and we take back our country. Because you're not going to hold these people in a jail cell. Like, it needs to be a war and we need to win. It's God versus the devil. And there are no atheists in this. You're not allowed to be an atheist. All right? Because you've seen the devil in its form. You can't say there's no God and you can't say there's no devil. If anything, as odd as this sounds, this Epstein file stuff has made me more strong in my faith and more strong in my belief in God. Because I know God has to exist if the devil exists. And we're seeing the devil in front of us. And to deny the devil is to deny God. You can't deny the existence of Satan because we see him now. So this is a struggle between God and the devil. And you can be a Democrat and you can be on the side of the devil. You can be a Democrat and be on the side of God. And vice versa for Republicans. As far as this line of questioning goes, so far, I'm leaning towards drafting Chris Van Hollen, who's a Democrat, to the God side. He might be one of the good ones. It's not for sure yet. This person, guys, did you mute Joey Caravello? Somebody's going way too far, and when I find out, you are losing your mod badge, because that's Bapa Shab and Joey Caravello. Joey, you drop $100 in PayPal, I'll interrupt the show to do it right now. I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm kidding, but I'm not. So Senator Chris Van Hollen is busting Howard Lutnick saying, okay, you understand that we have a problem with your testimony here because you also told us that you went to his apartment once. You're disgusted and you never saw him again. And now we're finding out in these emails that you went to the island. So you were a piece of shit liar then. It sounds like what this Howard Lutnick is doing is guessing how much information they have and telling them just enough truth that he can't get caught in a lie. But he already said, I went to his apartment once and I was disgusted, which turned out to be untrue because he knew how bad it would look if they found out the truth. I have to believe he's lying now, too.
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. My wife was with me, as were my 4 children. And
why do you need to point out that your wife was with you? Was there something going on that island that if you went alone, we would be suspect of? Why do lots of PDFs and lots of demons have gone on vacations with their wife and children and done fucked up stuff. What, if your wife and kids are with you, you can't be a gay Satanist? Pretty sure you can still be a gay Satanist if you bring your wife and kids on vacation. In fact, they go to the beach. They go to the other side of the island. They're playing around. You put on your goat mask. You bend over for Epstein. You pay your dues to Moloch and all that stuff. What's the Norm Macdonald quote? Call me a cynic, but I'm starting to think that these pedophilic, Satan-worshipping lovers of Moloch don't have our best interests in heart.
Nannies. I had another couple they were there as well.
Danger.
Their children. And we had lunch on the island. That is true, for an hour. And we left with all of my children, with my nannies and my wife, all.
You brought your nannies, your wife, your kids, and you went out to Little St. James Island, which is 15 minutes by boat from the Virgin Islands, to have lunch for an hour, and then you left. Bro, you are making this story way too complicated for it to be true. You are full of shit. You are fucking lying. I just don't know how much you're lying. Maybe you're telling the truth about the wife and kids being there. I doubt it. But you didn't go to Epstein's Island. Who's ever gone to Epstein's Island for lunch? They don't have a fucking Applebee's. They don't have a McDonald's. They don't have a Ruth's Chris. So you went there for an hour, you had lunch and you left, but you brought your nanny, diaper bags, kids, wife, the whole deal. Howard, you're fucking lying, dude. Trump, get rid of this fucking guy. It's God and the devil. You got to pick your side, brother.
Together.
You want to be innocent? You got to get rid of this guy.
We were on family vacation. We were not apart. To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary, again, as I said, there's not an indication.
Did you just say, I don't know why I did it?
I don't recall why we did it, but
Mr. Secretary.
Does anybody fucking believe this lying asshole? Anybody? Don't just fire Howard Lutnick. Find something to, they can blackmail and they can threaten and they can frame innocent people. Let's frame these motherfuckers. Let's throw them in jail on trumped up charges. Charge them with storming the Capitol or something.
Again, as I said, there's not an indication that you yourself engaged in any wrongdoing with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the fact that you believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements.
You lied.
Suggesting that you cut off all contact when in fact you had not. When you visited the private island.
This is like watching a guy getting caught cheating and his dick smells like pussy and he's trying to explain to you that he didn't do anything. This is uncomfortable. This is like just watching a guy get caught. And he's trying to give you just enough to keep you off him, but he's still not telling the truth.
Do you see anything inappropriate during that visit?
14-year period.
Oh, shit. I accidentally bumped my keyboard.
Engaged in any wrong act that you believe that you misled the country and the Congress based on your earlier statements, suggesting that you cut off all contact when in fact you had not. When you visited the private island, did you see anything inappropriate during that visit?
The only thing I saw with my wife.
The shrimp was undercooked. That would be the most evil thing I saw on that island. How was the beef jerky, you cunt?
And my children and the other couple and their children was
For an
staff
hour.
who worked for Mr. Epstein on that island.
For an hour.
And you realize that, this visit took place after he'd been convicted, right? I mean, you made a very big point of saying that you sensed that this was a bad person in 2005.
Yeah.
And then, of course, in 2008, he was convicted. of
right
soliciting prostitution of a minor, and yet you went and had this trip and other interactions. Did you have a dinner in Epstein's New York City home in 2011?
No.
So the information that suggests that there was a dinner with Woody Allen and Woody Allen's spouse at the Epstein residence, that's there's nothing to that. Is that right?
Who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? You're caught with the dick in the woman's asshole, dude, and you're trying to tell us, no, it's a puppet.
I actually don't know what you're referring to. There was...
Oh, somebody didn't read the files. Howard Lutnick didn't read the files to see what's on record that he had done. Howard, how are you supposed to keep the lie up if you don't do your homework?
Look,
You know what, Howard? I understand. I get it. I wouldn't be able to read the fucked up shit that I did either if I were you. I hope you die with that guilt, you piece of shit. Rotten hell, Howard Lutnick. And he's going to continue to be the Secretary of the Department of Commerce. He's a demon. He's a Satanist. He's a devil. And we're not casting him out. Trump's responsible for that.
I've looked through the millions of documents for my name, just like everybody else. And what I found was there was a document that says that I had a meeting with him in May, I think, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
It didn't say for an hour. You're saying for an hour. We don't know how long it was. Oh, this guy's just dirty. I just get the ick from all of these people now because I know that they're just fucking lying.
Okay.
Not dinner or otherwise, for an hour at 5 o'clock.
All right. There's also a reference to the fact that Epstein had expressed an interest in meeting your nanny. Do you know whether
Oh, you piece of shit. Epstein wanted to traffic Howard Lutnick's nanny. All right, let's start looking into that. How many of these rich cocksuckers had nannies, and then once they met Epstein, they got different nannies? Let's check into that, because that means that these fucking government types and these Israeli operatives and these Lutnicks, if you will, that they may have been assisting Jeffrey Epstein in his trafficking operation by giving them their nannies. Ew. This is what they accused Trump of, that some of the servers and staff members of Mar-a-Lago would be, Epstein would use them in his harem.
Ever met with your nanny?
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about. It had nothing to do with me.
Oh, so Jeffrey Epstein was interested in your nanny, and you guys had been talking to each other comfortably, and you had been neighbors, but he never asked you about her. He would just talk to other people about your nanny for some reason. Howard Lutnick's nanny is. What the fuck are you talking to me about Howard Lutnick's nanny for? He didn't ask you anything about the nanny. By the way, the fact that he's going, I don't recall any kind of, that's suspect to me. Hey, Aaron, did Jeffrey Epstein have any contact with your nanny? No, of course not. Go through all the Epstein files. You won't find anything like that. I never talked to him about my nanny. But this guy, I don't recall any sort of liar.
No, I saw that. I had no idea what that was about. It had nothing to do with me.
No
as far as
interaction
I
at
know.
all with him on that.
No, as far as I know, no.
Would you, Mr. Secretary, be willing to ensure that the...
Would you swear on this statue of Baphomet that everything you've done? Make these guys swear under Baphomet, because then they'll have a harder time lying. Make them swear to Moloch and Baphomet, and these guys, all of a sudden, you'll see, I mean, their mask might come off, and you might see their goat form. You guys, the problem is you guys keep swearing them in on Bibles and constitutions and shit like that. Swear these assholes in on Baphomet, and we might get the truth.
File is complete to share with this committee and the Congress your own records, any records you have that relate to Jeffrey Epstein.
I will surely talk about that. I hadn't thought about that. I have nothing to hide. Absolutely.
You have nothing to hide. You've already lied once, bro. And the only reason you're saying anything now, you're changing your story, is because documents have come out that show you're a lying piece of shit. Ew. Just fucking ew with these guys. 591 of you checking out the toe right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. YouTube is climbing nicely. Rumble could use another 50 or so. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and let's go, baby. Let's go. Joey Caravello says Baphomet is not a goat. She is a beautiful Aryan woman in human form. The Jews portray her as a goat because they're fucking bastards. Oh, my goodness. All right, $1 from Coltrane says Aaron just goes with them to his house and guest house in spite. It's not a bad one. Jayfish with $2 says worse than the island, the brownstone and the compound. Saying haven't been there was a get out of jail card that Donnie used while worse acts happened in his towers. Okay. Chips and Diff says here is more of the Erica Kirk underage texting. Video a little too long for the show probably. Can skip around or watch on your own time. We'll skip around a little after this. $2 from Joey Caravello. Oh, okay, that's where we left off. Aaron is not wearing pants today. All right, guys, we are we're well behind today. I would appreciate it. I thought I would go for about 15, 20 minutes, not say anything about the money, just do the show and see if anything rolled in. Please and thank you. I would appreciate it. If you enjoy the show and you money's tight, please hit thumbs up and subscribe. I would appreciate that. But if you can throw a little something to the show, sure would appreciate it. Please, I don't want to ask anymore. I'm uncomfortable. Root Rat says Jeffrey needed Lutnick to show him the new recipe of jerky soaked in sulfuric acid umami. Just a pedo helping a fellow pedo out, right? Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, and take some pity on the toe. All right, let's go to our next one. I'm too excited to talk about this stuff to wonder about money, so please just make that happen. Do you guys think that after we found out that Wexner and now you got Lutnick's nanny, Epstein trying to use the nanny, people talking about Mar-a-Lago employees joining Jeffrey Epstein's harem, and then you've got Ghislaine Maxwell trafficking and grooming these women for Epstein and trafficking them to people. Do you think now that these just these emails, half the emails have come out, do you think we can indict Kash Patel for this statement? Again, this goes back to the God versus Satan stuff. Trump has to pick a side. I'm not on his side because he's a Republican or he's MAGA or a Democrat or anything like that. He has to show that he is on the side of God, that he's on the side of the light. And hell, even if you did things that might be questionable, you can repent. Christianity is about forgiveness. It's about forgiving sins. So even if you did something bad, if you turn to the light, admit what you did, accept your punishment, and then you want to help us, I'm okay with that. But you got to admit what you did. And if Trump wants to help, he can start by firing Lutnick and firing Patel and firing Bondi and possibly bringing them up on perjury charges. Because Kash Patel, when he said this, we know this from the Epstein files now, he lied. These people claimed after looking at the Epstein file, I've seen the Epstein files and I conclude X, Y, and Z. Let's replay this statement and tell me if I'm crazy because I think Kash Patel can be tried for this.
There's no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay.
It's not what we're seeing, bro. Why is Howard Lutnick named in the files as, and I quote, a co-conspirator? Why is he a co-conspirator? And why was Jeffrey Epstein in a jail cell when he quote unquote died anyway, Cash? Do you remember? And that case was never tried. So that was still open when he died. He was awaiting trial on that one. Why is Lutnick in trouble? Why is Wexner a co-conspirator? That was just a fucking lie. And the guy should be charged for it. Kash Patel was up all night tweaking his own nipples around high on ice. Yeah, something's got to be done about those bug eyes, man. They're fucking creeping me out. So how did the Trump administration respond to all this? Everyone's talking about the Epstein files. Let's listen to the press secretary, who is the spokesperson for the president of the United States. What is the Trump administration stance on this? Are they going to get Lutnick? Are we going to see some heads start to roll? Is Trump going to show that he's on the side of the American people and not these Moloch-worshiping Satanists? Come on, Carolyn. What do you got for us, honey?
And that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you, when you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So we're moving on from that. Reagan.
There's the quote. We're moving on from that. By the way, if you're wondering what Trump's goal with all this Epstein shit is, if you thought it was to get to the bottom of it and seek justice, you're wrong. All they give a shit is that he's vindicated. So they're going to cherry pick everything out of the Epstein files that show Trump's, hey, look, guys, we're vindicated. So we can move on now, right? Hey, cunt, this was never about you. This was about finding out the people who were involved and removing them by any means necessary. We weren't on some protect Trump shit. We weren't on some prosecute Trump shit. We were on some let's go headhunting, find out who they are, call them out by name, and take them out. If it's Trump, it's Trump. If it's not, it's not. But this egotistical idea that, hey, guys, look, the Epstein files came out and it shows Trump called the Palm Beach Police Department to say that Ghislaine Maxwell is evil. All right, that's great. So we're done now, right? No. This was never about whether or not Trump thought they were evil. This is about finding out about the human sacrifice and the cannibalism and the jerky and the pizza and the grape soda and the restaurants. It's about that. And if you're not willing to do it, step down so we can find someone who will. Because we can't let this one go to bed. You can't. Too many people's eyes are open. And good for Joe Rogan yesterday. This is why we picked the title of today's show that we did. Joe Rogan might be redeemable. And I look, all the black pill people that like this show, watch this show, love me, love the show, whatever. And they love that I've kind of been black pilled lately. One of the biggest complaints I get from that side of our audience is, Aaron, you're naive. And sometimes when you get hope, it makes me sick. Guys, I can't be on a roller coaster that only stays down all the time. I got to come up once in a while. Look, I've been having hope my whole life and having it dashed at the 11th hour, but I've never regretted the feeling I've had when I had the hope. You know, having the hope and then having it dashed is better than just staying in that valley where you don't think anything's going to happen. And I also believe as a Christian that all people are redeemable in the eyes of God. And Joe Rogan has not done anything that can't be redeemed. All Joe Rogan has done is put the elite on his program, allowed them to use him as a fleshlight and just dump their bullshit into his audience's ears. It's not anything that Joe Rogan has done with cause, with intent. Joe Rogan's a big dumb ape and they're using him. But if Joe Rogan snaps out of it, if Joe Rogan wakes up like he did with Lawrence Krauss, or like he's going to in this next clip, don't give up on people, all right? We're going to need as many people as we can with this. This is him yesterday with Cheryl Hines.
That guy was not into that. If he was not into high school girls.
Right.
Like if he was just into grown women who were sex workers and he ran the same operation exactly the same way, it could probably go on to this day.
Yeah.
And if everybody kept their fucking mouth shut, and if all these guys, you know.
Yeah, I mean, look at some people that are in the.
There was nothing going on, so.
Oh. FBI concluded Jeffrey Epstein wasn't running a sex trafficking ring for powerful men. File show.
You know what's great about this is that they tried to make that happen on Sunday or Monday. The FBI concludes that Epstein wasn't running a trafficking ring. And I love that the media and the people went, all right, the FBI's not serious now. They have no authority. We're setting them off to the side. We'll get them later. But the FBI's full of shit. We're going to look into this. I like that because in days before when the media was more controlled, the FBI would come out with that statement and everyone would just go, well, I guess that's the end of that then. I love how the FBI was just dismissed. We can do without an FBI and a CIA. We can do without them, I think.
So there you go.
Oh, there you go. Who says that? What's that source?
Yeah, it's going around I just found the place that was showing the headline. It was going around the internet today.
Today?
Yeah, the AP. It's the AP reporting it. Yeah.
Today. Oh, I thought that was. I thought that was from 2005.
This is like the FBI.
I was like,
that's the gaslightiest gaslighting shit I've ever heard in my life.
Whoa.
What do they think is going on? Just a bunch of fun, bunch of guys hanging out.
That is.
Being fellas, having cocktails, talking about science.
They're still looking into it, but they don't have any evidence.
Oh, look into it. Maybe we should get Eddie Bravo on the case.
Joe seems annoyed. And by the way, he never brings up Eddie Bravo anymore. So that's interesting. Joe seems annoyed. And I hope Joe is annoyed. And I hope Joe is taking this very personally. Because these people have used him as a cock sleeve to get their propaganda out on this. Remember when Kash Patel came on his show and just lied his ass off? I'm hoping, like, Rogan's redeemable, guys, I'm telling you. And if Rogan turns on these people and he says on his show, I'm really fucking pissed that these guys came onto my show, they insulted my intelligence, they used me, they gaslit me, he's getting close.
I'm looking into it. That is the name of his show. Crazy.
Look into it. It's so crazy. But there's probably a lot of that's gone on forever.
Yeah.
And it's also probably a way that they can secure business deals and make sure that people do things they want to do. They have a little something over them. They do a little of this, do a little bit of that.
For sure.
Yeah.
She does not want to talk about Cheryl Hines is like, I don't want to get another Kennedy killed. I can't do it.
I mean, that's what Epstein was all about, was manipulating people and, holding it over their head, getting them to do something.
Allegedly.
It
certainly seems like that.
Oh, Joe, don't.
It seems like that was a big part of it.
I mean, is it possible that people didn't know what was going on?
Maybe initially.
Yeah.
If someone got lured in like they tried to lure me in and they didn't do a Google search, and also they're meeting with this eccentric billionaire supposedly who's just not political.
All right, Joe, come on, man. Come on. He's getting close. You can tell he's starting to get a little annoyed. You can tell Joe's starting to get a little upset that he feels like he was lied to, that he feels like he was used. Go with that, Joe. Use it. Embrace that. Go forward with that. Don't pull back on us and be like, well, allegedly, well, I'm not sure. Come on, man. Come on, Joe. Landers says, who wants to take bets on which organization goes rogue first? Wow, that's a good question. Who goes rogue first? I don't have any hope that you mean a governmental organization will go rogue first? Congress. Congress has already gone rogue. So who would have thought that Congress would be the ones that would actually have some balls? Thomas Massie, Ro Khanna, Lauren Boebert. Speaking of Lauren Boebert, Lauren Boebert is now on record on mainstream media saying that these people are probably cannibals. This is fantastic. I'm so happy that this is happening. This was Lauren Boebert on the Rob Schmidt report. I don't know what network this is on. This is probably one of those Newsmax, OAN type news places. But they had Lauren Boebert on. And remember, we played that clip yesterday where Lauren Boebert was walking out Monday night of the Department of Justice after reading the unredacted Epstein files, and she looked mortified. She looked like she'd really been through something, and she was disgusted. She's like, do not let Ghislaine Maxwell out of prison. She should be in there longer and in a shittier prison. These people are all disgusting. There was that Democratic congresswoman from Vermont. She was being interviewed as she was coming out of the Department of Justice, and the reporter asked her, what do you think about what you read? And she said, quote, they're all sick fucks. And just like every time I hear someone with a little bit of influence say that, I'm like, stay on that with me. Keep that anger. Keep that mood. Keep that. Let it feed you. Let it fuel you. Let's go. They can't kill you all.
There are code words that suggest Jeffrey Epstein and his associates could maybe even be engaging in some sort of consumption? Is that human consumption? Are there code words? There's a lot of talk of beef jerky. There's a restaurant called The Cannibal where the owner is listed in some of these documents. Now, that isn't a restaurant that is just proclaiming to serve human meat by any means. But some of this just, it seems that there's a lot of conspiracies that make you wonder. And I saw more emails.
They're not conspiracies anymore, honey. They're in black and white. It's not a conspiracy theory. There's evidence to back it up. But God bless Lauren Boebert for going on a mainstream. And look at this guy's face. He's like, oh, shit, I'm not going to get my fucking Mossad checks from Newsmax this week. That's why I got to side with the Ruskies, baby. Russians will treat you right. Side with those Ruskies. Putin was right about the United States and who owns us and everything else. But at any rate, the fact that a sitting congresswoman is saying, sounds like they were into consumption. Sounds like they were into eating people. It like stuff that your uncle would say at Thanksgiving after a few belts. Now, sitting congresspeople are going on the news and saying, guys, you might want to look into this. They might be eating people.
About torture, and these coded conversations still have a very clear topic that torture was big. It was a big driver for them. And these were sick people doing very, very sick things.
It affected her. The fact that she's in Congress, this disgusting place, and this still got to her is a good thing. Now, I know a lot of you are, again, you're going to hate that I have hope. But this shit is not going to happen overnight. It's not going to be one day you wake up and everything's changed and everyone's arrested and all that stuff's going on. This is going to happen incrementally. You're just going to notice a tone shift. You know how long the Overton window has been shifting away from us for all these years? You realize how slow, how long it took? Now that window on Epstein is starting to shift our way. And it's going to be this week, Congress people are saying they're sick fucks who probably eat people. 2 weeks from them, if those Congress people are still alive, they're going to push for further investigations and more releases and the unredacted files to come out. I mean, this is going to be a years-long struggle. These people took decades putting this blackmailed, underage, PDF cannibalism ring together. It's going to take years to take it apart. So be patient. Be hopeful, because there are people in there that are on our side. And I think Massie's one of them. I think Khanna's one of them. I think Boebert's one of them. I mean, again, I'm not saying that we're going to get our way. But the shifts that are happening, more is being allowed to be discussed than ever has before. Ablo Pacheco says the tone has been shifting since 2019. The tone has been shifting at least since COVID. I think you're right there. Chips and Diff says age is starting to catch up with Boebert. Oh, I still think she looks great. I think she looks great. King Kong Dong with $1 says, if you want to know how deep the pedo rings go, look at Sean Ryan's episode 272 on his show interview with Elizabeth Phillips. Camp Kanakuk is pedo ring funded by the IRS. I will watch that. Email me a link or something. I'd love to see it. Long way to go here, guys. Thank you, Leah, for the $1. She says, this is the most uniting thing in our country at this point. Yes. And if people will connect the dots, one thing people are scared of is they're scared to call the devil by its name. They're scared to say Israel because they saw the Super Bowl commercial and they're like, well, am I being anti-Semitic? No, that is not the Israel of the Bible. That is an imposter state. Benjamin Netanyahu may in fact be the Antichrist. Mikey Two Milk says $7.50 an hour ain't bad wages, Imholt. Say thank you. Hey, look, man, I thank everybody who chips into the show. I do. But if you think me stressing and missing is funny, I don't know. I don't know. You and I just ain't the same. The show is better when I don't. So please, thank you. I appreciate it. Help us out. The mornings have been great so far this week. We're 40 behind from the evening. That's not bad at all, but let's notch a win. All right. We're 8 memberships away from 500. We're a long ways away, but, you know, little rallies here and there helps a ton. If you like the show I do, send a message by throwing in a membership or something like that. Show your appreciation if you can. If you don't appreciate the show I do, then why are the subscribers and viewership going up? I can't figure it out. Well over 600, heading towards 700 people watching the show. I think Rumble's got another 20 or 30 more. I think YouTube can go up another 50 more. We've got 700 on the docket today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. And let's see some money numbers start coming out of this, because, yes, we do have money we need to make on a daily basis. I'm sorry. I apologize. Just want to notch a W if we could. If we could. Youngling Slayer with $1 says, morning, Aaron. Ghislaine Maxwell needs to be sent to Alligator Alcatraz. Also, I am still sussed out about Ro Khanna, not because he is left, but because of his ties to tech oligarchs and Silicon Valley. You know, I'm not going to shit on you for that take. The only thing I guess I would say is everybody has a master. And, you know, I'm not even saying Thomas Massie doesn't have people that, you know, he answers to, or donors that he kind of plays favoritism to. I just want them not to be involved with Satanism, cannibalism, and stuff like that. But you're right. Tech oligarchs in Silicon Valley, those are real problems, too. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Leah, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate that. I want to see some more names in there. Leah's very supportive of this program. Keep those gifted memberships going.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Thank you very much, Leah. I appreciate that. That puts us 3 memberships away from 500. 3 more of those memberships, and we have to do, we get to do an extra half hour of overtime. Plus, if you guys knock out the 40 we missed from last night along with tonight, or today, we go until 11:30. So this could be a 5.5 hour show today, if you guys really crush it. Thank you. Thank you for those contributions. I appreciate it. Anybody who contributes to this show keeps it on the air, and I appreciate that. All right, let's continue on with the chat here. Joe's here to normalize the ghouls. He was paid handsomely to do so. I hope I am wrong, boss man, but it's a dark space we're in. Hey, being nervous about people and being suspect of them is okay nowadays. T. Jefferson says, Camp Kanakuk looks like a nasty rabbit hole with minimal searching. It looks unpleasant. You guys want to take a look? You guys want to do a little deep dive here? Keep those memberships coming. Make me feel like we got a chance today. Hey, we're featured on YouTube. Hit thumbs up, hit like, hit subscribe. Camp. Why can't, it won't even, here we go. Camp Kanakuk. 4-hour interview. We can't do that right about now. Abused at Christian summer camp. Survivors say they've been kept silent. This was 4 years ago.
I grew up across the lake from Kanakuk. So as a kid, I could hear it every summer. And I always wanted to go. I always thought, oh man, it'd be so fun.
Hey, Camp Kanakuk. That's what you get when you put Nick Rekieta and I in a can. Oh, come on. That joke's worth at least $20.
If you got to go to Kanakuk, it said something about your family.
I'll speed it up.
It said something about your finances. It said something about your kids. It was a privilege.
Kanakuk is a Christian camp. It's thought of overall as being very wholesome. When we sent our daughter there, she said something that was really haunting. And she said, look, Mom, these people aren't who you think they are.
And this is a Christian summer camp? Oh, fuck.
It's all a big lie.
Amanda Tackett's daughter was 10 years old when she came home from her Christian summer camp and said she'd seen a staffer sexually abusing a young boy in the woods.
I called the camp. You know, they told me, oh, thank you so much for telling us, and we're going to fully investigate this, and we'll get back to you. And they called me the next morning. They said that they had completed their investigation, and they said that they were very concerned about our family, and they were very concerned about my daughter's spiritual walk.
So when people found out about it, they gaslit the shit out of the families and said, your daughter's just got a really active imagination. She's possessed by Satan. These people are fucking evil.
with God. And I was just furious because that's not an investigation.
No.
The camp employee was Director Pete Newman, who continued to work at Kanakuk camps in Branson, Missouri, coaching and ministering to kids each summer. Until in 2009, he admitted he'd sexually abused young boys. He was then fired, arrested, and charged with multiple counts of child sexual abuse.
And he went to prison.
Newman pleaded guilty and has been serving back-to-back life sentences since 2010.
Good.
A judge later found that parents had tried to warn the camp about Newman for years and that he abused nearly 60 children, including Brandy and Joe Alarcon's son.
But that means then that there's other people that need to get arrested and go to jail, because you don't do that and just get away with it for that long and nobody knows about it. These people fucking knew. We need to, Ro Khanna, Thomas Massie, they need to get legislation, federal legislation, that if you know of children being abused and we can prove it and you don't say anything, it's a mandatory minimum 15 years in prison. And then maybe we can hold people accountable for not helping children. Make it a crime to not help kids who are being abused. Because if all you're going to do is go after the people doing the abusing, if those people are powerful, they can use a network of people that they control to cover up what they're doing. Punish the cover-up. Make somebody who would make excuses for that person go to a really nasty federal prison for 15 years minimum for every lie they covered up. 60 victims of this Newman, that means if somebody knew about it and they covered up for it, each one they covered up, that's a count, and that's 15 years minimum to run consecutively. That will fix this problem. Make people afraid. There's not enough fear. Fear of God. We keep saying this is God versus Satan. The fear of God needs to reign over whatever we build in the wake of this. And if that fear of God is expressed through prison time, find out what these people are afraid of and threaten them with that.
One of the biggest questions I get all the time is, but what's happening today? What's happening at the camp right now that makes it unsafe for my child to be there? The leadership that allowed Pete Newman to be there and sexually molest, sodomize, and abuse children, that same leadership is still functioning and at large there at camp today. So why would you want your child to be there?
Who's responsible for what happened?
The entire leadership, Joe White, the board, Kanakuk.
Good, name names.
From what we have learned, they all played a part in that decision.
And who's been held accountable?
Nobody.
For evangelical families like the Alarcons, the camp has been a nearly 100-year-old tradition. Almost 500,000
These are Satanists. These are Luciferians who are using Christianity as a lure to abuse people. And then at the same time, they can then denigrate Christianity, make it look bad, and then make the rest of the country lose its faith. This is a Luciferian plot.
Have passed through its gates since it opened in 1926. And every year, over 20,000 kids travel to its sprawling campus. Parents pay thousands of dollars for their kids to get the Kanakuk experience, led by Joe White, a high-profile evangelical speaker.
On your behalf, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Oh, this piece of shit. Is that not, I don't know how you feel as a Christian. Everyone's different. That's sacrilegious, what he's doing. Like, only my Savior can carry that cross that way. That's not, I'm not okay with somebody else reenacting that. I don't care how pious you are. You're not worthy to do that. That upsets me, actually. This Joe White guy putting that cross on his shoulder as a show. It wasn't a show when Christ did it. It's fucking disrespectful to what he did for Joe White and his immortal soul. That's fucking, I don't like that.
Started sending their son Ashton to camp when he was 10, where he began spending time with Pete Newman.
Here I am, a little slower than everybody, a little shorter, maybe a little weaker. We're the ones that get targeted.
You feel like you were picked off?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, I was. And so Pete had asked my parents if it was okay if I spend 2 days or so with him.
Oh.
So Joe White, the owner, vouched for Pete and said, yeah, like that's fine. Like tons of kids do it all the time. Of course, I was super excited at the time. And then that's when like any parent's worst nightmare, any kid's worst nightmare came into reality.
All right, I'll watch this a little bit later. This is about 17 minutes long. It's a Vice report on this Camp Kanakuk. One thing I keep wondering, is this place still open? If this place is still open, let's drone bomb it. fucking ew. Gross. Are you serious? Begin your best summer ever. Is there a phone number? I need to see here. We're calling these fucking people. We're calling these guys right now. Enough. They're not going to answer.
Hi, you've reached Kanakuk Camp's registration voicemail. Our
Fuck. I'm guessing they open at 9. We're calling them today. That's gross. I'd never even heard of them before. Does Joe White still own Camp Kanakuk? Purchased Kanakuk camps from his father Spike in 1976, and he is still the director. Ugh. Fucking gross. All right, well, let's get them too. Let's get them too. What do you say? Thank you. Oh, boy, we got some things to get to here. Veldrain with $5 says, Aaron, if the Cannibal restaurant closes, how are you going to get your favorite item on the menu? You know, cream of some young guy. It brought me right back to earth, didn't you? Easy Money's wife gifting a membership. Wow, thank you very much, guys. There we go. That puts a smile on my face and gives me hope for today. You're only 2 memberships away from 500. Thank you. 2 memberships away from going until 11 today. $1 from King Kong Dong says, when you watch the 4-hour video, you'll find out that the victims were forced by camp lawyers to sign harsh NDAs. Yeah, you know, fuck Barack Obama, because like that guy was drone. Remember when he was drone bombing American citizens like Anwar al-Awlaki? I could forgive him for that if he would have drone bombed this place once the kids left at the same time. But it, you know, it's always the overseas people that we go after. Tin the Toolman Taylor says, you can learn a lot from Sean Ryan's podcast. You wouldn't let your kids on Roblox if you knew what was actually going on. It's worse than you think. My kids asked me this weekend, actually. They said, Dad, why can't I chat with people on Roblox? And I said, because I don't let you. I shut that function down. And he was like, well, why? And I you know, I don't want to lie to him, but I don't want to wreck his innocence. I said, Bud, because there's just really bad people on there that will say mean, nasty things. And I don't think that that's something I think you just play your games and have fun. Play your games and have a good time. And don't talk to people on there. I said, I always tell them, I go, if you want to talk to somebody, you have a lot of friends in the neighborhood, go run out, knock on their door, ask them if they want to go play. He said, oh, but so-and-so, they have chat on their Roblox. I said, buddy, I'm sorry. I can't let you do it. And I told him, I said, it's because I love you. That's why. And, you know, I know he doesn't understand that, but it's like, I didn't want to tell him, oh, it's because there's fucking pedos and everything else. It's just, yeah, you gotta strike that balance between protecting them from the bad shit that's out there and then protecting them from growing up too fast, which I also don't want to do. Fuck you, dude, with $10 says FAA just closed all airspace and grounded all flights around El Paso, Texas for 10 days. Strange. Is that true? We're going to become a full-blown conspiracy show pretty soon, I think. Lab Glass gifting 5 memberships. Thank you.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck.
Hey, guys. Looks like you've got me until 11 today. Thank you. Now we're 97 memberships away from 600. Thank you so much for showing your support for this program. And look at that. Look at the oranges we have on top of the chat. Come on, guys. Let's give ourselves some hepatitis. That's what orange is today. Let's give ourselves a little hepatitis. Keep those 10s and 5 gifted memberships. Big Earn with $10 over on Venmo. Thank you, Big Earn. Look at you guys. This is all it takes. Now you're kicking in the ass, man. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Keep that shit going, man. I hope you appreciate the stuff we're doing today. You must be. You must be. Somebody says, hey, Los Federales, send him a video about that. He loves that. Camp Kanakuk threatened Sean Ryan after his interview. Hulkamash says, my kids will never play Roblox. I will not give a dime to that pedo organization. Well, you don't have to give them money. It's free. You just download and play it. But, oh boy, they're seething in the YouTube chat. Over 600 of you checking out the show right now. I'll get rid of the seethers for you because I noticed that YouTube's really picking up. Our memberships are going up. Viewership is going up the last month. And I want you guys to have your fun. Archmagus Tim says, ironic, the preacher is in the octagon while bearing a cross. Right? Rock the Casbah says, Aaron, technically you're calling the cuck line. Oh, no. Cole says they're threatening Sean Ryan because of his Elizabeth Phillips interview. I'd recommend a listen. It'll piss you off. I mean, I don't like to be actively pissed off, but I do like to know what's going on. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Rumble, you could probably do another 50, get us on the front page. YouTube, you could probably go another 30. We could get ourselves up to 700. So if you're not smashing thumbs up, smash the shit out of thumbs up. When did Sean Ryan do that interview about Camp Kanakuk? Alex Stein was on Opie's show? Oh, I've fallen off. I talked to Alex last week about doing something together. I hope we do. Schedules didn't line up. Camp Kanakuk. 3 weeks ago. Oh, so he had this woman on very recently. I've heard a lot of good things about Sean Ryan. I haven't watched a lot of his stuff, but a lot of people who like this show tell me that Sean Ryan's one of the good ones, that he's a good dude. Episode 272. Okay. Thank you, guys. You're doing great today. Keep it going. Keep it going. Joshua Hauser says, where's Johnny? I missed yesterday and Monday. Johnny had a loss in his family. And I told Johnny when he called me Sunday that you take as much time. Don't even worry about it. I'll hear from you when you're ready. So Johnny may be back next week. Doesn't have to be. I told him, don't worry. We'll pay you the whole deal. You're fine. Do you guys remember that Jamaican guy, Wagwan, that guy who's been here for like 50 years? And he was getting deported to Jamaica, and he's an Army veteran. And the news in Atlanta did this story about him, and we watched it. Oh, by the way, all of my pop-up ads, since I changed over to T-Mobile yesterday, all of my pop-up ads are like T-Mobile fiber. And it's like, you don't have to advertise. I made the switch. Next Friday, they're installing it. You don't have to sell me on it. I'm there. You need me more with $5, says, like the content today, Toe. Very eye-opening and sexy shorts. You like my sexy shorts? You like us talking about corrupt satanic pedos while I wear my sexy shorts with no underwear under them? You dirty, dirty bitch. You filthy scamp. You dirty, dirty girl. I bet you like it when I turn like this. I bet you're liking that, aren't you? You filthy fucking slut. This is the only show where we talk about Satanism and God and fighting a righteous battle. And then I also yell slut at people who give me $5. That's kind of how I do. Los Federales with $1. Oh, boy, this guy, I tell you what, Los Federales has some fucking balls, this guy. Los Federales says, lighten the mood. Labglass says, more kneecap, please. Well, Labglass donated 5 memberships. Paying customers get whatever they want. He wants more kneecap. All right, take that $1 blueberry off the screen. Here you go. Oh, you like that? You like that shit, you fucking pussy? You little gay guy? You're a little gay guy now, aren't you? Look at that. I could put little eyeballs and a face on my knee, and I could make him a little character. Do I have a Sharpie anywhere? I don't want to do this in pen. That kind of hurt. What do you think? Here. Give him a little eyeball there. We give him a little eyeball there. Give him a little Jew hook nose. And smiley There we go. Look, I have a Negro. Hey, let's give him a little hair. I've lost my fucking mind. A conditioner on my D says, I hope they see this at your gym and kick you out later. Well, who knows? Approachable says, is your new co-host named Neil? Waylon with $9 says, okay, since you're paying Johnny while he's gone, this brings me to $10 for the day. Your hair does look thicker today. Are you a Dapper Dan man? I don't want fop, goddammit. I'm a Dapper Dan man. I'm I'm kind of whatever's at the grocery store when I go. I think it was Axe this time, and the time before that, it was the other shit, whatever that is. Joey, that fuck's like, it's fucking $10 a tin for that shit. Joey Caravello with $2 says, for Aaron's trip to Jesse Lee Peterson's Christian spa and sauna room, I would trust Jesse. Beta. King Kong Dong says, I hope Kanakuk answers the call at 9. Yeah, guys, throw in. We're gonna talk to Kanakuk at 9 o'clock today. Kyler says, Axe, what are you, 12? It's all there was. I like the jar. I don't like the tube. I like to finger the jar, not stroke the tube. I just drew a character on my knee for funsies. It's kind of adorable. Take a look at that. Look, he's sideways smiling at you. He's like AJ Lee. Anyway, thank you guys. The money is fantastic. It's flowing like wine right now. Keep it going. Appreciate it. Fuck you, dude says, why don't you just use the bacon grease you kept? Oh, quick question about the bacon grease thing. It's still sitting on top of my sink. Am I supposed to put that in the refrigerator and cover that? I should probably just dump that, shouldn't I? Garbage is going out today. So I should probably just dump. I think I'm supposed to keep that refrigerated. I don't know much about bacon grease. You know me. I usually just dump it down the drain with hot water running, which is fucking horrible for it. Should bacon grease be Uh-oh, it's autocorrect. That means yes. Can technically sit on the counter for a short time. Refrigerating it is highly recommended to maximize freshness and safety. Storing strained, sealed bacon grease in the refrigerator lasts 3 to 6 months, while the freezer extends this to 6 to 12 months. Oopsie. Anawal says it's fine. 09 Canyon says toss it and start fresh. Your Destiny says bacon grease. Ask a black guy. Give it to the birds. Thank goodness I came before he defamed that luscious kneecap. T-Baby says, well, you are built like a pig. That doesn't help answer the question. That just makes you feel better. All right, moving on to the Georgia Army veteran. We've talked about this guy. This was the guy they tried to make us feel sorry for a minute and a half in this story, and then said, oh, by the by, he has a criminal history of assault and other shit going on. And that's what they do. Like halfway through the story, we're like, this man's been in America for 50 years and he was a U.S. Army veteran and now they're sending him to Jamaica. Isn't this terrible? And we're like, oh, yeah, that is. How could you do that to an Army veteran? And they're like, well, he's got a shitload of mental problems and he's got a couple of convictions for assault. And it's like, okay. So get us invested in the story and then tell us why he's being deported. So let's this one's CBS News in Atlanta. We've got an update on this Georgia Army veteran. It looks like he's losing his battle. Here we go.
From the U.S. despite an veteran from Covington is now in Jamaica, deported from the U.S. despite an active appeal. This morning, his family and attorney are fighting to get him back and reopen his case. And Latasha Gibbons is tracking this for us in the studio. And Latasha, I know you've been following this story since the beginning.
That's right, Jabina. His family is still hoping for the best. Now, right now, Godfrey Wade is in Jamaica, a country he says he hadn't been to in more than 30 years. And today, his legal team is appealing his deportation, saying he was removed before the case was fully heard. Now, here's what happened.
Now, they show you, notice they show you the picture. Army veteran. Look at this picture of him with his 4 children. Look at these fucking ICE assholes taking him away in handcuffs. You know what we found out in the last time we checked on this story? He wasn't in Jamaica back then, by the way. This is an update. He's in Jamaica. They've deported him now while his case is being heard. That's a different arrest for him being arrested for assault a couple of years ago. Yeah.
Up to this point, take a look at this video recorded by Wade's fiance. It shows a traffic stop from last fall that led to his arrest. Now, shortly after this, ICE took him into custody.
Again, was not okay. Sorry, this was the traffic stop arrest, driving without a license or whatever. This was not them picking him up for anything immigration related. Nothing. He was breaking other laws.
Citing a decades-old removal order. Wade's attorney says that order was issued after he missed a hearing, but Wade says he was never notified. Now, from Jamaica, the Army veteran is asking for his case to be reopened and for a chance to be heard.
We are trusting in the justice system of my beloved country, the United States of America, that I loved very much and served. And we want one hearing, one opportunity, one chance to be heard.
Attorney says an emergency stay was denied, but the case is now under appeal. We will continue to follow this case.
They didn't even report, like, this guy, like, I could understand allowing him to stay. He's been here for 50 years. He served his country. That's fine. Just don't, I don't like it when they lie to you like this. It's like, I would be fine with this story about letting him stay here, even with the convictions and everything else. But you guys, when you report it, you purposely don't, you purposely leave that stuff out. Jamaica, deportation, Ryan, assault. Let's see here. Was deported from the UK to Jamaica. That's a different guy. I'm looking for Godfrey Ryan. America, deportation to Jamaica. Based on available reports, they keep going back to this guy, Ryan. Here we go. Army veteran faces deportation. Blah, 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 blah. It's been an emotional roller coaster. Honorably discharged September 15th, 2025. He was pulled over for failing to use a turn signal. Service, blah, 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 blah. Linked to a 2007 bounce check and a simple assault charge from 2006. So he assaulted somebody. He bounced a check. And so they said, you can't stay in this country anymore. We're going to remove you. We're going to deport you from our country because you have committed a couple of crimes. That you always run that risk when you're not a citizen in a country. They can ask you to leave. Now, the attorney says the assault was nonviolent. Oh, his attorney said that. Well, I mean, well, then you got to believe him, right? So they don't include that in their story. Now, I'm still willing to let a U.S. Army veteran who's been here for 50 years stay in the country if he's economically productive and everything else. My problem is when the news doesn't want to mention the assault and the bounce check, which are the reasons he was asked to be removed back then, and he didn't show. So he would have been removed, but he didn't show up for his removal hearing. So he's just been living in the United States since then. Living in America. But the news doesn't report that part. And it's like, you know, this is what makes people not like you and not trust you. So he's in Jamaica, he's deported, he's gone, but they're still fighting for him. Again, I wouldn't mind the guy sticking around. I wouldn't mind letting the guy stay here. But again, you just fucking lie. It's what you do. You're lying. Thank you very much to Spina with $10. Might as well use this 10 for this instead of losing on Kalshi, where millions of worldwide mercenary and foreign armies waiting for a call to attack when the power goes off. No one likes discussing that. Yeah, look into both. I got all wide-eyed at that. Look into Kalshi and look into Poly Market. They're both fucking evil, dude. They're both really, really evil. This guy, Rubbish Bin, you lie to us all the time, dude. I love that anti-steel toe cope. And then when I go, what have I ever lied to you about? And they make shit up in their brains. They go, oh, you've lied about this. I'm like, that happened. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry my show's still on the air. Let's get to the bottom of what this is really about. I'm sorry I still do a show. You can choose to not watch. All right, this is more information on the Erica Kirk texting an underage person thing. By the way, thank you for that $10, Spina. You guys are doing great today. Keep it up. Finish it up. Awesome. Thank you so much. People are saying the quartering is addicted to Polymarket. Oh, really? Yeah, I've heard Polymarket and Kalshi are fucking evil. But, you know, I mean, who isn't at this point? So, Erica Kirk's old texts, and apparently she was reaching out to some underage people. This is a longer
call
story.
You on hold, sweetheart. Give me a sex. Wow. Okay, laughing emoji. Sex too, but not from you. Lol. Holy shit. You always make me laugh. Erica responds, I don't bat for the other team just yet. Erica Kirk.
Ew. You know, that's one thing about Erica Kirk that is very see-through. She's not this prudish Christian mom woman. Like if you just do a shallow dive into her history, she's wild. She partied, which is fine. But I don't like this character that she puts on for the rest of the country.
Might just be one of the darkest figures in American politics today. And I have uncovered what I can only describe to be a very disturbing and, in my opinion, inappropriate relationship she had with a minor back in 2013 and 2014, allegedly. But first, a little bit of context.
I've seen this guy before. I like him. He's done videos on other stuff. I like this dude. Wildcard gifting a membership on YouTube. Thank you, pal. Appreciate that. Thank you guys so much for this rally we've been on the last 20, 30 minutes. Keep it going.
Back in 2013, Erica Kirk, at that time known as Erica Franzwe, was just 25 years old. She had just won Miss Arizona and was running her nonprofit organization called Everyday Heroes Like You, which was the Romanian Angels Orphanage Project
which, by the way, was right next to a NATO base in southeast Romania, where Colonel Otto Buscher had been credibly accused of trafficking children through the base for sexual purposes. And wouldn't you know, Erica Franzwe, whose mother worked with the Department of Defense and Homeland Security and whose father was a big muckety-muck at, was it Raytheon? Is that the weapons manufacturer he worked for in Tel Aviv? And she's running an orphanage that's right next to a military base that might be trafficking. Otto Buscher had to resign. He had to leave, got his full pension, but he had to leave the service.
Constancia, Romania, which I've done a whole dig on. Very sketchy, I'll just put it that way. But while all of that was going on, she found time to, allegedly, befriend a 15-year-old girl from Michigan. This is the account. It's still active on X right now. A young woman named Jill Falcone from Michigan. And we know she was underage at the time in 2013, 2014.
This makes me wonder if Erica Kirk wasn't grooming these children to do some kind of work. I mean, obviously she has Israeli connections, obviously the Otto Buscher connection, the Romanian Angels thing. Was Erica Kirk some kind of a foot soldier in some kind of child grooming and traffic? Was she somebody's Ghislaine Maxwell?
One of these exchanges, which I will now go through in chronological order. I'm literally shaking right now because the messages that we're about to go through, that I'm about to show you, are still on the internet right now. Wouldn't be surprised if they're scrubbed by the time you see this video. And I don't know, these messages are just, some of them are just very weird and uncomfortable.
First of all, you don't talk to 15-year-olds. You don't DM with 15-year-olds. I don't care what you do. I don't care what even if you work for like youth programs and stuff, all of your conversations with people like that should be in the open.
Here's the first message, 6:07 p.m., September 16, 2023, at Erica Franzwe.
2013.
You're honestly perfect. It was great meeting you. Okay, this was the first message that I was able to find where she tweets at Erica Franzwe's account. And you can see here, this is not a screenshot. This is the actual message that was posted 12 and a half years ago. You can see Erica Franzwe's account popping up right there. Well, let's keep going. This is from October 11, 2013. Jill tweets at Erica Franzwe, dying because you're so pretty. And then the reply here has since been deleted. I am assuming that this is Erica based on the next message in the thread where Jill writes, at Erica Franzwe, we miss you too. October 26, 2013, Jill tweets at Erica Franzwe, how you enjoying the Michigan weather? Smiley face, flush face. The reply here, I can't read. I'm once again assuming this is Erica, but her account is private on X, so I can't read that. But based on the response, I'm guessing it is Erica because she's saying, at Erica Franzwe, aw, lucky you, enjoy it a while. November 18th, 2013, Jill tweets, still waiting for that lunch date, kiss at Erica Franzwe. This next reply was deleted by the author once again.
There's a big difference to me between your account being private so you can't see it and you actively deleted the comment?
Assuming it was Erica, because the response is at Erica Franzfe. That is perfect. December 18th, 2013, Jill tweets, I want to curl up in a ball and cry because of how perfect Erica Franzfe is.
Jesus.
Heart emoji, crying emoji. The response, I'm assuming this is Erica because she's writing back Erica Franzfe, you too, love. So I'm assuming Erica wrote something back to her that was affirming Jill's emotions there. Just speculating, to be clear. January 22nd, 2014, Erica Franzfe is the best. January 23rd, 2014, once again, a reply in quotations at Erica Franzfe. One day I'm going to wake up, roll over on my side and kiss the love of my life. Good morning. So it's clear, at least to me, that young Jill had somewhat of a girl crush on Erica at the time, which isn't necessarily on Erica, but it's how you respond to these types of situations that makes a huge difference.
Right. When someone that age is getting that attached, you have to back them off. First of all, I don't think you should be messaging with that's a red flag in and of itself, but you got to back people like that off.
And Erica, as the adult, the 25-year-old in this situation versus the 15-year-old, it is, at least to me, her responsibility to handle these interactions appropriately. February 12, 2014, Jill tweets, have a safe trip home, airplane emoji, house emoji, kiss emoji, hope you kept warm in this freezing weather, smiley face, snow at Erica Franzfe. Now, when I read that, the implication is that they met in person. I'm just, of course, speculating. You can let me know how you would interpret that message. But here is where we start to get a string of messages that I think are undeniably very weird as it pertains to Erica Kirk, okay? This is from February 13th, 2014. Jill tweets, why did Erica Franzfe just send me this? Crying, laughing emojis. And the meme here is Nemo, this Valentine's Day, I'm going to touch your butt. March 6th, 2014, we now have
that's the message. Let me call you. Hold on, sweetheart. Give me a sex. Wow. Sex too, but not from you. I don't bat for the other team just yet. Again, this is a message you're sending a 15 or 16-year-old girl. It's fucking gross. And like when you look at the Romanian Angels connection and the Otto Buscher connection, I'm reaching here. Don't get me wrong. I'm reaching, but only because I haven't seen enough yet. Are we dealing with some kind of mini Ghislaine Maxwell situation? I mean, if she was securing girls for Otto Buscher.
Of alleged text messages between Erica Franzfe and Jill. And
I mean, how long do these messages continue to the point, where she would go, hey, would you like to come down and visit me and see my orphanage in Romania? The kids are so nice. You'll love them, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I'll introduce you to the soldiers. You can go to an army base,
Erica allegedly wrote, let me call you on hold, sweetheart. Give me a sex. Wow. Okay, laughing emoji. Sex too, but not from you. Lol.
Ew.
Holy shit. You always.
Who talks that way to a 15 or 16-year-old girl? No double standards here. If a guy was sending these kind of messages, we'd want him strung up from a lamppost.
Make me laugh. Erica responds, I don't bat for the other team just yet. Now, I don't know about you.
But she was a great Christian woman and the love of Charlie's life. I wish Charlie was still alive so we could just, pull him aside and go, Charlie, this woman's a plant. This woman's a honeypot. You know what they're doing to Kash Patel? They're doing it to you too, buddy. And then Charlie broke from his wife's programming and they had to put him down. And I think Erica Kirk knew.
That appears to be a little bit on the flirtatious side. I think if that's between two consenting adults, I think that would be kind of funny.
Whatever,
Seems like a little bit of a typo.
Yeah.
But once again, this is between a 25-year-old and a 15-year-old. I mean, if that was your 15-year-old daughter, would you want her to be getting these kinds of messages from a 25-year-old? I don't know. Here's another text exchange. Erica writes, I forgot to tell you, hydrate tonight, no alcohol, and don't eat a lot of salty foods. You don't want to look bloated.
This is, I'm guessing, a modeling thing.
Response, thank you. Erica responds, no alcohol? Really, Erica? Aid recognition, twat waffle. Apparently, I haven't had my coffee yet. Jill responds, what the hell, Erica? Erica responds with, well, on that bite, note, damn you, Siri, come on, hashtag the struggle. Jill responds, what are you trying to say? Spit it out, you twat waffle. I don't know what that means. I suppose it could be interpreted a number of different ways, from very innocent to not so innocent. But what I will say is that I would probably not be sending these kinds of messages to a minor.
It looks bad.
I know some of it was a typo. Some of it seemed sort of...
And like, if it is modeling, if she is giving her advice on modeling or beauty pageants, we do know that that world is rife for trafficking. It's almost as bad as like the stripping industry.
And look, I'm not a Puritan or anything like that. I just think that you should be really careful with how you interact with young people because they are very, very impressionable. As
Sure,
you can see here.
absolutely.
March 12th, 2014. I'd be so lost without Erica Francevey. This photo that Jill tweeted out is from April 5th, 2014, and it looks like a gift from Erica Francevey. Jill tweets, getting this in the mail from Erica Francevey. And the note, if we enlarge
Does anyone trust getting chocolate-covered strawberries in the mail? I don't know, man. If there's a chocolate-covered strawberry in like some kind of hors d'oeuvre or appetizer deal, like I've been to parties with a chocolate fountain, can't you tell? And I ain't eating the chocolate strawberry after, the party's been going on for 2 or 3 hours. Forget sending it through the mail. Ooh, fuck that.
It says, happy sweet 16, beautiful girl. And this is how we know that Jill is underage. Keep strong in faith and know that you're loved. But most of all, never forget that you are perfect and amazing just the way you are. I am so proud of you. Today is the first day of another 365-day journey around the sun. Enjoy the trip, boo. Love you, E. Once again, there's nothing really criminal about that. It's a gift. It's a very nice message. There's nothing inappropriate per se. It's just within the larger context of the situation, I think. And you'll see in this next message what I'm talking about. This is from 2:19 p.m., June 7th, 2014. Jill tweets, this has to be the most heartfelt compliment I've ever gotten. Best compliment yet. And this is the accompanying text message screenshot from Erica Francevey where she writes, quote, you have the most stunning features. Jill responds with, best compliment ever. Erica writes, your eyes, your lips, your skin, you're absolutely beautiful.
It's a 25-year-old writing to a 16-year-old. I don't care about the gender. This is weird. You don't do this.
Jill responds, crying emoji, you're making me cry. This one actually is right before she tweeted out that screenshot. This is from 12:42 p.m. on June 7th, 2014. Jill tweets, why doesn't Erica Francevey live in Michigan? Assuming Erica responds with some kind of message there. And Jill responds with, at Erica Francevey, I need to plan a trip to LA this summer, heart emoji. And this message is the last.
Is that when she was living with Rothstein? Or Rothschild?
Tweet I could find between
Rothstein.
Tagging Erica Francevey on X, Twitter at the time. She writes, conversations with Erica Francevey are always the best. And this is 7:56 p.m., June 20th, 2014. Once again, I will
So that's all the messages that were involved in this whole thing. It's just, I don't like her. I don't trust her. The minute she came on the scene, we all had our suspicions about Erica Kirk. And I don't think she's done a lot to dispel those suspicions. If anything, the more we look into Erica Kirk, the more she looks more and more like a problem. Thank you very much to Sparky. I love seeing new big drops from different people. That's awesome, guys. Thank you. Sparky with 5 gifted memberships on Rumble. Thank you so much. We're going to give him a karmic in just a second. I got to update my membership numbers. 92 away from 600.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Thank you very much, Sparky. Los Federales with $1 says, guys, I found Johnny. Oh, I don't think this is going to be Johnny, actually. I just have a theory. All right, let's go into some of the chat stuff with this Erica Kirk stuff. First one I see in all caps. Whoa, buddy. I don't know how that story, I don't know how Hobo got mad at me over that story. Hobo's one of those guys who doesn't understand in linear time and admitting your mistakes and moving past them. He's more hung up on it than I am, which is a little gay. Josie Wales says, Charlie noticed. I'm sure he noticed his wife was a total recall wife too. That's why he's dead, and it's sad because I never followed him. I thought he would never notice. Yeah, and the guy was starting to really get some shit right too. Like Charlie Kirk was really starting to see some shit, and I don't think it's a coincidence he died shortly thereafter. I'll never be able to prove it. You know? I'll never be able to prove it, but I can't not see it. Hobo says, my girlfriend in high school was signed to Ford modeling agency, and there were tons of creepy guys all the time. Modeling is rife for the trafficking and the grooming industry. Abel Graham says, Sherry's berries are good. They ship with dry ice. Okay. Well, I could be wrong. I'm an old man. I don't like getting chocolate and meat in the mail. Stop it. Chocolate meat. I realize what I just did. Go fuck your mother. I don't like getting Like the meat trucks that pull up to your house, like, look at the marbling on this. We've got a bunch in the truck for you, and we need to get rid of it. It's like, I don't want to buy steak out of a truck. And I don't want you to mail me steak either. I'm solid. Thank you guys very much for the gifted memberships. Appreciated. Phil Herslit says they were trying to get Aaron to model men's bras back in the early 2000s. I was young and I was impressionable, and thank God I had good parents that kept my head on straight, and I was able to say no. Reformed Rapscallion says, my wife modeled, and Optic is right. Was he say, Hobo, I dated a model once. It sucked because everyone would hit on her. Meow Meow says, you and Cruel Boy with the CP bombing. Thanks for reminding me. Your 15-year-old. What? I don't know what that means. I'd like to stick it deep in Erica. All right. Joey Caravello with $5 says, use this as a drop for the show. Okie dokie. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Hey, you guys are really kicking some ass today. Keep it going. Let's make it 3 days in a row where we've banged this shit out early and done the show. That would be great. Oh, no. Los Federales says he's found Johnny. There he is. Oh, no. He's just wheeling his ass. Oh. Los Federales, you son of a bitch. Why is it always brutal, tragic death in all of the shit you send us? Every goddamn time. First of all, I just want to make everyone feel better. That was not Johnny. He was not smoked by what looks to be an ice truck. And he was not wheeling his ass down a dark road at night. That was not. People are saying R.I.P. Johnny. No. Cleaner says play it again. No, I don't need to play it again. They're saying on screen, please. I did put it on screen. What do you want from me? What do you want? I'll play it one more time since you guys are so enamored. Here we go. This is again, Los Federales says this is Johnny. And it's not. That's not Johnny. And this is not. Oh, my God. Oh. Look at that. There's the little wheels right there. There's the little chair. That was not Johnny. He's still with us. He's just going through a family emergency right now. How dare you guys with your, what do you call it? Your lies, your slanders. I'm not supposed to be here says, what, you too good for traveling steak? I mean, kind of. Joey Caravello says, play what I sent too. You'll like it. Send it again. This one's from Fauci's Pangolin. He says you should get this for a drop. It's from a movie called Scum of the Earth. Okay.
All you kids make me sick. You act like little Miss Muffet, and down inside you're dirty.
Is that what we should use? I mean, you can't give me a 1-minute clip and say this should be a drop. I mean, we need, it can't, a drop. Oh boy. I just got a text message from SP that says, don't read. And I kind of want to read it because I think you guys will get some mileage out of it. But I'll respect her for saying, I mean, technically it doesn't say don't read. It says Don read. So I could give it. I do have a very good friend named Don. I could give it. Nobody calls him Don, but I could give it to Don and Don could read it. Figured out what I want to do for Valentine's Day. Oh, God, if I read what she wanted to do for Valentine's Day, you guys would never stop calling me a gay F-word guy. Oh, boy. I'll play a little bit more of this. But, guys, if you say this should be a sound drop for the show, you got to give me like the 4 or 5 second part that should be a drop.
Do you hear me? Dirty. You're greedy and self-centered and think you can get away with anything. You're no better than the girl who sells herself to a man. You're worse because
I don't know what the fuck you guys are. I don't know what you wanted me to do with that, quite frankly. No, it doesn't have anything to do with SP. Why do you guys go from 0 to 100? Why can't you just go, oh, she's saying kind of a gay thing? You guys go right to, she's going to peg you in the ass. She's going to fuck you in the ass. She's going to finger your butthole. Like, immediately you guys go to the anus. And I've got to say, that might say more about you than it does about me with the finger in the butts. Nothing with the finger in the butts. Good Lord, man. Dubnot says, you act like Little Miss Muppet. It's Little Miss Muffet. Muffet. Muppet was Jim Henson's creation. Little Miss Muffet sat on her tuffet, eating her curds and whey. Do we need to... What are you for? Yeah, look at this. Butt stuff. Even in the YouTube chat where they try to be a little more professional. Regod says, show is way better without that fart smeller Johnny. I don't know. That's up to the audience. And I don't know. If you say that for free, then I don't think it counts. I think the money has to reflect that. Some Soper says, I was going to suggest that a lot of this is projection. It's starting to seem that way. Hey, guys, thank you very much. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, especially over on Rumble. Pump us back up to where we were. Over 630 of you checking out the toe right now. Here's what I say. Let's get to 700 for the third time this week. I sure would appreciate it. We have to open up our 7 o'clock hour stories, and while we do, if you still haven't tried 1775 coffee, now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped. Only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the Vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus, no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin-free and mold-free. You're also getting a gold spoon clip because freedom isn't scooped with plastic, a frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions, and a black 1775 tumbler. $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who have been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something, just like Rumble does. 1775 coffee. All right. And our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. When you need the suppressor process from start to finish, when you need that done, you need Midland Armory. Go ask Greg and Stacy today. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And whether it's ammo, parts and gear, home defense, self-defense, carry, hunting, they've got it all and the information to boot at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. If you go in the ditch, if you get in an accident, whatever the hell happens to you, All Care Towing is going to pick you up very quickly, quicker than anyone else. So put the phone number in your phone because it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And Stoney's in downtown Rockville. Don't let Cheetos fool you. It is not White Power Wednesday. But tomorrow is 250 cans at Stoney's, and this weekend, live music on the Fireball stage. Big St. Patrick's Day party coming up. Maybe you and your girl like to go have a few drinks, tie one on, and enjoy some live music for Valentine's Day. Split a pizza. It'll be so romantic. That's Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota, right there on Broadway. Go see Cheetos and the team at Stoney's. All right, thank you very much to King Kong Dong with $1. Says, to be fair, what evidence have you given us to think otherwise? People are trying to guess what SP's Valentine's Day wish is. That's the most popular thing on my text line and the chat right now. You're just, you're all just in the gay zone. Ryan the Garbage Man says, SP thinks you need attentions paid to your butthole. That's, again, you guys are just really into the butthole. Jelly for the Smelly says, how much money to hear the Valentine's Day plans? You know what? In the next 10 minutes, $100. If by 9:02 you guys have thrown in $100 collectively, then I'll let you know the Valentine's Day plans. How's that? Fair enough. If you really need to know, you all band together. That's 4 gatherings of 5 gifted memberships. You know how to do math. Go ahead. You got 10 minutes. Put it on the clock. Links are in the chat. Go ahead. Enemas are so hot. Very in right now, Aaron. You should definitely do it. It's, again, you guys are in there with the butthole again. Anal beads for... No, stop with the anal. SP wants Aaron to eat out a black dyke. I don't know. Frog Spring says, nice Letterkenny reference. I thought it was good. Oh. All right. I'm just seeing what your guys' theory is. Bong Time says, when is your next colonoscopy, Aaron? I am 39 years old. I'm not getting a colonoscopy. Thank you very much. So I don't have to worry about it. I'm not supposed to be here says, oh my God, Wednesdays are fucking nuts. It has been a pretty crazy show. Regod says pasta buckets. Still haven't been, but I try to go. I try to go to pasta buckets. It's got to be worth a checkout, right? SP is never going to trust you again, says Loaded Wrench. No, I think she said don't read because she thought it would be best for me not to read it. But if I can monetize the text, I mean, shit, I'll do it. I'll do it. Like, subscribe, and follow. Looking good, looking good. I think we're on the downslide. I think we've peaked for today, just under 700. I appreciate that. Very much appreciated. Hey, it looks like the quartering got community noted. He tweeted something and he said, during the stream today, I was just minding my own business, scrolling a trending news thread, and my entire audience was greeted with hardcore porn. Oops, sorry, guys. I guess it's not safe to scroll X live. I really fucking hate the degenerate porn on this website. At Elon Musk. Oh, yeah, he likes tweeting at Elon Musk like they're buddies. This got community noted. First of all, in order to see that on your timeline on Twitter, your Twitter timeline is algorithmed out to what you click on and what you respond to. Like, a lot of my stuff is updates on Epstein, current events, Minnesota, football, politics, news, shit like that. So if you're seeing, I guess on YouTube they say corn now. Jesus Christ. It's embarrassing. That means that you're searching it out there. And why is it that these guys that are yelling and screaming about how much they hate porn? Now, I think porn is bad for society, but I'm not out here going like, like raging every day about it. Why is it these guys are always the biggest corn guys out there? Like Turkey Tom had to admit, like he acquitted himself in the accusations by these money-grubbing whores, but he did have to admit that his no gooning stuff. By the way, I hate the term gooning. Zoomer fucking slang is so gay. Crack me, gooning. It's like, guys, fucking calm down. That he's jacking off all the time, even though he sells merch that tells people not to be whacking it. He's out there whacking it like a monkey in a tree. Same thing with the quartering. I mean, he just looks like a porn guy. So a community note got added to Jeremy's tweet from the quartering that says, original poster has previously shown their recently searched bar on their browser live on stream, revealing they have searched Reddit forced cream pie before. With an explicit search that specific, it's easy to assume they search porn frequently and get recommended porn in their feed. And again, like I said, I don't get that kind of stuff in my feed because I don't, I'm watching shit about Jews and Epstein and politics and shit. So, Jeremy. Jeremy. Just sit Jeremy down there with his magic cards, just whacking away at his balls. Oh, Jeremy. Regod with $2 says, to the good. Jeremy, I just have one thing to say, my friend. Oh, buddy. What? That's terrible. So, you guys remember Day from the Friday movies? You remember Mike Epps? And he's in a few other things. I've always liked Mike Epps. I've always thought he was very, very funny. Mike Epps. Oh, by the way, 4 minutes. for you guys to drop in that hundo to find out what the Valentine's Day plans are. But I think there was only one person who cared, and he may have misjudged the rest of the audience's interest. Sven says, what is a forced cream pie, though? If I had to guess, I would say that a forced cream pie it's like rape, right? Like Jeremy's into rape shit. Because I would, like, a forced cream pie is like you force blowing a load in somebody. So that he's got like some kind of a rape fetish deal. You know what? Let's consult Urban Dictionary. Urban Dictionary. And we'll type in force. I'm doing this under protest. That's not, I don't even see, no definitions for forced cream pie. Oh, God. And then look at this. Perhaps you meant country cream pie, Fazbear cream pie, the taco cream pie. Okay, now I'm horrified. The fact that we searched this and now I've got to find out that these exist, this is fucking disgusting. Darjeeling cream pie, lemon cream pie, man-buttered cream pie king. I mean, better to be royalty than a peasant, I guess. Cream pie facial, poon cream pie squirt, slime ball cream pie guzzling, Cece's cream pie, twice baked cream pie baby style, October 31st, National Cream Pie Day. Cream pie supreme, that was my name in high school. Cinnamon vanilla cream pie, don't even want to know, probably black. Philly cream pie, raw dog cream pie. I feel like all cream pies are raw dog cream pies. Super clean cream pie, impossible. Shoddy pie, baked cream pie, golden cream pie, shitty cream pie, bluff cream pie, goat meal cream pie. That's probably Indian. BBC cream pie cleaner, and cream pie paycheck. Well, you guys asked, and now we found out everything but the definition of forced cream pie. And now I have forced cream pie in my Urban Dictionary search results. Yay. Historically White says pewty cream pie. Yeah, we all know what a pewty cream pie is, for God's sake. Hey, I saw someone left a very funny comment on one of our videos here. This Ben Shapiro thing is going like mini viral. People, it's a lot of comments, a lot of people sharing it. A Ben Shapiro clip we posted Monday. And how do you guys want me to respond to this guy, Volmeyer? This guy, Volmeyer, says, is this podcast just a hate Israel channel like all the other trendy channels these days? Reality check. Not everything is about Israel. Hold on. I've been hating Israel long before it was fashionable. It was fashionable. They are a satanic brood. There we go. That should clear it up. I just want to clarify things for that guy. Josie Wales says, my newfound knowledge requires a confession. Yeah, it probably does. King Kong Dong with $1 says, speaking of cream pie, time to call Canacook. All right, you guys go ahead and gift those memberships and Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, everything else. Byron Granger says, the best thing about being fat and a pervert is that I can Google cream pie and be happy with whatever comes up. Byron Granger also writes, he called this show trendy. He's clearly retarded. Oh, boy. Yeah, man buttered. I still don't know what that is. Byron Granger, that was a funny one. I'm going to think about that chat submission today. He called this show trendy. He's clearly retarded. Should we call Camp Canacook? Canacorn. All right, I tell you what. Why don't you guys throw in a few memberships and some PayPal, some Venmos, some Streamlabs? We'll stay ahead of things today. We'll knock out today. And again, if you go $40 over for last night, now I would have to go till 11:30. Going till 11 already because we've knocked out 500 memberships. I appreciate that. Let's call this Camp Canacook now and confront them for their pedophilia. Here we go.
Hi, you've reached Kanakuk Camp's registration voicemail. Our normal business hours are Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. If you reach this recording during normal business hours, we may be experiencing a high volume of calls, or on occasion, we join together for prayer or chapel.
Fuck you.
If you will leave your name, number, and a brief message, a member of our Kanakuk team will return your call as soon as possible. Thanks, and have a great day.
Hi, my name is Aaron, and I was thinking of enrolling my children in your camps. I just wanted to know when you have them. I saw you online, and I thought I would call and ask. Could you give me a call back at your earliest convenience? Because I'm calling a couple of different places today. My number is 651-235-5108. That's 651-235-5108. Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing back from you soon. And then when they call us back, we're going to find out why they're such evil fucking satanic bastards. Those pieces of shit. Meow Meow says, I missed when you hit the membership 500. Oh, it was a while back. A while back. How far are we from 600? 92 memberships? Okay. See, now they'll call us back. I wonder if they're not answering because that Sean Ryan thing was like 3 weeks ago, so I'm sure they've been getting a shitload of calls. And a shitload of people like telling them what evil fucking pedos they are. And so they're taking the messages, listening to the messages, and then calling people back. Aaron just gave his number to a pedo cult. Don't worry. They'll regret getting my phone number soon enough. Oh, you guys ready? Is this? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, this isn't it. You son of a bitch. I thought it was going to be them, but it was Virginia. God damn it. I was so excited. All right, guys. Oh, I gave out my number. What a fucking retard. I just realized I just gave out my number. Oh my God. Well, I think today is going to be a lot of blocking phone numbers for me. Oh, and you know what else? I just switched phone services too, so I don't have my phone call blocking like I used to. Because I think that was a Verizon service. Abel Graham says, that was me, Lamau. Oh, my God. Bong Time says, incoming dick pics. Oh, boy. Here we go. Hold on. Yeah, hello. You're on the show.
Call from? Yes, hi. The people you just called.
Oh, hello. Camp Kanakuk. How are you?
Yes, hi. You called about the baby meat?
What? No, I called to see if my kid could be into your register for your camp.
Why are you stuttering, sir? Please, we're offering baby meat.
I don't.
It's delicious.
No, sir, I don't eat baby meat.
Oh God.
Like I got nervous. I didn't expect the phone call to go that way. Give me tips says unfucking believable. You're the dumbest retard ever. God damn it. Yes. It's just a guy who called in to laugh. Silverwolf with $1 says slow clap. Yeah. Oh, Hokamasha Baby says you just realized I love you, but fuck, you're retarded. Oh, that's going to be fun to deal with, huh? Oh, you can do a whole show on phone calls. Ryan the Garbage Man Pro says, yeah, don't worry, Aaron. Most of the longtime listeners have had your phone number for years. That's true. That's very, very accurate. All right, still over 600 of you checking out the toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I appreciate it. Throw in a couple of bucks. You guys have been doing great today. Just keep that vibe up. T. Jefferson over on YouTube says, twice in this, just in case they missed it. Buttshine says, I know who I'm sexting today. Melissa says, I'm sweating from laughing so hard. Oh, we have guys, we have a caller into the show. Let's see who this is. Yeah, go ahead, caller.
Camp administration.
To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Hello. Yes. How are you?
Yeah, we were just wondering, what type of pizza would you like to receive?
I'm not interested. I didn't call for any pizza.
Oh, I'm sorry. You reached the outgoing for the camp, not the administration incoming. My bad.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt your day. Do you sell any other they hung up. I like when the audience knows they're not good at improv, so they just get their shit out there and then they hang up. That's always the best. You know, like when I yes and their shit and then I get the hang up noise, it's like, okay, they had a very specific thing they wanted to do. A goal, dare I say. Kyler with $5 says, this is the hardest I've laughed in a while. Bravo. Slow clap indeed. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Keep those fives coming. Let's, hey guys, golden shower in the chat. Get those yellows up there. Gifted memberships in 5 spots. Remember, if you guys go over by $40 today, I have to add another half hour onto today's show. Oh, hey, some people are texting in. You know, for the people who can't call the show, they can text now that I gave out my number. LOL, haha, dumbass. Have had your number for years. Now have confirmation. Do you still have that couch for sale? That's nice. Frog Spring says, dude, you basically just enrolled yourself in the Obscene Caller of the Month Club. Sven says, when he was saying his number, I actually thought it would be a throwaway. Nope, it became a bit. Abel Graham says, please do a caller segment, Lamau. You know what? Why don't you guys worry about getting that you-know-what down to 0? Then we'll worry about you guys were doing great for a minute there. Let's finish it up. You got really close. All right, Mike Epps, the story I was going into before I gave out my phone number on the program today. Mike Epps, some soaper with $4.99 says, one of the funniest things I've seen in a while. You have won me over. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. $5 at a time is going to get us a nice little golden shower. I appreciate it. Skousko says Kim might call in, Aaron, and give you a what for? Oh, is that one of her services? I think they call that a number 3 in the meth stacks. Is that what it is? Yeah. Hey, baby, you want the what for? I've still got 3 of my teeth left. It still causes friction. You love it. It's okay. I don't need the what for. I'm fine. Frog Spring says, P.S. check your email. Great. Checking my text. I don't see anything in my email. Frog Springs. I got nothing. In my email. Thank Jesus Christ. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Even More says, Aaron doxing himself is the highlight of the month. Another win for the toe. You know what? So far the blowback has not been as bad as I thought it would be, which I guess in itself is kind of a win. All right, let's do the Mike Epps thing. So apparently, Mike Epps is no Trump fan, and he was not happy about Nicki Minaj endorsing Donald Trump. So much so that Mike Epps roasted Nicki Minaj on stage, saying that she's had a Trump train ran on her. Basically being very upset. Let's play a little bit of this clip from Mike Epps. He even felt that he went over the line, and he posted an apology yesterday. We'll play both of them. Why do black comedians feel the need to turn hip hop into like a WWE/rap concert? Like, it looks like a minstrel show. It really does. Like, white comedians come out, they're wearing a shitty t-shirt and jeans, and they've got a little stool there, and they're like, hey, isn't it weird when, you know, your girl tells you to clean the house? Black people come out, and they're like, yeah, this is my shit. We in the club. Here's my fucking song. We gonna dance. We gonna do some shit tonight. It's like, we're gyrating now. This is a 60-year-old man you're seeing. and we've got smoke and lights, and we've got a DJ. It's just, nobody taught black people how to do stand-up comedy. So they just turned it into the club. You know, Richard Pryor taught them all how to do it, and then they all just, like, once he died, they just went to the Dark Ages. And they went, yeah, why don't we make it a deal? Let's get Lil Jon up in here. And like, no, you come out, you dress nice, and you tell jokes and shit. Nah, we got to get some hits out there, yo. It's really not necessary. So this is what Mike Epps had to say about Nicki Minaj after his 60-second fucking laser light pyro Erica Kirk comedy show entrance.
It looked like she played tennis. This nigga's gonna be a bitch. Nicki Minaj out there getting a motherfucking train ran on her by Donald Trump now. They got her on there getting...
I was just going to say, please don't hump the air. Please don't do a fuck thing. Yep, we're doing a fuck thing. That's another thing with black comedians. Why are we slapping all the time? Chappelle with the leg. Adrian always did the Chappelle slap the microphone on the leg. Why do